Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this narration of the web series The Nature of Predators. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 66. Memory Transcription Subject: Captain Sovereign, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, October 24, 2136. The human soldiers detached in their shuttle, well before we entered Colchian territory. No doubt, the Predators wanted to avoid being picked up by censored readings. If patrol ships asked us to account for all detected lifeforms, it would be impossible to hide their presence. Our concerns were validated by the harsh reception we received on descent towards Alpha. Gunships sidled up to us at full speed and relayed demands to power down our engines. "Vendel vessel, you are not welcome on Federation grounds." The Colchian's chief Nikonus was broadcasting a hail on military frequencies, with a glare that rivaled human ferocity. "I let your beasts speak once, and that was an error on my part. The Gojek Cradle, the Kurtal army, and dozens of worlds have perished because of that little misstep." I accepted transmission, striking my serious pose. "This is Captain Soblin of the Gojek detachment of the Federation fleet. I'm here to request asylum for our refugees." "Do the humans think we're idiots? There's 6 other signatures on board, and you were a known Predator prisoner." Nikonus bumped his indigo tentacles in irritation. "By law, Venlo visitors should be held as enemies of state for raised arms against other prey races." I waved for the Harkon reporters to step into the field of view, while Talpin and Burner filtered in on the other side. The deaf Gojek wielded a device that could approximate subtitles, and was growing livid from the dialogue. He began punching away at his speech synthesizer, but I flicked my claws in warning. The Colchian Commonwealth realized our Terran-sympathizing alignment. There might not be an opportunity to land at Alpha. It was an uphill battle to convince them that we were friendlies already. You think this roll call would assuage their doubts, but they seem to be expecting Predator trickery. News of the assault on Earth has reached the wider galaxy. They know the Vendel fought by humanity. The tension was palpable, as my scans confirmed the Colchians kept their weapons powered up. I had no idea if they'd deny us passage or attack us outright, since nobody had shown any concern for the suffering Gojeks. The Federation had abandoned my people thus far. There had been no aid shipments or reinforcements at our borders. Not one friend would go toe-to-toe with either Predator for us. Anger bubbled inside my chest, but I pushed it down. "Search us all you want. I rescued these Harkon personnel from Orcs or attack. We have useful intelligence. You're adding to the trauma too, if you care." "What are they hiding on your ship then? Bombs? Bioweapons?" the Colchian demanded. I struggled to keep my voice steady. "The Vendel were able to secure my release and move some Gojek refugees to their territories. I'll be happy to discuss the details before the Federation representatives. Whoever is here, gracious Chief Nikonus." "Let the Harkon speak. I recognize a renowned journalist when I see one. Selene." "I want to know about the Federation's response to the multilateral attack, and your plans to deal with these human predators," the journalist said, without hesitation. "Fall is badly holding, and there's a refugee crisis brewing on your borders. The people want answers. My people want answers." "That doesn't give you the right to barge in here without a clearance. You're disrupting important proceedings." "This is important too, Chief Nikonus." The Colchian breathed a heavy sigh, rushing a tentacle across his forehead. These ship frequencies were often monitored by various media outlets, and I'd hoped that it'd still generate bad publicity if they turned non-Vendel away. Selene and I felt that Nikonus owed us the truth, even if we entered this territory on false pretenses. A trace of my former bravado flared in my chest. The old Captain Sovereign wouldn't have been turned away from a mission objective by anyone. I plotted in a landing course for the Governance Center, and ignored the target lot icons on screen. We would be through Alpha's silky atmosphere long before Nikonus gave a kill order. Nothing involving bureaucrats happened quickly. "What are you doing, Sovereign? Have you lost your mind?" the Colchian leader hissed. "Fire away." "You wouldn't dare," I chuckled, noting the irony. Those were the same words I told Tava, responding to her distress signal, right before the Vendel threw missiles in my face. Shooting down asylum seekers would have the wondrous consequence of raining debris on college students. I'll speak my piece, and I don't care if you like it. Nikonus's bulbous eyes stretched wide. "Are you trying to start a war? This is rash and impulsive, unbecoming of a Federation officer." What have I got to lose? My cradle is dead, and I am one of the last survivors of a dying species. It's time to let us Gojid speak for ourselves. We don't even get that courtesy." The Kolshiad waved the tentacles in a dismissive gesture. He forwarded an open hangar location. It was all I could do to slow to a safe landing velocity. Berna and Tolpin seemed terrified of my flying. The two of them had found their way back to their harnessed seats. Our ship ducked the spaceport overhead with an inch to spare. FTL traffic control gawked from the observation room as I careened down while firing reverse thrusters. Our massive ship slid into the docking port like a plug into a socket. Kolshian soldiers rushed across the terminal, flooding from the connector tunnels to the governance hall. They bore weapons designed to hamper any human predators that magically popped into existence, including heavy guns and strobe lights. I laughed to myself, appreciating how absurd this reaction was. Perhaps this extermination officer wannabes would try to arrest me. I doubt they'd like that stunt I pulled, but the humans would think it's hilarious, I noted. Protector, those predators get humor. The Kolshians rigged explosive charges by the exit hatch before he could disembark of our own volition. They entered with gun muzzles ready and hollered orders at us all. My spines bristled at their intimidation, but their fear didn't reach my brain. I struck a bored pose as they pressed a rifle in my temple, pushing it away with a light claw tap. Meanwhile, the Harkon reporters and Gojid refugees had dropped to the floor in terror. "Your hospitality needs some work," I remarked. "That is no way to welcome guests." The Kolshian soldiers shared a glance, incredulous at my derangement. They swept every corner of our ship, including inside storage cabinets. Amusement flared up once more, as I thought about Carlos folded up like a suitcase to fit in a drawer half his size. Several glares latched onto me, and I was flung to the floor by a rough tentacle. It took an inordinate amount of time for their thorough search, but our hosts became satisfied that humans weren't lying in wait. The Commonwealth guards waved to stand up and ushered us out the door. The 8-sided landing pad had an array of stalls and offices built into its walls. Flashing signs directed ambassadorial attachés to the governance hall, writing in several languages, including the artificially created Common, which is only used by pretentious diplomats. The general public were welcome to Federation proceedings as spectators, but they weren't cleared to land here. Media personnel hurried out from the connector tunnel just as we cleared the terminal's threshold. They seemed disappointed to find no unannounced arrivals of the few Gojids and Harkon. Whatever an outlet's stance on humanity, the Predator's cell mantra was true. Journalists captured footage of us with our Kolshian escort, with a few calling Solani and I by name. I avoided eye contact and kept my lips sealed. "Solani, Harkon Ambassador, Rylea will welcome you to hear your report on Fel." The Kolshian soldier turned to me, radiating contempt. "She's in crucial talks with undecided Federation members now, so you need to show some patience, Sovlin." I kept placid expression, though. I knew our neutral fraction could not turn on humanity. "Of course we'll wait outside until she's ready. Would you show us there, please?" The Kolshian beckoned with a cerulean tentacle, staring us through widening corridors. Our journey ventured away from the massive auditorium, where state business was conducted. Architects on Alpha seemed to derive joy from constructing floor plans that looked like mazes. It was a wonder we didn't get lost. Perhaps a simpleton like me couldn't understand beauty, but I wished the humans would get the whole place. Their layouts were always neat and orderly. We reached an escalator and transported us to the basement. A subway train waited for us and whisked us below the streets to the ambassadorial offices. I didn't understand why the diplomatic living arrangements were in the hall's premises, while the workspaces were separate. I suppose this was the only way to provide every species with spacious accommodations. The Kolshian soldiers steered us into a lobby. Once we arrived at the station, an elevator ride to the 12th floor was the last step of our journey, and I yawned to express annoyance. Judging by the iconography of an Atala, with flowers in her peak, this must be the Crocattle's home. Closed doors sealed off a conference room, which I yearned to break into. "This is my chance to speak to the Federation, the ones that can still turn back. I have to impress the need to appease humanity." I sprinted towards the meeting area, catching the Kolshians by surprise. A soldier placed a tentacle on my shoulder, and my spines extended further. In a flash of outrage, my claws scratched gashes into his soft skin. Selene gasped at my violent assault, but I had no intention of waiting. This was too important to let some grunt stand in our way. The Colchians drew their guns, no doubt worried that the human predators had corrupted me. The Harken reporter leapt in their path, and waved her arms to compensate for her short stature. I burst into the assembly. Dozens of pupils darted in my direction. Ambassador Jerusalem squawked angrily, "What in Nishtal is this interruption from the man who pushed the bleeding hearts into humans' arms because poor Marcel?" "What Captain Sovereign did to that human was wholly cruel and unnecessary, whatever side of the aisle you're on," Chief Nikonus returned. "It's a predator, just like Noah was. You traitors use their names, which is validating the whole premise of personhood. What next? An Arxol speaker named Huggable?" A female Mazik flared her trunk. "Noah is obviously a monster. Even he realized that. But his arguments were sound. We don't have the luxury of trusting our gut. Fret not, Jerusalem. Everyone recognizes the image of evil when it's right in front of them." "Do they? That's why you're the only allied race that came to this meeting?" Fossil Ambassador Dark tossed her floppy ears. "They won't meet with you because you physically attacked anyone who sided with humanity last time." "I apologized for that. I'm willing to talk to everyone now, though you don't deserve it. What I did was the only sensible reaction to heresy." A clamor of voices rose in disharmony, leveling accusations and shouting conflicting views. I was horrified that these were our leaders. They had the emotional maturity of misbehaving children. The good news was that I didn't need to fake diplomatic aplomb. If talking the loudest was the only way to get through to them, that was right up my alley. "I am speaking now!" My roar shook my vocal cords as I leapt onto the table to draw attention. "Jerusalem, I think your army is gone, so you have nothing to throw your weight around with. That's why you're talking." The Crow-Cattle's ambassador craned his neck in irritation. "You have no right." "Protector, you make some more senseless noise than a stampede. The underside voters here, most notably the Sulian and Iftali alliance, are likely leaning towards war with the humans. This is all based on the Cradle's fall. But nobody here was actually there but me. Are the Gojans nothing more than a talking point to you? With our own voice, we served this federation for 6 centuries. Chief Nikonus cleared his throat. The Federation respects the contributions of the Gojan Union, who worked tirelessly in our defense throughout this war. The Kolshian Commonwealth was saddened by the tragedy that befell your people. That said, we already got the details from Dr. Zahn of the Tekken Coalition. Your doctor. Zahn! He said that all humans deserve to die from the moment we laid eyes on Marcel, much like the Crow-Cattle ambassador with this Noah. What you need to know is that Prime Minister Piri and I saw empirical and irrefutable evidence that flipped our stance. My question is, does anyone care what really happened?
Yeah, of course we care. Go ahead, Captain,
the Sulian observer interjected. The simple fact is the humans never attacked a single civilian or even medical target. We were gearing up for an attack on Earth, so they took out our military capabilities to stop us. The Arxor took advantage of the slaps in the fortification and started bombing everything in sight. Terran military personally risked their lives to evacuate our people.
Jerusalem puffed out his chest. The predators were just collecting their own cattle.
It didn't surprise me that the Federation assumed our refugees were livestock, but that was why Tulpan was here. The Kolshian soldiers stood as steadfast at the door, forming an organic wall between my posse and the diplomats. Hearing the Crow-Cattle's claim, Berna barreled over the guards with a headbutt. Her brother was close behind. Selene slipped through and dazed soldiers, though the other Harken journalists weren't as quick to act. Tulpan is deaf, and he can attest that humans treat him with dignity. One of my guards had a deaf brother, too. They don't discard their own like the Arxor, I retorted. I thought that I was going to suffer in Terran custody, but my victim claimed that wasn't who he was. The UN gave me a second chance. The Harken ambassador, Ralia, turned to Selene.
Enough predator apologetics. Was Val holding?
The reporter wiggled her toes. Yes, but the Arxor claimed that the raid was retribution for Earth.
The humans seem to have them under some level of control. That can either be really good or really bad. They're working together officially, Jerusalem shrieked. I told you. I shook my head. The Orcs are lying to the humans to gain their alliance because they recognize their potential. I was on the bridge of the Terran warship when they returned and took back the cradle. They won against an enemy we can't hold a candle to. With 3 months FTL experience and primitive ships. They boarded a cattle ship so methodically that the Greys surrendered. Disbelieving expressions swept across the room at the thought of those raging monsters giving up mid-fight. Even Selene had difficulty absorbing that tidbit. While there was common knowledge that the Goja territory had fallen to predators, the situation was more complex than that. That battle was the moment I recognized how well humanity could harness their instincts. They had better control on their neural wiring than any of us. Selene blinked. Is that why the Greys decided to honor humanity's claim to Gojids? Respect? I don't know or care. What does go through the minds of those savages? I care about the empathic primates who eat fruit and have protective instincts. My Federation friends, don't you understand the importance of appeasing humanity? You're forcing a species much smarter and more tactical into the Greys' arms. Chief Nikonus leaned back. Appeasement was always my plan, and people like Jerusalem thought that they knew better. Have the two predators wear each other down, then it'll be much easier to clean up the survivors. If they want to duke it out, why make them turn their guns on us? My jaw almost dropped to the floor. Using the humans to destroy the Orcs, then mopping up their remnants was the cold, calculating idea that I'd expect from a predator. The United Nations deserved to be shown genuine kindness. It was all I could do to keep my mouth shut. After cooperating through an alliance, these people could get attached to the Terrans eventually. There would be time to give the primates a proper warning if they didn't see through the facade from the start. This might be the only way to save the Federation. I want humanity to survive, but I can't feed every race in the galaxy to the Greys to achieve that. The humans want to know where their race stands. That was their message, I said. Make your decision and contact the United Nations. Well, those of you that haven't already fecked your species over. Ralia wiggled her toes in discomfort. We joined the attack on Earth, and I can't say I regret that. I regret that it failed. Selene glared at the Harkon ambassador. You should be ashamed of yourself. Surrender unconditionally and beg for forgiveness. We can't hold out if the Greys send reinforcements. Once they finish up with the defenseless Nashtal. This is a wake-up call, I growled. Nobody who openly opposes the humans has survived, assuming the 24 attackers fall to the Orcs. All that matters is that we survive. But it's your choice. Go with your last chance at survival, or push the predators into the Greys' arms. Agreement glittered in the eyes of the Kolshian chief, and a contemplative silence swept through the room. I hoped my argument was more compelling than humans' vengeful demands. My trust in the Federation's decision-making was gone when predators were involved. After decades of faithful service, the plea was a final effort to save the species I pledged to defend. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Memory transcription subject Captain Soblin, Federation Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time October 24th, 2136. The meeting with the Crocattle Ambassador's office was adjourned and would reconvene tomorrow morning. My arrival had disrupted the proceedings from reaching a consensus, but I was glad I had said my part. News took a long time to travel at interstellar distances, and the Federation representatives were making decisions based on outdated and incomplete information. With that step checked off, I could focus on acquiring the evidence of Orcs' first contact. It was peculiar that the records weren't publicly available, but the Orcs had engaged in planet-wide wars. Documentation of such brutality could be traumatizing to watch, so it might be best kept under lock and key. Graphic content should be reserved for the highest-ranking officials. The general public didn't need to live with the full scope of their nightmarish deeds. How would the humans feel if people were traumatized by their own footage? Carlos and Sam should be more open-minded. Chief Nikonus was one of the last to leave Jerusalem's meeting, shooting daggers at the Crocattle ambassador. Supposedly, the avian had dive-bombed the Kolshian leader while he announced vote results. It was surprised to hear the Crow-Cattle Alliance personnel weren't removed from the Federation activities after not respecting member sovereignty. Their bullying methods were something I'd noticed for years. The Crow-Cattle were pioneers in all aggressive countermeasures we use. They were crucial in our war efforts, I reminded myself. Kolshian soldiers crowded us as the leaders departed, and I wondered if we were bound for a cell. Trespassing charges could be levied against all of us, with some validity. My captain's rank was still active, to the best of my knowledge. Disobeying orders would have me stripped of all credentials. Selani didn't seem to be concerned by our insubordination, though. She was flagging down Nikonus as soon as he rose from his chair. I stand by my request for answers on the refugee crisis, Chief Nikonus, the Harkin reporter shouted. The Federation disagreement, the violence towards each other, has left people with no faith in their government. The elderly Kolshian ambled towards the exit. Am I to worry about the people's faith now? Yes. It's a matter of time before someone, maybe my publication, runs with the info I have. It would be extremely damaging to the Federation. Trust me, you need to sit down with me if you want to maintain stability. Nikonus paused. The reporter seemed to have struck a nerve with the last comment, and left him wondering what dirt she had of the Federation. He didn't know that much of it was silly speculation, combined with predator lies. I suppose he was thinking more about the killing of Federation diplomats, assuming that plot was government-backed. In my office, go quietly, he decided. The Kolshian guard shoved us forward, on their leader's orders, digging a rifle butt into my shoulder. I walked at a brisk pace for a few steps, then came to an abrupt halt. The soldier tailgating me cursed as he ran into my spines, and was left with prickle wounds all over his form. I was all I could do to stifle the chuckle. I could transport myself to the elevator without hovering grunts. The lift descended to the lowest floor, which housed the original suite belonging to the Kolshians. The Commonwealth decor referenced the aquatic routes, with massive saltwater tanks lining the walls. Rows of seaweed were planted on the floor while floating lilies formed the upper layer. I wondered what the humans would think of placing marine habitats indoors. They'd probably think that it was stupid as I did. Nikonus signaled for his guards to stay outside as he sealed the doors once we were entered his office. Next came the polite tentacle gesture towards the sofa. I was happy to sit down after vaulting onto a table and walking all across the governance complex. Berna shared a glance with Tulpen. Humans are wonderful caretakers, Nikonus. They have nurturing instincts and rival our own. I will skip the niceties. You two were brought here to sway votes, and I have little time for mind games, the chief said. Tulpen pounded away at his synthesizer. Damn you! We want the Federation to offer us asylum. Why haven't you done anything for us? The Predators could have sent you to their friends, the Poltons. They take the most refugees of anyone in the galaxy. We would be happy to coordinate with them. The Poltons are on the opposite side of Federation space, and you know that. They're a month of travel time away, Berna spat. The Kolshian chief stood and walked to the door with brisk strides. He whispered something to the guards, who dragged the refugees out by the arm. Outrage pumped through my blood, but I managed to keep silent. All they did was beseech Federation aid. It was sad when Predators had gone above and beyond to help us, and our allies thought us an inconvenience. Nikonus settled back down behind his desk. I will not be guilt-tripped into bringing human spies to live with us. Selani, what is it that you think that you know about the Federation? I have witnesses who say that you gave the voters for diplomatic relations faulty ships. Forensic evidence confirms their tale. Selani hissed. You set out to kill Federation diplomats in cold blood, just for speaking with the Predators. Furthermore, you made the Takan representative disappear because he saw your plot. Bold yet foolish accusations. A person who did such things could make you disappear too, my dear. If I don't contact my people within a few days, that story will run as it is. Simply, with the tagline, reporter vanishes after questioning Kolshian misconduct. A cover-up would confirm your guilt, but I want to help make this go away. You need Sovlin and I to protect the Federation's interests. You know we'd pick you all over those ugly Predators. Chief Nikonus scrunched up his face at the word ugly. Perhaps he was wondering if we shared the same view as the furless Kolshians. But their aquatic skin was easy on the eyes, and they didn't have the paralyzing stereoscopic vision. The bizarre thing about humans was that they had small patches of hair in random places. Regardless, A Harkian individual wouldn't curl her lip at a hairless being when her race had no fur either. We better hope Selani's response makes him talk. She just gave our Kolshian host a good reason to dispose of us too.
How much do you know? Nikonus asked.
Selani flicked her tongue in anticipation. Everything. I know you deleted the first contact files from the records. The Orcs have emotional intelligence and artwork. The Federation saw those traits in humans when we observed them the first time, but only recorded the negative attributes. I get that you wanted Ressel dead for treason. Why didn't you just execute him and then Terran ambassador on offer?
I waited for a denial to tumble out of the Kolshian's mouth, but the troubled glint in his eyes worried me. His pupils darted towards the door, as though he was considering summoning the guards. Chills ran up my spines. There was something off about this reaction. Slander against Federation could draw a vehement response. Nikonus's bulbous eyes narrowed. The people recognize me as a reasonable leader who gave a predator the chance to speak. Cutting down a pleading representative in front of cameras makes people question our morality. The exact reason that what Sovereign did was a terrible look. Everyone said I was more than fair to Noah. I even fed and provided for the human.
Determination sparkled in Seleni's gaze. You didn't fully answer my question. Also, why wait until the diplomats were out of Kolshian territory for the shuttle malfunction?
Out of sensor range. Everyone, including their governments, would assume the predators killed them. Nobody saw what happened, and that people don't need to know.
Why not? Because you hate humans and never intended for them to get a real chance.
I don't hate humans, but their diplomatic efforts cannot succeed. Look at the disaster that is Venlil. How many civilians want to see humans attending our meetings, walking those streets, living here? Also, our people would start asking questions about predators that we don't want them to ask.
My knees swirled around in my belly as those last words registered with me. The Kolshian chief must be going senile in his old age. Perhaps I was reading basic paranoia and something more, because the humans kept whispering theories in my ears. Selani palmed her chin. Federation citizens shouldn't ask questions about how first contact with the Orcs really went. We have it on good faith that you starved the Greys to death.
You must not run that storyline,
the chief hissed, leaping from his seat.
It would do irreparable damage to the general morale, and it is not the whole truth. You're a good journalist, Selani, not someone who lives on shock value. Any reporter worth their salt isn't trying to disintegrate the Federation.
Dizziness corkscrewed up my body, and I fought back the urge to scream. A ringing sensation drowned out all auditory signals. The tempest of emotions made me want to pass out. The shock was the strongest as my mind began unraveling. The Kolshian bat couldn't have just said what I heard. The Orcs were the ones who attacked us, because they were the Orcs. My entire worldview shattered in an instant. The anger over what happened to my family, knowing the Federation was responsible, it was unspeakable. What I wanted to believe was that humans were unique predators, while the Orcs were demonic monsters. It was difficult to accept my entire life was based on a lie. Saying that the starvation tale wasn't the whole truth meant that it had some veracity to it. I hadn't been listening to what Koth said during its interrogation, because an Oxal's words didn't matter. The only thing I cared about was if humans had made it scream. The Greys deserved to suffer for eating my family alive. Why couldn't the damn Terrans see that?
What did you do?
I charged across the desk at Nikonus, my vision blurred from rage. My claws were by his throat before I knew it, pinning him against the chair.
You move an inch and I'll tug your esophagus through your jawbone.
The Kolshian blinked.
Calm down. You are quite unstable, Sovereign. Your monkey pals have done a number on you. Back you! They're not monkeys any more than you're an Etkalan. It's a distant evolutionary link, term you use to desapinize them. Start talking your heart out, or I'll carve you up.
Selani tugged at my arm. Please stop. You're scaring me. Nikonus is cooperating. Don't you want to hear what he has to say?
No, I don't. We came here to stop a human Oxor alliance, not add fuel to the fire. Maybe we should cover this up, so our people survive.
The Oxor say that you tried to make them allergic to meat. I took a deep breath and backed away from the Kolshian. I didn't understand what it was saying, but I think it meant that they starve without flesh. You talked to a grey? Nikonus' voice leapt up an octave before he collected himself. I am disappointed in you, Sovereign. You used to be a good officer. Now you are a complete disgrace. Your family would be disgusted with the company you keep. You know nothing about my family. Talk, just fucking talk now! While my words were still charged with anger, conscious thought crept in. The logical side of me realized how dangerous it was to publish this. Whatever really happened, we were in a war of extinction. They couldn't afford to be any doubt. Narrative clarity is what gave the Federation conviction. Without it, we would start losing worlds faster than ever, and face division within our own ranks. The Kolshians sighed. There were 3 of us who laid out the groundwork for the Federation when Kolshian explorers came in contact with the fossil, more than 1,000 years ago. The galaxy was young. We were the first in the sector to escape our gravity well. You know about the founding of this institution, but I reiterate it just in case. The crow cattle were the 3rd, Selene offered. Yes, they were a problem from the start. Aggressive, disagreeable. We tried to identify the problem and why they were so ill-equipped for spacefaring. We learned that they were scavengers, who would occasionally go for fish as well. We were more level-headed because we're herbivores. My jaw almost hit the floor as I tried to digest this information. The Krakotl, a race I had cooperated with throughout my career, consumed meat 1,000 years ago. It was tough to believe that they'd hidden the fact from everyone else. Thinking of them as predators didn't compute in my brain. By the Protector, they had side-facing eyes and a religion against flesh-eating beasts. My endearment to the humans was all that stopped me from wanting the birds removed from the Federation. Flesh-eaters deserved a chance, and we had managed to coexist for centuries. I didn't understand what Nikonus' scavenger descriptor meant, but the Kolshians must have put an unholy amount of time into predator research. We gave them a choice. Take our cure, or we would wipe them out with a bioweapon. It was an easy choice for them. We brought them to be re-educated in camps, and the new religions were the algae on the fruit mash. They had to hate predators, or they'd find a way to revert back. Selene bore an aghast expression. You invented the cult of Inatala? Beliefs, religious or not, are the best way to control people. We planted fake archaeological texts and rewrote their history. They've become a productive race, harder to control now, but the cultural changes stuck. They have an enemy now, a purpose. Do the Krokatl have any idea what was done to them? Krakotl don't know this, obviously. That would be cruel, Selene. It's a closely guarded secret of the highest-ranking fossil in Kolshians. The process is down to a science, more subtle these days. We keep peace and give grotesque races a chance at normalcy. Races? Plural? I echoed. A sadistic glint surfaced in his pupils, though it was gone a second later. Perhaps Nikonus sensed how much this narrative hurt me. I had no idea how to feel about the Krakotl being a cured race. It clearly hadn't ended their aggression, given their intimidation tactics. Still, it would be cruel for Jerusalem to learn about this past. Yes, I'll get to that. We learned a hard lesson about giving full-on predator races the same chance. Hunting and scavenging are different. Hunting, being an actual predator, means unchecked war and violence, he explained. The Greys asked us for help with their food problem, then refused to try herbivory. Their arrogance is why they starved. Selene narrowed her eyes. You also killed the cattle, to be sure. They've shouted that one from the rooftops before. Blatantly untrue. We don't kill herbivore animals. We're not predators. That's absurd. I swallowed in discomfort. There's others in the Federation that used to eat meat. You said that you'd get to that. Oh, Sovereign, I already told you. For the small minority of species who don't find herbivory alone, we teach them the right way. Doesn't the religion against predators sound familiar? Something clicked in my brain. As the perseverance of the Great Protector's faith flashed through my mind, the Federation encouraged it as an emblem of Gojit culture. No, that couldn't be right. I wasn't a predator. The thought of eating meat sickened me, and our government had been the first to take action against Earth. The damn Kolshian looked so sure of himself, though. Somehow, my heart knew that he was telling the truth. I sank to my knees and stared at my lengthy claws in horror. The ancestors of my genes ate carcasses. My body was conditioned for that. Acid surged in my throat before I puked all over Nikonus's feet. The Kolshian leader massaged my neck. "Oh, it's all right. We fixed your species. One of the most successful conversions. Chalk it up to something you have in common with the upright apes." The self-hatred was on the same level as when I realized my mistake with Marcel. Selene was giving me a petrified look she gave Carlos, like I was a monster. All I wanted was to escape from my body. There was no way that I could control predator instincts I didn't know I had. This was a nightmare of unimaginable proportions. "No, you're lying," I whimpered. "I am not. See, Selene, it's cruel." The reporter's eyes watered. I don't know what to say. This is a lot at once. I crumpled into a ball, letting my tears drip to the floor. A faint thought wondered how the humans would react, but I didn't have the energy for hypotheticals. Everyone I ever knew and loved, myself and my family, were abominations. Not only had the Federation done what the Orcs said, but our members were corrupted. My perennial allegiance was gone. What did Gojin history actually look like? What elements of our culture had been wiped away? I didn't know how we'd begin to figure that out. With the cradle gone, it wasn't clear who we were, or how to retain our cohesive identity. The humans, for all their goodwill, couldn't help us in this regard. Nikonus leaned forward. "Now you see why it's important to protect these secrets. People like the Gojins can live in peace from their past. We've made it possible for them to walk amongst us without threatening stability. We saved them." "What you did is wrong," Selene whispered, shooting a glance at me. "You've been conducting genetic engineering on innocent species at I don't even know how large of a scale. Your actions are going to kill us all, between the Orcs and the humans." "You haven't learned a thing. If you publish any of this, I'll shoot it down as wild fabrication. There's no proof. Nobody would believe you." The Harkian chuckled bitterly and pointed to her notepad. A tiny camera was tapped into the desk, blinking yellow. My gaze focused on its lens, a desperate plea for help. I wondered if the humans were watching this live stream now for their shuttle. The Kolshian's eyes widened with horror, and he slapped a tentacle over his mouth. Selene cleared her throat. "They don't have to believe. You just told everyone yourself." Nikonus bared his teeth. "What? Short-sighted witch! You have no idea what you've just done. I should have you both shot." "Ha! Execute us on video. Go ahead. The truth is out there, and you can't take it back." They were certainly her words, and she knelt beside me without hesitation. I let her help me stand, grateful for the support. Kindness for the Gojins might be on permanent hiatus, now that we were outed as predators. Nausea lingered around any notion of my species eating meat. It would take years to make sense of this interaction. I didn't know that Selene was right to broadcast any of this, even if the lies and manipulation we'd uncovered. Regardless, nobody could have known the content Nikonus would divulge. It would be curious to see how the Federation citizens reacted over our interview. The humans were destined to side with the Orcs now. So what mattered was the time that we had left. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 24th, 2136. Wrapped in a warm bedsheets, I emerged into a groggy wakefulness. It took a second to identify my surroundings as a hospital room, and another to recall how I ended up here. A human was reclining in a chair, with wire-rimmed glasses over her eyes and dark curls falling over her face. That was Sarah Rosario, browsing something on a holopad. "Sarah," I gargled. Her rosy lips curved up in a smile, and she switched off her reading materials. The predator sprang from his seat in a heartbeat, pressing water glass into my lips. I didn't understand why she was here, but it was good to see a familiar face. The scientist hadn't made contact with my office since Earth's fall. I was worried about her. Sarah placed a hand on my shoulder. "Stay down. Your body has been through quite a shock. I don't know how to say this." I watched in silence as the human bit her lip, a gesture that suggested discomfort. She removed her glasses and set them down on the bedside table. The intensity of those forward-facing eyes, observing every little detail, was mesmerizing. I tried to signal with an ear flick that it was okay to be direct. That was a go-ahead, right? Well, I'm afraid your tail has been amputated, Tava, the scientist sighed. If it was lacerated a few inches higher, it would have been a spinal damage. The good news is that you can walk and return to normal activities. I lowered my eyes, taking a moment to process the news. I suspected as much, seeing the look on Noah's face. But so much of our non-verbal communication is with the tail signals. It's like your fingers. I know. We want to help. I've gotten in touch with some great people on Earth who've created prosthetics for animals. Sarah offered a comforting smile. It'll take some getting used to, but the prototype I ordered for you is cutting edge. It'll respond to your brain signals. We'd have it ready quicker, but our manufacturing is scrambled. My thoughts turned back to the maimed human attendees. It could have been much worse for me, as there had been a vast number of casualties. My heart ached at the thought of more dead Terrans. I still couldn't understand why anyone would do such a thing. Even predators killed for a reason. Knowing why this happened would offer solace. Explaining an event to my government and my citizens, which no doubt had been sensationalized by the media, would be a challenge. The Vandal populace must be freaked out. The smooth sailing months of first contact lulled us into feeling safe around humans. This would give the exterminators backing their vehement objections to the infestation. I leaned back against the pillow. I hope I didn't say anything harsh about humans. My memory is a bit fuzzy on the details. That's natural. Your brain is protecting itself, she responded. You were badly injured and in shock, and what you went through would traumatize a lot of humans too. If you're scared of me now, I'll leave. I understand this event is fresh. No, please. I just feel sad. I really wanted to see humanity succeed. You're my predators, my friends, my snarling guardians. What happened, Sarah? I don't understand. You know we react differently than you. You might have heard us reference our flight or fight response as opposed to your flight or alone instinct. When crowds panic for you, there's our stampedes. We can have those too. But if a human group is agitated with our fight side... Understanding dawned on me, and I exhaled a shuddering laugh. Sarah raised an eyebrow and a quizzical gesture. The fact that it was a predator stampede, not any murderous undercurrent, took a weight off my shoulders. Everyone would be able to grasp how personal agency became hazy in those situations. The humans are just like us, a more aggressive version of us. Of course, the Terrans felt like we were during the Orcs raid. They were threatened by the genocidal enemy, one they couldn't hope to fight or dissuade. Every second on Vendel Prime, they were scared for their lives and for their entire species. Combine that with grief, and even the stalwart predators would lose their refinement. The bomb's chaos made fear-driven anger spill over. It was the mere culmination of a horrendous week for humanity. If it's like a stampede, then it'll make sense to the Vendel that things got out of hand. I must issue a statement to the public and see that charges aren't pressed. We know what it's like to lose control, I reassured her. But there's no excuse for violence. Sarah's lips moved in a frenzy, as though she couldn't say the words fast enough. I was helping you understand the behavior, not exonerating it. Humans are expected to control themselves, no matter how extreme the circumstances. Many people are hurt or dead. That's never acceptable. It was awful, I do recall. Noah took a long time to stand. Wait, where is Noah? The female scientist lifted a bouquet of earth-born flowers from the table and brought them over to me. They were an intricate cone of petals, bearing a rich shade of red. Unless this was a human gesture of condolence, I assumed those were left as a gift from Noah. I was still puzzled why he wasn't present, but I took the alien plants with gratitude. Noah sat by his side all night, refused to let any doctors look at him. The blast gave him a minor concussion. I had to talk some sense into him, tell him to rest up, Sarah said. I'm sure you'd want him to take care of himself. But he bought you these first, said that he hoped that they'd cheer you up. I flicked my ears. What about Maya? The human-stunned smile fell in a heartbeat, like I'd asked her something terrible. There was the knowing glint in her eyes. It was a pitiful look of someone who couldn't bring herself to say the words. Sharing the worst news was difficult when it was bound to enact a heavy toll on another person. Tears swelled around my irises long before she found her voice. Sarah averted her eyes. The Secretary General is dead. He bled out on the operating table. Too many organs ruptured. Gunshot wounds to the abdomen are nasty. I'm sorry. I pulled the blanket over my face in an attempt to smother the grief. Elias Mayer had dedicated himself to virtue and his pursuit of peace to the last. Every temptation pushed him to the opposite direction, but he was true to his beliefs. He steered humanity towards its best attributes. I counted on him to make hard decisions for everyone's benefit. The Secretary General was always kind to us and bent over backwards for our partnership to succeed. Elias will be missed. He was a true leader, willing to do whatever was necessary. He dreamed big. There was so much he could have offered humanity. The Van Lille doctors completed a brain scan post-mortem. At the forceful request of extermination officers, the female human continued. They wanted data to distinguish good ones from human animals. Analysis of her thoughts, weakness, and anatomy. Tava, I don't like the sound of that. My head poked out from the blanket. What? They're not in charge. Get General Cam over here and make sure nobody else touches him. Cam cleared them out for us. Soon as the UN got wind of it, lots of people don't trust humans. After, the bomber of the assembly released their call to arms. We don't know how to allay the general fear. We're doing everything we can to identify the culprit, but that might take time. Sarah lowered herself onto the edge of the bed, bringing her holopad into view. A human wearing a mask was recording themselves on video. Something about the way this one leaned forward with aggression screamed predator. There were no identifying features visible, so this could be any Terran that I passed. The surroundings were dark, leaving no way of discerning their location either. Even the voice was distorted by some filter, which made the words throatier than an Orcs' cadence. Our leaders have been putting alien interests before ours. They dragged humanity into a war that they have no business being a part of, without getting a full picture. Elias Mayer's death is the first step in putting things right. He failed to defend Earth, while capitulating to the creatures who put us down. He and everyone like him are responsible for the billions dead. The Predator finished the first segment of their claim. The boastful attitude resembled happiness, while taking credit for the dead human leader. How could that seem like an achievement to anyone? Behind the mask, the speaker was expressionless as they continued, but the accusatory finger wag they threw in was decisive, ripe with anger. It is time that we have a government that puts humanity first. We are a superior species, more than the mindless animals that populate this galaxy. It is time we claim our rightful mantle. Justice and retribution are due. Not the peace-groveling mayor sort. To our detriment. He was weak in the face of continual attacks. He was soft in the face of ultimatums and senile traitor to mankind. The anonymous Terran breathed an aggravated sigh, losing steam for a moment. They collected their thoughts and refocused on the camera. Despite not being able to see their ferocious eyes, I could feel their gaze cutting through me like a blade. This predator was unstable, polluted by hatred and blame. From now on, we make sure that any human who appeases alien interest has no safe haven. The officials must be replaced by force if necessary. We will not allow anyone to apologize for our nature anymore. Any aliens who side against us must be treated as enemies. Now, it is time to take action, my fellow man. Make your voices heard and show no mercy. Death to the Federation. My eyes stretched wide after the verbose speech concluded on a morbid note. I had no idea that humans had such scorn for the Secretary General, and for the crime of wanting peace of all things. The attack on Earth wasn't his fault. Blaming Mayer for not pulling out a miracle was preposterous. Honestly, the Predators were fortunate the planet survived at all. There was a reason Vendel wanted to gloss over the necessary intervention of the Orcs. We didn't want to associate our friends, humanity, with a race of savaging tormentors. I doubted many people would be open to considering that the Federation started the war, besides me. My hesitation existed because our predators had been slapped in the face, time and again. I understood how Terrans might think the Orcs were the lesser evil, after recent suffering skewed their view. The Greys were the ones who showed interest in diplomacy and came to Earth's rescue in their darkest hour. I couldn't fault my friends for questioning their loyalties. Still, it was jarring to hear a human murderer call for violent acts against the Federation and the UN. I heaved an anxious sigh. I've never heard any one of your people talk like that. Is that what, predator disease looks like in predators? I guess. Most humans are normal as can be, harmless unless harmed. Sarah scratched her scalp, and hunching her shoulders in discomfort. Our outliers are more extreme, because we have more of an inherent ability for violence. I apologize for the supremacist rhetoric that individual broadcasted. Not your fault. I'll happily agree that you are a superior species in many ways, but mindless animals sounds like it could come verbatim from an Orcs. I need to get out of here now. Sarah pushed me back as I swung my legs over the bedside. My brain had blotted out Maya's last request upon waking, likely because my subconscious wanted to avoid the task. The Secretary-General had known his survival odds were negligible. Freeing the Vendel cattle was what he wished to be his legacy. The lies claimed that the nightmarish chief hunter aspired to end the war with sapient farming. It was quite possible the Secretary-General was projecting his own dreams. That human wouldn't have intended for me to get hurt, of course. He had little concept of how manipulative and deceitful Orcs were. It was tough to tell where calculation ended and authenticity began. The hateful words Mayor touted as theatrics, a stunt by Isif to avoid execution, had convinced me well enough. There hadn't been a moment's hesitation when he called me lesser and an animal, much like the human bomber. The fact that the first parallel that popped into my mind was a Terran mass murderer wasn't a good sign. Did I trust the Secretary-General's judgment enough to go through with this? It wasn't like I actually heard what Isif told Mayor for myself. To make my own judgment, it's down to whether I believe the obligate child-eater would want peace. Stop kicking me, Governor, you're not going anywhere, the scientist objected. You're just tiring yourself out. I flicked my ears. The Vendel cattle exchange has to go through, and Maya isn't here to finish it. This can't wait. I have no idea who your new leader is or what they'll do. Elias begged me to speak to Isif. I respect him too much to not try. Isif, the Orcs commander in this sector. Mayor shouldn't have requested that, especially with your personal history. Despite that, if an Orcs truly wanted peace, I'm willing to try. It is his intentions I'm concerned about. Our history with them doesn't offer any indication of empathy. But you know they've shown it to humans, or at least mimicked it. The mere thought of Isif makes me shudder and want to crawl under my bed. Damn it, I'm going before I change my mind. I just have to release the statement to the Vendel people first, for your sake. Sarah knitted her coarse brows together and raised a finger in the Terran 1-second gesture. She retrieved a wheelchair from the corner, moving me into it before I could protest. How weak and frail did the human think I was? I could walk on my own. Getting used to the lack of balance from my missing tail before I face-planted with Isif was important. I'm coming with you, and it's not a debate. Noah's not the only one who can disregard his welfare, she quipped. I squirmed as the chair rolled out of the room. You don't have to do that. The work you're doing with the Vendel soldiers is important. You're more important. Besides, I thought you'd want someone you knew as your liaison. I'm here as an interim ambassador, and also as an old friend who owes her life to you. Isif is less likely to harm you with a human around. So I'm coming. Well, all right, if you insist. The two of us have a lot of catching up to do. Sarah, I haven't seen you since the exchange program. You were gone to Alpha for over a month with Loverboy. I hate politics anyway. Your diplomatic functions bore me to death, if I'm honest. I'll be a poor ambassador for that stuff. Likewise, doing your work, all that data and analyzing would bore me silly. But your curiosity was one of the first things that made me sense a kindred spirit in humans. I know how much research excites you. Oh, the science going on now is everything I've dreamed of. We're mapping the Vendel genome, testing for fear responses, and writing theses about your sociology and ecology. Full study might take centuries, but the breakthroughs we're making are priceless. Suffice to say, I'm happy manning the projects and lecture circuits. It didn't escape my notice that Sarah avoided mentioning the Orcs as a topic of interest, despite their commonalities with humans. Something told me that she was afraid of Isif too. The Grey's actions had sickened her from the start. Her unease made me feel a bit better about my soul-crushing dread. What good could come from this meeting, Elias wondered, beyond a bitter agreement? I wasn't sure it was possible to have a meaningful conversation with creatures that thrived on cruelty. At least sailing off into the night would reassure the Vendel. Visiting Earth would be a public display of trust in humanity, to back my issue statement. If the masses knew the reason for my voyage, they would undermine the soothing explanation about human stampedes. They would spit on Elias Mayer's corpse for broaching the topic, and despise me for negotiating with a vile monster. It wasn't clear how we would disguise the methods used to save any Vendel cattle. This was going to be a precarious situation to manage, from an optics perspective. End of chapter. Chapter 69. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tavna of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 25th, 2136. This wasn't how I imagined my first visit to Earth. Communicating with the disorganized UN via hail that went unanswered for minutes. The humans on the line were terse at first, but there was a drastic shift in tone after they realized who I was. It made me feel guilty to be landing, while they were on the edge and reading from the attacks. The poor Terran governments were still trying to clean up in the aftermath. It was stunning to see the sprawling oceans from above. This was not the image of a predator hellscape the Federation depicted. Pictures didn't do Earth's serenity justice. The humans were blessed with a gorgeous homeworld. Perhaps this is why they were obsessed with studying their environment and caring for animal life, despite their preordained role as killers. When I asked to be pointed to Chief Hunter Isif, we were referenced to a base outside New York City. My heart ached, as I recalled that was one of the UN's headquarters. Our ship was granted immediate clearance by the regional powers, and the American tribe heaped an apologies that they couldn't scramble a proper welcome. It did surprise me that the U.S. radio operator politely said she hoped I wasn't here to stir up trouble. Our predator friends really didn't want to piss off the Orcs. A green and brown pelted human waited outside the ship, with a contingent behind them. Governor Tava, we're honored by your visit. Please, let us know if there's anything you need. The soldier snapped a hand to their forehead, and the others behind mirrored the cue. I didn't understand what the gesture meant, but it seemed respectful. It was difficult to discern every human cue, since their body language varied so drastically from the rest of the galaxy. I wished once again that they had tails to make it easier. Sarah sensed my confusion and leaned by my ear. That's a salute. It's a military gesture of respect. They're welcoming you as one of their own. Thanks, do I do it back? I asked. The American soldier chuckled. Sure, if you want. I raised my paw awkwardly, pressing the pad down against my ear. The humans had a good-natured laugh at my discomfort, and the leader extended a clawless hand in greeting, recognizing that the invitation had the primary human introductory gesture, a show of non-hostility. I placed my paw in their hand. Those fingers tightened in a vice-like grip for a moment, before breaking away. Chief Hunter Isif is in the mobile unit. They're with an excessive, decorative weapon displays. We're surprised and slightly concerned by your request, Governor, the spokesperson growled. That said, we're happy to acquiesce any ask by our oldest alien ally. Would you like an escort? I flicked my ears. No, thank you, though. Perhaps you could wait outside, in case I need, help? The soldier nodded and stepped out my way. Sarah trailed behind me with delicate footsteps, taking a while to survey the devastation. The horror was plain on her face, as she saw the raised skyline. This place had once been a teeming mass of Terran civilization. The grand architecture and the homes of millions were obliterated in the bombing, which left the population center in disarray. I had no idea if Isif had been told to expect us, but he hadn't left any Greys waiting outside. The door wasn't left ajar as an invitation either. That set me more on edge than I already was, escalating the knot of fear in my stomach. Perhaps the chief hunter wasn't at all interested in the talks with the lesser species, and was lying inside in ambush. What was I thinking? My feet came to a halt by the door, standing stationary. No, I don't want to. Sarah placed a hand on my shoulder. You don't have to do this. We can turn back. I'm sure the American military would be happy to go through the dog and pony show, even in their current state. The what? Help me walk in. You're asking me to carry you. That'll probably be a bad look. Never mind. You're all right. Sucking in a gasping breath, I slammed my paw down on the door handle. The room was pitch black, despite being midday. The Orcs had placed blackout curtains on every window. A single lamp was turned on in the corner, illuminating Isif's silhouette. The predator was massive, with a girth that put the weightiest humans to shame. That was due to his hardy skeleton and abdominal muscles. The rough scales were visible on his spine, since he dropped to all fours. It was on the floor with a gouged child in its mouth. The beast was snacking on the poor little thing, who was wailing her head off. "Wah! Wah!" she shrieked. My horror turned to confusion as I realized Chief Hunter Isif was spinning around in circles. Upon closer inspection, the Orcs had his teeth gripping the child's scruff. He hadn't even drawn blood, despite being able to taste her flesh. There were no signs of drool around his lips, or dilation in the slit pupils either. If I didn't know better, I'd think the prey kid was enjoying this. She was moving her arms up and down like a bird's wings. The hunter stopped moving his paws and set the child down on the floor. The gouged giggled and bounced on her haunches. "Again, Siffy, faster this time," she cheered. The Orcs issued a bone-chilling growl that set my fur on end. "My name is not Siffy. Siffy is harder to say than Isif." "But Siffy is a better name. It's super cute." "Cute? Why, you leaf-licking demon, take that back." "No, I don't listen to you." "You came into my cabin, so you will listen to me. Don't make me roar at you, Nunia." "Yes, roar at that then, little. It'll be funny." The Orcs whipped around, lacking a peripheral vision like humans. Isif had been distracted with Nulia, likely from resisting his urges to wolf her down. He hadn't noticed my entrance. I locked my limbs as his gaze landed on me. The last thing I wanted was to tremble and bray, but tears welled in my eyes nonetheless. That thing looked so hungry, like he's sizing me up. Those jerky, purple movements. How did I ever think Noah was scary? This was a mistake. "Tava, Vendel Governor," Isif growled, his voice laced with surprise. "Come in, please, I need help with the brat." Nulia poked her claws against his fangs. "See, Siffy is nice, Tava. He looks like a bad monster, but he's rescued us. He's not going to eat anyone." "Quit sticking your grubby claws in my mouth. How would you like it if someone was doing that to you?" "I don't have snarling teeth. You do. Marshall doesn't care at all." "If Marcel is happy to be poked and prodded, that's his business. It's obvious he doesn't discipline you at all." My eyes widened as I picked up on the word Marcel. Perhaps that was a common male name for humans, since the odds that the tortured predator was here was astronomical. The Orcs flared his nostrils and picked Nudie up by the scruff. He stalked past me, returned to the bipedal stance. A human male limped up the stairs with only stubble on his scalp. There was panic in his hazel eyes, along with a nasty pair of scars on his cheek. That was, in fact, the same wounds I'd seen on the half-dead human. His jaw dropped as he saw the Orcs toting the gouged. The Terran lunged forward, snatching Nunia away from his shaking hands. Marcel bared his teeth, eyebrows slanted down. "I've been looking everywhere for you. What were you thinking, wandering into an Orc's lodgings? You're lucky that... I'll tell you later." "Marcel," I squeaked, "it's good to see you up and about." A reddish eyebrow arched in confusion. "Governor Tava? I don't believe we're acquainted, so I presume... Well..." Sarah nodded her agreement. "We both were there when you were wheeled in. It's wonderful to see you made a full recovery." "Haven't got that far yet. Still working on getting my head right. And I'm not ashamed about it. Anyways, Nudie has been naughty and is going to get grounded. Take care, guys."
"No, why are you so mean, stupid Marshall?"
the gouged wailed.
"I didn't do anything. I hate you."
The red-haired human snorted, pursing his lips with displeasure. It was nice to see him in good spirits, though I wondered how he wound up as a caretaker for a gouged. Terran predators seemed more than willing to bond with anything cute or young. I was just relieved to see Marcel's trauma hadn't turned him against aliens. Slanek must have been helpful on that front. "Bah, humans are soft, aren't they? If I talked to my mother like that, she would have cracked my skull." Issav rumbled. That's sad. I turned around to face him, using all of my strength to meet his gaze. There's nothing powerful about hurting someone who can't fight back.
I suppose, as we say, it is the weakling who seeks the slow-running prey. Tava, this war proves nothing. Where is the pride of the hunt? The entire Federation is slow-running prey, as far as I'm concerned.
We're not prey. We shouldn't be running at all. We're people, not your food. The Orcsaur closed his maw, studying me with interest. There was a hint of surprise in his pupils, perhaps even some grudging respect. I never looked at the Grey's visage as anything more than a mindless predator. A smidge of thought and emotion was in there, even if it all went towards cruel intelligence. Whatever I expected from Issav, it wasn't playing with a cogent child. He has some self-control, even if it's taxed now. Sarah clasped her fingers together. Praise demeaning. If the governor doesn't want to accept that label anymore, power to her. I know I'd like to have people stop calling me Predator. I ducked my head. I'm working on that, but it slips out when I'm scared.
Tava, you don't have to call me Grey. I'll drop the word prey. Such a stupid name, Issav hissed. Your fur is grey, and they don't call you that. Fair, yes?
I plopped myself on the couch. Fair.
You are fascinating. I do see why the humans think that you have potential. You reined in your fear faster than any herbivore I've seen. You talk to me.
Because I want to understand. I understand what an obligate carnivore is now. I know that you can eat fruit feasts and starve. What I don't understand is why you didn't just try stop this or make it quick.
The Orcsaur walked slowly, his form lumbering through the shadows. I could imagine the Federation never looked at such monstrosities as truly sapient. These weren't the social humans, whose common ancestors included tree-dwelling frugivores. Issav had bony claws that could tear through skeletal muscle, and yellow teeth that curved out of his jaw. He was the perfect killing machine. Sarah was uninterested in sitting. She preferred to stay on her feet. The Grey paused by the couch, eyeing the open spot next to me. His tail lashed the cushion and waited for a reaction. A predator I had screaming nightmares about was so close, staring at me. I could feel his rank breath on my neck. My heart pushed against my ribcage, leaving me with the urge to clutch my chest. Those flaring nostrils must have picked up my nutritious blood. If I understood how scent worked, he could taste me on the breeze. I was certain that he could smell the fear chemicals coursing through my scrawny frame. My breathing was becoming erratic, despite my efforts to measure it. Issav leaned back. I'm trying to make this war stop. Some idiots from your side started this all. It doesn't matter much now. They're dead. Neither of us are responsible for what our species did.
You're a chief hunter, that's not a powerless grunt, Sarah interjected.
I am one person. The fighting was necessary. The cost of the Federation winning the war was higher than us winning. Until now. Vendel are curious, accepting predators, an anomaly.
I hugged my knees to my chest. Do the Orcs have a society to lose? What are you? The chief hunter retrieved a holopad from an armrest. The device had grips carved into the back, which were clearly meant to suit Orcsal claws. He pounded on the keyboard that seemed to have an alphabet at random slashes, and a low growl rumbled from his chest. The predator picked out a single image, turning it to me. The picture looked like a village of modest huts, separated from each other by sizable distances. The Orcsaur might as well have installed chasms between themselves and their neighbors. There was no electricity visible inside the dwellings, since the nocturnal Greys preferred darkness. I guess they'd only use power for applications. Surprisingly, there were no carcasses hanging outside, no blood on the overgrown grass. All roads seemed to converge on the woods, where the activity ticked up. Bulky Greys were fighting in pavilions, while younger ones practiced stalking alone on wobbly pedestals. It figured that their playing was all hunting and violence. The humans at least have a decency to mask their predation. They would never think about hunting for fun. Issav bared his teeth.
This is our home world, the warm spheroid we call Rus. That means rock, loosely. Most people work on the farms, in betterment, in shipping and manufacturing, or in the military. The government assigns rations based on merit.
Sapient rations? All you ever ate?
The alternative is to starve. I do not wish to die that way. You do not know what it is to be hungry, to live with the pains and cravings.
I would rather starve than eat people.
That's easy to say when you're content and sated, is it not?
Ask your human friends what they are like when they're deprived of food. They eat each other, in extreme cases.
My eyes shifted to Sarah, who flinched. The human scientist brought a fist to her lips, coughing awkwardly. The thought of my predator friend eating their own kind made my stomach flip. I hadn't thought they'd munch on Vendel, let alone other Terrans. Was the Orcs mistaken? Cannibalism is taboo, and very rare, she managed. People, many humans will do anything to survive. As Isif said, it usually is in extreme cases, with no other food for the extended time.
That's appalling. That's worse than predatory.
Of course it is. But Vendel steal food from each other during your famines. Eating human flesh sickens us, and that is an awful decision to make. Your body can't function without food and water. It's a biological requirement. It was still fresh in my memory how outraged Sarah was when she learned the Vendel cattle. I recalled how widespread fury and disgust took root across Earth when they discovered our plight. Yet now the scientist was downplaying the consumption of sapiens, her own race. Was starvation the only excuse predator races needed to cast aside their morals? Isif curled his lips. Orcs all have such cases too. Also rare for us. Many people are desperate now, but it is punishable by execution. The disease are too dangerous, so the Dominion, made examples.
What diseases?
I squeaked. Sarah buried her face in her hands. Prion diseases, transmitted through faulty proteins, always lethal. Beyond the moral issues, that's a good incentive for us to not eat human flesh.
There's a communicable disease that can only spread through predation. It's a wonder the omnivore humans haven't all gone vegetarian.
It was tough to reconcile the disconnect between the civilized humans I knew and the worrisome practices I continued to uncover from any that were desperate. This exchange made me feel a lot less certain on Terrans never eating Vendel, a qualifier I had believed with all my heart. These two alien predators, who had more in common than I'd like to admit. I knew Elias Mayer hid a lot from us under his regime, but the extent of the emissions was startling. Isif tilted his head. You could help humanity now, Tava, unless you think they deserve to choose between eating their dead or starving to death alongside their kin.
I am helping. I love them still, I said,
wiping a frightful tear away.
But I've given them everything I can spare, and then some.
No, you have not. You know of their lab-grown meat, which the humans conveniently avoided divulging to me. That is the prize catch, don't you see? Grow enough to satisfy our cattle deal because your friends can't afford to give their scraps away. Then you can send surplus food to Earth. Fill some empty bellies.
You're insane. Do you think the Vendel would ever grow flesh as predator food? The backlash I would get...
It's a small price to free millions of Vendel. Without the animal killing you pretend your paws are clean of. You're a hunting challenge species, but it is truly no difference than cell cultures. Hunting challenge species was a roundabout way of calling Vendel prey. I tried to swish my tail in irritation, but the missing appendage was unresponsive. It was surprising the Orcs hadn't commented on the amputated stump. He didn't question why Elias Mayer wasn't present either, so I supposed he'd learned of the bombing. Isif was correct that it was only cell cultures and lab work, but growing carcasses was the tough pill to swallow. It felt like a betrayal of everything the Federation believed in, like we were selling ourselves out. Mixed emotions played at my human companion's face, as though she was debating whether to agree with him. Putting our industrial capacity to manufacturing dead bodies. Yikes, I thought to myself. The Vendel extermination officers will say it's a slippery slope to enabling wildlife murder. They might be right. Sarah bit her lip. While that would be helpful, I don't want to pressure the governor. Growing predator food for you, and even for us, would sicken her. I'm sure it's not a savory thought when she finds everything about Orcs are abhorrent, but it is never wrong to do what you must to survive, and for the greater good, Isif growled. I blinked. I don't know if I can get past the stigma. Think of it this way. If you had grown meat for us from the start, how many Federation lives would not have been lost? How many years of pain would have been avoided? I ask myself those questions about the Orcs, and it helps me speak to you. My pride and my culture say I do not need your kind, but the stigma is inconsequential. It is illogical. I know it is illogical. I thought about the feral predator's words, and now my daughter could still be alive. Would I not grow flesh in a heartbeat if it stopped our Orcs from bombing Vendel schools? I'll try to get it through, rush it even. I won't make any promises, but let's plan for an exchange 5 weeks from today. The chief hunter rose from the couch, attempting to give a polite tail swish.
it came across as a rapid lash, but I recognized it as an effort to communicate in our terms. I couldn't believe how insightful that dialogue was, and how polished the grey was. Because of humans, the Vendel took the first step to repairing the rift between predator and prey. It remained to be seen if the cattle plot the United Nations dreamed up ended in disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Memory transcription subject, Captain Soblin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 27, 2136. The overall reaction to the news on Alpha was pure pandemonium. I believe that the Kolshian public as a whole had no idea about any of this. They were livid with their own government for keeping predator species alive. Leaders of every planet rushed to the airwaves to broadcast statements, with a few withdrawing all ties to any converted race. The Krakkotal ambassador barricaded himself in his quarters and purportedly called in airstrikes on his own holdout worlds. The avian commander would not adhere to this order, which drove him further into rage. After leading the raid on Earth, it was too much for them to process that they were the first sapient flesh-eaters. Chief Nikonus did not resign his post, and instead attempted to appease the angered members. The Kolshians had been the leading force amongst races that sought the military alliance with Earth. A new coalition was organized to threaten anyone who left the Federation, or reached out to humanity. Tens of thousands of ships were brought on preemptively standby. But the neutral factions were the interesting ones to observe. The divide became skewed in the humans' favor as the Federation turned on each other. Of the non-converted neutrals, those with close ties to the resumed omnivores were the likeliest to offer aid. The Sulian and Iftali alliance, a government consisting of two sapient species from the same world, were the first to announce their support for Earth. Iftali's religion based on dietary purity led to unpleasant conclusions. I hadn't come to terms with being a predator, or a scavenger, as Nikonus had put it. Selene worked tirelessly to spin a tale of victimhood, but I didn't feel depressed. Perhaps the Kolshians were right, that they had turned the Gojits into something worth saving. We were better species for not eating meat and never knowing that temptation. What would the humans say if it was wrong to feel that this cure was a cure, that I'm a disease? Right now, I was engaging in my first interaction with the Federation in days. The Mazak and Dossa ambassadors were present as Terran allied parties. The other attendees, the Harkon, the Tillfish representatives, were both partial contributors to the Annihilation Fleet. The meeting location was outside of Uffa, on an abandoned station. It was difficult to focus on the conversation, but I was needed here to guess at humanity's desires. Quipper, the Mazak vice president, flared her trunk. We have known contaminated species like the Gojits and the Tillfish for centuries. I can't believe that they all were harboring bloodlust in secret for so long. That's solid evidence that humans might, just might, be genuine allies. I had no idea about any of this. I thought just like any of you. I'm still disgusted by predators, I mumbled in a dazed voice. Harkon Ambassador Raelia ignored me, focusing on Selene.
This has given me a new perspective on humanity. They're predators, but they're open about it, not hiding amongst us.
Federation.
We only contributed 100 ships. The Federation brainwashed us into thinking predators needed to be destroyed.
The Tillfish representative, Dwul, was an insectoid being, with mandibles and black exoskeleton.
The Kolshians won't help us, or acknowledge us now. We can't predict what they'll do to our people next. The only species that might have helped us is set on our heels.
Surrender! They might kill you, but who cares now? I don't, I sighed. The Harkon reporter glowered at me, floored by my brusqueness. I suppose I had crossed the line with that remark. Still, my sympathy for the species that had wanted to kill humanity right up until it was their arse on the line was dwindling. Everything felt hollow since the revelation. We were all a lot of hypocrites. I just wanted to hurt something, which, I guess, was the buried predator talking. They're a monster, Sovlin. In so many ways. You're disgusting.
The humans themselves said revenge wasn't about blind genocide.
Get a grip, Selene hissed. I chewed my claws. Sorry. I just understand that the Orcs are going to kill us all. And the humans they'd be well within their rights to tell us to feck off. The Harkon reporter glanced at a holobat, as though she was waiting for someone. I noticed that she'd been rather apprehensive around me. since Nikonus told her the truth. Writing off my temper as a poor attitude wasn't simple anymore. We had known each other for years, and now it was as if we were strangers. My ears detected a faint sound like the patter of raindrops on a rooftop. Instead of coming from above, the light vibrations echoed through the floor. Something bipedal was attempting stealthy movement. My reptile friend showed visible relief as she picked up on it too. That suggested it wasn't Kolshian soldiers here to knock us off. Two human figures clicked open the door and turned their backs to us. They must be checking that nobody had followed them. The predators were all covered in head to toe in full body armor, with helmets that concealed their features. I could tell from the slight limp in the male step that it was Carlos covering the rear. The slender predator, likely Samantha, made a high-pitched sound. It sounded similar to a bird whistle and was followed by a hand wave. The Takan male ducked out from behind the corner, receiving the coaster's clear signal. I was shocked at the condition he was in. There were gashes and contusions all across his silver hide. "What did you do to him?" Quipper shrieked. The trunk flare. "Who invited you lot?" Selani raised an arm. "I invited them." Carlos inhaled sharply, tightening his fingers around his gun. "That's a Takan ambassador, jailed and mistreated by the Kolshians. We broke him out while cantankerous Sovlin was snooping around." "Oh, sorry. Old habit," the Mazik responded. "It's, good to see you, predators." Ambassador Rayla was frozen at the sight of the predators. The humans were twice the height of an average Harkin before Kia bulked them out. She held a pen out in front of her with stiff arms, as if that would ward off the gun-toting primates. To be fair, she was probably leaving the situation in their custody or in a body bag. Duel took a different approach and clicked his mandibles in submissive note. He scuttled forward on his black, jointed legs, which connected to his rotund thorax. The tillfish shook as he threw himself at the human's feet. His antennae quivered as his beady eyes fixed on them, waiting for a reaction. Carlos jumped backwards with apparent fright and barely kept his twitchy finger off the trigger. Samantha shook her head, muttering curses and denials. A shudder rippled down her back while her legs seemingly unsteady. The predator's response was bizarre, something I hadn't seen from them. Were the humans afraid? They never shown any fear of aliens, not since I'd known them. Hell, both of these soldiers had gone up against the worst the galaxy had to offer. Garnos was eager to go toe-to-toe with an Orcs, throwing himself in the face without hesitation. Samantha jumped out amidst the flames to turn the tables on exterminators. "What in the protector has gotten into them? This is almost comical, that an insect species is what elicits fear from them." "Drill, back up. I think you're scaring them," I growled. Carlos took a shaky breath. "More like freaking me the feck out." "I second that. Totally creepy, man," Samantha added. "Selani, a little warning next time." Selani looked bewildered. "Warning of what?" The human predators watched warily as the tillfish shuffled back on its spindly legs. The Takan representative was happy to take a seat, but the Terrans were hesitant to enter. Their posture, which was fluid and graceful under normal circumstances, had gone rigid as a board. They beckoned to me and Selani, while swallowing more often than usual. The other representative stared, as the Harkon journalist and I jogged up to the predators. The UN soldier pulled us aside, keeping their voices hushed. Their body language suggested tension, and they kept shooting glances at Tillfish. It was a threat assessment. They wanted to be certain he hadn't moved. "First off, great work with Nikonus, both of you. More on that later." Samantha cleared her throat. "So, many humans find bugs and crawly things unnerving, or outright disgusting. I'm not sure I can talk to, whatever it is." "Seriously? You're afraid of them, not the Orcs? Don't judge me. The deadliest animal on our planet is a tiny little insect called a mosquito. Worse than all of those predators you hate," the human female hissed. Carlos nodded. "No, so, where Sam lives, there's spiders everywhere, and they're fecking deadly too. We evolved to be afraid of them because they're venomous." I leaned back in understanding. "They're your natural predators. That's, kind of hilarious, to be honest. See, now you know how we feel talking to you." "Oh, feck you, Sovlin." I could sense the female's narrowed eyes beneath her suit. "Give us a briefing on that twirl you called it. I need a moment." I tucked knowledge of the predator's weakness away. This was the first time I'd ever seen their fearful reactions, and I'd hoped that the humans could fight the irrationality. By the predator's blessing, they hadn't even referred to the child-eating Oxor as a depersonalized it. It wasn't clear how they'd react to an enemy species that set off internal alarms. Selani piped up with a bashful expression. "Twill species is called the Tillfish. There's one of the modified races, we think. They were the smallest contributor to the attack on Earth, and with a mere 100 ships. They attacked us, so we can kill them all and with a clear conscience. Thank the Lord," Samantha mumbled. Carlos crossed his arms. "I doubt they're all complicit. Everyone wanted to kill us because we looked creepy. Sam, let's not, be like that. I'm good. Now, let's talk to the giant spider ant thing before making decisions." The female predator snorted. "Sure, why not? Just another Friday with the peacekeepers. See space, meet exciting new people," they said. "It'll be fun," they said. Samantha shook her head and strode into the room with careful steps. She seemed to be mapping an exit route if needed. Neither human took a seat by the table. There were no doubt the assembled representatives had noticed their jumpiness. I hoped the Terrans could get it together. Perhaps it would be best to force Twill to leave the proceedings before someone got hurt. The Dosser diplomat chittered from atop the table, hailing from the most diminutive species in the galaxy. The size gap was a difficult hurdle to overcome. The Dosser hadn't believed humanity's tale about their representative's death and broke off relations with Earth. However, after Niconus affirmed Colchian culpability on tape, the Rodents were back on the bargaining table. "Now that is adorable," Carlos decided. "Look at those little ginger mouse ears." "Hi!" Alar shuddered at the predator's roar. No, please, no eat. You want to step outside, buddy?" I asked gently. The rodents scurried away at once, and the humans simply slumped their shoulders. "You're a lot bigger than him. Take heart, though. The Dosser are one of your original allies." The male soldier sighed. "He's tiny. So much for, excuse me, oh supreme predators, I beseech your mercy humbly. I apologize for my unworthy display earlier." Twill clicked his mandibles with adoration, but had the good sense to keep his distance this time. "I will see that all 1,500 of our ships are turned over to you. Anything we have, including our territory, is yours. Please accept the Tillfish's unconditional surrender. Just let my people live." Samantha rubbed the back of her neck, a self-soothing gesture. "Yes, we'll pass along your surrender. Deliver your ships to the Sol System and await our decision. We're under no obligation to show you mercy, bug." The Tillfish adopted a mournful expression, but didn't argue with the human's curt reply. If the predators were thinking straight, they'd see the pragmatism of accepting that offer. Assimilating the insectoid ships to their decimated commander would help them get back into the war. It would also set a precedent, so other enemies might surrender without fight. "Ignore my counterpart. Humanity recognizes your surrender and will give the civilian presence full consideration," Carlos cut in. "Sam, I hate what they did to us, but the Federation has these people indoctrinated. They're not all bad. Look at Selene versus her race." The reporter tilted her hair. "Thanks?" "Don't mention it. I extended the same offer to your ambassador for your sake, Selene. Perhaps Ralia has a bit more, regret now than she did on your recording." "Yes, sir. How terribly sad about Earth. Very sad indeed." The Harkon politician agreed. The humans tilted their heads. Even without seeing their expressions, I could tell they found that response less than convincing. It was easy to visualize the sourness on Sam's face as she cracked her knuckles slowly. Regardless of their instincts towards Tillfish, Twill's groveling surrender landed better than Ralia's lukewarm act. The Harkon ambassador is lucky there's other species here that the humans don't want to chase off. Carla sighed. "Humanity plans to go on the offensive before something else is done to us. Can we count on the support from our friends?" Quipper flared her trunk. "We'll send some of our military and organize every ally we can. The Dosser won't be useful, but you're welcome to ask. Us Mazics will lend our ships and our army to your command. And I'm sure the Takan can clear the air with his government, too." "I agree. It's time to take the fight to the Federation. We are not their toys," the liberated Takan spat. "Humanity can lead us out of the darkness. They will. They must." My spines bristled at the thought of war. The Sulian and Iftalis are rapidly coordinating dozens of neutrals to loan to Earth, but the Federation is going to hit them hard soon. There's no turning back, humans. I trust you to do things the right way. even if you don't trust yourselves." The two predators shared a glance, and the assembled species scrutinized their mannerisms. I contemplated how humans were the only purpose I had left. Serving my debt to their kind was all that kept a wretch like me going. This was about vindicating an innocent race. None of my personal history mattered anymore, since everything I'd ever believed was a lie. Samantha cleared her throat. "Time to go home. Come along, Sovereign, and Saletti, if you want. There's a lot of plans to be hatched." War was a terrifying prospect, though the humans didn't share my trepidation. They were eager to have a shot at actualizing revenge. The Terran resurgence could be swift and decisive if they turned a few species scraps into a proper army. There was nobody else that could lead us into the future, or influence the Orcs at all. The fate of billions rested with the Predator's next actions. End of chapter. Memory transcription subject: Captain Soblin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 27, 2136. The United Nations extended me an official plea deal, which my lawyer was quick to secure. I was to serve with the Terran military for at least 5 years, as penance for my debt. The fact was, someone of my sickening proclivities was useful to them, and I knew a lot about Federation ships. Outlining a species' military tendencies and technological weaknesses was my specialty. The humans had cobbled together a fleet from the offerings that trickled in from dozens of planet states. The Harkin and Tillfish surrendered their assets and sent aid shipments as a peace offering. The Predators were still deliberating what to do with them. However, neutral parties contributed the bulk of the vessels, along with a few old allies. The Terrans rushed to integration of millions of Federation servicemen into their ranks. After a week of anti-insect training, most aliens aboard the vessel still acclimatizing to Predators. Ambitious as ever, the Terrans launched a defensive and offensive operation simultaneously. But in fairness to the overzealous military, it was a mercy that they diverted resources to bail out the Mazebs. The Kolshian-led force marching on their homeworld, Koa, was enough to steamroll any fortifications. My role was as the resident expert on Federation tactics. I knew the terrain and local sensitivities better than any primate allies. Captain Monahan scanned the bridge with her observant eyes. "All hands are on deck. FTL disruptors are still in full force, so we're going in the old-fashioned way. ET8 to Koa, less than 30 minutes. Settle in at the sensor station, Sovereign." I'd worked with just about every race over the years. Now we were setting sail to fight people I once thought friends. It didn't put a good feeling in my stomach, but the masterminds needed to answer for their crimes. The Kolshians and the Farsul were the ones who set the Predator hatred in motion. They bore responsibility for what had transpired on Earth. "I don't belong with humans, ma'am," came my subdued reply. "Your crew deserves better. I'm surprised that you requested me back. Frankly, you're an idiot in many ways, but you know a thing or two about alien tactics. Having someone who can identify anomalies and ship types in real time is useful." "Glad I can do something right." "Cut the crap. Romero and Harris were brought aboard for your welfare. They're waiting for you, yes, with other people. Don't be shy. Get your ass to your post." It took a colossal effort to walk across the aisle and settle in at the weapons post. Samantha was sipping at a steaming drink and bore a vacant look of someone whose mind was elsewhere. Carlos was focused on the battle readout, barely acknowledging my stare. I wondered how the human came to terms with their monstrous side, when I couldn't just get past mine. Sapiens aren't supposed to be like us. Who the feck am I now? My gaze drifted to the unfamiliar human who was leading the weapons station. This male was one of the tallest humans I'd seen, with a few inches even on Carlos. The Predator sported lean muscles across his upper body and had coarse hair the color of sand. A Yodel was seated alongside the Terran, reviewing the button functionality. "Hello," I offered. Binocular eyes darted over to me, a rich blue. "I was told that we had a Gojid here. I served on the Cradle, actually, with one of the few Venlil that joined us. I would have never guessed you guys were omnivores, too." The Terrans were the only species that didn't think we were freaks after the broadcast. They welcomed the news of past omnivores, rejoiced that they weren't alone in their preferences. But while I'd come around to humanity's cause, the last thing I wanted to be was a predator. It was a lowly status, full of grisly practices and animalism. How could I be the same class as the Arxel? Carlos scoffed. "Don't bring that up. They were raised and from birth to hate meat-eaters. Told there was nothing worse. Our buddy here had a rough time of it.
Right, my bad, the stranger agreed. Anyhow, I'm Tyler Cardona, and this is my partner from Yodel Exchange Program, Onzo. The last month has been pretty crap, but I was stoked to get accepted to that initiative.
Onzo flicked his reddish ears.
Tyler wouldn't even eat around me when we first met. It was like he was scared to talk about Earth. You didn't see how the Venlo I was with reacted. Slanek, that was his name. He puked his guts out and had a breakdown from a few beef crumbles in my MRE.
My spines bristled in alarm as the name Slanek reached my ears. It was as though someone dumped a bucket of cold ice water on my head. If this Tyler knew the Vendel, he likely knew Marcel by extension. The red-haired human had mentioned he'd served on the Cradle and spoke about the tragedies that unfolded. Protector. It was just my luck to get serving under one of his buddies. I was fortunate that Tyler didn't realize who I was. For this particular human, my crimes were a personal attack on someone he cared about. I shot Sam and Carlos a pleading look, imploring them to not pipe up. Perhaps it was necessary to ask Captain Monahan for a transfer, although her reaction would be one of displeasure. But simply, my identity could interfere with station performance if it came to light. By the way, isn't this a sick ride? I couldn't pass up a chance to serve on one of the few human craft left in service. The sand-haired Terran continued, giving the desk an enthusiastic snap. Captain requested me because I'm an expert in fear suppression program. You hear that, Onzo? Expert.
Quit your yapping. Will you let the newcomer get a word in? What's your name, Gojit?
Onzo asked. I narrowed my eyes. Don't have one. Tyler snorted. Of course you do. Don't make me pry it out of your buddies. What's your problem?
My problem is that you talk too much. We're about to go into battle. Even Onzo notices that you can't keep a lid on it. So kindly, shut the fuck up.
The smile vanished from the sensor officer's face, and he shot his Yodel pal an incredulous look. His features took on a scowl, and he turned back to me. I squirmed under his paralyzing glare, knowing my words were too harsh. It wasn't my intent to offend the big guy, but opening up to him wasn't an option. It wasn't wise to advertise my identity to humans in general, let alone a packmate of Marcel. A dangerous growl rumbled in his throat. I'm an officer of the ship. You don't get to speak to me like that. Hey, Tyler, I know he's being an ass. He takes a while to open up to humans. Carlos jumped in. Please cut him a break this once. Just let him settle in first and warm up to you in his own time. Whatever. But it better not happen again. You want all work, no play? Start analyzing the subspace data and plotting intercept vectors. Give me a list of potential targets, and soon as the enemies are in sight. I lowered my eyes.
Yes, sir.
Samantha sipped at a bean drink, momentary interest in her eyes. The female and human and I had been getting along better since Seleni's rescue. All the same, I wondered if she'd turn me in to Tyler down the line. After this battle, I had to get myself transferred to a different station. Weapons would be more up my alley anyways. With a great deal of effort, I zeroed in on the sensor data. The subspace trails that we could detect were faint, coming from the direction of Alpha. We had assumed the enemy would beat us here by a few hours. Visual contact was needed to assess the drive signatures and determine how many species we were up against. I worried just how far the Federation would go with their organization fracturing. The Massics needed to hold out a little longer. I cleared my throat. No sign of friendly activity. The fact that there's no outbound trails suggests the skirmish is ongoing. Good news. Why is that? Tyler asked in a gruff voice. The Federation would have sent word home if they achieved victory. We need to get a comm link with the Massics. Make sure their planetary defenses don't start picking us off. The census officer relayed the message to Captain Monahan, who nodded in agreement. She issued orders from the FISAN at the comms station, which was where most prey had been relegated. The alien crew members were doing their job seamlessly so far, but humans were the best suited for high-stress roles. Nobody else had the ability to block out fear, like it wasn't even there. Onzo tampered with the viewport setting, straining one of his retrograde legs. The Yodel looked more comfortable with the technology than I expected. Perhaps Tyler had taught him the modern ways, somehow. The blonde human hadn't shown any concern with leaving a primate novice unattended. It was a wonder those two found any common ground for friendship. I pored over the subspace trails and fed the data into the computer for analysis. The AI took several seconds to extrapolate optimal paths. Once I input Koa as the primary target, it was likely Federation would take a conservative approach, in case of a human ambush. Predators were predictable, but the same could be said of prey, the normal races. That meant that we might be able to spot a lookout ship. If we can take them out before they relay useful data, that's ideal. The less information the enemy has, the better. I leaned over to Onzo. Search for recon ships on the viewport. We want to take out their eyes.
Apologize to Tyler first,
the Yodel barked. This is not a time for petty squabbles. We're soldiers, not daycare workers. Do you want to lose ships and lives because you're mad at me?
I don't want to work with you.
The feeling is mutual. Now isn't the time to disrupt the captain. But I'll request a transfer when this is over. We have to work together this once, because what you want and what you get are two different things. Start the fucking scan already, if you know how. The uplift bared his teeth, and I noted the fur on his hackles rising. He saw I had no problem with my human gods, which suggested my issue with his friend was personal. Truth be told, every part of me wanted to give Tyler a rambling apology for all of my transgressions. If he wanted a piece of me, I'd be happy to let him throw some well-placed haymakers. But at this moment, coming clean was the worst thing to do. It would interfere with the mission. Tyler narrowed his eyes again. Is there a problem? Again?
The Gojit thinks he can order me around. He's insufferable,
Onzo grumbled. Samantha exhaled a flustered breath. He only said to search for a scout ship. The feds will take more caution than usual, I imagine. If he's giving solid advice, go with it, the tall officer said. Onzo, I know you're sticking up for me, but there's too much at stake to be arguing now. I can look out for myself, okay? The Yodel pinned his ears back before shifting the viewport at maximum magnification. Idle asteroids greeted us from the circumstellar disk, but nothing was of particular interest. In the meantime, our comm station had established contact with the Mazics. They sounded uncharacteristically happy to be on the line with a human fleet. Carlos leaned close to my ear. Could you just make up a name, man? What about Vinny? I scrunched my nose with distaste, ignoring his suggestion. That would just leave Tyler infuriated that I deceived him, when someone called me by my real name. Onzo released an excited yip beside us, and brought up small shuttle into focus. Its emissions were too minuscule to appear on sensors, without someone telling the computer where to look. Our ship's weapons revved to life, poised to decimate the first enemy contact. The humans had a forethought to charge a railgun in transit. There were no haphazard actions in this fleet. Captain Monahan barely finished giving the kill order before the bolt of death streaked across the sky. The Predators were dialed in for this mission, mechanical in their calculation. There were no cheers on the bridge as the enemy scout erupted into fiery shrapnel. The Terrans were itching to fight, but the thrill of combat was lost with Earth. Perhaps the somberness was because they didn't want to fail to defend Koa and relive what happened to their own home. Human empathy often was more of a nuisance to them than a boon. It's just a few minutes before the entire Federation fleet is in view. Breathe through the belt, and soon it's showtime. Samantha sucked in a sharp breath. There! That faint emerald dot must be Koa. My gaze shifted to the viewport. The sharp-eyed human must have distinguished the planet from the bountiful stars around us. White blips flashed near it, which were signs of the Mazics and Federation exchanging fire. Donating several ship's units to Earth's crusade had depleted local resources. It was likely the friendlies were stalling for time, in the hopes of a Predator rescue. The fact that the Mazics withstood the volume of enemies we saw in transit was miraculous. The humans knew time was of the essence. Captain Monahan ordered navigation to push the throttle past recommended output. Our fleet surged ahead, stone-colored armors rattling from the acceleration. I turned back to my data feed and watched as new information trickled in. The computer continued tagging friendlies, while racking up a separate tallies of enemies. The number of hostiles stalled around 2,000, whereas the estimate I pulled from subspace readings was 5 times that number. The machine wasn't counting any more context, though, so it must be mistaken. The Mazics weren't martial geniuses. They couldn't have taken down that many ships. Also, there wasn't enough debris detected for that many casualties. Where are the rest of the Federation ships? Answer, don't tell me you applied sensor filters by mistake, I grumbled. Yodel snarled with indignation. There are no filters on, dumbass. The ships are there, on your readout, accounted for. Tyler pursed his lips. What do you mean by the rest of them? The level of overlap in the subspace readings, I replied. It wouldn't be that messy unless there was a lot of activity. I'm talking several times the number that you see under the hostile designation, sir. The tall officer stroked the stubby whiskers on his chin. He paused through the data himself, and his expression grew deadly serious. Urgency flashed in his dark pupils before he signaled our captain. Those Predator instincts could draw tactical conclusions much faster than my own. Humans acted before we even determined the problem. Actually, why didn't I have those instincts? Had those reflexes been written out of my genes by Colchian experimenters, or a flesh deficiency? My eyes narrowed before I turned my attention back to the bridge activity. There's a trap! Tyler's skin morphed into a flushing shade of red as blood pooled in his cheeks. Veins bulged from his temples, and his canines were bared in visceral alarm. Captain, look for contacts on our 6. They're hiding out there somewhere. Monahan redirected power to shields before relaying that conclusion to the fleet. The Terran ships undertook a gradual banking maneuver, ignoring bewildered chatter from the Mazics. The captain inspected the nearest astronomical bodies and cross-referenced them with the star charts. After a long pause, she pointed to a rocky planet. There was nothing I saw but a cratered surface. However, at this point, I trusted the Predator's refined instincts. Our commander likely singled it out because that's where she would have hidden a fleet, with the roles reversed. Perhaps empathy wasn't a complete hindrance on the battlefield. Samantha squinted. The attack on Ko is just bait. It's not worth it to subdue a single breakaway species. They want to keep our military crippled and take out the Federation traitors at the same time. As if expressing agreement with her words, an array of ships zipped out from behind the gravimetric body. The Federation must have realized the element of surprise was lost, so that forced a head-on confrontation with the human fleet. Had they really saved an abundance of fresh reinforcements for us? The Predators brought their fleet into a defensive formation as the first munitions were lobbed in our direction. The Colchians must believe numbers tipped the scales in their favor. The Terrans hadn't held out the last time there was a disproportionate balance. This was a test of whether our rebuilt military could hold a candle to an ancient power. End of story. Chapter 72. Memory transcription subject, Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 27th, 2136. The Federation ambush fleet moseyed forward with a faint semblance of strategy. The enemy were striking in groups of 4, so the Predators couldn't pick off lone vessels with their superior wit. Our opponents were also coordinating attacks on targets, aiming to gun down hapless humans with deadly crossfires. The standard UN vessel could be ripped apart from both sides before they knew what had them. The leading Terran ships had their shields obliterated in a few seconds. The plasma onslaught decimated exposed hulls. Any ordinary species would choose a desperate retreat and regroup in an advantageous location. But instead, there was an icy calm across the bridge, at least from the human crew. The Fissent on comms was whinnying in terror, and the Vendel advisors were crying, and the Yodel at my station, he was doing his job without issue. That was a surprise. Deploying tactical drones, stay on the move, a predatory voice on radio barked. The spacecraft carriers had limited supply of autonomous craft, which were Terran novelty. Unfortunately, most drones were lost during the defense of Earth. Restocking the reserves was a challenge, with the manufacturing delays. Since humans were the only ones who possessed the innovation and weren't keen on giving away their secrets, their newfound allies couldn't help on that front. The Predators trust no one, not truly. I can't say I blame them. But even the few dozen drones we had at our disposal were a useful tool. They could undertake our riskiest maneuvers without any concern for life and limb. The enemy was likely blindsided by the unmanned vessels, so they weren't equipped to deal with them. Manual targeting was a requisite, because the automatons were much smaller than standard ships. The drones twirled through the sky, changing direction on a dime. There was no worrying about whether inertia dampeners would keep up. With no crew aboard, pinning down a nimble craft proved to be a challenge for prey operators in real time. The Federation lobbed plasma at the inbound contacts, but the unmanned vehicle simply veered off at 90-degree angles. The enemy hesitated, uncertain as to how to proceed. Captain Monahan nodded to the weapon station. Ready your armor-piercing missiles. Wait for the drones to land a few punches and fire. Our spacecraft cruised ahead, falling in beside 2 lightship gunships that appeared to be Tilfish impounds. The Terrans had outfitted the seized vessels with kinetic turrets on the hull. I wasn't sure what impact the weaponry would have against shields. The humans should know efficacy was why plasma dominated space, despite the higher energy demands. The drones coasted onward, anticipating Federation blows through predictive abilities. Perhaps the humans programmed algorithms to monitor power output and radio chatter. These robotic creations were a marvel of engineering regardless. Whatever anyone said about the Predators, nobody could doubt their wicked intelligence. Our handful of automated craft flew circles around their larger forces, drawing within striking distance. The craft swooped in across the Federation's front lines and unloaded from close range. Detonations buffeted the metal exteriors, crippling shields. With inhuman response times, the drones transitioned to a deluge of kinetics and mini-missiles. "Hey, Gojit, find us some targets," Tyler snarled. I monitored the sensor data, finding the ship groupings with the most sustained damage. The Federation army was hurling munitions at the drones in a blind frenzy. The enemy hoped the deluge would cut off escape. Brute force proved to be enough to whittle down our unmanned charge by a significant margin. We had just a few seconds to capitalize on the discombobulation. Scanning the readout, my eyes turned to a Federation bunch just out of range. This enemy squadron had lost a ship to the drones already, judging by the hefty debris. The remaining trio was slowed by an H-bomber with an inefficient drive signature. That meant that they couldn't pull off a sudden movements. A lack of evasive abilities offered an easy mark for the humans. I highlighted those 3 ships on the map. "There, you take out the faster escorts with a 1-2 punch, then that bomber is sitting prey." "Good call. We're saving the weapon station a lot of guesswork," Tyler responded. The census officer passed along the information before turning back to me. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes, which was something I didn't want to encourage. Perhaps I was doing a little too well with my orders. For an alien. Our strike force converged on that target, accelerating with malicious intent. The UN's adopted gunships brought up our flanks. Well, we lined up the Federation cruiser. Our nemesis spotted our target lock and adjusted their course in an evasion attempt. We sent missiles barreling towards them all the same. The trio deployed copious interceptors, leaving no chance of our warheads slipping through. As we reloaded for another missile volley, the UN gunship pair swooped in to ramp up the pressure. Our Terran allies got near enough for a closer look, then added their own explosives to the mix. The Federation took those out with no problem as well. The human loves for bombs was well known to the galaxy, so that sparked an inclusion of a hefty stock of countermeasures. Peculiarities on the censored readings drew a second glance from me. The gunship's missiles were counteracted, but the Federation ships were hedged within the blast radius. The shield should have absorbed the negligible hit, yet according to my screen, the shield capacity had vanished. Upon their destruction, the human explosives seemed to have generated a magnetic field. Captain Monahan beckoned to the weapon station. "Shields are down, likely temporarily. Hit them with kinetics now." The UN gunships must have been expecting the shield collapse too. Their turrets flickered to life, peppering the enemy hulls with bullets. The kinetics ripped through the Federation armor, like it was wallpaper being peeled away. Our vessels contributed with well-placed strikes to the engine compartments. The hostiles were reduced to stag, trapped in the wake of their own drive failures. "What just happened?" I breathed. Anso wagged his tail, watching the viewport. "Ha! Those feckers got silent, but plainly we disrupted their shields with magneto-resistance." My gaze darted over to Samantha, who bobbed her shoulders in confusion. How did an uplift understand a concept of Federation never thought of? How? It was beyond my own scientific knowledge, and I was a seasoned veteran. That uneducated yotel might be parroting what the humans said. The Predators just rendered shields obsolete, which meant bullets were relevant again. Because of Earth's bloody history, human militaries already excelled at kinetics. This development increased my confidence that we could tackle the larger fleet. It would be surprising if the Federation could recover from the shock of our strategy. "I think I'm looking at the most advanced military in the galaxy," I mused with a tinge of fear. "Yet humanity are in their spacefaring infancy." I chewed at my claws. "This is all new to me, Carlos. Sam, did you know that this was going to happen?" "I knew they picked a flight that with the wrong people," Samantha chimed in. "The Kolshians are the ringleaders. They wanted this. They're going to be the first to pay." Carlos snorted. "Funny thing is, the aquatic bastards don't have much choice but to fight. They can't play both sides anymore. That plan, to put us against the Greys and mop up the winner, is toast thanks to Selene." "No, I'm talking about the shields, you bloodthirsty beasts. That little, magneto bomb or whatever. It's revolutionary." "Yeah, the ugly fecks aren't damage sponges anymore," Tyler interjected, uninvited. "We can one-hit them and not have to recharge that blasted plasma gun. Never liked the concept myself." I snapped my head back to the viewport, giving the officer a cold shoulder. Out of my peripheral vision, it was plain to see that his hand curled into a fist. The Predator was seething from my continued insults. His company may have been a peace offering. This tension was all my fault, but I didn't know what to do about our mutual acquaintance. Carlos jabbed an elbow to my shoulder, shaking his head in warning. I mimicked the human's non-committal gesture by rolling my shoulders back. The male guard hissed in displeasure before waving a hand dismissively. I wish Tyler would keep this all business, since there was a battle to focus on. Our craft pivoted towards the heart of the action as Monahan coordinated each station like a symphony conductor. Everyone piped up with input when prompted, and the humans put their hunting instincts to good use. The predators sensed weakness, which meant that they wouldn't give the Federation a minute to breathe. The enemy was falling back towards the ambush site, condensing into a panic ball. I squinted at the sensors. The enemy just dropped about 10% of their fleet. The anti-shield mechanism is proving catastrophic. Tyler scowled. Catastrophic? Catastrophic, sir, I grunted through grit teeth. Retreat is possible. If more imminent losses are in the cards, we need to inflict serious damage fast. Captain's already working on that. Your analysis is spot on, but crap. You're a real hard-ass. I bet you're fun at parties. I don't remember what fun is, or what it's like to be happy. Not since the Orcs ate my family alive while they screamed over a video call. Humans always try to make me talk about my past, so now you know. Hey, settle down. Officer Cardona had nothing to do with that, Samantha hissed. I couldn't make myself hang up, but there was nothing I could do. I didn't say anything. Do you know how many times my daughter called my name? Help me, Daddy, please. It hurts. Back. The pain was still fresh as the day it happened, like a knife cutting through my sternum. Everyone at our station gawked at me, including the feisty Yodel and my guards. Tyler was quiet, leaning over his console in thought. He scratched his handy hair, perhaps envisioning my story. The hostility ebbed out of his posture, replaced by a pitying frown. Crap! Why did I say that? I don't want his pity, and I don't like talking about my losses. Stop thinking about Marcel, you worthless predator. Tears swelled in my eyes, and I pressed my paw to my mouth to stifle the choked sobs. After years of keeping it bottled up, Solani's revelation had me losing my mind. I was just like the demons that ate my little girl. Why couldn't I help her if the shared malevolence was true? To top it off, instead of defending innocence in her memory, I'd helped the Arxor get a leg up in the war. Carlos gave my neck a soothing pat, just above my bristling spines. I told them you needed a psych, Val. You're not well. I agree. I don't know who the hell cleared you for combat when it's obvious that you're unfit for duty. Tyler took a deep breath and met my eyes. My condolences for what happened to you, Trudy, but I think it's best that you are removed from this post. I glowered at the officer. I can do my job, and well. Helping humans is all I have left. Just skip social sour, and I'll be fine. Damn it. Please, sir. The sandy-haired human turned to the viewport, marching as the Terran fleet charged the enemy. There wasn't time to get replacement for me. Plasma would be flying at us any second. For all my flaws, I was more competent than most aliens. Captain Monahan even admitted that I was a knowledgeable addition to the crew. We need to inflict serious damage. Find us a path to the least resistance into missile range, Tyler decided. Keep an eye on the surviving drones. I wiped the snot from my nose. Thank you, sir. The Federation enemies on screen were retreating, conceding space bit by bit. Our opponents hoped to keep some distance between us with cycles of railgun fire. They knew if we got close enough, they would finish. Despite our recent progress, the direct plasma hit was more than capable of chewing through UN vessel. Keeping human predators at bay was easier said than done. Danger served more as an incentive than a discouragement. Our drone force was in tatters, but the remnants limped forward to clear the path. The Terran fleet used them as buffer, distracting the railguns. The automatons were a new variable for the Federation, and those bastards hated the unknown. Therefore, the prey focused on an inordinate amount of fire on the robots. The Mazics were still duking it out with the initial force behind us, churning up carnage around Koa. The predicament was another reason for the UN to expedite the initiative. The humans charged enemy ranks with fervor. A few hostiles began to target the manned craft. Once we got too close for their liking, plasma descended in our position at magnificent velocities, with one beam clipping our belly. The ship's floorboards rocked beneath my feet, and the shield struggled to absorb the shave. Propulsion was wonky for a moment, while the fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The Federation must have realized their volley connected with us, because target locks lit up my screen. One enemy's output dipped slightly, which raised my spines. Back now! We're all dead! I roared. Navigation struggled to get our systems responsive again. At Captain Monahan's order, the humans diverted power to comms, weapons, and most importantly, shields. Our safeguards weren't going to withstand another blast regardless, but it was awful to have all defenses stripped away. Every second our craft sat idle felt like an eternity. A burst of light zipped across the sky like a lightning bolt, and I squeezed my eyes shut. There was a part of me that was relieved to be on the way out. Stewing in my emotions had become too exhausting. Besides, the world would be better off without a predator like me. The downside of my imminent demise was the humans that would perish alongside me. Maybe there's an afterlife. Maybe I can see my family again. And so can Sam. Our thrusters sputtered to life, coughing out of the surplus energy. Our ship lurched to the side with inertial dampeners cushioning the sharp turns by a fraction. We almost veered into an allied ship, who swerved from our path with a second to spare. The plasma beam whisked by our haunches, culminating in a narrow miss. Well, would the sensor station like to command the ship? Any more unsanctioned orders from my crew? Captain Monahan chuckled. I drew a shuddering breath. Have your drones and lighter craft feint to the near flank, then bank center at the last moment. The Federation don't react like humans. That was a rhetorical question, though I do like your idea. We could afford to mix up our playbook, keep them on their toes. The human captain huddled over her microphone, though I couldn't tell what she said to our allies. The pack predators were able to act in harmony amidst chaos. Their precision and teamwork were unrivaled. The Terran fleet ran out and coordinated return plasma fire. Ferocious lights shone around us with the radiance of a supernova. The counterstrike put a muzzle on the Federation's offense for a moment. Hundreds of Terran ships plunged towards their right flank, spitting munitions to sell the maneuver. We had sustained minimal losses to our fleet and still had enough willpower to march ahead. All we needed was for the enemy to commit before we could spring the magnetic field on our true mark. The cornered prey felt vulnerable on the fringes of their formation. Several vessels reversed course and huddled together for safety as the avalanche of human weaponry continued. There were the faulty instincts at work again. Convinced of the Terran targets, the Federation arranged their fire to push us away from their flank. Throw both gravity missiles we've got at them, and then follow up with a nuclear warhead. After that, spew kinetics at anything that survives, Monahan barked. The bridge crew leapt to carry out her orders, and restabilizing propulsions had us bank sharply. The UN advance hooked back at a retreating angle, and we glided perpendicular to the enemy wall. Weapons readied their new targets before we snaked into the formation's heart. It was easy to picture the startled Federation crew, frozen in terror. A cascade of missiles drove their way into the Nemesis' soft spot. Sensor data showed shields faltering and armor disintegrating. The battlefield fell into complete disorder, and the Predators lunged forward for the kill. Kinetics spiced up the shaken ships, and clean plasma dispatched any that limped along. The Federation hurled a few stray munitions at us with a dying whimper. The fools had no time to assess targets, and their fearful state a drunk toddler could aim better. I doubted most of them had close-range weapons or intercepts ready. The humans humiliated the traditional craft, besting them with a savage cunning. With the ambush backfiring so horrifically, our enemies could have but one collective thought, reeling from the loss of another 1,000 vessels. The Federation spacecraft banked away for a full retreat, but the Maziks were still engaged in a fight for their lives behind us. With their laser contingent, the enemy bombers were almost within orbital range. All that was left now was for the humans to secure Koa, restoring order for its rightful inhabitants. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vlendal Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 27th, 2136. The shuttle was crammed full of predators, so much so that several humans were standing throughout the bumpy ride. I was lucky that I could curl up in Marsal's lap. The red-haired vegetarian had a steely glint in his eyes. I hadn't seen this much apprehension in him, not even during the Gojit Cradle's chaos. Something about the Tillfish seemed to inspire fear in Terrans, without an apparent reason. The super ocean was visible on the horizon, as we descended on the sole continent of planet Silis. The Terran pilots appeared to be half expecting the natives to shoot our transport down. The United Nations had officially accepted a Tillfish surrender today. This was the start of bringing their territory under human control. It was possible that we'd see combat, but on paper our interaction should be restricted to civilian policing. Marcel grew restless after Earth's raid, especially once he heard that my redeployment was requested. There was no hesitation from me to put in formal consent papers to the Vendel government. Oddly enough, I began to feel comfortable around the rowdy predators. Living in close quarter with grown beasts was a new normal. The anti-instinct training made me feel empowered for the first time in my life, and I wanted to prove that I was a changed man. It was awesome that my buddy was res-covered and decided to come with me. After what the Kara cattle did, retiring on the home front is out of the question. I cleared my throat. What do you think of the races like the tillfish being predators, Mark? We haven't really talked about it.
It makes a lot more sense than everyone but us and the Greys being obligate herbivores, Marcel growled. But they're not predators, Slanek, and it doesn't change the fact that they participated in the murder of 1 billion people. I straightened my blinders with a paw.
Maybe it's possible to reverse the cure, though. Humans already started studying the Gojid genome.
When Seleni's broadcast arrived back on Earth, it was plastered across every newsfeed. Terran discussion panels had mixed opinions on alien victimhood, but the cure was something all of them lambasted. The Kolshians found themselves vying for public enemy number 1. Even the more xenophobic humans considered allying with any converted race that could take the fight to Alpha. Whatever ties the Vendel still had to the Federation, their conspiracy reframed our stance. How could the Federation mastermind such a heinous crime? As altering species identity, for centuries, none of their atrocities had ever been defensible in my eyes. But I had believed in their intentions were good. Every act of bigotry was an attempt to protect their citizens from the malevolent enemy. Marcel inspected my faraway expression. Do you feel sorry for the cured races?
I don't know. There's some things about humans that bother me, but I've tried to accept you, I said. What right do I have to impose my evolution on you, to erase your history and beliefs? These species lost everything that makes them, well, themselves.
You're right. It's a cultural genocide that was thoroughly executed, without anyone's knowledge or consent. I shudder to think what would have happened to humanity if they found us before the Orcs saw.
I couldn't imagine the predators reduced to terrified prey, stripped of the resilience and aggression that defied them. It wasn't clear to me if violent instinct could be written out of the human genome, or how the Kolshians might have worked around the binocular eyes. Would cultural indoctrination stick to such strong-willed species? The Terran transport touched down on a landing pad, following the tillfish signals. I was relieved that we'd set the spacecraft on the ground, rather than jumping out of it. The UN troops unloaded, grimacing as winds gust buffeted their faces. Silas was known for its stormy, tumultuous weather, which was fueled by the Panthalassa. A lone tillfish waited for us, scuttling back and forth with anxiety.
Hey, hello, humans. I brought gifts.
The insectoid gestured to one of the 6-legged fruit baskets, which included local jams and preserves. She cowered her glistening head as several Terrans trained guns at her. Her antennae quivered, anticipating her swift demise. The poor thing was surrounded by predators. Forward-facing eyes were angled to her in all directions.
Why did a species send her alone? This is cruel.
Thanks for the gift. Who are you? I asked. Tears broadened her smooth eyes.
I'm a General Burla. Ambassador Dwell made me came. I am the only one who voted against the Earth attack.
The UN soldiers relaxed. She shared a few rattled glances at their own. Several were huddling near the shuttle, distancing themselves from Burla. The faint hairs on Marcel's arm stood upright, and he ruffled my ears for comfort. I coaxed him forward, bringing us close to the tillfish.
Slanek!
What are you doing? The human hissed. My ears pinned back.
Face your fears, right? That's what I did with you. This is no different.
General Burla bent lower to the ground, unable to look the human in the eye. A ripple passed through Marcel's throat, before he narrowed his pupils. The human extended trembling hand, keeping his palm flat. The tillfish must have been briefed on Terran mannerisms, because she placed a delicate leg atop his fingers. Well, at least someone on this rock has a conscience, the vegetarian wheezed, jerking his arm back. Where can we set up shop? With any luck, the ground occupation will get rolled back soon. Burla flicked her antenna into the city's direction.
Follow me, please. There's a few things you should know.
Marcel tucked his hands behind his back, trying to look formal as the squad leader. The medals on his chest were recent adornments. The new Secretary-General issued them by anyone wounded in the defense of Earth or the Cradle. I couldn't think of anyone who deserved a commendation more than my friend.
Go on, he's listening, I chimed in. Is there something to be concerned about, General?
Burla clicked her mandibles.
We are having trouble with unrest and dissidents, mass protests. Many people don't want human invasion.
Marcel raised his eyes. That doesn't surprise me at all. How bad is it?
The exterminators pulled together some rogue generals. They're offering a bounty for every human killed. We'd deal with it, but their surrendering members complied with your disarmament demands.
And the anti-human factions didn't hand over the weapons, leaving your government with no way to stop them.
Exactly. Look, not every protester is violent. There are demonstrations everywhere, like I said. I don't know if you allow such things, but...
Last I checked, the UN affirms the rights to free speech, but we may impose martial law until things settle down. Tillfish General shuddered with relief before climbing onto a monorail train. The insectoid retreated to the furthest corner as the Terrans piled in. An automated door sealed us in tight space. Marcel ensured that all equipment was brought aboard before leaning against a wall. I nuzzled his elbow, desperate for attention. The human smiled as he tickled my chin. You're so adorable, Slanek. You could get away with anything.
Anything? I repeated, with a devious ear flick. What if I told the Tillfish that you want to give her a belly rub?
No, you little shit, you wouldn't. I didn't respond, turning to the window with a contented stare. Marcel withdrew his hand, crossing his arms with an irritated huff. The vegetarian noted the mirth in my eyes as the supersonic train hurtled along, but the playfulness seeped out of my demeanor once I caught glimpses of the chaos. Judging by the corpses in the streets, stampeding began prior to our arrival. The human soldiers peered out of the windows, though the carnage was an unfocused blur, bringing a predator military to the homeworld-inspired panic, especially for the stated purpose of occupation. The grisly sight reminded me of the cradle, when we rescued Nulia.
Whatever the Tillfish once were, this is not hunter behavior. The public sure isn't lumping themselves in with humans.
General Burla twisted her antenna, scrutinizing the predator's response. I half expected Marcel to stop the train and rush off to help the victims. Instead, the red-haired human pursed his lips with discomfort. Our top priority was subduing the populace and making the area safe for Terran travel. The train glided to its stopping point, a terminal which emptied into a city square. The humans continued to gawk at the scenery, while clutching their guns tighter. Tillfish protesters were packed into the square. The ones that hadn't fled the settlement came out as a welcoming party. Insectoid bodies spanned as far as the eye could see. Grief, we've got to get them to disperse, Marcel muttered, gathering of the size in our faces. The vegetarian conferred with several comrades before their grunts began assembling equipment. I hoped there was non-lethal weaponry in their cache. There were civilians exercising sapient rights, both validated. It would disappoint me if humanity began their reign by squashing all expression. General Burla clicked her mantles.
You need a way through the crowd. We saved armored vehicles for you. Please, no massacre.
Will humans even fit in your trucks? Marcel asked, with a raised eyebrow. I can't imagine your sitting arrangements are meant for us. These train seats look like step stools with 6 tiny holes inserted.
We replaced the upholstery with biped-designed seats, like we used in the Vendel and Kolshian guests.
The Terran soldiers lugged some sort of speaker out of the train. The predators clambered atop the vehicle's hood and secured the acoustic device to the roof. Marcel hopped into the flatbed, which I took as my cue to follow. These trucks were not self-driving like the ones on Earth. Another human moved in behind the wheel. Tillfish protesters jeered at the sight of us, several individuals sporting homemade exterminator gear. Lighters and matches were amongst weapons I saw. My human shouted for every friendly to stay behind the truck, before bringing up a microphone to his mouth. Please return to your homes, Marcel barked. Martial law is in effect under further notice. Public gatherings are not permitted until the United Nations have secured the area. Locally sanctioned curfews will be enforced.
Die, predator scum!
A voice shrieked. More followed in quick succession. We are not like you,
no matter what any Kolshian says.
I will not be your cattle. Human filth don't belong in Silas. Burn! Chants of burn swept across the gathering, and the agitated protesters closed on our position. This was no longer about sapient rights. The situation changed the second they threatened my friends. Nobody was going to torch my human alive. The thought of him suffering again twisted my heart. The blinders were helpful in narrowing the scope of the incident. I focused on compartmentalizing my emotions, listing the facts to myself. We were the ones with guns, backed by a predator army. Even if the situation worsened, all I needed to do was pick off a single target. You can do this, Slanek. Your fear does not control your actions. You want to protect Mark. I raised my gun with a steady grip, but Marcel's eyes widened in alarm. He pushed the barrel down with a palm, shaking his head. My ears pinned back, not sure why the humans stopped me from defending myself. Wasn't that what they wanted me to do? Killing should be the last resort, the vegetarian hissed. Always. Life is a precious thing. Non-lethal options are going to be exhausted first. Marcel fiddled with the settings on his speaker. There was nothing audible to my sensitive ears, but waves of tillfish halted in their tracks. The insects began clutching audio sensors, and some vomited. The device must be concentrating amplified sound in a narrow beam. None of the humans behind the truck were affected. There was a verdict. Terrans weaponizing everything. Marcel, as gentle as he was, had planned for the eventuality of disorder from the beginning. I imagined he also brought other tools in case the sonic attack didn't work. The Predators always had backup plan or a contingency, since I'd worked with them. UN soldiers began firing grenades into the crowd, which drew a cacophony of screams. But rather than maiming the civilians, they dispersed of milky gas into the air. I wondered if it was a sleeping vapor at first. The effects kicked in almost immediately, leaving tillfish crying and coughing. Blinded, several staggered out of the gas cloud in a loopy panic. I winced with sympathy at the collapsed bodies, recognizing that they were in severe pain. Perhaps the unruly tillfish would take that as proof of human cruelty, but I saw it for what it was. It was an attempt to incapacitate a hostile group without any desire to kill civilians. These measures flourished on Earth due to the violence of Terran stampedes. Marcel cleared his throat. Please disperse. We do not wish to arrest or harm anyone. A designated time will be set to air grievances in a civilized manner. The vegetarian spoke in an impassive voice, like this was an ordinary decree. Some tillfish heeded his warning this time, trying to escape the jam-packed square. The agonizing weapons must have made them rethink swarming the predator's locale. The humans took the crowd's disorientation as a chance to push forward. Our vehicles rolled ahead with a line of soldiers leading the way. UN guards in stampede gear began grabbing a few tillfish and wrangling them into custody. Unwilling insects were hauled away from their friends, shrieking and writhing. Marcel repeated his warnings about planet being under Terran control. The sight of advancing predators, bulked up from head to toe, was enough to spark flight responses in all but the boldest few. With the civilians flushed out of our immediate vicinity, we could find a campsite.
You are efficient, General Burler decided. Much more organized than the Greys, and you took prisoners.
Humor flicked in my human's eyes. We're not going to execute people off the streets, if that's what you're implying. Our job is to stabilize the region and integrate Silas as a UN vassal.
What does your planet look like under your rule? I worry about being beholden to predators, especially if we, what they say, we might be, regress.
Annexation comes with certain rights and privileges. Unlike total war, we're not forcing anyone to modify their lifestyle or beliefs. For all of the baseless fears of human predation being contagious, not a single Vendel in the exchange program developed an appetite for murder. What I had been forced to do was broaden my horizons. Earth was untamed and dangerous. The perilous environment helped me modify my beliefs. The idea of controlling my instincts and tolerating some risk became palatable. I achieved feats I didn't know were possible, for someone of a meek disposition. Humans challenged my preconceptions at every turn. Their friendship and their empathy, how my bond with Marcel was as close as my family. That impacted me more than binocular eyes ever could.
Getting paired with Marcel is the best thing that ever happened to me, I said. He is patient and kind. You can trust him.
The human bared his teeth. Thanks, buddy. We make a good team. Our exchange hadn't convinced the Tillfish general, but I saw hope in her story. A single official had the conviction to stand up for the predators, to believe that they deserved to live. Silas had been relinquished without a drop of bloodshed so far. Even if it was disproportionate balance, some civilians could come around. Marcel outlined plans for humanity to cement a foothold in the city and gather a tally of its populace. The masses were in shock from Seleni's interview. They needed help deriving meaning. We'd spend a few days getting settled before we reclaimed rogue areas. Havens for anti-human extermination officers and military leaders were the real issue. Clearing those territories might be where the Terrans summoned their lethal arsenal. The United Nations would have this newly conquered world brought to heel, one way or another. End of chapter. Chapter 74. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 28th, 2136. It shouldn't have been complicated for a species to denounce the Federation's actions. The issue was that some saw the gene rewrites as merciful, and couldn't pinpoint the moral conundrum. The United Nations opened their doors to former omnivores, launching genetic research and sharing biology lessons. As the Venlil always did, we placed our full support behind the Predator's actions. Launching the Lamb-Growed Meat Initiative proved easy, with some quick thinking from Terran diplomats. Human refugees worked the operation and passed it off as a desperate attempt to feed Earth. It was announced later that the Predators were selflessly handing over their food supply in a deal they brokered with the Orcs. I wasn't involved at all, so the political blowback might pass over me. If the exchange goes smoothly, humanity will be able to say that they have rescued millions of Venlil. Using frozen cell samples from Earth, we churned up enough meat for the trade. It was a sickening process, but I reminded myself of the cause. The Terrans facilitated the release of the Orcs prisoners from the cradle as well. Our side of the bargain was upheld. I was stuck, waiting anxiously for the results, with Noah and Sarah. Hospitals across the habitable zone were preparing for an influx of patients. Many humans volunteered to help the rescued Venlil, but they were ordered to wear full concealment gear at all times. We didn't want the former cattle assuming that they were transferred from one predator's custody to another. Sarah squeezed my shoulders reassuringly. Your people will be here any minute. We have no reason to assume that Isif will betray us. I don't know about trusting an Oxel, Noah growled. True herbivores like the Venlil must have lower status than ever. With the recent news, the Dominion could decree that they belong as cattle. I took a shuddering breath. Noah's right. Why hasn't General Cam communicated anything? Did the Greys attack us? With uncanny timing, my holopad buzzed in my grip. It appeared to be the Venlil military frequency, with the right encryption and validations. My prosthetic tail bunched up with anticipation, and I tried for a placid expression. News of a successful rescue would be a welcome sound. The face that flickered onto the vidscreen was no Venlil, though. It was a scaly visage of an Oxel, with split pupils directed at the camera. Fear rippled through my veins. I wondered why we were being contacted by a reptilian. It took a substantial effort to soothe myself, reminding my brain that the predator couldn't attack through a holopad. Once I got my bearings, I used a chipped tooth to identify the creature as Isif. Chief Hunter? My voice sounded more like a question, but I managed to gasp out the words. Was there something wrong with this parcel, as the humans meted out a lot of... The Oxel leaned back. No! Everything went smoothly. The liberated cattle were sent to an abandoned colony, where your people picked them up. Your transports are approaching Venlil Prime now. Oh, I would make preparations. Okay, good. How did you get access to this channel, and why? Study and observation. Venlil ships have poor security protocol. I mean no insult. It is a simple fact. Anyways, I wish to thank you for your cooperation. The reptilian growled with discomfort, avoiding eye contact. It was clear he'd never extended gratitude before. Assuming he spoke the truth, it was a relief to hear that everything had gone according to plan. I was nervous about announcing the result to the public. The humans needed to dress the news up with a meticulous brush. I just wanted to free my people. No sapient creature deserves to live like that, I stuttered. Isif curled his lip. I've never liked what we do. The news from Alpha, you know what I'm referring to. It's a gut punch. Some of the Dominion are moving the goalpost to what qualifies as a predator. But not everyone is all right with eating true sapiens. Not my words. You don't seem torn up about your diet. I already believed that we were eating true sapiens, Governor. I must dissociate myself from such matters. When there is no choice, responsibility cannot be assigned. It did surprise me that the Orcs are not the first victims, but it does not impact my judgment. Victims? The Orcs? One can be both a victim and an oppressor. Your kind, my kind, we are alike in that way. Life is complex. The Oxel scanned the camera frame, noting the humans in the background. Outrage flashed in his eyes as he saw the obfuscating gear. Nobody forced Noah and Sarah to hide. The United Nations agreed that freed cattle wouldn't befriend predators. They chose to help the traumatized souls despite those hurdles. I confess, I had another reason for this call. Secretary General Zhao is not a man of words, Isif growled. I knew if I contacted Tava, I could cut through the red tape. Get on the line with the UN diplomats, yes?
Sarah shrugged. I'm a scientist who happened to be on the first contact team. My expertise is biology and environmental science, not politics.
I'm the Vendel ambassador, but only because I led the first contact mission. No one expected to chat with extraterrestrial life. I'm not trained for this either, Noah agreed. The Orcs lashed his tail. Noah and Sarah, I know of you both, and I do not care about your experience levels. Humanity's handling of the subjugated worlds is shaving scales back on wrists, not in a good way. Claiming Tillfish territory as your jurisdiction and demanding that we stand down.
The Trillfish surrendered to us, Noah retorted. The Orcs shouldn't be attacking anyone on our side.
The chief hunter flared his nostrils and threw a sideways glance at me for support. I offered a submissive tail swish. The last thing I wanted was to get involved in a dispute between humanity and the Orcs. That said, I was surprised that the United Nations hadn't allowed their carnivore friends to finish the glassing. Sworn enemies weren't worth a deadly confrontation with the Greys. Isif's eyes narrowed to intimidating slits. Let me restate the issue. I'm in charge of only one sector, and by taking Silas, you pissed off another chief hunter, one who's not as forgiving, charming, and flexible as myself. Noah jabbed a finger at the screen. Tell that commander conquering a surrendered state is a human way. We do things differently. Try again. I need a convincing reason not to ignore your tactless decree. We could finish the orbital campaign, regardless of human presence. For the life of me, I do not see a reason to spare someone who attempted your extinction. We should kill the Tillfish, and the Harken too. Glassing resources that could be under our control is just wasteful. Whether you want a planet for food, precious metals, labor, or fuel, conquest keeps everything at your disposal, forever. We are willing to provide the Orcs with compensation, a slice of the pie.
Not to mention, the Tillfish are former omnivores. The more data we have on Kolshin Kir, the more we can learn about the Orcs' history, Sarah chimed in. We can protect ourselves in case the Federation attempts to use biological warfare again. The chief hunter scrutinized the humans for several seconds. Earth needed to discover a way to reverse the modifications, if only to safeguard themselves. Helping altered species recover their natural state was a bonus. Duly noted. I will convey your desire for a larger substantial catch, Isif said. Take care. Good luck with your rescue, Governor Tava. I flicked my tail. I look forward to our next conversation, Chief Hunter Isif.
The Orcs ended the transmission, and I fell back into Noah's strong arms for comfort. With the cattle en route to the hospital, I had to pull myself together quickly. Anything that would shatter the impression of safety had to be concealed. The humans understood this program was about those poor souls, millions of them.
We've never done anything on this scale. Reintegrating these broken Vendel might be more difficult than the exchange part.
Multiple transports docked with the drop-off area of the hospital. Vendel medical professionals barked orders with an assertiveness that might have come from humans. Even the rescuees without visible injuries were brought to the hospital room for checkups and therapy. Noah and Sarah checked their gear as we heard gurneys running down the hallway. The Vendel pair that were rolled into our room were a sorry sight. Sympathy stabbed my heart. Their fur was mangy and matted, soot-colored from grime and cruel. Both their eyes were glassy, unresponsive to any stimuli. I could see brands torched to their necks, similar to the script I had seen on the Isif's keyboard. Noah and Sarah rushed to lift each Vendel onto a bed. The first patient screamed at their touch. Predators flinched from the noise before massaging her neck with calming intent. They hoisted the rescue onto the mattress, affected by her pitiful bleats. The two Terrans fluffed the pillow and swaddled her in a blanket like a baby.
You're safe now, Sarah whispered. We're coming right back.
The humans walked to the other rescue assigned to us, a male. They made sure to approach head-on, forgetting that our peripheral vision was expansive. The Vendel shook as they picked him up, digging his claws into Sarah's hair. The Terran scientist disregarded the poking sensation and stroked his pinned back ears gently. This is home, Vendel Prime. We can reunite you with your families. Noah spoke in a higher voice than normal, trying to not growl. We're going to help you. Can you tell me your names? The male rescue shuddered.
1, 5.
No, that's not your name. You're not a number. You're a person with hopes, dreams, and a future.
I think I used to be called the Glim.
The Terrans tipped their heads, then Sarah scrawled the name on the bedside chart. She retrieved a water glass, tensing as the Glum lapped the liquid like an animal. I sprang into action, offering water to the female Vendel. She was rocking back and forth in the blankets, teary-eyed, sealed shut. It must be overwhelming to return to society after so long. I retrieved a brush and began to untangle her curly fur. It reminded me of how I used to comb my daughter's neck, while her father packed up her lunch for school. Forcing that memory away, I got to work on the testy knots. The rescued Vendel went stiff as a board, sinking back into the listless state. "You can rest if you want. You're safe, really," I murmured. Her eyes reflected the harsh, artificial light. "Ah, I know you, Vendel Ambassador Tava. I know you. Yes, I'm Tava. I'm the Homeworld Governor now. I'd love to hear your name." "Hi, C. We met. You probably don't remember. I ran the Vendel Museum of History. Used to ask you for Federation grants. Yes, that's right. It's like that was someone else." That did strike a faint recollection from my mind. Noah's breath hitched, belying his concern. Perhaps that was in reaction to her strained voice, which sounded raw from disuse. Her words lacked the warm cadence of a Vendel dialect. "Hey, Sai, I'm glad that we met again. That person was you, not anybody else," I said. "I'm sure the museum would love to have you back when you get better. You're going to get better." It was touching to see how patient the predators were, with empathy on par with my own. Sarah followed my example, untangling Grimm's pelt. A wash would do the two Vendel good, allowing them to feel sapient again. The Orcs had stripped these poor souls of their dignity, and a little grooming might return some normalcy. Noah knelt by Glim's bed, squeezing his paw gently. "What was your old profession, buddy? Maybe we can get you back into the field too. Dangerous. How I got captured," the Vendel stammered. "Colony work, I think." "We're starting our own colonies now. Sent out a few Arc ships after. Never mind. Do you remember the specifics of your work?" "Preparing untamed areas for habitation. Extermination officer." The human ambassador jerked back, like Glim had struck him in the chin. Sarah paused at the brushing task and processed the new information. If this individual was someone who killed predators before his capture, there was no reason to think Orcs or mistreated changed his stance. I could imagine Glim's absolute horror when he realized who he was speaking to. For a second, I thought both humans were going to abandon the assignment. The two of them would feel uncomfortable, at best, caring for a predator killer. It would make sense if the Terrans requested to transfer, and found someone more suitable to work with. Noah took several deep breaths before rising to his full height. "Extermination officer, huh? That's a controversial profession these days," the human said. Glim squinted. "Controversial? Why?" "Oh, don't worry about it. We'll fill you in on recent events later, but there's no need to rush to your readjustment." The extermination officer seemed unsatisfied with the answer, but he didn't press no further. It was a positive sign to see a spark of interest, however fleeting. Curiosity would give the rescues back their agency, but I would only imagine their reactions when they discovered our close alliance with the predator neighbors. Predator neighbors who were supposed to be dead and were written off as warlike monsters. "Who are you? Why do you cover your face?" Icy squeaked. "I don't recognize you." Sarah cleared her throat. "We're, Gaians. This mask is a cultural thing, as is the attire. We made first contact with the Vendel Republic 4 months ago." "You discovered FTL on your own because the Federation found you?" "Yes, sort of." Both Vendel studied the Gaians in confusion. Any intelligent being would notice that pieces weren't adding up. As much as I wanted to welcome the former cattle back to our society, the humans presented a challenge. It was difficult enough for normal Republic citizens to tolerate our unique friends. I hoped the Terrans could find a way to keep the truth under wraps for the time being. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 28, 2136. An observer that only witnessed the clash between the Federation coalition and the humans wouldn't notice the Kolshian's strength. By watching the Commonwealth heavyweights scrap with the Mazics, it was clear that they knew more about martial policy than they let on. Their fleet stayed on the move with tactics that bordered on predatory. One ship would distract the defending vessel, while others flanked it and cut it off from its allies. The Mazics had several disadvantages. To make matters worse, they were tied to the defense of Koa, similar to the humanity's pitfall while protecting Earth. Their ships were also large and slow-moving, as they had to be spacious enough and to accommodate the bulky mammals. Speedy cruisers like Slanek and Marcel's patrol boat didn't exist in their arsenal. Tyler straightened his jacket. "Yojit, what's the situation? Friendly casualties?" The Kolshians managed some lucky hits with the ambush fleet. Our tally's down up to about 100, give or take. I should have clarified. I'm asking about the Mazics. Optically, it looks like they're getting overrun on the viewport. Good news? The enemy were holding back until we got here. Needed to drag this on long enough to lure us in. But the Mazics are getting their teeth kicked in, sir. Point defenses are inoperable on both lunar satellites, and their ship count is bleeding. Onso maneuvered the viewport, while his reddish ears pricked up. Our warship was blazing towards Koa's orbit with the rest of the UN fleet. The lush vegetation across the planet was mixed with the city lights, without any ashen patches. Sensors confirmed what my eyes told me. With no signs of residue from a bomb, the 6 billion souls in the world were safe. For now. However, Federation vessels were encroaching on the Mazic's inner sanctum. Friendly resistance had become negligible, the marker of an overwhelming defeat. Escape pods were jettisoned from a few craft, but the Kolshians pounced on any they saw. It was bizarre to watch a true herbivore receive predator treatment just for defecting. I hope Venlor Prime is heavily fortified. They must be viewed as the biggest traitors of all, the ones to blame for humanity's survival. Tyler bit his lip. This reminds me of Earth. We were powerless to stop them. When our air was venting and the captain ordered us to abandon ship, I knew we lost. You thought it was the end of humanity. Onso finished. I'm sorry. Me too. Makes me nostalgic for the cradle. And that was a fucking war zone. Carlos nodded. It was all simpler then. Sam and I were stationed at Hague during the cradle landing. Yeah, guard duty was better than playing war crime bingo, Samantha snorted. Wonder if we're ever going to try those bad bastards. Freudian slip. Something flashed in the sandy-haired officer's eyes. Tyler's gaze darted over to me and lingered for a long moment. The tall guy swallowed hard, looking rather distracted. The yodel seemed clueless to his friend's deliberation, but I wondered if Marcel's packmate had stumbled upon my identity. My guard's previous post implied that they would have least cited Gojid criminals. Carlos pinched his nose. Where are you going to find an impartial jury or a legal defender? Do the dumplings even deserve a trial after that? The female guard bared her teeth, darkening swirls in her green eyes. I think they should commit suicide, by bullet in the back of the head. We don't execute POWs, Sam. Sometimes I really hope that you're being facetious. Yeah, my bad. I guess the rights of murderers are a priority. 1 billion civvies dead. It's just a statistic, right? As the UN guard bickered, Captain Monahan did a sweep of the bridge. Every station was in smooth order, ready for another bout of battle. Both the Kolshians and the Mazics had noticed our approach. Friendlies were flooding our comm station with pleas. It must be difficult for humans to sort out which regions carried the highest importance. Do we have an interceptor, Gojid? Tyler opened his clenched fist, glowering at the console. Or should I say Sovlin? I blinked. Sir? Do your job! We'll deal with this later. My heart leapt out of my throat, and fear slowed my thought process. Humans hadn't caused spine bristling in a while, but my brain knew Tyler was a threat. I never meant for the sandy-haired officer to identify me. All I wanted was to help the UN win this battle and achieve retribution. Samantha and Carlos abandoned their squabble. The male guard tensed up in case Tyler moved to assault me. Well, I was grateful that he was willing to protect me. I didn't want his interference. A good beating from Marcel's packmate was the least I deserved. If anything, I wished the herbivore human had struck me during his visit. Onso gawked me. You two know each other, not? Did I authorize you to chat? Tyler snarled. Where the feck are those intercept routes? The yodel ducked his head. Sorry, my friend. I've never seen you act like this. It's making me uncomfortable. Not you. You can talk as much as you want, Onso. I need a distraction from the shuggle work. Tyler squeezed his eyes shut, but his knuckles were turning white. I don't think the big guy realized he was granting a peek at his canines. Captain Monahan drifted past the sensor stations, and worry creased her lines on her forehead. Our commander must have picked up on the tension, because she hovered by us for an extra second. Status report. Monahan cleared her throat, wrapping the desk.
Got anything for navigations? I'm concerned that we might be too late for Koa.
I squinted at the readout and chewed my claws. No viable intercept courses. We can't get there in time. Several Federation ships are minutes from orbital range.
What if the Mazics stopped them or slowed them down?
Ma'am, the Mazics are all but dead in the water. I used to believe the Federation would never bomb their own. I fear that was wishful thinking these days.
The Terran captain meandered back to her chair with a thoughtful expression.
My gaze focused on the viewport, trying to block out Tyler's sideways looks. If nobody was removing me from my duties, I wasn't going to broach the topic. A predator like myself could be helpful to Koa's defenses. This was the only way that I could justify my existence. Our warships cruised ahead, well above recommended acceleration. The engines were going to be burned out when all was said and done. The humans accepted the serious risks to save innocent lives. I don't know how I didn't see their compassion from the start. The predators intended to stand up for the Mazics, even if on paper it was too late. Fossil armor-heavy ships hung back, determining where to insert their presence. The vessels nipped at the heels of the Mazic stragglers and executed flanking maneuvers with ease. I wondered if these would become a standard Federation model, given the new variables. Humanity's shield breakers would be as powerful against armored craft.
Those kinetic railguns better have a lot left in the tank.
It'll be like biting on granite if not. Mazic assistance calls continued to register on Terran bandwidth. The amount had dipped, which correlated with rapid casualties on sensors. The Federation was on bombing trajectory, unimpeded. Only a few hundred defenders were left. Concern was visible on the faces of many human crew members. Hanso yipped with indignation.
5 vessels of fossil make, forming a barricade in our path. Should we slow down?
No, we should speed up, Tyler growled. I guarantee our nerves are a hell of a lot stronger than theirs.
Samantha grinned. That's not saying much, but I'm all for painting a bullseye on their back.
Converted Tillfish gunships, now decked out in UN insignia, hugged our sides. The allied duo broke out of our pace and threw a little extra into the throttle. The fossil vessel were waiting to put up an ionic barrier. They must have noticed the magnetic bombs. It didn't make sense to establish fortifications that would be knocked out. Fortunately, our warship still toted our plasma railgun. The 5 hostiles waited for the telltale energy spike before raising shields. Between an exorbitant armor and the well-timed barrier, our targeting shrugged off the blasts. I could see a gash in the hull plating, but the enemy could seal off the compartment. The Terran gunships went after the damaged foe, but the other fossil condensed around their weakest link. Armor tailored to kinetics was the Predator's match. These ships were designed to function past shield failures. I wasn't sure how even the humans could thwart these measures. If combat dragged on, it would waste precious time for the Mazic homeworld. Hanzo shoved me out the way.
We have to reach Koa. I'm going to take a look, since Gojid Sovlin hasn't done anything useful.
My first instinct was to challenge the primitive. This wasn't timed to make a fool of himself. Did the Uplift think that he could join a Predator exchange program and magically qualify for tactical roles? Fighting wars in the 3rd dimension was far cry from tilling fields. Humans of all species should understand how behind the times Hanzo was. I couldn't believe there was anything more than a ship mascot. The only reason I bit my tongue was to avoid provoking Tyler further. It was the officer's job to intervene here, despite any notion of friendship. However, the Yodel was correct in my inefficacy. Tyler, recognizing me, weighed on my psyche, and guilt made it difficult to conjure up tactics. Perhaps asking for a transfer couldn't wait for the battle's conclusion. Once the marsupial floundered around for a bit, I could hand the station over to Collis and Sam.
Do ramming tactics work? We could clip them on the side. Velocity and mass are in our favor,
Hanzo said.
Long as we don't strike them head-on, we should remain operational.
Tyler shrugged his chin. Navigation will need to find a perfect angle. We don't want to knock out any vital functions.
Well, we don't have to take the fossil out. They're stationary. They won't catch us if we pass them. Just need to shove the bastards aside.
The census officer relayed the findings to Monahan, who brought up a nav station into the loop. Our warship drifted towards the fossil ship's flank. The course adjustment was incremental. The Terran gunships took the lead, distracting our opponents with kinetics. It hadn't taken humans long to discover how atrocious prey were at multitasking. Our tail was angled away from the target. That was an attempt to keep the engine secure. Despite my skepticism on the Uplift's capabilities, Hanzo was quick thinking. I wondered if he had predator disease, with such a knack for violence. It was one thing with human hunters, but genuine herbivores weren't meant for aggression. Are Yodel doctors even trained in signs of predator disease? Do they screen for it as children and all? Carlos tugged me into a seat. As our collision was imminent, the male guard looked nervous, listening to the clash alarms on the PA. In contrast, Samantha's eyes smoldered with venom. She showed little concern for her welfare. That predator was a kindred spirit in many ways, having lost enough to seek vengeance at any cost. Our spacecraft broadsided the enemy, hurling it out of our path. The impact sent a jolt through our frame, and my head whipped forward. A harness sucked me back into my seat. I hadn't even noticed Carlos fasten it. Several predators seemed disoriented by the crash, but navigations managed to retain control. Hansa howled with delight.
You guys are insane. I can't believe that worked.
If you can't believe it worked, then why the fact did you suggest it? I groaned. Tyler glared at me, eyes steady. You did great, Anzo. If I didn't need you on the viewport, I'd stick you in the spiky bastard's place now. Not wishing to respond, my gaze shifted out the viewport. The fossil craft was torn asunder, with its armor caved in from the wreck. The engine had given out as well, leaving it immobile. Momentum flung the enemy well out of position, and likely incapacitated the occupants. I couldn't imagine inertial dampness kept up with the drastic shift. The humans didn't stop to admire their handiwork, with Koa in reach. There were no conflicts in the nearby vicinity. Mazic friendlies had vanished from the sensor data after their final stand. Our comm station had gone quiet long ago, aside from the occasional status request from the surface. I didn't want to guess at the casualty count. Captain Monahan was expressionless, presiding over the bridge. How could she retain such stoicism, knowing the imminent tragedy ahead? Humanity had raced to the Mazic's defense and wrought havoc on Federation assailants. Our victory was convincing and swift, enough so that the rout on the ambush freed from shock. Hostiles reached orbit position all the same, and left the predators with no good options. I could see the Kolshians hovering above the green orb, poised to drop their payloads. This homeworld had been stripped of its defenses, and the army was in shambles. We could kill every last enemy, but I didn't see a way to stop the bombs from striking the planet.
Predator fleet, come in.
The voice crackling over the radio was unmistakably Kolshian.
Change your vector now, or we will drop antimatter weapons on the planet. This is your only warning.
Murmurs rippled across the bridge, when Monahan raised a hand for silence. UN Command's orders to take up a holding pattern was immediate. Human empathy wouldn't permit them to sacrifice civilians. Was allowing the Federation to subdue the Mazics a good alternative, though? It would turn a valuable ally into a puppet state. The United Nations agreed upon our captain's name when she offered to handle communications. Our battle-tested ship, unfortunately, carried seniority within the hodgepodge Terran fleet. The humans' original constructions were gutted during the Crow-Cattle invasion. Surviving craft were few and far between. Qualified officers were in limited supply as well. Our captain's position was unenviable, in my view. I wasn't sure what room there was to negotiate with the tentacled liars, or what the acceptable outcome was. More baffling was that the Kolshians spoke to the human military at all. It was a blessing the Predators didn't request my input. Monahan pressed the microphone to her lips. Federation attackers, we've halted our advance. We'd like to talk. Let's find a resolution that doesn't involve innocent bloodshed. All right. The captain signaled to the comm station, and the technician extended the hail. All we could do was wait for the Kolshians' response. Predatory might wouldn't save the day here. A single bomb hitting the Mazic metropolis would kill millions, which forced us to the bargaining table. It was time to see how crafty humans were in endeavors beyond fighting. End of chapter. Chapter 76. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time, November 28th, 2136. The human fleet maintained their position, while Mazic homeworld sat in a precarious spot. Our hail was still transmitting, though the enemy hadn't picked up. An evacuation transport soared out of the atmosphere, scrambling civilians to safety. The Kolshians nailed the spacecraft with plasma and aimed it just right to take out of commission. It seemed that they weren't trying to decimate it, after all. Captain Monahan's nostrils flared with agitation.
Federation coalition, you fire on civilian targets again, and our ceasefire is over. We will not tolerate such actions.
The violet Kolshian blinked onto the holoscreen. You're not going to sacrifice the Mazics for victory and glory. Are you actually clever enough not to show your heartless side?
I question who the heartless ones are, when you're the ones threatening a civilian populace. I couldn't care less about victory. We're here to save lives. That's what humans stand for.
The enemy commander paced back and forth, unfazed by the visual of a predator. His crew was a homogeneous blend of Kolshians, rather than including aliens. The emerald surface of the Koa was visible in their viewport, along with 3 target locks on the sensor readout. If I didn't know better, I would think that the Commonwealth officer didn't know what to do. He waved a tentacle. Damn it. We never wanted to kill them. We wanted to kill you. The fight wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Tell me something I haven't heard before,
Samantha grumbled beside me. Tyler growled at her. Silence. Luckily, my guard's quip wasn't picked up on the call. One wrong word could end in catastrophe for all civilians. I was relieved to hear the Kolshians didn't want to initiate the bombing. At least there was some morality amongst their ranks, however low the bar was. The Terran captain looked at the incendiary statement in stride and curved her lips upward.
Well, why don't you find us then? What is it that you want?
Monahan demanded. The Kolshian's eyes bulged. We want you to stop gaining power, Predators. Like Conus is right. You show no restraint in your walls. Your aggression is the Crocattle's 100-fold.
And your solution for the perception of untamed aggression of your own. I guarantee, if you bomb Koa, you're going to give more species reason to leave the Federation. You can't undo millions of deaths. That blood will be on your conscience wherever.
Then back off. You won't. You're too proud.
I can't do that, especially given your history of changing species irreversibly.
So, which city should I bomb first, Predator? I hear Tolino has a high industrial capacity. Shame it's a bustling civilian hub, too.
The Predator captain had her hands behind her back, but I could see the nails digging into her palm.
The indignation was something I shared, hearing her callous threats against the planet. It reminded me of the Orcs' disregard for civilians. The Kolshians might have studied hunters a bit too much. Bartering with lives was dishonorable.
Monahan bared her teeth and slanted her eyebrows. That's your prerogative, but when humanity reaches Alpha, and we will, we'll glass the Kolshian city for every bomb you drop here, blood for blood. Should we start with a school of the Flora, or do you have a substitute in mind?
You!
Shut up! If you surrender now, we'll treat you lot under the rules of warfare, as prisoners with fair treatment. Trust me, because of those unrestrained walls you saw, you want us to apply the Geneva Conventions. It's going to be a bad day for you if we decide those no longer are applicable.
I recalled my lawyer's explanation regarding the UN's prohibition of torture. I was curious what other crimes and devices the Earthlings banished in those agreements. It was a safe bet that the contraptions humans thought too depraved for use were beyond the realms of our nightmares. All predators were prone to unfathomable cruelty. That was why I had been able to torture Marcel with suspiciousness.
Humans are capable of everything the Orcs have done. They choose not to, but nobody wants to see them go fully unhinged.
Fear flashed in the Kolshian's commander's golden eyes. The intensity on Monahan's hungry gaze brought extra weight to her threat. It was like staring into a countenance of death. That unyielding skull was an assertion of dominance, whether done concisely or not. I found it difficult to shrug off her animosity, though it wasn't directed at me.
I'd rather die than see any of my men surrender to you. As for Alpha, you wouldn't flaunt your cruelty while masquerading for the prey.
The Kolshian hissed. Monahan bobbed with her shoulders. You're confused. Either we're aggressive predators that can't control ourselves, or we do show restraint.
Pick one. Twisting my words, alien freak.
I have no time for petty insults. What is an acceptable way to get you far, far away from this system? That's what we all want. The Commonwealth officer sported a stricken expression. Hatred sparkled in his eyes, and he stole a glance back at his bridge crew. No captain wanted to watch their subordinates die. I always felt responsible when my plans went awry and casualties ensued. Decisions traced back to the commander. The Kolshians saw the underlings' faces, how much they longed to escape from the predators. The prospect of being hunted by humans terrified them. Terrans were too methodical to outwit. The Orcs could get sloppy due to their food aspirations, but the primates treated war like a mathematical equation. They sought the simplest solution to render the enemy dead. Let 1,500 of our ships leave and don't attempt to pursue them. A few hundred of us will stay behind, the enemy leader decided. You so much as scan us and I will order cover bombed, with the reminder. Monahan straightened. A smart decision. You don't want to lose so many ships with all the souls on board. The UN will allow you to flee. That's acceptable to my parameters. Onzo scoured the viewport as ship activity picked up around the planet. The Terran fleet opened avenues for the enemy departures and made no efforts to engage them. The more hostiles we cleared out of the area, the lower the maximum casualties were. This was a step in the right direction, as far as I was concerned. The Yodel shook his head.
Should I prepare for pursuit? We can't just let those bastards leave.
I'll wait for the captain's orders, but I imagine we'll honor our word. It sets a good precedent to be able to negotiate, Tyler answered. Carlos shot a glance at Sam. I know what you're thinking, but it would be nice to have options on the table. Maybe they'll even start letting us surrender, giving us sapient rights. The female human snorted.
There, dream on. They like us better dead. Sometimes I think the Federation likes us better dead too, but the truth is, they don't care about us at all.
Bonzo spat.
Did you know that they offered to destroy our railroads and steamboats?
My eyes narrowed at the uplift's distortion of events. The Federation weren't my favorite faction anymore, but clearing out obsolete technology was helpful. I didn't understand why the humans were giving him sympathetic looks. Disgust crossed Tyler's expression, and Carlos wrinkled his nose. I chewed my claws. Well, you don't need them anymore. You're stuck in the past, Onzo. No reason to keep relics around. Onzo curled his lips.
That's what they said. They called it a celebration as they demolished our shipyards. Maybe we still like the things that we built.
But the Federation tech is better. It's this about pride.
Pride is not seeking your own identity. Fuck you.
Carlos swatted my neck. Erasing someone's culture and beliefs is a form of genocide. I'd think that you of all people would understand that, Sublin. Tyler glared at me before storming off to comfort Onzo. The mention of my name was enough to make his blood boil. The wedge between us had been dealt with. My wrongdoing wasn't his fault, and it had never been my intent to disrupt his work. When the current crisis was resolved, I owed the tall human an apology. The fleeing Kolshians had put some distance between themselves and Koa, whilst rushing to escape to FTL Disruptor's range. I imagined that they were looking over their shoulder for pursuing predators. None of them eased up on the accelerator, since being the herd straggler was a death sentence, but the humans resisted the urge to chase. They rarely succumbed to the hunter desires. Terrans can conduct themselves like normal people, despite their deficits. It never ceases to amaze me. It's beautiful, isn't it? Captain Monahan turned her back to the camera, gazing at the stars. We never had to fight. We could work to make something better. Quit with your lies! Counting colonies. 34 worlds have been wiped out since we met you, and you've been here for 4 months, the Kolshian muttered. We didn't start or even bomb any of those. It's not our fault everyone keeps attacking us and abandoning your defenses. You're in cahoots with the Orcs, pulling their strings even. You wouldn't attract them if you weren't rotten to the core. Humans enjoy killing, for all your empathy. I enjoy stopping bad people from hurting others. Nobody else has to die today. Certainly not innocent hostages, because you hate us. In our honor, we'll let you all leave unharmed. The Kolshian shifted in discomfort. It was clear he mistrusted the human's proposition. Several of the ships he left behind were making a break for it, without waiting for orders. Flighty captains weren't going to give the predators time to change their mind. It was left a sour taste in my mouth to see the enemy getting away. On your honor, the Kolshian flailed with exasperation. Good does that do me? Predators deceive. Monahan snorted. So do prey. Look at you. I haven't lied to you once, nor has the human race. Please, think of the Mazzics. I'm not a murderer. I don't want to kill children. Herbivores. Crap. Your trick is working. We'll leave. The video feed switched off before the human could respond. The Kolshian ships glided away from the Cowa's vulnerable surface, maintaining their formation. The Terran fleet honored their non-aggression pact, rather than confronting the enemy. The predators were here to save their allies, first and foremost. The human crew offered a rousing applause for Captain Monahan, which took on aliens by surprise. I was accustomed to the predators' noise levels and living around them for months. Bringing a Terran nearby was a fast way to dismantle peace and quiet. The poor Fisson on comms bucked in agitation, and the Vendel observers covered their sensitive ears. Onso delighted in the ruckus, however, with his primitive sensibilities. The yodel began yipping and jumping around like an animal. Monaghan allowed the cacophony for a moment before shouting orders to pipe down. Silence overtook the bridge. The Terran captain sighed. Let's not pat ourselves on the back yet. This was a good day for us, but I promise the Mazics won't look back as fondly. Comms, hail Koa. The beige mabel on the screen answered with immediality. His eyes were frantic, as though he'd fallen over himself to respond. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the older male as President Kupo. The Mazic leader seemed alarmed to be at the Predator fleet's mercy. Their defenses were laid bare, and the poor guy was frazzled from the assault too. Greetings, Monaghan said politely. Do you require any aid? We're happy to assist with search and rescue. There's a civilian hauler immobilized in orbit, for starters. Kupo flared his trunk.
No, thank you. We can handle it. What payment can I offer you, humans? We'll give you whatever you want.
Payment? We don't want anything from you. Humanity came to your aid because we're allies. You're part of our pack now, as I imagined that you put it. The Mazic was silent for a long time. Something resembling regret flickered in his gaze, though it was gone a second later. The leader composed himself and turned back to the camera. He appeared isolated in a vast bunker with only a single aide.
I never trusted humanity. I wasn't willing to risk my people to help Earth, Kipper said, even with Solani's revelation. I only committed resources to your team because I saw the Federation was a sinking ship. Now, you protected us, and I am sorry. Please, let us repay your aid.
The Terran captain chuckled. All is forgiven, President Cooper. Your choices were relatively tame compared to the genocidal maniacs in the Federation.
Oh, human, I stood beside those people for years. It was wonderful. All herbivores working together in perfect harmony. How did nobody see the truth? I should have.
Don't blame yourself. We all see what we want to see. Just like people read evil into us and cherry-pick our worst moments. Because that's what they're looking for.
You've had to grovel and scrape for every friend you have, human. But not anymore. The Mazic Presidium will never forget your heroism. I'll set my best scientists aside to support your colonization efforts, and you can have the pick of our abandoned worlds, unless you mind being so close to us.
Not one bit. The United Nations would love to cooperate going forwards. My ears swirled away from the dialogue, and I padded away from the sensor station. Pronounced footsteps followed me, and a shadow fell over my form. Without looking, I knew that it was Tyler lurking behind me. He was stalking me with a predatory intent. Fear pulsated through my ribcage, and my spines bristled to the point of discomfort. Swallowing, I ambled into the mess hall and swiveled around. The census officer's chiseled jawline was rigid, suggested that the human wanted to bite me. His teeth were ill-suited for that, but the subconscious tell was there. Those blue eyes glittered like ice, scorching into my vulnerable areas. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry for my initial behavior. I panicked when you said Slanek, and I didn't want to disrupt. The fist slammed into my snout before I could flinch. Tyler's punch carried a phenomenal power, as his calcified bones connected with my skin. I caressed my bleeding nostrils, and the human snaked an elbow around my neck, his knee lurching up into my stomach, knocking out my breath. I doubled over, but the predator's grip kept me from collapsing. Pain overwhelmed my senses, and my conscious mind relished it. Control was slipping away, however, and instinctive panic suppressed my faculties. I took the last of my lucidity to refrain from swiping back. Tyler tightened a hold on my neck before hurling me into a cabinet. I slammed against the upholstery, crumpling into a ball. The human marched ahead with effortless strides and hovered over me. My heart was on the brink of bursting, seeing the malicious snarl. This is what it feels like to be physically beaten and powerless to fight back. You did that to Marcel for a week, the Terran officer spat. I know. I coughed out blood and trickled into my mouth. I hate myself for it. Only didn't kill myself so the humans could have justice. The predator watched me crawl on the floor before extending a rough hand. I accepted his paw, allowing him to pull me to my feet rather than resuming the slugfest. Tyler helped me to a chair. He retrieved a paper towel from the sink and pressed it to my nose. The primate stepped back. You want to die? Sure. But I'm a coward. Tears swelled in my eyes and I rolled in the rivulets. Turns out I'm terrible at getting myself killed and picking out the monsters who hurt my family. It wasn't Marcel, but any predator sufficed. Shit, man. Did you ever get treatment for PTSD? What you went through was pretty fecked up. You should have been in a commanding position to begin with.
Treatment? For what? That didn't translate.
I see. You should talk to a therapist. I know a good one. It's what Marcel would want.
Tyler decided our spat was finished and left me to nurse my wounds. Was mental treatment what Marcel would really want for me? My thoughts harkened back to my cell on Earth and the red-haired human mocking my inability to cope. I was beginning to believe that he realized self-contempt was the worst punishment. Didn't he want to live with the misery until death's sweet release? But Tyler knows him personally, if he says Marcel would want to help me. But the Koa rescue, I saw that the human stood for the preservation of life. Perhaps that extended to someone like myself, despite my past. It terrified me to explore my predator's side. Losing my identity had been devastating. How could anyone grapple with the entire life being a lie? There was one certainty, one absolute truth. In my universe now, it was that humans were the only ones who could stitch this galaxy back together. End of chapter. Chapter 77. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, November 29th, 2136. Dawn crept over the horizon, bringing lights to the Silas supercontinent. Human forces milled near a water tower, which marked the border of a small settlement. Tillfish extermination officers were holding the populace hostage, and that eliminated the option of bombing this region. Our current plan was to flush the resistance out. My heart pounded as I rode with Marcel to the rendezvous point. The Redhead had warned me that the military canines were part of this operation. Fear of non-sapient predators seemed impossible to get over, but I was determined to try. Tyler had texted me videos of his dog after the Battle of Earth. It was clear the two species shared a bond. If the awful beasts are important to humans, I have to try. Being a ghastly predator doesn't inherently make an animal bad. Marcel hopped out of our truck, and I bounded after him. The oxygen-rich environment helped numb my fear, which was a blessing. The dog was sitting amongst the UN pack, panting with its slobbery tongue. Its soulless eyes pinpointed me, and its ears perked up malevolently. There wasn't even addressing the rotund fangs. "Are you all right, Slanek? You look like you're about to faint," the vegetarian growled. My tail drooped between my legs.
Just peachy.
"He's friendly, bud. These are the most domesticated animals on Earth. Hell, they were known as man's best friend, before we met the Vendel, of course." At this point, I knew the Terrans originally recruited dogs to track down prey. The non-sapiens had a sublime sense of smell, but that almost meant that the mutt could detect my terror. Still, this introduction was something that had to be done. Marcel had to see that I accepted his hunting ancestry. Maybe it would put my predator phobia to bed for good. I offered a silent plea to the universe that I wouldn't get swallowed whole. My paws carried me closer, and I focused one step at a time. Every impulse beat to run, but I centered my thoughts around Marcel. This time, Slanek was not going to be a liability. If the animal went wild, the humans would protect me. It was their pet, after all. The hideous creature eyeballed me upon approach, and I extended a shaking paw. The monster sniffed, nostrils quivering with hunger. It opened its mouth again, and its tongue snaked towards me. Slobber coagulated on my arm fur, causing me to recoil. Its human handlers offered words of encouragement. Marcel grinned. "See? He likes you. You want to pet him?" I gulped, not wanting to let my human down. The terror had taken the form of a migraine. The pain was a wedge expanding beneath my eyes. The dog scrutinized me, a menacing glint in its pupils. It was sizing me up, waiting to catch me off guard. My training taught me to ground myself and focus on controlling my breathing. I reached to touch its skull and felt its coarse pelt against my paw pads. The vile predator released a guttural grunt, which reverberated in its chest. The malicious bark made me spring back and collide with Marcel. Was the sable demon going to eat me? It must have decided I was prey. The mongrel stood quickly, wagging its tail. It nosed around in the dirt before grabbing a stick in its jaw. It pranced over to me and dropped the twig at my feet. Globs of saliva formed in the bark, which suggested that it had worked up an appetite. The creature emitted a high-pitched whine as I stared dumbfounded. Marcel stooped over and passed the stick to me. "Throw it!" Tell Dino to fetch.
Dino?
I questioned. That's his name. Come on. Let the pupper have some fun. I made a mental note to inquire about the name's origin later. My throw was pitiful, landing just a few feet from where we stood. Dino scampered after it and snapped the twig off the ground. Relief flooded my chest as I realized this was play hunting. The game was predatory, but it meant the dog wasn't hunting me. However, it was a little bone-chilling to consider why dogs would retrieve objects for humans. In the ancient days, this would have been a dead carcass dropped at its owner's feet. Was it tagging along with the soldiers to hunt the tillfish? Would it chase them down and report back to the Terrans with the catch? All of the primitives lavished it with good boy praises. That was awesome, Slanek. Marcel clapped me on the back. You'd create quite a stir on your internet if they saw this.
I guess predators don't eat everything in sight.
Do you chow down on every leaf you see? Anyhow, I want to hear you say that you're good to come with us.
We're good to go. I go. Don't worry.
The blinkers kept the dog out of my vision as we clambered into the transport. Many humans were grinning at me, and I did my best imitation of a smile. The sight cracked the soldiers up. It was nice to lift their mood, even at my expense. Terrans didn't snarl as much as they used to, ever since the 10th of their population was lost. No amount of Vendel cuteness would change that reality. Dino propped itself beside my paws, resting its thick skull on the floor. The beast appeared tranquil, but its ears were picked up and alert. I didn't like its chosen proximity to me, and I found myself praying that Marcel would intervene. The vegetarian merely tousled the dog's ears, the way he did with me. Active combat was preferable to the situation. At least, I was equipped to handle that peril. Our vehicle procession didn't get far, since the tillfish holdouts had anticipated UN intervention. Spikes were laid across the main road, and fallen trees had been hauled over the path as well. Side routes were jammed with barricades as well. Humans couldn't drag those away without heavy machinery. It would take an eternity to await equipment. It might have been possible to drive off-road, but footpaths had been coated in gasoline. A tillfish could set a route ablaze, the second the UN made a move. Any open land had been accounted for as well. Parks and green spaces had been flooded by local aqueducts. Even the Terran trucks could wade through the water. The muddy earth risked trapping their tires. Marcel nudged me out of the vehicle. Stay alert, Slanek. The exterminators left one route into the city. Foot traffic across the roads.
There's a trap waiting for sure. You won't have the element of surprise, I said.
Thankfully, we have recon drones to scout ahead. We're not going in dark. The dog is great at picking up explosives, too. Dino placed its nose on the road, sprinting ahead of the humans. I hoped the dog was running off for good. If it became a wild predator, terrorizing the local populace, maybe the Terrans would stop bringing their kind on missions. No predator soldiers made an effort to stop its departure, which suggested that the mutt was more trouble than it was worth. The UN infantry readied their weapons and surveyed the area with alertness. I mimicked their movements, though the dwellings nearby seemed vacated. Thermal feeds were relayed to their holopads, granting us their drone's vision. Tillfish were scattered throughout the town square, the many taking refuge from the extermination office. Judging by their location, I assumed those were hostiles. Enemy patrols also wandered the streets, policing the citizenry. The populace was small enough to monitor, and the residents had been confined to their homes. That made it easier to differentiate between combatants and hostages. It was best if the innocents remained inside. Hunting down every last hostile would be a challenge regardless, since their forces were spread out across the landscape. I trundled ahead, jogging to match the human's pace. We weaved around the obstacles placed in our path and climbed over a few lengthier objects. The persistent predators were tireless as they moved, but my body ached from the strenuous activity. I noticed Marcel favoring the leg he had been shot in, so I decided not to ask for a ride.
Are you okay?
I asked. Marcel gritted his teeth. My conditioning's not peak. After being injured for months, recovering from Sovereign's fun room was hard enough. Gotta get my fitness back up, rebuild my strength in my leg.
That makes sense. We lose strength if we're sedentary too. Our scientists think that Vendel physical activities declined alongside the native predator population. Fitness isn't as important without threats.
That's probably right. Likewise, A predator's, our fitness correlates to our participation in hunting, which we don't do anymore. The resounding bark jolted us out of the conversation. Dino sat beside a crate of black powder, which bore the insignia of a mining company's. A fuse was attached, but the device hadn't been triggered yet. The tillfish must be waiting for the humans to pass by. It was the extermination officer's humor to weaponize the predator's tactics against them. The dog's handler whistled, and it came running back with eagerness. I guess the mutt wasn't keen on escaping after all. The primates had it under their spell. Come to think of it, even a feral predator wouldn't run away from the easy source of flesh. Terrans must keep control with generous helpings of food.
It's playing along because it's learned that humans reward it handsomely, but the second they'd run out of food, it'll eat them alive.
Whatever my thoughts on Dino's motives, it was impressive that the humans trained the beast to detect weaponry. Its scouting potential was valuable to our foray, and its sensory ability made the journey safer. Powder explosives were primitive compared to the Terran arsenal, but I still didn't want to stroll past one. Once our troops were clear of the blast, the UN soldier flung a match at the canister. It erupted with a puff of smoke, churning up nearby dirt. Marcel waved a hand, and the combat-ready primates pressed on. There had to be tillfish enemies in close proximity if they planned to trigger the blast. Terran drones circled back to our position, searching for hiding hostiles. Marcel whistled. "Come out unarmed! This is over! We see you! Yes, you right there!" Our surveillance had yet to locate any tillfish, but the bluff fooled the unseen assailants. A trio of insects scuttled out of the burrow and opened gunfire. I snapped my firearm in their direction, focusing on lining up the sights. After a split second of concentration, I depressed the trigger. My bullet pierced through the insect's skull, ejecting brain matter from the wound. The humans reacted swiftly as well, unleashing a string of kinetics. The enemies hit 2 of our men before we shot back, but the wandering out into the open spelled their demise. Predators didn't miss a clear, unobstructed target, and this scuffle was no exception to that rule. I drew a shuddering breath.
That was my first kill.
Sympathy flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes. The first time is the hardest. If it's any consolation, we've all been there. I still remember mine.
But you're human.
Doesn't matter. Unless you're a sociopath. Taking a life is something you wrestle with. You feel like you've changed, and you have changed, Slanek. Just remember what you're fighting for. The Terran brigade marched towards the town square. I was certain the extermination officers was our first target, but this was no time to get emotional. My participation was for my friend's sake. The why was something I had no qualms over. Every bit of training was so that I could be effective and prove to the galaxy that Vendel weren't a laughingstock. Finding the route in the exterminator's workplace was easy. All we had to do was follow the trail of posters. Several predators stopped to scan visual translators near bulletins. The human likeness, often an unflattering caricature, was visible on many of them. It was obvious the predator-killing guild took particular offense to their presence. Marcel inspected one, shaking his head as he read through the translation. The caption asked, "Do these look like arboreal eyes to you?" A human was clutching silverware as they stared at a crow-cattle on a plate. It looked accurate to earth cutlery, which was a nice touch. The artist's rendition had their mane sticking up in all directions, exaggerated fangs curving out of collapsed lips, and veins popping in dilated eyes. I ambled further ahead and tapped a different poster. It depicted Gojits in a pen, cowering away from a human hand. Earth's silhouette was superimposed in the background, with a foreboding red glow encircling the planet. The tagline read, "Asylum for all." The refugees themselves could confirm the conditions weren't nefarious. Cattle ships belonged only to the Arxel. The one posted by the entrance at least had a basis in reality. It depicted an actual photograph of a human soldier dropping from the sky, as the Gojit stampede victims littered the ground. "Coming to a city near you," the propaganda proclaimed. The subtext listed an exterminator recruiting URL, specifically for volunteers to resist the UN invasion. "I don't think they like us, Slanek," Marcel growled. "No clue where I got that impression from, though." I took cover, waiting for the humans to reach the door.
"You have an uncanny resemblance to the one munching on the crow-cattle. Is that your long-lost twin?"
"Buddy, I was thinking it looked more like your mother. Hey, we're going to settle this after the battle." My predator snarled, revealing his pearly fangs. The UN soldiers exchanged hand signals by the entrance before setting a breach charge. The blast rocked the door off its hinges, and the humans stalked into the building. There were a few rifle blasts, and the Terrans picked off the tillfish in the entryway. I shouldered my own gun and slunk into the lobby. Smoke clouded the air, wisps visible in the dimly lit environment. The predators were inspecting a layout of the building. Their first step was to seal off the exits. We knew where the bulk of the enemies were located, thanks to the drones. It was a matter of our success clearing them out. The humans were closing in on the rogue exterminators, and I pitied the fools who dared to fight back. End of chapter. Memory transcription. Subject: Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. The extermination office featured a modest array of cubicles past the lobby. There were more employment opportunities than hunting predators. Call centers had to be operational around the clock, and another set of pencil pushers checked web reports. Other workers researched infestations, identifying potential culprits and their method of survival. These briefings prepared for the officers for the job's challenges. The humans peered around the entrance before the brave few slid into a cubicle. No gunfire was unleashed at our appearance, so the rest of us took positions. Marcel produced a pocket-sized drone, and the device silently soared into the air. It glided over rows of cubicles, searching for any heat signatures. The miniature robot stopped near a window and zoomed in into two tillfish. The predators crept forward, with the same silence as their ancestors used to hunt creatures twice their size. Dino mimicking their focus, as its handler whispered something to it. The dog seated itself, and I took my opportunity to distance myself. The gun felt light as a feather in my grip. It stayed pointed right at the hiding spot. Marcel poked his gun over the cubicle wall, and his comrades also shoved scopes at the tillfish. The mandibles clicked with terror, surprised by the primate's stealth. They bent their heads in a gesture of submission. Large predators should be able to approach without audible cues, yet humans could suppress their footsteps so well.
Please don't shoot us, the insectoid clicked. We are just IT workers. We surrender.
Marcel jerked the gun skyward. Stand up and walked towards the window. The tillfish scuttled back, though their compound eyes lingered on the predators. My human shouted demands to turn around, but the enemy hesitated to comply. Something was odd about their posture, and I couldn't chalk it up to fear. Their appendages seemed to be folded to conceal an object. Marcel approached to search the workers. His hazel eyes were narrowed to slits. The tillfish's thoraxes twitched, poised to strike out. Without any consideration, I lunged at one of them. The insectoid I tackled buckled under my grip and kicked into its cohort in the process. I clung on for dear life, reaching for whatever it was in its clutches. The humans noticed the downed one was wielding a gun. That IT worker was scrambling to right himself. Multiple bullets incised the hostile's exoskeleton before they could enact his plans. Marcel pointed his firearm at the one I was riding, but he couldn't get a clean shot. The tillfish had latched onto my forepaw, which prevented me from dismounting. I screeched as the tillfish slammed me against the wall. Adrenaline surged through my veins like a drug. My free arm shot towards a lens like eyes, and I sank tiny claws into its smooth flesh. He howled in pain, loosening his grip on my other paw. My body crashed into the floor with a thud, knocking the wind out of my lungs. The predators pumped the tillfish full of lead before he could try anything else. Some blood splattered on my fur, painting yellow splotches across my chest. Every muscle in my body quivered as horror washed over me. I crawled back towards the humans and struggled to my feet. Several primates helped wipe the blood off, checking me for injuries. "Slanek, for the love of God, why did you not shoot those tillfish?" Marcel grunted. I straightened my head for,
Well, I saw them reaching for a weapon.
I understand that. My question stands.
I don't know. Let's get moving.
Terran soldiers swept the room, verifying that other tillfish hadn't stowed away. We progressed to an interior stairwell, which led to an upper floor. The armory was tucked by the landing, but it had been emptied of guns and flamethrowers. The exterminators found a use for every weapon in their possession. I hugged the wall alongside Marcel, using his presence to ground me. Every instinct suggested to hyperventilate and dwell on the bloodshed I had kick-started. But giving in to those thoughts wouldn't facilitate my survival. It would hinder the UN's mission too. These tillfish needed to die, because they were a threat to Earth. There was nothing else to consider. These rebels were the strongest advocates for joining that genocidal raid, I imagine. They're responsible for the billions dead. The predators were hesitant to climb the stairwell. There had been dozens of life signatures in this building, so the bulk were waiting at the top floor. Per the tactics of UN drilled into me, this was a choke point. It wasn't advantageous to the defenders and forced assailants to cover multiple angles. Grenades weren't a viable option, with their tendency to roll back on us.
Is there another way up?
I whispered. Marcel shrugged. We could just blow this place to Kingdom Come, but the brass doesn't want collateral. There's no telling if there's hostages till we sweep the premises.
I'm surprised you didn't suggest dropping out of the sky. That is the human way, as I recall.
Intel suggests this faction has surface-to-air capabilities. Attaining a ladder is possible, but the roof is likely booby-trapped anyways. These fellas seem to want us to come to them.
Why?
I don't know. They're basically a cult, and they're cornered. They could be planning to take us down with them. My human turned his gun skyward and inched back first towards the stairs. He popped off several shots from a sharp angle, which connected with one tillfish. Judging by the alarmed chatter, there were 6 or 7 defenders perched above us. The insects leaned over the railing and rained fire down on the redhead. Tension crossed Marcel's scarred face as he ducked back under the alcove. The humans waited for the enemy to deplete ammunition, knowing they weren't conservative in its usage. My friend peeked back out, and it was joined by a pair of comrades. The trio offered suppressive fire as the Terran troops hustled up the stairs. I swallowed my nose, which reminded me what an easy target I was. If these humans could bear the risk, so could I. This was about trusting their plan. My feet sprinted up 2 stairs at a time, and I joined our squad midway up. We had a better line of sight from this angle, which allowed us to bombard the tillfish. One human dropped beside me, and another released a strained yelp. This charge was a strategical blunder, but it was the lesser evil of our options. We were hoping to scale the incline as quickly as possible, though I was too frazzled to aim. I got off several blind shots. Whether or not my bullets contributed, the exterminators were gunned down in seconds. Panting heavily, I labored up the rest of the stairs. The predators tended to our wounded, lugging both to the top. One's binocular eyes were glassy, suggesting that they were already gone. My eyes shot back to Marcel, who was the first to engage tillfish. Relief clamped at my heart when I saw him huddling up behind me. His brazenness could have gotten him killed. Marcel tested the door. Easy now. We're going to sustain losses, Slanek. We can't let that distract us. We all know the risks.
I didn't say anything,
I squeaked. You didn't have to. You wear your emotions all over your face. I rubbed my temples, trying to fight the ever-nagging headache. Dino bounded up the stairs and began sniffing at my legs. The dog's presence was the last straw in a situation that was stressful already. Why couldn't the damn beast leave me alone? Wasn't it enough that I was in imminent danger from bullets? The humans departed the stairwell onto the 2nd floor, and a slew of gunfire welcomed them. I bolted away from Dino. Getting a shot was preferable to the creepy drooling. This appeared to be some sort of break room, with lounges, stools, tables, and mini kitchen in the area. The tillfish had condensed the lounge chairs into fortifications and upturned the tables for cover too. Our positions was a barren bottleneck, which was by design. Glass shattered to my left as a window was nailed by errant bullets. Shards glinted on the floor and reflected the sunlight pouring in. I suddenly wished I had goofy paw coverings like the humans. My feet weren't fleshy like theirs, but pads wouldn't stop me from impaling myself.
Yes, the only place to hide is by the cabinet to my right. Already lots of humans coming in there, though. Need somewhere less crowded.
Keeping as far away from the broken window as possible, I scampered across to the opposite end of the room. Bullets whizzed past my head and took out several humans who tailed me. A handful of us reached the other side, where an arch opened up to a parallel corridor. Further down, there was a set of doors marked with biohazard symbol. I assumed that was where the prey remains and predator experimentation were housed. Bootsteps closed in on my position, rough and unsteady. Marcel dived through the archway, flashing his teeth at me. He huddled up against the wall, and the predator chemicals caused his eyes to dilate. The vegetarian sucked in several breaths, while the tillfish gunfire peppered the plaster around us. I risked a brief glance at my paw pads, which seemed clear of glass. UN soldiers retreated to the stairwell as bullets decimated their position. Eyeside's advance was secure against the support wall for now, but the firefight had ground to an impasse. The tillfish exterminators needed to be flushed from their shelter before we incurred more losses. I propped my gun up against my chest.
These bastards think they can hunker down. What about grenades now?
I thought you'd never ask, the Terran chuckled. Several soldiers readied grenades, calculating the perfect moment to strike. Human predation was methodical, a far cry from the mindless chasing. Their discipline kept their units functioning as well-oiled machines. If I was opposing them, efficiency would be more frightening than the animalistic frenzy. Terrans were much less likely to make mistakes than an Orcs. I was grateful to be on their team. If first contact had gone differently, the Venlo would have been the first ones fighting them. We would never have had exchange program, which meant that I'd still see humans as monsters. What fate would befall Earth had Sovlin gotten his mitts on the Odyssey's astronauts? My friend would be dead too, and I might have helped kill him. I shook my head, not wanting to think about the dreadful casualties. The predators clattered explosives across the floor, which arrived at the tillfish's fortifications. Marcel wouldn't let me carry grenades, since my throwing ability was negligible. Human arm torsion was effortless, in contrast. Hunting with spears forced their ancestors to evolve precision. Enemy screams swallowed the grenades as the detonators tore any shelter apart. This time, I understood that humans would capitalize on the chaos. My legs propelled me back into the room, forsaking the corridors for refuge. A few tillfished their guns, but most hostiles languished on the floor. Buttery blood washed across the tile, with splatter reaching up the walls. The Terrans strode up to the barricades, Dino darting into the heart of the action as well. The dogs subdued any tillfish who was rising, while the humans picked off the writhing targets. UN soldiers admired the heap of bug corpses, poking a few to ensure that they were dead. Our ranks sustained some damage in the fray, but we got the better end of the bargain. Marcel shuffled into the corridor. So that door we saw, I've learned the Federation warning symbols, and the last thing we need is them springing a true cure on us. Are they testing bioweapons here?
Highly unlikely. Consider where we are. It's marked biohazard because of predator contamination. You are predator contamination, lots of it. So I doubt you care.
You never know, Slanek. Contact with some animal's saliva might turn me into a super predator, with claws and horns.
I'd be more worried about that with Dino than you. You ready to end this?
The redhead nodded. I mulled over how their teasing behavior had rubbed off on me. Sarcasm had never featured in my lexicon so regularly. It did seem like a healthy way to express stress, especially in extreme situations. Bantering with my predator distracted me from the nauseating fear. Upon closer inspection, the biohazard door was left ajar. Marcel nudged it with his foot, eliciting a mournful creak. The human made a gagging noise and tugged his shirt over his nose. I wasn't sure what his reaction was pertained to, given my lack of smell. Was the air laced with some poison? Ugh! The acrid smell, Marcel coughed. My gaze darted to the floor, and the source of this discomfort revealed itself. A thin coating of brownish liquid amassed, like a wading pool. The gasoline was discernible upon entry, even with blinders on. Did the exterminators think humans would trample through a blaze zone? Most sapiens avoid burning alive where possible. I swished my tail in disgust.
Petrol, there must be a few tillfish camped inside, waiting to set it off.
I don't have time for this. Playing with timberwoods is not on my agenda. The human's teeth protruded with malevolence as he acquired a match. How about a little role reversal? Surprise, feckers! After lighting the object in his hand, Marcel dropped the spark onto the gasoline rim. Orange fire snaked across the liquid and leapt onto the secondary fuel, walls, furniture, and tillfish alike. My human turned his back on the inferno and strolled back to the stairway. While the exterminators achieved their self-immolation plan, we needed to double-time it out of here. The UN troops jogged past the break room's bodied rail and skipped down the stairway. Their longer legs allowed them to retrace their steps quickly. I lagged behind them a bit, but my friend circled back for me. Marcel scooped me up in his strong arms, ignoring his own exhaustion. The human was a good herdmate. He always looked out for my welfare.
I know he'd never leave me behind, come stampede or high water.
It was a quick journey, cuddling against a muscular form. We hustled past the cubicles and the lobby before bursting into fresh air. The blaze had gained intensity as it battered the upper windows. I spotted tillfish silhouettes thrashing about, enveloped by smoke and debris. Perhaps it was unwise that the professionals made their workshop flammable by design. Guard each exit, Marcel barked. Those exterminators either burn alive or they try to evacuate. Unless they come out surrendering, shoot any you see. Dino's quadrupedal form was visible amongst our ranks. The dog strayed from its handler and opted to harass me again. In a rare moment of bravery, I shoved its snout away. It offered a pitiful whine before curling up at my feet nonetheless. Its brown eyes never left me, and it thumped its tail in a single time. Why wouldn't it leave me alone? It was for Malsal's sake that I didn't chase it off with my gun. I hated that much, just as much as the humans adored it. Once we cleared the neighborhoods of rogue patrols, the mission would be complete. I couldn't wait to achieve victory, so that I could get myself far away from the feral predator. End of story. Chapter 79. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. Vendel resources were spread thin, with millions of rescues taxing our resources. Volunteers worked to exhaustion, and human refugees chipped in as much as anyone. The Predator's assistance was appreciated, but we had to monitor their interactions with the former cattle. I was certain they didn't mean any harm. However, the primates often didn't realize how terrifying their basic mannerisms could be. All it took was one Terran reacting with aggression or lifting their mask at the wrong time. If their secret got out within this facility, I could imagine how the rescuers would take the news. Would a former exterminator like Glim accept that our closest ally was a predator race? Could Hasey grasp the Federation's misdeeds after studying our idyllic relations in history? Hey, just so you know, one of every 10 races are flesh-eaters, I imagined myself saying. Oh, and our neighbors are predators. We're allied in a war against the Federation, but the Orcs are too. This was a delicate situation, regardless of outside intervention. A large chunk of these Vendel were raised in captivity and lacked any understanding of modern society. Their language and higher thinking functions were rudimentary at best. The Orcs hadn't exposed them to any other aliens or offered any welfare services. Governor Tava, it's your move, Sarah said. High C was laying on her stomach, inspecting the Jenga tower. The former historian had come out of shell. It was good to see her taking an interest in Terran's culture. Noah and Sarah kept their answers vague, which failed to sate her curiosity. The humans brought this mock game with them today, and used it as an introduction to their recreation. My claw tapped loose a piece near the center, and I coaxed it out of its spot. The tower quivered a bit, which sparked my nerves. The Vendel rescues leaned in with interest, alertness in their eyes. Satisfied that the structure would hold, I set the plank atop. Noah rubbed his hands against. Wonderfully done. My turn. Dear stars. Glim flinched back and shot the human a wary glare. How did your voice go that deep, Noah? Have a bit of cough, the ambassador muttered, clearing his throat, making it very throaty. I apologize. Noah avoided turning to Glim, which would indicate binocular vision. The predator's emotions were invisible under the mask, but the Vendel exterminator's confusion was apparent. Male human speech had a growling texture, which added weight to their voice. This was in stark contrast to our squeaky pitch. The UN ambassador jabbed his hand forward with no tact, and yanked a piece from the bottom. The Jenga tower toppled over, crashing to the floor. I suspected Noah had lost the game on purpose, to distract Glim. The astronaut excused himself and sped out of the room. He realized how close he was to blowing his cover. Glim tilted his head. You Gaians are a strange species, Sarah. Noah did not seem sick to me this entire time. Noah tries to play tough. I bet he's doctored himself up with cough syrup, the Terran scientist responded. Something about you bothers me. It might just be that I can't reach you. If you aren't comfortable taking your masks off, I'd like to at least see an anatomical diagram of your species. I'll look into acquiring that for you, will you? That tone. What are you implying, Glim? The male Vendel pinned his ears back and swished his tail in irritation. I feared that he had already guessed the Gaians were predators. However, the fact that he was irked rather than afraid suggested that he might not have had the answers yet. The former exterminator's attitude was worsening by the day, though. It's positive that his spirit hasn't been crushed, but he's becoming a problem. Maybe he needs to be isolated from the humans. I heard from my family for the first time in years, yet you are limiting contact to pre-recorded messages. You won't let us watch TV or for entertainment or have access to the internet, Glim growled. You avoid every question we ask of you. There's something you don't want us to know. Sarah raised her hands. That's not fair.
This isn't fair. I'm still in captivity in my home, here with my people. Dodgy aliens seem to be running the show. You won't even let us go outside to breathe fresh air.
Hasey was listening in silence.
Sarah, the museum. I want to visit it.
Alarms coursed through my veins, as I knew I couldn't honor the requests. Humans appeared in every form of media, including fiction, and were a popular subject on the internet. Outside of these walls, Glim and Hasey would encounter Terran refugees, millions of them remaining on Vendel Prime, so they could be walking around unmasked anywhere. Sarah adjusted her facial garb. I'm sorry if you feel like our restrictions are unfair. We have no idea what your timetable is to readjust, and we'd like to take things slowly. Better safe than sorry.
Sensory overload might awaken negative emotions and slow down your recovery. Discussion of war is everywhere too, I chimed in. Maybe you two recover faster than others, but several of your counterparts are shattered. Our goals are to set the average Vendel in mind.
Hasey narrowed her eyes.
How did you even free us anyway, Starver? Why would the Greys let us go?
The Gaians negotiated your release.
What could the Gaians have that the Orcs wanted?
Strength. Noah's voice rumbled behind me. Resources. Glim's pupil snapped back to the doorway. Noah returned with a bowl of fruit and made a point of grabbing a piece. He raised his full mask just enough to eat the food, and though his canines were still obscured, the two Vendels studied his furnished chin and his snack choice. The exterminator seemed to relax a little. Consuming plants should halt predator suspicions for now. The Terran ambassador offered the fruit to the Vendel, who snagged a few pieces for themselves. He waved a berry-picking hand and ushered the rescue back to their room. It was a clear attempt to avoid further questions. We had to find a way to give them some of what they wanted. Hasey hugged Sarah as the scientist tucked her into bed. The female predator patted the Vendel gently, returning the affectionate gesture. The historian had no clue who her caretaker was. Compassion was a trait that we once reserved for prey, until we met the humans. We assumed predators were incapable of empathy. Glim shied away when Noah tried to adjust his blanket. The exterminator's skeptical look had intensified, following the ambassador's answer about the Arxor. Strength the Greys would respect was something to be feared, and not a quality prey should possess. Likewise, the only resource that interested the Dominion was food.
What do you mean by strength and resources?
The male rescue stuttered. Noah withdrew to the doorway. We defend ourselves, and we're proactive about it. We can find a scientific solution to anything, manufacture anything, even the unsavory stuff that the Arxor want.
The Arxor want cattle to eat and killing tools.
We did what was needed to get you back. We're going to protect the Vendel from now on. Hasey whined.
You can't protect us from them. Nobody can. You're naive.
Noah shoved his hands into his pockets, but pride exuded from his posture. There was a hunter's grace in his stride, the way he strutted, arcing his spine, asserting dominance. Even with the mask on, I could sense his vicious snarl. The human wouldn't stand for Earth's prowess being called into question. Oh, Hasey, we already beat the Arxor once. The Federation's only victory in hundreds of years was because of us, Noah stated. Have some faith. Sarah shook her head, flashing her hand in front of her throat. I scurried up to him and tugged at his wrist. My beloved needed to adjust his behavior, because that speech wasn't prey-like at all. Usually, Noah was more sensitive to our sensibilities. Perhaps it was Glim's profession, goading him into boastfulness. I dragged the human down the hallway, out of earshot of the rescues. Noah allowed himself to be maneuvered. There was no way that I could move him without his cooperation. After checking my periphery to see if either Vendel followed us, I took a deep breath. It was important that I used a hush voice to avoid prying ears.
Why would you tell them that? I hissed. Your species found FTL months ago, and now you're telling them you single-handedly defeated the Arxor. How will they conclude that primitives did that?
Sarah crossed her arms. Tarvara's right. These Vendel aren't ready for the facts. Remember what sort of reactions we got from normal people. The exchange programs. Offer. Noah sighed, throwing his hands in the air. Maybe we should get the truth over with, instead of dodging their questions and locking them up. Glim was an exterminator. Any deceit will down on his pre-existing beliefs.
Hold your horses. I know they're going to find out eventually, but they've been here for 2 days. You'd be compromising the identity of all of our people.
Glim and Hasey are strong-willed. We could break it to them in pieces. They deserve to know who Vendel Prime's closest ally really is.
And who is that?
A voice squeaked behind us.
Who are you really?
The Terran swiveled around to find Hasey. The instinctive reaction, their uncanny tendency to look right at the target, tipped off the historian. It was a sign to narrow vision, to snap around and fully 90 degrees. I could see fear flash in her eyes. She had realized the truth, or at least part of it. Hasty backed away, tail drooping between her legs. Sarah raised her hands and took a careful step forward. The female Vendel shrieked before bolting down the hallway. I could hear her nails scrabbling on the tile as she slipped in haste to get away. The sounds of crying were audible too, amidst the screams. The poor thing just realized she hugged a predator. Oh dear. I positioned myself in Noah's path, stopping him from following. Don't chase her. You're just going to make it worse. The ambassador cursed. What do? We can't just sit around. She's going to start panic. I'll notify the Vendel doctors and get someone to calm it down. We should check on Glim now. He must have heard the commotion. Yeah, Hasty wasn't exactly subtle, Sarah said. Come on, Noah. We don't need both our patients freaking out. The human raced back into the hospital room. Sarah gasped with horror, and Noah's breathing accelerated to a panicked pace. Catching up to the primates, I saw that both beds were empty. Hasty was obviously long gone, so our goal was to minimize the damage. Glim was nowhere to be found either, though. The Terran astronauts started scouring the room, since we hadn't seen the exterminator exit. They crawled on the floor, searching under the beds first. Under different circumstances, it would have been amusing to see the humans wriggle under tight spaces. But at the moment, my sole thought was locating our Vendel charges. My gaze landed on the walls and the ceiling, browsing for any clues. A food cart had been moved right under the air duct, and the grate was pried open too. A clump of grey hair floated down onto my face, and I shouted for the human's attention. Glim must have used the passage to mount and escape. Sarah swished. Dang! We got a little Houdini here. If he wasn't an exterminator, I'd be impressed. The predators couldn't fit into the crawl space, and I wasn't planning to go in there myself. We must operate under the assumption that Glim fled the premises. There was no telling where he would go, and family were his only known associates. Perhaps we should start with relatives' residents or extermination officers. We have to find Glim. He's a danger to himself and any human he comes across, I said. The world has changed since he's been gone. Noah ripped his mask off. This is a fecking disaster. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Let's keep our heads. What's done is done, Sarah offered. Tava, do you want us to call the UN manhunt? Manhunt? I thought you didn't hunt sapiens. It's an expression for a research party to capture a deviant. I see. If you think that it'll bring him in safely, do it. I can ask the public to help too. Noah sighed. That's a good idea. We'll do what I can. I'm sorry. The two predators wandered off to make calls, while I fiddled with my holopad. The hospital lockdown should have been tighter, but I never intended to imprison these people. They were supposed to be eased back into citizenry, and learn the truth gradually. Human volunteers had signed on to give each rescue proper care, rather than to complicate matters. Perhaps their involvement was unwise, but we couldn't handle the cattle influx alone. It seemed like a good idea to give the predators a worthy cause. Most Terran refugees wanted something noble to occupy their day. The predators needed to track Glim and Hasty down and bring them around to our side. Hopefully, in time, both Vendel would understand the humans were here to help. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. The hospital was placed on lockdown until every crevice was accounted for. Hasty was found barricaded in a janitor's closet, requiring human volunteers to bust down the door. Vendel took charge of the situation from there and escorted the historian back to the proper lodgings. The predators stayed away, since the female rescue was inconsolable with him nearby. Sarah decided to give Hasty space, but asked Vendel helpers to leave a holopad in the room. The Terran scientist posited that a call was the best chance to plead a case. However, our most pressing priority was Glim. The exterminator was nowhere to be found. I could only imagine his reaction to what lurked outside these premises. The UN has sent out search parties, but they've found nothing. We need to help. At my request, a Vendel driver arrived to ferry us to the local extermination office. Noah suggested to start the search with Glim's guild. I agreed with his reasoning. However, barging into that venue with two famous humans would be awkward. UN representatives usually stayed out of exterminators' way. That avoidance was a two-way street. Noah, I'm begging you, please don't stir up any trouble. We just want to find Glim, I said. The human snorted. I'll try, but I hate those people, and I won't lie about it. I wish you'd dismantled their office.
Change happens slowly. I understand about obligate carnivores now. It's not their fault. Still, I can't take the risk of Vendel being hunted on the street.
Oh, I'm not saying let predators roam your settlements. Even we wouldn't, mostly. But driving entire species to extinction, burning them alive.
If you find an animal that you can guarantee won't attack us, I'll spare it. But lesser creatures don't have your agency or restraint, and I can't take chances. Now stop lecturing me. I'll never tell you what to do on your planet.
Sarah raised an eyebrow at our spat. The female human muttered something about ecological damage, and I pretended not to hear. While her personality was less confrontational, she had rallied against exterminations to any scientific outlet that would listen. Her latest attempts included examples of human farmers enacting similar measures and discussions of zoonotic diseases.
Look, I'm sorry for lashing out, I sighed, but it can't feel that the humans are bossing the Vendel around in our own backyard. We're different than you, and the past few months have been a massive culture shock. I've shaken things up enough.
Sarah forced a smile.
We both understand that change doesn't happen overnight, and that you can only rock the boat so much, right, Noah?
The male human struck a sudden pose, but nodded. Sorry, Tava. No problems with the exterminators, I promise. Noah opened the car door for me, while Sarah occupied the front seat. It was a bit disturbing that the predators referred to that position as shotgun. Was it a standard practice to gun down passerby when motor vehicles were first invented on Earth? I didn't understand why the preferable seat was associated with a weapon. Sarah rotated a holopad in her hands, a sad look in her eyes. I could see that she wanted to contact Hasey, but was afraid of worsening the situation. Our car sped off down the road, and I whacked my prosthetic tail against her seat. Her gaze darted back over her shoulder, locking with mine. Though their interaction spanned a day, it was apparent the human and Hasey had grown attached.
Put your mask on and try to talk to Hasey. I bet she's scared silly and losing any newfound hope of freedom, I whispered. You can't hurt her through a call, right?
The Terran scientist twisted her dark curls.
I don't know. The way she looked at us. I looked at you the same way when we first met, and now here I am, using Noah as a pillow. It's worth a shot with Hasey. Have a little faith in her.
Sarah took a deep breath and slipped her face covering back on. The Gaian extended a video call to Hasey's device, waiting with bated breath. The request went unanswered for agonizing seconds and rang until reaching a default voicemail. It seemed the Vendel rescue wasn't in the mood for talking. The scientist was quiet for a long moment, swallowing hard. The human steadied her face in the frame and dialed the number once more. I waved in the background, hoping to preview would make Hasey curious. The voicemail began to play again, before coming to an abrupt halt. A timid Vendel face appeared on the screen.
Vendel Prime has fallen. I should be resigned to this. Why do you have to give me hope?
Hasey, please just hear me out. We're here because our home was attacked. Our larger cities are destroyed, Sarah pleaded. Governor Tava was kind enough to take Gaian refugees, so we offered to help you as a way to give back. It's not what you think.
I trusted you.
I'm sorry you found out like this. The truth is, my species has forward-facing eyes, and we are territorial. Because of those two things, everyone assumes that we're like the Orcs, including the Orcs.
Mask?
We wore the masks because we didn't want to scare you. We're aware how Vendel react to us. It wasn't meant as deception.
No, take the mask off.
Sarah lowered her head before reaching for the straps. She pulled the mask over her skull and straightened her dark hair. The Vendel historian froze at the predatory creature on screen. The Terran scientist's eyebrows knitted together with concern. Perhaps it was my imagination, but her binocular eyes seemed to tear up a bit. Hasey pressed a paw to her mouth, speaking incoherently. I could see her swoon on her feet as the current of fear almost swept her away. When the rescue snapped out of her stupor, she lunged for the holopad. It was a blur of panic motion, a scramble to terminate the call. There wasn't a goodbye, or even a vocalization of her fear.
Well, that went poorly. Now our historian friend has a face to put on the nightmare.
With Hasey disconnecting, Sarah cast a blank stare at her own reflection. I unclipped my seatbelt, hugging the predator from behind. Her lips curved upward, and she squeezed my paw. Noah offered a sympathetic smile as he met his co-worker's eyes. These two humans were my closest friends,
I didn't want to see them hurt by Venlo.
Are you okay, Sarah?
I signaled I love you with my prosthetic, hoping the scientist had learned a bit of our tail language.
It's not your fault.
She offered a grateful nod.
I feel terrible for adding to Hasey's trauma. Now, I'm just another monster to her.
What she went through with the Oxel. She doesn't need anything else to feel.
These people have serious issues that have nothing to do with humans. You're part of our society now. They'd have to learn to deal with you regardless.
Noah sighed. I don't know if we can ask them to deal with predators. It feels wrong. We remind them of a deeply traumatic experience.
Exactly. We have no right to force ourselves into their lives,
Sarah agreed.
Well, that's a decision they can make for themselves, I said. Humans have been an immense help for this program, and you did nothing wrong. Mental infrastructure would collapse without you chipping in.
It's the least we can do, Tava. We want the best for these people. Nobody deserves to be treated like an animal. The shriek of a siren pierced the air as our vehicle neared the extermination office. Vendel, wearing flame-proof attire, stood in flatbed with other equipment tucked behind them. A chill crept down my spine, wondering what they were responding to. Was there really a major infestation so close to the capital? Government affairs might have been placed in temporary hiatus or moved to an emergency bunker. The humans gazed out the window, expressions tinged with apprehension. Our stop was a building full of professionals whose sole purpose was to wipe out predators. There was a reason I tried to keep the guild from interacting with the UN personnel. The strongest opposition to the Terrans came from within exterminator ranks. Vendel Prime was a staging ground for their political statement. When refugees from Earth first arrived, most predator sightings turned out to be humans. Terrans were involved in isolated cases of petty crime, though. Nothing beyond Vendel malfeasance, vandalism, assault, and robbery weren't constructs of the primates. However, witnesses had a tendency to phone exterminators about Terran criminals rather than the standard police. It was a miracle that none of the confrontations ended with a toasted human so far. I told the exterminators to defer details of human cases to police, to use guns, not flamethrowers, if necessary and unavoidable. The question is if everyone listens. Sarah grimaced.
Do you really think Glim is here?
Could be. Only one way to find out, Noah answered. I swished my prosthetic tail in agreement.
This wasn't where Glim worked, but it would be the familial place.
Noah told him that exterminator was a controversial profession. He might seek answers from the guild. The chocolate-skinned human exited the vehicle, and I wriggled out behind him. The Terran ambassador took my paw in his hand, bringing me close. Sarah fell in beside us as well, with a tentative smile. It was clear the predators wanted to show unity, since exterminators would be less hostile to their government. Then again, I wasn't a popular figure to the guild. The exterminator's workplace was modest from the outside. The stucco exterior was painted in a neutral grey, which made the octagonal building look like a smokestack. The front door bore a "Now Hiring" sign, along with a list of dangerous earth animals to report. Some of the images sent a shudder down my spine. Still, I was relieved to see that humans weren't on this montage. A Vendel was seated at the welcome desk, and she looked up as we entered the building. Her eyes widened at the two humans in her lobby.
Ambassador Noah, Science Officer Sarah, and Governor Tava.
The Vendel exhaled in confusion, though she didn't seem afraid.
This is a surprise. I'm Volok, with the Public Relations Department. I'll be happy to arrange a tour, if you'll wait a moment.
Noah scrunched his hose. You're used to seeing humans?
Of course. This is the capital of Vendel Prime, where most human refugees live. Many stop by to challenge or protest our work, and we hope they leave educated on the necessity of our services. We even hired a few Terrans for pest control. An interesting concept, by the way.
Hold on, Volok. You don't want us all dead? Sarah asked.
Not unless a specific human starts hunting here or... don't worry about that. I'm sure that won't happen, right? We're a progressive office, so we've terminated any employees who discriminate against you. This month, we also implemented a total ban on flamethrowers against infant animals.
The Terran astronauts looked flabbergasted, at a loss for words. Even I hadn't heard that the extermination officers were recruiting human employees and scaling back incendiary devices. Perhaps coexistence between the guild and the predators was possible. It would take time for the other Vendel outposts to fall in line. Noah shoved his hands in his pocket. Where was that truck we saw going?
Don't get me started. We've told you people time and time again not to bring your pets, and humans still sneak them in.
Volok flailed her tail in animated gesture before calming down.
Another report of a cat loose in the street. Those things are monstrosities. Wait, what is a cat? I chimed in. One of the most invasive, destructive predators on Earth. If you get humans to be open, they'll admit that cats have driven multiple species extinct, that felines hunt for fun and are still common pets. My eyes widened in horror. The United Nations obscured the human penchant for entertainment animals during first contact. It only became known after interactions with Terran civilians. Noah insisted the practice was about companionship and pack bonding with non-sapiens. However, this cat didn't sound anything like the innocuous descriptors he assigned to pets. My expression morphed into a scowl. Are you kidding me, Noah? Is this true?
Pretty accurate, yeah, he grumbled.
Sarah scratched her head. I'm not even going to argue whether cats are a problem. Our own ecologists agree with Vol.3. Then why do you keep them as pets?
Because they are cute and cuddly, Noah offered.
I huffed in irritation. I hate you.
Thanks.
Vol.3 gathered up some pamphlets and acted bored by the response to the cat rationale. Noah's answer must be standard for a human. It was baffling that our friend saw dangerous predators as cute. It defied all self-preservation that primates should possess. If their ancestors were prey, shouldn't their instincts spark wariness of feral beasts? Here you go, the exterminator said, passing the brochures out. It's a full explanation of the scope of our operations.
Noah took a step back. Thanks, Vol.3. Listen, we're just here to ask you a few questions.
Happy to answer. Before you ask about me, I joined the guild 10 years ago. We have a job that not many people want to do, but we know how integral we are to protecting our loved ones and our homes. Animal suffering is not the goal.
I'm sorry, we've gotten off topic here. That's completely on us. We're looking for someone.
The Terran ambassador swiped at the holopad, showing Vol.3 a recent photograph of Glim. The public relations specialist studied the image, and her pupils lingered on his neckband. Realization flashed in her gaze as she put the pieces together. The cattle exchange was publicized success story, with the credit attributed to Secretary General Zhao. Vol.3 flicked her ears. I don't recognize him. This, rescue escaped. Why would you think he's here? Because, Glim used to be an extermination officer, Sarah replied. I don't know how much he suspected us, but it was enough to run off. There's no telling where he is or what he'll do. I cleared my throat. Even if he is not here now, it is possible he will turn up. We'd appreciate your help. Absolutely. I understand. I'd like a copy of your contact information and that photo, Vol.3 said. If any of our people see him, we'll notify you.
Noah nodded. Thank you. I guess we're back to square one.
The Vendel straightened her tail, imploring the humans to wait. She scanned the map on a holodisplay and zoomed in on the hospital. From there, the exterminator obtained a route to the closest public transportation. I watched with interest as she selected a tram station. Vol.3 pointed with her tail. If I were you, I would ask around here. Lots of people on the run try to get as far away as possible, but nobody is going to make it far on foot. Of course, a mile is a miracle. Assuming Glim knows the capital layout, he might look for public transport.
That's actually a good idea, thanks, Noah said.
Sarah cleared her throat. Vol.3, how did you arrive at that conclusion so fast? We track people ourselves, investigate reports of predator disease, you know.
The male human gritted his teeth. Yes, we do know. Let's get going, Tava.
The Terrans departed the office, and we hustled back towards our vehicle. A few pedestrians spotted the most famous humans leaving the extermination headquarters. Noah and Sarah paid no mind to the holopad photos taken of them. Both were used to stares whenever they made an appearance. The three of us hopped into a car and then set course for the train station. If we didn't locate Glim soon, he could wind up anywhere on the planet. The rescue would become untraceable, a needle in a very vast haystack. Perhaps he would reunite with the less progressive extermination sects. It wasn't in humanity's best interest to let a wild card slip away. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Memory transcription subject Captain Calsum, Cattle Alliance Command. Date Standardized Human Time November 29th, 2136. Total isolation was enough to drive any social creature to insanity. The humans deposited me in a musty cell, lacking any windows or light. There was nothing to occupy myself with besides tallying each meal on the wall with my talons. 75 notches were carved into the stone, and I'd ran a wing over each one 100 times. My wing, which had been broken by the charming Dr. Zahn, was fully healed now. I screamed at the predators to take my cast off when they brought my last meal. To their credit,
The monstrosities did take me to a doctor, whose dark pupils gleamed with disdain. Humans spoke empty words of a trial, but I knew that it was mere posturing. The social hunter's compassion was absent when I was around. Visual and auditory hallucinations plagued me as sheer boredom set in. I had too much time to meditate on the bombing of Earth, and how Arjun might be hunting in the ruins of a city. My thoughts also drifted to what Monag and the soldiers had done with Thyon, my first officer, in his injured state. The poor fossil was probably rotting in a cell too, with no clue what had transpired during the battle. One second, Thyon bumped his head on my ship. The next one, he woke up missing an arm in the Predator's prison. Despite the primal fear that appearances instilled, I relished when UN soldiers barged into the room. The Predators would occasionally drag me to the cells with bright lights and loud noises. The guards didn't want to get their hands dirty. The worst action they took themselves was blasting me with frigid water from a hose, laughing as I ran from it. If footage of them beating a prisoner came to light, it would reveal too much of their plaything allies. Drenching me with ice water could be passed off as beasts' bathing methods, at least when the Predators indulged in sadistic fun. I felt something. Humans just didn't understand how I tried to minimize their suffering, how I only made the necessary sacrifices for the greater good. "Get up and come with us now!" The door creaked open, flooding my sensitive eyes with artificial light. "Move it, you fecking bird brain! Do you think we have all day?" The contingent of humans amassed to myself. They yanked me to my feet and pulled at the chain wrapped around my ankle. I stumbled along, straining to remember their redemptive attributes. The beasts were capable of rudimentary compassion. They were just angry about their cultural losses. Resisting their hunger around me likely increased their aggression. "Cheer up, Chirpy, today's your lucky day," a Predator sneered. "You have a visitor." My beak parted with hope. "Arjun?" The UN wardens gave me rough shoves and down the corridor, herding me into a visiting area. The space was dusty from disuse, and each metal table was unoccupied. Humanity had no intent of allowing our families to get in touch. Not that anyone from the Stull was alive, in all likelihood. Sacrificing my own world was what truly haunted me, in those endless hours alone. A group of Terran dignitaries escorted a Harkin into the area, and my heart sank with disappointment. A traitorous impulse wanted Arjun to check on me, to reassure me that he was still fighting his battle with hunger. I knew the Predator kid would become cruel eventually, but I didn't want him to devolve so young. The Harkin visitor was carrying a camera equipment and wearing a badge with Terran scribbles on it. Oddly enough, the human's demeanor was mostly friendly, apart from their toothy snarls. The primates weren't coercing the short reptile along. A black-haired man jabbered to her about restaurants in the area. I caught the words Cerulean-Italian fusion, then the human sales pitch. Why was this prey creature treated to such cordiality? Was she a traitor to her race? The Harkin extended a paw to the chatty human, who grasped it with his own. "Listen, Sal, if I see something here that isn't right, I'm going to report on it. I won't hide the truth just because it might hurt your organization." "We'd respect you less if you became a mouthpiece, Selene," the human answered. "There's a reason the UN granted you citizenship. You gave us the people responsible for this mess." "Mr. Secretary General, I simply believe that everyone has the right to self-determination. I'll be watching what you do to Vol closely. Serving us up to the Orcs was a cold move. Now you're occupying us." "You can thank a little birdie over here for that. We warned Calsum, and he kept going. Lied to his own people to convince them. He wanted to kill us, more than he wanted to defend his home. Actions have consequences." "I understand. Still, I hope that you don't plan to gamble with civilian populaces in the future, Zal." "Plan on it? No. But 100 human lives are worth more than 100 million aliens in my book." Selene narrowed her eyes. "That's the kind of rhetoric that worries me. Let's just get this interview finished." The Harkin's yellow skin looked flaky around the neckline, which suggested that she was about to shed. From what I overheard of her conversation, the humans had gained control of Vol and its subsidiaries. The Orcs did the dirty work. Then the primates swooped in to conquer the planet. It was actually what I predicted to Arjun. Terrans would replicate their subjugation practices from Earth if given the chance. With Nishtal being forced into Predator's empire at this moment, were Crocattle citizens enslaved to serve the power-hungry humans. I wasn't sure if that was a worse fate than the Orcs finishing us off. At least it would send a message to the galaxy that the Terrans hadn't changed a bit.
Humanity needs damage control. This Harkon would know what to say to prey allies, better than one Predator could guess at.
Perhaps the Selene figure achieved preferential treatment by aiding Earth's propaganda efforts. It wasn't clear what else the reporter could offer. I couldn't believe that she would sell her own planet out so easily. The Harkon established her camera setup before turning to me. Selene tilted her head.
Captain Kelson, how are you?
Been better. The humans never planned on giving me that farcical trial, and it wouldn't matter if they did, I grumbled.
Actually, your trial is scheduled for later this week. Humanity's Federation allies agreed to listen to your case alongside Predator judges, and they got a Venlo lawyer for you. It's expected to be an easy conviction, though. Regardless of sympathy for Earth, you sentenced your own planets to death, too. So you're here to slander me in the court of public opinion? No. I'm working on a story analyzing Kolshian's first victims, and I couldn't think of a better POW to get a quote from. After recent events, do you stand by your infamous comparison between predators and viruses? I'm sorry? Oh, the Kolshian's first victim. I don't know what you are talking about, but I am not interested in a hit piece on the Commonwealth.
The reporter's eyes widened.
Wait, the humans haven't told you. What about Lyconis's confession?
I tossed my weak in a non-committal gesture, and Selene reached her holopad. The words I told Monog and the Terran Internet regarding humanity's infectious potential stood the test of time. Predators' hive functions were inadequate against all-encompassing blood loss. It wasn't their fault for caving to their wiring, but information could make me recant the truth. The Harkon slid a holopad over to me, with a video clip queued up. The Kolshian presider was a familiar countenance on screen. The wrinkles of his gelatinous features likened him to a pruny berry. Why was Secretary General Zhao listening in and baring his teeth as I watched? I didn't understand what the purpose of politics was to me from a jail cell. My mistrust of the reporter was growing, but this was my first social interaction in weeks. If I didn't play along for a bit, the humans would toss me back into an empty cell. My gaze shifted down to the holopad, and I decided to listen. Even from prison, I could still perform my duty to refute predatory narratives. Lyconis has recounted the Federation's origin tale briefly from his aquarium-lined office in Alpha. He only mentioned the fossil's role at first. Selene chimed in with a third founding piece, the Crocattle. The Kolshian indulged in a long-winded response and clarified why my kind were a problem. Ill-equipped for spacefaring, we learned that they were scavengers who would occasionally go for fish as well. Shock coursed through my veins, and I struggled to suppress an emotional response. The leader's statement didn't seem coerced. There was no signs of human presence in the footage. If anything, Lyconis's tone was smug and gloating, a wholly authentic admission. The talents I used for grasping objects took on a darker appearance. The horror intensified its assault. Eating meat conflicted with every value in my psyche. The Kolshians wouldn't stop speaking, as much as I wanted his words to cease. He proclaimed that the Crocattle were threatened into submission before a genetic cure was distributed. The fossil state's work was thorough, though, with revisions to history, fossil records, and education. How could that statement be true? My life was dedicated to wiping predators off the face of Nishtal. Bloodlust never fogged my mind, even when dealing with abhorrent creatures. Killing clung to my conscience with a heavy grip, and I hated the necessity of my profession.
Kelsom, Selene asked, you look like you're going to be sicker. Do you need a minute?
I flapped my wings with discomfort. No, I can't imagine Crocattle as predators. But it's wrong to hate a creature for existing. Like I always said, if we were born that way, it's no more than our fault than it is for the humans.
You're not angry with Lyconis?
I find their success impressive. If coexistence with us was improbable, the Kolshians did the right thing. It wasn't personal. It was necessary. They avoided the unpleasantry of killing a sapient species. Zhao crossed his arms in the background, and his expression hardened. I puffed out my feathers, trying to swallow the nausea. I didn't compute with my brain that Crocattle were like the humans. I should be grateful that the Kolshians for saving me from squandering my sapience. My musings turned to what I had done to Earth, not knowing there was a viable alternative. Chief Lyconis should have told us the truth sooner. Throughout the battle, my conscience was wrestled with non-lethal solutions to the Terran menace.
Preserving the positive aspects of their culture was on my mind from the beginning. Predators or not, the humans aren't all bad, but I thought such a vicious history mandated their extinction. It broke my heart to realize that bombing Terran civilians could have been avoided. Humanity should have been offered the cure, which took bloodthirsty instincts out of the equation. What if humans could be herbivores? We didn't need to eradicate them if a conversion was negotiated. Tears streamed down my face at the scale of the unnecessary death. Argon and Monog haunted my thoughts. The father suppressed its instincts out of affection for the child. Was that not a sliver of good? Was that not proof that humans could have been saved and could have made the right choice? Guilt tied to my throat. I'm sorry. Humans, killing your people was never something I wanted to do. I wish I knew. I would have given you the option to take the cure. I just don't realize that there was another option for dealing with predators. The humans came in peace in their natural state, Calsum, Selani said. That was the other option. Do you really want peace? Then listen, Zal. Your people could still take the cure and end this. You could be rid of your sordid appetite for good. Prove you won't be a threat or relapse. I don't need to be cured of my culture and personality. Zhao's growl was measured. I waved the guards to return me to myself. But thanks for asking. Mother Chain yanked at my ankle, and for the first time in weeks, I resisted. An extermination officer understood predators killed by nature. In a human's adult state, the Secretary-General didn't want to relinquish his hunting prowess. I had the chance to make him see how much better off cattle were post-conversion. I wasn't born solely to spread death anymore. The Kolshian's medicine granted us a purpose and a chance at developing values. The Crocodile Alliance owed the precursors 1,000 years of true civilization, of survival. The return of our predatory past would mean being nothing but beasts. Take the cure. The Venlil will want you to do it. Who wants to be a predator anyways? Are you scared of being ruled by compassion? I squawked. Zhao bared his teeth. You're the one scared of your own shadow, of simply being yourself, your true nature. It's actually sad. Your natural self is an instrument of death. Your depravity is a menace to the galactic community. It's why you're a pawn to the Orcs. You need to repent. Goodbye, Calsum. We'll see you in court. The UN soldiers dragged me across the floor, and I screeched in protest. If there was a chance of saving the predators, they needed to give themselves a chance. All we asked was to conform to standards of decency and pull their better side to the forefront. Selani's camera had filmed the desperate plea, at least. I hoped some human viewers were more reasonable than Zhao. This was likely the last public would hear from me. I knew my trial would conclude with a harsh execution. Death would be welcomed, as opposed to remaining in the Terran's custody. For the unnecessary genocide of a species, without exhausting other options, execution was an apt punishment. I tried to show the Terrans mercy, but I hadn't shown them the mercy that was gifted to my kind. In hindsight, the raid was a mistake. Other Crocodile might think of us predators still, but Terran sadism was beneath our modern sensibilities. There was nothing to be ashamed of in breaking the shackles of bloodlust. My heart ached sorely for Earth, knowing that my cleansing had been misguided. We had more in common with the primates than even I thought. Then again, if the human was to reject help, maybe they deserved the fate that they'd be given. The Kolshians and the Farsul were experts in conversions, right? Nikonus wouldn't have intervened in our raid had a cure been a possibility. The Farsul outright participated in our strike. There had to be a reason for that. Simply put, the Terran's good side must not exist in large enough quantities to salvage. The truth wasn't always an easy pill to swallow. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Memory transcription subject, Glim, Venlil Rescue. Date, Standardized Human Time, November 29th, 2136. Compartmentalizing emotions was the only way to survive an Arxor farm. When you were subjugated to unspeakable cognitions, your logical brain disassociated to protect itself. There was no hope of escape on Riss, and the predatory Arxor didn't show mercy. Screamers and runners got killed first. We all learned that catatonic responses were the best way to indulge instincts. Yesterday was an unusual reprieve from the squalor. The first oddity I remembered was the Orcs herding us into cattle ships.
the grey pilots emanating particular disdain. I thought our destination was a slaughterhouse. The next thing I know, Noah had me in his warm arms. His sleek mask was jet black, and spit my reflection back at me. The Venlols that stared back was filthy, with empty eyes and old scars. Am I going to be glum, or the string of numbers I recited to the Gaian? Once it sank in that I was on Vendel Prime, the degrading years felt like I happened to someone else. Captivity became a nightmare that I had memorized in vivid detail. My mind focused on the masked aliens as distraction from the flashbacks. Noah and Sarah were an enigma for me to unravel. Even beneath the garments, their muscular, tailless form attracted attention. Concentrating on them tickled something in the back of my mind. The longer I looked, the more I felt a child watching shadows move in my closet. There was something not right with the cues hitting my visual receptors. Additionally, the Gaians behaved as though this program was their brainchild, and were elusive on basic questions. That suggested the interference wasn't benign as they disclosed. To top it off, Governor Tarver answered the greatest mystery of all: why the Orcs released us. She claimed that the Gaians negotiated our release with the Predators. Noah's voice shook with a throaty growl when he boasted of his species' strength. The instincts I suppressed on Riss were rekindled once the male alien went to tuck me in. I don't understand. Why would the Gaians trigger my instincts? I muttered as the caretaker left the room. These aliens have been nice to us, mostly. We saw them eat fruit. Hasey flung off the bed covers. I'm just tired of the games. Beating the Oxal's not possible. They don't need to lie to us. You know, I didn't feel like they were lying. Noah spoke with conviction, and the Greys did get rid of us for some reason. Nobody challenged his story. But the Oxal were made to kill. They're unstoppable in combat. I know, Hasey. Something's rotten with this place. Have you noticed how the Gaians are the ones trapping us here? Trapping? Glum, we're safe at home. Man, they're providing for us. Like Sarah said, they're just taking things slow for our sake. All I want is to see my family. It will be beneficial for my health. I guarantee any doctor would agree. Why wouldn't these aliens allow it? The aliens must be busy, but I'll ask nicely for you. But maybe Tarver can set up a call. The former historian hopped out of the bed and scurried out into the hallway. I had a feeling Noah and Sarah wouldn't comply with any requests. These aliens were gentle during our upkeep, but then spewed dishonesty in the next breath. The few answers they gave us, such as inventing FTL before the Federation discovered them, made no sense. The biggest fib of all was the mask. In my estimation, no species could wear full-face shields in a daily life. How was that practice suitable for eating or searching for mates? Watching Noah lift it to insert the fruit cemented my own point. The Gaian's posture had been odd, as though his hand was positioned to hide his teeth. I'm gonna find a way out of here. I'm not an Oxal's number anymore. I won't be treated as a slave by non-predators too. A seething vent caught my eyes, though I wasn't tall enough to reach it. Thinking quickly, I shoved a food cart beneath the opening. Hasey screamed in the background, which spurred me to rush my escape. I grabbed the scissors Sarah had used to trim our overgrown pelts. Perhaps the instrument could be used to dislodge the grate. I wedged the blade under the loose screw and popped the bolt out of the socket. Pulling with all my might, I wrenched the vent out of the sealed position. Voices echoed nearby, with no name amongst the words spoken. Cool metal hugged my shallow ribcage as I slithered into the crawl space. Claustrophobia kicked in at once. The narrow space brought back unwelcome memories. It was like being packed into a cattle pen all over again. The enclosure was so dense with Vendel that I couldn't breathe, but I managed to settle down in the cakey dirt to sleep. Wailing noises flooded my ears, and my paws were twisted together. Lesser creatures, an ox or god mused. Drop the fleck of leaf in there, and they'll dive it as one. Its comrade snorted. Animals are in animals' place. It's a shame their pups can't be eaten twice. They scream so wonderfully. All I could manage was to drag myself forward with my paws and hold an internal wail down. Images of the greys dragging pups away flashed through my mind. Their yellow fangs were on full display as they stomped through the pen and scanned us. Their forward-facing eyes landed near me, triangular slits on alert. I wondered if I was the prize that they'd eat fresh today.
I don't want to be prey, I squealed. Make it stop, please.
My forehead connected with the wall, and I winced at the sudden pain. There was no telling how long I'd been moving in a trance, likely a couple minutes. Another grate sat before me, with a crisp airflow. I kicked the metal out with my hind legs. There was a short drop down to a dumpster, which acted as a step to the outdoors. I flung myself prone on the grass, wiggling my claws between the blades. Having our son on my back and pressing my face into the greenery, I knew that I was home. Laughter spilled from my throat as I tore up clumps of dirt with my claws. This was all I wanted those Guians to give us, a proper reunion with Vendel Prime and our loved ones. Now it's time to secure the latter. I never thought I'd see my family again. Will they even recognize me? My ball steered me to the courtyard, where alien caretakers were eating their lunch. 2 Guians sat there with their backs to me, munching on slices of bread. The purple liquid between the grains was the color of crocattle blood. The aliens were not wearing their masks with each other, confirming my theory. Millions of people who haven't been home in years. The Guian's voice reverberated in his chest, projecting aggression. The harsh barks were like daggers to my heart. The Vendel who were born in captivity, they are utterly convinced they're animals. One asked me why we took them from the Orcs so calmly, and The other Guian shook his head. That's so sad, Kyle. To think that's all those poor Vendel have known. Can't imagine what they're feeling. These are the cases of extreme trauma, with no clinical precedent. I don't mean to sound like a pessimist, but I'd imagine at least 40% of the Vendel here will never recover enough to live on their own. We can't sustain a program like this forever. Humanity bit off more than we can chew here. After we win the war, our allies are going to have to take some of the load. But Federation psychology is a joke, Dana. Humans have the best ideas on treating trauma and providing therapy. There's only so much we can do. We have our own problems. I don't mean to sound heartless. This just sounds like a losing battle. If you can help half of these people get on their feet, that's not a losing battle. We're morally obligated to help the Vendel of all species. I'd be dead back in Johannesburg without them. Their cadence sounded like it came from teenage Orcs. Deeper voices evolved to convey power and to frighten other animals into submission. The latter effect was taking hold of me, but my curiosity was still kicking. This was my chance to see Guian's anatomical creatures, of which Sarah refused to provide diagrams. I tuned out their gravelly chatter and slunk behind some bushes to get a better angle. At first, I caught only glimpses of their temples and didn't process why that was incorrect. Further inspection lent the full picture. Sockets sat above their furless cheeks and were smushed up against their nose. Of course, not a sliver of their eyes had been visible from the side. Panic exploding in my sternum, searing into my lungs like smoke inhalation. These Guians' pupils faced directly ahead, without any peripheral tilt. Their irises were encompassed by the white shell, which made the pupil movements jerkier and more noticeable. I could read distinct hunger, as if it was spelled out. What kind of mammal had no pigment in their scleras and a shaven face? An involuntary shudder rolled down my spine. These predators were abominations of the worst kind. Even an Orcs would cower at such a sight. I couldn't believe that such a vicious creature was hiding under Noah's mask. There was Noah, who sat next to me for Jenga, who reminded me I had a name. We're not free at all. Vendel Prime has been conquered by predators, I realized. The Orcs transferred us to the custody of a species just like them. The Guians weren't capable of compassion and shouldn't tend to traumatize creatures like us. Governor Tarver must have convinced them that it was beneficial to their diet. Perhaps these hunters allowed sapient cattle to live normal existences until their number was drawn. Happy Vendel meant well-fed entree and unforced reproduction. If this world is comfortable cattle pen, that means the Guians might stay away from the cities, I whispered. I've got to find my family, learn how this happened. My legs started running, despite the weakness from the years of being penned. Sobbing from my despair, I sprinted through the parking lot. There was an occasional glance to ensure the Guians weren't giving chase. All I could picture was Noah's white-cloaked eyes, glistening with hunger and cruelty beneath its mask. Maybe it started growling and left the Jenga game because its appetite was stirred. Predators existed to root out weakness and to specialize in death and brutality. Their defining instinct was aggression, and their philosophy was survival of the fittest. The rescues, our delicacy, must have tantalized them from the start. Governor Tarver had done excellent at masking her fear, but that spoke wonders about how long these things had been defining my world. Vendel Prime's capital design was circular, with buildings further from the governor's mansion spread out in increasingly wider arcs. Most residents were in the larger bands, whereas businesses were part of the inner rings. If our facility was the main hospital, I'd be centralized to service the whole district. A block away from the facility, that was why I encountered dive bars and hotels alongside increasing foot traffic. Maybe there was a place to seek refuge in this commercial plaza. The panic was beginning to subside, but I needed time to process my responses. For one, what happened to the other controversial exterminators? Answers were next to my agenda. It wasn't clear if any Vendel were resisting the predators. I staggered into a local brewery, spotted mounted holoscreens through the window. The establishment was busy, but a Vendel bartender looked up as I entered. Perhaps she could lend me her holopad, so that I could call my aunt. Aunt Thema took me in after my mother died, and parented me to childhood. If anyone would tell me the truth of the Vendel collapse, it would be her. The bartender poked her ears up. "Hello, good sir. What can I interest you in? Our special today is grapefruit-flavored malt liquor, authentic predator taste in a Vendel drink." I gaped at her for several seconds, throwing a terrified glance at the tap spots behind the counter. The bar's patrons were giving me odd looks as they noticed my emaciated ribs. My feet suddenly felt unsteady, and I sank into the bar stool. The barkeep pinned her ears back in concern before handing me a glass of water. I lapped down the liquid. Thanks, bartender. Predator taste, you said? Yep. The human farms nearby are making a pretty credit with exotic fruits. She replied cheerfully. Most of the crops go back to Earth, but Vendel businesses buy up the leftovers. I caressed the empty water glass, trying to process her unabashed explanation. This human word was one I'd caught first from the snacking Gaians, and now in reference to predator farms. Whatever that meant. Maybe their species name wasn't Gaian, it must be human. If they'd lied about everything else, why wouldn't the moniker be false? The fact that predators grew fruits was odd, but Noah and the lunging humans had shown that they had varied their diet with plants. Any surplus growth could go to the cattle. I assumed that they had a sizable population on their world. Why would Vendel businesses market cattle feed beverages, though? What ghastly price was needed to buy fruit from a hunter? "You trade with them? Are you insane?" I hissed. "I won't tolerate racism in this establishment." The bartender bared her teeth at me and swiped my glass away. "I sponsored a human refugee, bless his heart. He was part of the group from Terran Orphanage. The poor thing was so young and so eager to please. A hard life made harder. Refugee? I don't understand. Everyone knows why humans came here. What they lost. Are you okay, sir?" Fine, sorry. Just having a rough day." The barkeep looked unconvinced, but she returned to wiping down the counters. I decided that I wouldn't be asking this delusional employee for a communications device. She'd probably report me to my Gaian overlords just as soon. However, I could access the television broadcast that Noah refused to let us see. That would reveal the propaganda these humans were force-feeding the masses. A male Vendel, captioned with the name General Cam, was speaking on a holoscreen. The audio was muted, but the subtitles ticker rolled underneath his picture. The feed occasionally switched over to an anchor or some B-roll video. I leaned forward, curious to see how much of our culture survived. "The humans have amassed an unlikely group of allies, so I can't see why the odds are against us. The Kolshians and the Federation who lack unity. I'm proud to stand with Governor Tarver in throwing off the Federation tyranny. I have nothing but praise for the Secretary General and how effective Earth has been on the offensive," Cam was saying. The anchor's eyes widened. "But don't you think humanity is spreading their forces too thin? The Terran military is taking an engagement at Kau, Silas Vol, and other undisclosed operations. Per sources close to Tarver, the Orcs are becoming restless."
If you're asking why we don't hit Alpha right away, it's because humans are patient hunters. We have to trust our friends. The Orcs, or believe it or not, are invaluable in supplementing our fleet. Horror flooded my chest as I listened to the matter-of-fact discussions of a galaxy-wide war. The media was a state-run television channel now, where the general surfaced to brag about the Predator's conquest. General Cam was spinning the narrative of friendship while talking about conflict with the entire Federation. These humans must be forcing us to be slaves for their militaries. I palmed my head in defeat. Hey, bartender, what happened to that Predator refugee? I'm working on adopting him. We barely have enough to make ends meet, even with government stipends. The Vendel barkeep replied, but I can give him love and support. Humans need a nurturing environment. They're simple creatures, really. You think you can raise a monster as a prey child? Put it under your roof like a Vendel. It doesn't want your love. It wants to eat you. How dare you speak like that about my son? You're disgusting. Get the feck out of my bar. Other customers murmured in agreement, shooting looks of loathing at me. I wasn't sure how the Predators got these Vendel on our side, but they must possess some crafty indoctrination methods. Noah and Sarah were starting to work their witchery on us. Back at the program, it was a good thing I escaped before that settled in. Signs of Predator contamination were all around me as I staggered out of the bar. One human was intermingling with a group of Vendel and bared its teeth during a conversation. None of my people seemed fazed by this pointed canines, which were an obvious threat display. This level of pacification was absurd. It was like the Vendel instincts were erased. There was little the demons hadn't touched. An advertising poster read "Escape from the Cradle" and featured a star-studded cast mixed with Predator scribbles. A Gaian was pictured in a shuttle next to Vendel movie star Mava, who was famous in my day. How could a film star act out scenes alongside a beast? Why would the human lead agree to pose with tears running down its face? Faint music drifted to my ears, an upbeat strumming pattern that flowed into a string of notes. I breathed a sigh of relief and scampered towards the sound. This was the chance to get away from any humans, since Predators would view emotional expression as a foolish endeavor. Trying an honest assessment of Vendel skeptics would need to be done out of bestial airshot. Cool song, I practiced to myself. Can I please borrow your holopad? The Predators are hunting me. I rounded the street bend and almost jumped out of my skin. A group of Vendel were huddled around a scruffy Gaian. The Predator was moving its dexterous fingers along a fretboard. The taut strings curved to its will, and passion shimmered in its eyes. It was seated atop an amplifier, which was capturing its input. The beast hit a few high-pitched notes with its clawless digits before dropping back to chords. The human leaned into the microphone and released an in-tune bellow in its language. The words translated as an impassioned declaration of belief and emotion. It was belting out notes well above its standard intonation, too. I was too dumbfounded by the Predator's emotional howl to panic. The electric tune sounded pleasant, and its growing voice was surprisingly melodic. Not to mention the hopeful message of words. If it was going to write music, shouldn't the song be rage-filled exhalation of war? This sounded like a Vendel radio fodder. It was apparent that there was no getting away from these monsters in the city. Overwhelmed to my core, I set off to search of public transport. What I wanted was time with my family before Noah and Sarah recaptured me. I had to get out of here and to get to my home prior to the humans. End of story. Chapter 83. Memory transcription subject Glim, Vendel rescue. Date standardized human time November 29th, 2136. Public transport on Vendel was always behind schedule, and this tram station was no exception. I was stuck waiting for the next ride out. It was wonderful to see so many people walking around in a bustling environment. There was still life in their eyes, hope that the humans hadn't quenched yet. Part of me wished I didn't know the truth of the Gaians. Would they ever have told us their identity at all? Happiness wasn't the worst thing to dupe myself into believing. It killed me to know that another predator species existed, one that was more warlike than the Orcs. We were all doomed to a life of servitude and torment. No amount of remuneration would fix that.
Many cattle grew resigned to that reality after dealing with the Orcs on a daily basis. But the exterminator in me craved a way to turn the tables. Colonies we landed on had infestations that were out of control too, so much that we mixed orbital actions with paws on the ground. Could I accept that our home was beyond cleansing? My thoughts wandered to Hasey and whether her well-being was intact after my escape. When I was crawling up into the air duct, her shrill scream had permeated the vicinity. It wasn't clear what the Gaians had done to elicit such a fear response. Perhaps they dropped their mask-wearing herbivore routine. Forget Hasey now, I decided. You need to monitor every predator in the area. My cursory head count was 5 humans, though I was rechecking the area every minute. It was a matter of time before a predator singled me out. I was sorry-looking and isolated from the herd. Few other Vendel paid any mind to the Gaians, and no signs of stampede behavior emerged. I hoped the train arrived soon. There was a breath of sanity in my surroundings as I noticed a mother with the 3 kids carve a wide berth around a human. The predator was entranced with its holopad and didn't even look up at the delicacies. I could picture it flashing its teeth as the pups screamed, using its meaty paws to crush their fragile bones.
"Excuse me, mind if I sit here?"
a chirpy voice asked. A royal blue crocodile was eyeing the bench seat. I flicked my tail in a go-ahead gesture. My eyes never left the nearest human, who was talking animatedly into a device. The avian ruffled her feathers before following my gaze towards the predator. A strange emotion swirled in her pupils, almost like sorrow. The bird sighed.
"Still afraid of humans, are you? I'm nervous to approach them myself. I was born on Vendelplarm, but I feel like they'd blame me for, you know."
I measured my response. I've been gone for a long time and, woke up in the middle of the hospital yesterday. I don't know why the predators are here. Everyone gets mad at me for acting normal toward them.
"Oh dear, that's not good. So you got into an accident before Noah and Sarah showed up?"
My eyes widened in alarm as I recognized the name of my slave masters. Their concealing masks were etched into my memory. Noah's boasts about the human ability to manufacture anything stuck with me, too. Those were not the words of a species that had moral qualms over bargaining with the Orcs.
Come again?
Those names, who are Noah and Sarah? I squeaked. The crocodile tilted ahead.
"The 2 astronauts piloting humanity's first FTL ship. Everyone was hiding in bunkers for hours when they showed up, but they came in peace, my friend. Noah and Sarah bent over backwards to prove that they were harmless."
"They are not harmless. I know that Sarah and Noah and Tava personally."
"What? No, you don't. This isn't a funny joke, man, and I don't appreciate—"
Sorry. I'm not messing with you, I swear, please. I need the truth. I just, have a head injury. Maybe I'm misremembering." The avian squinted, scrutinizing me for several seconds. I didn't back away from her direct stare and tucked my ears back in a pleading gesture. The crocodile had to understand sincerity when it was plastered all over my features. None of her explanation made sense, but I had to hear this fabrication for myself. Unless the names were an uncanny coincidence, Noah and Sarah were the first to scout our home as their hunting ground. Could any Vendel actually believe a predator came in peace? My first-hand experience was ripe with displays of aggression. I could still hear the Orcs calling us animals. My neckband tingled as I remembered them pressing a rod to my throat. Their eyes sparkled at my screams. But it was too hot to quiet myself. It felt like they were injecting molten lava into my skin. The restraint stopped me from thrashing as an Orc licked the newly charred skin for fun.
"Please stop lying," I pleaded in a broken voice.
"I heard the television talking about the war with the Federation. I know humans conquered us."
The crocodile squawked with alarm. "The Vendel are the closest allies humanity has. Humans adore you. Just look around. That war started because the Federation has been gene-modding dozens of species without their consent. Anyone who doesn't fit their mold of a model herbivore gets cured."
I beg your pardon? That's a total falsification. Humans lie. If that's your source, I would know.
The Kolshian chief admitted it from the Federation summit, buddy. Also, my species spearheaded an orbital raid on human homeworld, unprovoked, killed 1 billion civilians, and that's why they have so many refugees still here. It makes me ashamed to be a crocodile.
Of course the Federation tried to exterminate those monsters. Good for them, I thought. But what's with this genetic tampering? The light rail train coasted into the station, and an automated voice announced that the passengers should begin boarding. The crocodile hopped off the bench, leaving me to march after her. There was no telling how much of the story, if any, was true. However, she believed it with all of her heart. That meant the predators might have sold these falsehoods to the Vendel, too. I jostled the avian swing. "Hey, wait up. How many Vendel do you think they've eaten so far?" "0, she replied, settling into a window seat. "Humans don't eat sapiens, and they see you as part of their pack." "You're really trying to say it's 0? I know it's a non-zero number. Has the whole world gone mad?" "Yes, I guess it has. That's enough questions. I don't want humans to think that I'm one of those, crocodile. They are probably do already." My gaze turned to the train cabin as 2 Gaians boarded together. Silent curses echoed through my mind at the thought of having to ride with them. There was safety in numbers, since we had enough Vendel to form a herd. Still, I was hoping none of the predators would tag along for our voyage. It made me queasy to picture them ravaging the tram. One human gazed directly at our seat for a long moment. My heart leapt further into my throat before I realized that its pupils were on my crocattle's seatmate instead. The shaven beast seemed to be testing the bird, as it arched the hair over its nasty eyes. My avian partner raised a wing slightly and lowered her head to appease the Gaians. The crocodile alliance attacking the predator's birthplace must have had a shred of truth to it. That destructive event explained the ubiquitous invasion of our home. Gaians had been forced to flee their lair. It also meant humans weren't as strong as Noah claimed. There was hope for the Federation to put them down yet. "Attention, please. This line is now departing for Honolulu City. Enjoy a safe ride and please come back soon." The train door started to seal, and I relaxed a bit. That was before I caught the blur of motion in my periphery as a panicked human chased the tram. At first, I assigned menial lateness to the beast's actions. Its brown eyes simmered with determination, and it flailed its arms at the conductor. "Stop the train!" the guy had roared. "We need to search you." The crocodile beside me gasped, "Sweet Inna! Oh, not supposed to say that anymore. That's Ambassador Noah." Excited chatter circulated through the train, and several Vendel flung themselves against the windows to film the incident. You would think that it was a superstar celebrity, not an alien hunter. Noah's lean torso made its pose intimidating, and its thin scalp gave it a hardened look. Its forward-facing irises popped against the white backdrop. I could picture it speaking in a falsetto voice as it squeezed my paw. That was a vicious face it had been hiding. Governor Tava plodded up calmly beside it, with the curly-haired human next to her. The female Gaian had thick eyebrows, which accentuated her wildness. Her mane was a total catastrophe, puffing out like wind-blown grass. "We apologize for the delay. Please remain seated as we speak with the Terran ambassador." "No!" I screamed. "Keep going!" My avian seatmate flexed her talons. "You're crying. What's wrong?" "I want to see my family. I can't do this anymore." Governor Tava heard my commotion and pointed towards the source with her metal tail. Noah waved at the conductor as he reopened the doors and granted it entry. It prowled down the aisle, searching with a singular intent. I leaned back against the crocodile in terror, shaking from head to toe. This was like being captured by the Orcs all over again. My team had descended a canyon, cleaning up native predators there. The region could become an abscess for the fledgling colony otherwise. It was supposed to be a simple job, but none of us realized that we weren't alone. The Orcs snuck a ship in under nightfall and landed practically atop my unit. We all knew it was better to die than to be captured. I scrambled to the truck to get my firearm, along with every Vendel that didn't freeze. The Greys were faster, covering ground with animalistic fervor. The tranquilizer dart embedded in my neck, pricking into my flesh. Sheer terror washed over me, because I knew what the darkness entailed. "Glim, Tava heard your voice." The male Gaian worked its way down the aisle and turned its head from side to side. "We're all worried about you. Let us help you." I glared at Noah's lumbering form. This time, I'll get it right. Death before capture." I climbed over the number of seats, whacking disgruntled passengers with my tail. Noah spotted my haphazard escape and chased after me. The human asked for passengers to intervene. Nearby Vendel didn't hesitate to attempt a takedown. 2 of my own people grabbed at me as I made it to the emergency hatch. My hind legs kicked one assailant in the teeth,
and I shook off the other with a sudden tug. My claws slid under the lever, pulling the panel open. I dove out the window like I was trying to land on my stomach. The bulky predator took one look at the gap before settling for a rear exit. My belly flop knocked the wind out of me, but adrenaline pushed me upright. I sprinted with all my energy, heading in the opposite direction from Noah. Holopads captured my flight in real time. "Glim, our eyes are arboreal," Calgayan panted. "Helps judge branch distance." The predator sounded out of breath, which meant it might give up the pursuit soon. I ignored its words and hoisted myself up in a flight of stairs. The human was quick despite its size, able to track me excellently. Tree dwellers wouldn't have sudden knack for land pursuit or such wide pupils.
Why is it still trying to lie? All it does is lie.
Noah crested the stairs on my tail, and the canines aren't, for meat-eating. They're for fighting over mates.
That's better,
I screamed. To you, yes. They've shrunk from our ancestors. We don't even do the mate fighting bit now. Well, not the biting part. I shoved my way by startled pedestrians, and Noah apologized as it followed. Several Vendels stared at the human chasing a rescue. We were creating quite a spectacle. Risking a glance over my shoulder, I saw sweat beads on its skin. The burning of its legs affected it less than me, though. The predator was close on my heels, and outrunning it seemed a physical impossibility. I waited until right when its shadow dropped into a lunging stance before doubling back. Noah tripped over itself as I slithered between its lanky legs. The alien found its footing and reversed its direction. I'd managed to put a few paces between us again, but I hadn't figured out my final act of defiance. Glim was not a number. Noah had been right, ironically. It wasn't worth living as a monster's cattle in a new place. I hopped onto the stair railing and slid down. Gravity deposited me back in the terminal. The human didn't risk a quick descent when the banister wasn't meant to hold its weight. It was skipping steps all the same, bounding down the stairs 3 at a time, acid searing through my leg muscles, but I willed myself onward. That tireless thing hit the ground at blinding speed, too. "I wanted to tell you about us," Noah called. "You deserve to feel safe." Its footsteps pounded against the concrete, and I bolted behind the stopped train's caboose. Several passengers shouted pleas and exclamations. The crow cattle I'd been talking to tried to swoop down on me, but failed to catch an air current. Tava and Sarah simply watched the madness unfold with agape expressions. I mounted another platform as the rumble of an incoming train greeted my ears. The vehicle's front side was visible, and I hoped that its weight would be render me dead on impact. My legs stumbled, but I forced a few more steps out of them. Noah's shadow stretched over me again. I could hear its ragged pants. Turning into the train's motion, I flung myself forward with a desperate finality. My body hurtled headlong into a collision. We all knew being captured was the worst option. The human gasped in horror and made a lunging dive with an outstretched arms. It didn't want its meal to get pulverized. Then fingers dug into my scruff, twisting into a soft flesh. Noah skidded on his knees and contorted its body to tug me back. Its arm was nearly wrestled from the socket, but it retained its grip. My forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and I landed with my snout inches shy of the passing tram. Tears streamed down my face as I slumped my head in defeat. My body flailed weakly, but Noah had no difficulty restraining me. It was a superior creature in size and strength. I yipped in panic, swinging my claws at its face. The human shrugged off my frenzied blow, which barely nicked its skin. "Easy, easy. You're safe now. I told you." Noah's nimble digits began kneading my scruff, and it gently brought me against its chest. "We wanted to tell you everything slowly. This is my fault, and, I'm sorry." I could feel its heart hammering and the erratic rise and fall of its chest. The predator refused to let go, as it took a moment to catch its breath. Tava and Sarah hurried over, which caused its lips to curve up. It lifted its catch to show them. I fell limp in its arms with hopelessness. The female human passed a holopad to a counterpart, while the Vendel leader gawked.
"Noah, are you okay?"
the Vendel governor asked, with a concerned head tilt. Noah nodded. "Yeah, I've got Glim from here. We need a road trip. Maybe you guys could take care of Hessie?"
"Of course. Her reaction left a lot to be desired,"
Sarah muttered. My muscles quivered with fear as every rumble of the predator's chest rippled into my body. Noah strolled over to the help desk, owning open stares from several Vendel. Its sinewy arms were unwavering. Though it hadn't hurt me yet, I was trapped in its clutches, and I knew this road trip was to the slaughterhouse. Noah poked my neck with its nails. "Brighten up, Clem. Looks like the train to Clowgall Falls arrives any minute. You were getting on the wrong one." I was speechless, but my chest shook with despairing sob. The human stared with its binocular pupil, and his eyebrows pressed together. It wasn't clear why the predator kept trying to engage me. Both of us knew the truth of this encounter. "Your Aunt Thema moved to Clowgall a year ago, according to our records. You want to see her, right?" Noah pressed. My ears perked slightly. "Thema?" "Yeah, a nice family reunion. I'm going to tag along to make sure that you don't hurt yourself. Any other Vendel or some poor Gaian out of for a stroll." "Human, not Gaian." "No, Gaian wasn't a lie. We have lots of names, Glim. Terran, human, earthling, mankind, and Gaian. Gaian is one of the lesser-known ones. Call us whatever you like. Not Predator, I hope." The Predator delicately extended my wrist and pressed the holopad it obtained from Sarah against my claws. When I didn't snatch the device away, Noah physically bent my toes around it. The Terran released its own grip on the electronics, after checking for several seconds that it wouldn't drop. "It's yours. Examine the facts for yourself," the beast growled. "First contact, the peer-reviewed human empathy tests, my speech to the Federation, and our rescue of the cradle from Oxor. That's where I'd ask you to start." I eyed the device. "What?" "You can see everything about us, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Our modern culture, our evolution and aggression, the extent of the Federation's lies, how we grow meat in lab vats rather than hunting. Some of it might shock or scare you, but it's all the truth." "Monster! Predator!" "I'm sorry you feel that way. Listen, after you spend a while with your family, I'm taking you back to the facility." "No, not cattle!" The Vendel screaming at the top of his lungs attracted more attention, and Noah blinked in frustration. I could sense the predator's patience waning, so I hushed myself to avoid its ire. Perhaps these lies were kinder than the Oxor's torment and degradation. Humans were different in that regard. The alien beast heaved a sigh. "You need treatment, but if you never want to see a human again, just say so once we get back. You will never hear from me or any Terran volunteers again. Not inside those walls." "I want never," I croaked. "Okay, it's your choice. I'm just asking you to research honestly first. You can lock in your decision when we're back, and ask me anything you like on the ride." Noah boarded the arriving train with caution, while I was still trapped in his arms. The holopad beckoned to me as a hint of curiosity crept in. The words human empathy typed themselves without conscious effort. It was an absurd notion, but I was interested to discover what supposed evidence existed. Playing along with the Gaian's games was harmless. A predator's kindness couldn't be that convincing, after all. End of story. Chapter 84. Memory transcription. Subject: Chief Hunter Isif, Oxor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date: Standardized Human Time, November 30th, 2136. My shuttle descended on our spy station, piloted by automatic landing functions. This was the same clandestine facility that Secretary General Mayer approached prior to Earth's attack. Perhaps the Dominion should have relocated the outpost, but the brass scoffed at the notion that any prey would dare to strike it. I knew that the Terrans wouldn't hesitate to hit us where it hurt, though, should we ever clash. Stations like this one were essential to section-wide command and intelligence. The rig had its own state-of-the-art FTL comms network, which had been painstakingly routed back to Riss. The relay functioned across hundreds of light-years, by leeching off Federation infrastructure as well. I was careful not to tip my claw when I communicated with the humans. I trusted them to watch their own self-interest foremost. The Federation don't bother establishing costly networks because it's the first thing that we wipe out. I don't need to give the humans vulnerable targets. The shuttle dropped onto the landing pedestal. I wasted no time disembarking. Ceremonial armor clung to my form, and a decorative sword had been placed in a scabbard. It was time to act out Isif the Fanatic. Some low-ranking grunt had refused her Gojid rations, and then ejected the food out in an airlock.
the Dominion wished to make an example of her. Guards bared their teeth as I strutted into the central holding area. The prisoner was dangling from wrist restraints, bleeding from several gashes. It could be my head on a pike just as easily. There was a reason I treaded with such care. Those ungrateful humans who reclaimed the very worlds they told us to attack were making me regret my risks for them. Earth wasn't bargaining from a position of strength. Your death will be swift and decisive. I shoved my snout into the inmate's face and stared right into her pupils. The Orcs guards watched with amusement. Live like prey, die like prey. I scanned my form into the virtual interface and watched as several holograms popped up around me. Chief Hunter Shazar was a welcome attendee, since I needed to stop her from reclaiming Celis the orbital way. There were plentiful examples of conquest in human history. However, the UN's lack of slavery and brutality led me to conclude this was different. Terran mercy had gone haywire at the worst time. The prophet descendant of the Betterment Office, Giznil, was presiding over the trial. I'd branded myself as one of the true believers and earned his favor amongst chief hunters. There was a reason I was assigned to the juiciest sector, with weak targets like Vendel and Zerillians. The question was if he suspected my treasonous intent, with how fervently I defended Earth. Human carelessness was jeopardizing my zealous persona. Chief Hunter Issav, raise your commendation for your empire, Giznil stated. Begin when you are ready. My pupils scanned the battered prisoner. What is our birthright, hallowed prophet? Orcs all stand atop the food chain, and the animals populating other worlds exist to suit our whims. The accused mocks our very existence. There was no option to show mercy to her. Betterment has eyes and ears everywhere. They'd question me not seeking the death penalty. She, whose name has been revoked for treason, disgraces this military. Food is a precious commodity due to the Federation's butchery of our cattle. I continued, what right does a lowly underling have to dispose of food in an airlock? Food which could have fed a worthy mouth. I narrowed my eyes, slapping my tail across her snout. Hardened grey skin was pierced by my scales, which added to her array of marks. The Oxa restrained her yelps, as she knew such weakness would lessen slim hopes of Betterman sparing her. Not that there was any chance the prophet descendant would forgive a capital offense. Giznil yawned in boredom. The punishment you seek, meritorious, Isif. Death! None who opposes the Oxlaw shall stand, I snarled. I wish to strike this thief down with my own claws, here and now. Very well, I concur with the chief hunter's assessment. Accused, any last words for your honor? The prisoner released a wet cough. The Gojits are people, true sapiens. They ate meat like us. How can you still treat them as cattle? I defer that question to you, Isiv. The prophet descendant chuckled. Sapient consumption was a requisite for our survival. I'd come to terms with that years ago. Sure, the Gojid jerky I'd eaten with my crew hadn't gone down as easily, with the thought of Nulia calling me Siffy. Food that didn't emit playful giggles and wasn't capable of higher reasoning was preferable. Still, there was nothing I could do about our current practices. How my actions saved a lot more prey than one sliced up and diced Gojid. My tail lashed in faux irritation. The entire ideal of betterment is that the strong kill the weak. The prey are still prey based on their actions. How they snivel and piss themselves over any challenge. They are not the behaviors of a true sapiens. Even if they were once cogent, that bears no relevance today. Well said. Go ahead, split the traitor's throat, Giznil said. I stalked around the prisoner, arcing the ridges on my spine. Fear glistened in her eyes, which caused my adrenaline to hum. It felt good to be in control, and to have a release of my pent-up aggression. Of course, I didn't really want to complete this execution, but my primal side liked it. The humans and the Vendel would label me a monster if they witnessed me strike a prisoner down in cold blood. They didn't understand the confines of my system. The chatty Terrans had entire rituals with lawyers and testimonies that could drag on for weeks. Here, Betterment's determination was the difference between innocence and guilt, made without a word edgewise. Chief Hunter Cesar curled her lip.
I don't see any blood. What are you waiting for?
Can a man not savor his kill anymore? I was hoping she'd beg, I growled coldly. My claws slashed across soft flesh, and scarlet blood spurted between my digits. The Orcs prisoner sagged in her restraints, the gurgling noises escaping her maw. Fluid frothed up from her teeth, and her eyes lolled. The truth was, this wasn't the first, the 10th, or even the 100th prisoner that I killed in the name of survival. It got easier every time. The sympathy I felt became muted. As a cruelty-deficient individual, I learned to fake dominant traits from a young age. A televised execution was when I realized that most people didn't wince at screaming cattle, or cry when their family members died. That voice was always there, no matter how much logic I employed. Watching the humans glamorize kind acts, I wondered what Orcs society was, like when empathy abounded. Maybe it could have been the Vendel buddying up to us, though once the Slanek are too emotional for even my liking. They die too quickly. I turned to face the holograms, waving my blood-stained claws. Shazar, I bring word from the humans. The female chief hunter grinned.
How can you be so right about the Gojits being weak, yet you fail to apply that to the humans?
Humans are not sniveling prey. They are destructive and prideful, to their own detriment at times. Don't let their pudgy appearance fool you. They bested us in combat, unlike any other race.
Their prey-like interactions with each other sickens me.
You are mistaking prey-like for social. Empathy is not a defect in pack predators, though humans must learn to temper such tendencies. Still, they are apex predators on their world. Gisnell narrowed his eyes. Humans understand cruelty and aggression. They need the same push Betterment gave us. The Terrans had figures much like our Lasnell in their history. I'd done research on a holopad I found in New York's wreckage. Every herbivore alien questioned how such a leader could rise, but the primates already knew that answer. Their modern populace feared that becoming a reality again. Presently, humanity demonized predatory attitudes. They detested an equivalent of the Northwest Bloc resurfacing. Imposing betterment on the Terrans was an awful idea, but I wasn't going to voice that opinion. Perhaps in the future, Earth would take in defective Orcs as refugees. The Dominion sentence anyone lesser to death, so they might be amiable to lending slaves to Earth. It wasn't like the Rus had a use for the condemned weaklings. Would humanity even want my people on their world? Some UN personnel looked at us like we were diseased animals. Secretary General Mayer wouldn't have taken much convincing, but alien goals weren't on Zhao's agenda. Every action had to lend a direct benefit to Earth or advance their war efforts. I yearned for their original leader and his calm ideology. Chief Hunter Shazar scowled.
The humans' message better be good, Isif. Why did they claim 2 territories under Arxal siege?
The United Nations sees conquest as a way to obtain the entire planet as our catch, I responded. They believe in maximizing resources and are willing to negotiate a deal. Human interference was meant as aid.
Aid? Terran commanders messaged my ships demanding that we back off. Their claim of Silas, then Fal, was a bold-faced attempt to swipe our prize.
I agree with Shazar. Humans are proving ungrateful, despite how Isif saved their Earth. Gisnell's fangs protruded in disdain. We attacked these worlds to enact their vengeance, while their own military floundered. We shouldn't negotiate for what is ours already. Of course, your savageness. Humanity were tactless, I agreed hastily. Going orbital on their RB seems unwise, though. Predators must stay united until the Federation is eradicated.
Shazar snorted. Ah, yes, the Federation that humanity is putting their alliance members from.
Pets, not allies. If you're tricked by lies tailored for prey.
The female Orcs stiffened with indignation, and her holographic tail blurred with motion. The prophet descendant scrutinized us both closely, spending an extra second on me. Perhaps I'd painted myself too much in Earth's camp. A proper chief hunter should want to bash the human's nose in. Humility wouldn't be the worst thing to teach them, regardless. I want Val and Silas in our control by the end of the week. I don't care how you do it. Shazar, you and Isif settle that part amongst yourselves, Gizno decided. Shazar's eyes gleamed with triumph. Yes, Great One, as you wish.
It will be settled. I am fully committed to our glory, I managed.
The chief hunter tossed her head in gloating as Gizno left the holopad call. The prisoner bodies sat at my feet throughout this exchange, which I hope bolstered my tough exterior. Shazar had near full autonomy over her sector, except for the rare case of Betterment's direct orders. People of our rank merely filed reports and had thousands of ships to do their bidding. Human generals were chained by comparison, with more oversight and rules to adhere to. I understood what they meant by war crimes now, though I couldn't believe my eyes. What value was artwork in the middle of combat? Why wouldn't an army take out medics that were limiting enemy casualties? It was a miracle that Zhao hadn't elected to shed this softness. But, I suppose, this docility was why I believed that they could pioneer a better future. Perhaps I could take another crack at the United Nations, or persuade Shazar of the value of our cause. Pride was important to an Orcs culture, especially given how concessions would be framed. The long-term value of social allies needed to be put in a way a brute could understand.
Hear me out, Shazar. I'll explain to you why tolerating humans benefits our cause, despite their irritating emotions, I growled. Every good hunter should have the facts before drafting a plan.
Chief Hunter swished a tail. I've had enough of talking for today. There is only so much social blabbering one can take.
Of course. This discourse has dragged on too long. My patience is also tested, I lied. Opposing opinions are grating, and solitude would be welcome. Just one more thing.
What is it?
We need to have this conversation in person. Your attack may be detrimental to the Dominion's long-term success. Allow me to present the military pros and cons at the location of your choice. The decision will be yours.
Shazar presented her fangs in a warning gesture, though the details were grainy in the hologram. I responded by dropping into a hunting crouch, cowering before the threat was admitted defeat. The humans were the only way I saw the war ending, and leaving us with the non-sapient meat supply. As idiotic as the leaf lickers could be, I couldn't allow our tensions to escalate. I respect the veteran general enough to entertain your speech. A snicker shook her sides. Stop by the cloaked farm habitat just inside my sector. It's a day's travel from your post. You can have a tour of a modern operation.
Age means surviving combat and nature's assassination attempts. If you are lucky, it'll come to you as well, I replied.
Enough of your platitudes. Will you travel to the farm or not?
Yes, I'll be there.
Chief Hunter Shazar terminated the call, and I stormed back to my shuttle. Tolerating her condescending attitude and groveling on the human's behalf wasn't as thrilling a prospect. I couldn't even wash the death from my body. Cleaning the blood off my claws would suggest that I wasn't proud of my kill. A day of warp travel would allow me to process options and play out various scenarios in my mind. Why couldn't the humans just let two species who assaulted them perish? It would be much easier for all parties involved. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Memory transcription subject Chief Hunter Isif. Oxor Dominion Sector Fleet. State Standardized Human Time December 1st, 2136. The Earthborn holopad in my possession was alien hardware. Dominion resources weren't equipped to track it. I made sure the device was well encrypted and could pass it off as a top-secret research if asked about it. It allowed me to monitor anonymous Oxor forums where anger and sedition were brewing. Betterment's grip on risks had waned as word of Federation omnivores circled back home. Many citizens saw other meat-eaters as victims of the same predator hatred that crippled us.
The converts were genuine sapiens, distorted by the enemy. Those revelations didn't inspire faith in our diet, nor did the Dominion's inability to reform. Starvation is a good motivator for unrest. These forums have been safe spots for talks of the food alternatives raised by the Terran's existence. The humans are the predators we want to be, I read one comment aloud. Perhaps our resistance movement could be officially recognized. Their support would lend our legitimacy. My shuttle was on a landing approach to the farm habitat. I digested the reminder of my purpose quickly. The humans were our hope at changing the status quo, and they were the only aliens who saw us as people. Our carnivory made alliances unobtainable with most of the galaxy. There was a reason our search for true life persisted through the centuries. As long as we were isolated and starving, individuals like Shazar and Giznal would maintain power. Our plight was how betterment retained control, stirring up perpetual hatred. The Federation caused our predicament, after all. Draconian measures, as the humans would say, were necessary, and lesser individuals hindered our collective welfare. The holobad was tucked back into a drawer as docking protocols were completed. I disembarked to the hangar bay, and Chief Hunter Shazar greeted me. The fattened guards flanking her were indicative of the cattle-rich location. Farms were coveted postings, awarding based on bloodlines. This cushy detail was one reserved for those whose genes were desirable. "Shazar, you look absolutely vicious," I barked. Chief Hunter narrowed her eyes. "Don't get flirtatious, Isif. This is a professional visit. I merely respect a worthy adversary. The feeling is mutual, yes?" "Indeed. I suppose we can spare a minute for pleasantries. The tour is mandatory for another sector's lead hunter. Cattle farms are a delight." "Nothing like a satisfactory meal at the ready. Shall we proceed?" The female Orcs stalked forward, her torso positioned at a sharp angle. I mimicked her lunging posture and ensured that my elderly pace kept up with hers. This farm habitat was a pride of Shazar's sector, with its compact design. Rather than the traditional pens with overhead guards walking, her designs utilized crawlspace trapdoors for retrieval. Orcs could monitor prey from viewing panes and administer negative feedback with a button array. The hangar spilled into a narrow hallway, which the cattle pens visible on both sides. The enclosure to my left housed Harkin, who were in poor condition. I could see flaky scales speeding off their hides and their sunken eyes in a listless daze. These reptiles were lethargic, having lost the will to move around. It was pitiful to see a sapient mind reduced to a husk. Harkin territory was the closest to the facility, but that didn't stop Shazar from ferrying in other livestock. To the right, I could see the newest species in her domain, the Yodel, exotic by all accounts. The smooth-skulled marsupials showed a bit of life, though I saw glassiness in their eyes. These uplifts played no part in what happened to our people, and supposedly hadn't latched onto the fear ideology yet. I worked with the marsupials on Earth, so I knew they sided with the humans because they felt ostracized. Active hostilities between the Orcs and friendly prey were unnecessary. There was a truce going since the Battle of Earth, extending to the three species that offered aid. However, unlike the Zeruleans, the Venlo, the Yodel weren't in my domain. I couldn't stop Shazar from renouncing my pact. Most chief hunters are accepting any human allies as Orcs allies, despite Betterment's official silence, but Shazar sees no reason not to round up primitive herbivores. I forced a look of disinterest. How do the Yodel taste? They don't look like anything special. The taste is quite strong, stays in your mouth for a while. Dry, too, Shazar replied. The flavor profile is not my favorite, but some of the guards like it. I'm sure the underlings have simpler palates than us. Missive. The masses will eat what they're given. The important thing is how well the Yodel breed. Our herd here will gather data to determine their viability. It's hard to match the Sivkits and the Zeruleans. Oh, or the Venlil. How could you give them up? Calculated risk. Skepticism flared on her amber eyes, but the chief hunter continued our walk in silence. I kept my gaze ahead, not wanting to look at the cramped Yodel pen. That defective voice was restless after interacting with the helpers on Earth. I was relieved there hadn't been any gracious offers to sample the product. My mind was elsewhere as Shazar guided me to the guard quarters, a crocodile aviary, and 2 more Harkin pens. If this was a crowning achievement of Oxal society,
What scathing commentary did they drum up about our people? Billions of sapiens were in similar misery, and cognizant of their continued suffering. It was a fate deserved by no one. The chief hunter led me into the kitchen facilities, where corpses dangled from the ceiling. The scent of gutted Harkin struck my nostrils, an aroma that kicked my olfactory glands. My body was conditioned to associate certain blood types with meals. Saliva production and eye dilation were involuntary responses. I could hear my stomach rumbling despite being well fed. How did humans suppress intrusive instincts without any discomfort? I wasn't an animal, of course. I wasn't going to strike down any herbivore just because they were bleeding. That didn't mean my nostrils would have their interest piqued. However, on Earth's internet, the impulses they discussed towards their prey had nothing to do with sudden hunger. So our second to last stop, this is where we process food, Shazar narrated. Is this the part where you get to addressing Vol and Celis? I lashed my tail. 2 territories which belong to us. I agree that we should get them back. However, it's in our best interest to attempt loathsome diplomacy for their recovery.
Why are you so keen on appeasing these weaker predators? They shouldn't get away with blatant insults.
Ha ha! At least humans aren't so dreadfully boring, yes? They did offer compensation for their overreach. They see our raids as wasteful of resources and view this as a chance to build a decadent empire.
I don't want their leftovers, Isif. I want them to get out the fecking way.
Shazar exhaled with a frustrated breath and sank her serrated fangs into her lower maw. The hostility in her gaze suggested a different approach was required. This was about personal pride more than resources. This sector's chief hunter didn't care if humans could supply more goods than us. No percentage of the haul would be sufficient to allow their incursion. Humans bossing us around and calling the shots exacerbate the situation. They're lucky they didn't get nuked then and there. You ask why I tolerate such things, Shazar, I sighed. The truth is, I want to keep Earth's guns pointed at the Federation. I'm using humans to make the Dominion a supreme, unchallenged power.
Using humans? I was under the impression they're using you.
The UN are clueless to our aims, because Zhao is blind and on the warpath. Earth's silly coddling is causing the prey to collapse. Meanwhile, their manpower performs the heavy lifting against the main Federation factions.
Their manpower, riddled with lesser creatures, even their own ships are a tribute from the Venlil, the weak, sniveling, knock-kneed prey. Humans are bungling everything.
Nothing is bungled. They'd do anything for victory, and pitting the animals against each other. It's brilliant. Our enemies will be destroyed without us lifting a claw.
You're saying that you really want to use them to fight the war for us?
Precisely. Our victory has been delayed for long enough, for centuries. What are Vol and Silas compared to bringing down the entire house?
We don't need humans to destroy the Federation, though. We aren't weak. We aren't dependent on others.
It's not that we cannot do it ourselves. It's about preserving our strength for a worthy adversary. The Federation doesn't contain enjoyable foes. Let someone else take the trash. Shazar issued a low chuckle and stalked past an icebox of a crocodile carcasses. Fresh prey was preferable, but not always possible during military operations. It was inefficient to build cattle enclosures into every warship and garrison. Larger ships could accommodate active livestock, but this facility was suited to ration exportation too. I could see that my words causing the chief hunter to reconsider her strategy. The humans could be framed as efficient soldier slaves who didn't require any oversight. At worst, the Terran advanced softened Federation defenses and pulled species away from the enemy coalition. As purely a numbers game, the tactical benefit was obvious. My nose distracted me again as we wandered into a hangar beside the butchery. Adjustable tunnels of barbed wire sat beside docking ports, built to load and unload cattle. This must be the shipping department, where any new catch was processed. It also provided a way to ship living prey out to the fleet for fresh consumption. Shazar cleared her throat. Your idea is clever, but humans can't believe that they have the authority over us. Their soldiers need a kick in the teeth. It's unbecoming of an Orcs commander to surrender territory without a fight. If dignity is worth more than our overall success, then your mind is set. My pupils darted over the barbed wire enclosure, where the tangy aroma originated. Ceruleans were crammed into the unloading area, mewling pitifully. Wait, why do you have prey from my sector?
Relax, Isiv. Some idiot volunteers went speeding off in a medical ship to rescue Crocodile civilians. We intercepted them and brought them here. Shazar shouldn't be capturing human allied species at all. This jeopardizes everything I worked on. The UN are pressing me to barter these guys, release as well. Thoughts of Xyrillian medics in New York ran through my mind. There was a unique earnestness in their efforts to save human patients. The little furballs were dedicated to preserving life, even those of people they believed were monsters. What other species would fly unarmed medical ships into Arxor occupation? Emotional concerns warred with my logic. I knew that my only objective should be talking Shazar down, but I felt sick to my stomach, despite how good their scent was. My defective voice couldn't bear to see friendlies shipped off to slaughter. My interactions made their personhood all too real, not a harsh fact I pushed aside with ease. One Xyrillian was sobbing, with a despondent paws pressed against the wire. Her stomach quaked and green blood was smeared across her little nose. The pleading quality in her eyes paralyzed me. I couldn't bring myself to ignore the herbivore's plight. My position gave me leeway to induce a more favorable outcome, so bartering attempt was logical. Persuasion wasn't working on Shazar anyways. My objective shifted in a heartbeat to a species more worthy of salvation than the Tillfish or the Harkin. The humans would have to deal with the war they'd brought upon themselves. My throat was dry. I see. Well, on the topic of injured pride, I will not press further on fallen settlers, but I can't leave this facility without a consolation prize. So you admit defeat. What is it that you want from me?
The female Orcs hissed. A few of those Xyrillians. Humans claim they make great pets, and I'd like to test that for myself. I've been devoid of amusement for too long. I can always carve them up once I'm bored.
That's an odd request, though. I'd like to see them scrubbing your tail scales. I'll grant your wish, Isif. Are 2 prime specimens sufficient?
3 is what I had in mind. Humans keep more at hand, but these will dish out enough whining for 1 Arxor. Oh, and I'd like the crying one specifically. It's a prime example of what makes these animals lesser. The chief hunter bared her teeth and snatched the tear-stained Xyrillian with haste. She deposited the quadruped into a scratchy sack, indifferent to any yelps. Tilting her head, she picked out 2 more prizes, a young, healthy Xyrillian of each sex. Shazar dragged the cattle bag across the floor and whispered for the guards to bring it to my ship. I breathed a sigh of relief as I realized the layout subtly brought us back to the starting point. My landing hangar was next to the shipping facility, which allowed for a swift exit. The hosting Arxor were all about rushing me off. Chief Hunter Shazar displayed ostensible irritation, weary of my visit. My social tolerance was higher than most Arxors, but this specific company did not suit my tastes. There was no reason to prolong my travels. I offered a tepid farewell and boarded my craft without delay. The bag of Xyrillians had been thrown on the floor, like it was any other junk. The herbivores screamed their heads off and flopped around inside the sack. I ignored the parcel lumbering up to the cockpit. Jetting away from the farm habitat was done with a few buttons, and a course was set for my territory. Unease swelled in my chest as I realized how rash my snatch and grab was. What significance did these 3 cattle have in the big picture? I crouched over the Xyrillian package. What on risks am I going to do with these guys? Any normal Orcs will think I'm mad. A paw reached out into the sack and scooped the warm bundles out. The Xyrillians wiggled and screeched at my touch before bolting away. I watched as they disappeared into the crevices and supply closets. The fools didn't realize I could sniff them out with ease. The Terrans must have endless patience to coddle such antics. I just saved your lives. I am not going through a song and dance to prove myself, I snarled. Stalking back to the cockpit, my destination switched to Earth. The humans could deal with the Xyrillian pets and also learn the consequences of their mercy. The United Nations should be warned of Shazar's intent. However, flagrant interference would sever my ties with the Dominion. I wasn't sure I wanted to openly oppose my people. As much as I longed for societal overhaul, Arxor resistance was in its infancy. A 2-front war was a steep task for a primitive omnivores. It wasn't clear whether the empathetic humans could be trusted to pull their weight or support our cause. Sticking my neck out wasn't worth it without future rewards. Perhaps it was best to let Silas and Fall slip back into Dominion possession. End of story. Chapter 86. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command.
Date, Standardized Human Time, December 1st, 2136. Activity quieted down amongst our fleet, following the resounding victory of Ko. The UN focused on menial affairs for now. A small contingent of scout ships detached to survey potential colonies, and a few patrollers ensured the Federation didn't get another crack at the Mazics. Without a fleet of our own, Kupo's presidium was reliant on a human protection. Most Terran ships circled back to our mobile repair units, which had camped in a few light years from the battleground. Our vessels docked for routine maintenance, but that lasted mere hours. Once the all-clear was given, we were sent with a small group on a patrol route. The United Nations was likely to assign us to a new target after Earth sorted out their next priorities.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Sovereign,
Samantha said from my side.
Why would the Officer Cardona invite you to his quarters?
I bobbed my shoulders, mirroring the human shrug.
Only one way to find out.
The real question is why you ordered Carlos not to accompany us.
Tyler and Carlos almost came to blows when he saw what happened to your face. Truly, a hard fall.
Accidents happen. Carlos had rounded on Tyler in the rec lounge after I sought out medical touch-up. The blood gushing from my nose wasn't ebbing, and my paper towel hadn't helped. The male guard's biceps rippled beneath their green markings as he roared at his superior officer. I believe his exact words were, "Does beating up a depressed aide make you feel like a man?" Tyler hadn't responded and tried to ignore my friend. Onzo took notice of my facial damage too. There was a tinge of fear when he looked at his buddy. That wariness was unusual. For a nigh feral yodel, he might have decided there was a scrap of truth in the humans initiating violence. Captain Monahan got wind of the incident as other UN soldiers broke up the altercation. I issued a full denial when she summoned me to the bridge. My fibs didn't fool her at all, especially when Officer Cardona offered little in his own defense. The commander was obviously frustrated as she poked holes in my story. Why did I have wounds all over my body if I'd slipped headfirst into a cabinet? There had to be another reason I was nursing my ribcage. Monahan announced her disappointment in Tyler before assigning him to indefinite latrine duty. Days had passed since his beatdown, but the holopad invite to his quarters came out of nowhere. Perhaps he blamed me for not offering a more robust denial. The blonde officer must be angry about receiving punishment for his actions. Samantha crossed her arms.
Ah, yes, accidents happened and leave finger marks on your throat. You can see that through my fur, I groaned. The doctor did in the infirmary. Then your doctor exaggerated. You know how you humans are, very over the top. The female guard huffed in irritation, fixing me with a disdainful glare. Her narrowed eyes once would have filled me with terror, but now I recognized the scowls as part of her snarky attitude. Her venomous tongue was a defense mechanism, in my opinion. Samantha never offered any commentary on the loss of her husband. Maybe that stoicism was how humans were supposed to grieve. No, I didn't believe that. I tapped my claws against Tyler's door. Several crewmates that passed us in the hall whispered to each other. My identity must have gotten around. According to Samantha, my role in Seleni's interview had earned me some favor on Earth. But I didn't deserve humans' pity, and I was thankful that Officer Cardona dished out retribution at last. Onzo opened the door. Harris, Sovlin, come in. Not until you tell us why we are here.
Oh, cut it out, Sam. Don't be like that. I swatted her elbow with the blunt side of my claws. I'm going in without you.
What? So that you can take another accidental tumble? Get in a nasty fight with a rug?
Tyler's angular face peered over the crouch. Hey, we're all cool. It's square. Onzo and I are playing a badass video game. I thought you'd get a kick out of it, Sovlin. Confusion swelled in my chest as the tall human waved the black object in his hand. Why would Marcel's packmate invite me over to play some television game? I trudged inside, despite suspecting an ambush. Samantha rolled her eyes. At least I could count on her and not intervening in the rug tussle. There was no visible malice in Tyler's blue irises. Onzo must have been briefed on who I was, since he didn't question our past anymore. The uplift knew that I deserved whatever beating the human doled out, and then some. Guilt clawed at my chest as I joined the Terran officer on the couch. A trace of fear lingered too, my instinctive phobia of violent predators. Tyler threw me into those cabinets like I weighed nothing. It was quite terror-inducing. A menu screen appeared on the television, with the words "Start Campaign" selected by Onzo. The yodel looked awkward juggling the controller, which was designed for long fingers rather than stubby toes. The uplift used his tail to hold it and had both paws hovering over the side. Samantha accepted a device from Tyler and passed one to me. The female human placed a pillow on my lap, balancing the controller atop it. I tucked my claws onto both sides, thankful for my slender claws to poke at buttons. It wasn't clear how predatory these games were, or if the blonde Terran was attempting to traumatize me. Hanzo explained the button functions, while a loading screen played. I tried to listen, but I was distracted by the human's partner's posture. Tyler stared ahead with intensity and leaned forward on the couch. The predator's knuckles were squeezed around his controller, as though he wanted to constrict it. "What is this?" I asked, unable to stay silent. "I don't understand why I'm here." Tyler blinked. "You can go if you want. This is a first-person shooter game called The Clash of Proxima. Co-op mode. I modded the human enemies with Orcs or bodies. Thought it'll help you to gun down the Greys like you want."
"What? You know what happened to his kid. You think he wants to play a game about the Orcs?"
Samantha spat. "A game about killing them? Feck yeah." I'd been hell-bent to get my claws on an Orcsaur and extract as much suffering as possible for years. I wanted to look one in the eyes and relish entering its miserable existence. A simulation was the closest thing that I could get to that reality. Tyler was right. That did sound like fun, or at least as cathartic experience. I bared my teeth. I like this game already, especially if the predator bastards scream. The revelation of the Kolshians deployed their cure against the Orcsaur did nothing to quell my revenge fantasies. If anyone deserved a slow death, it was a filthy, grey beast. Starvation didn't excuse the torture videos of our pups they mailed to Federation worlds, and how they ate my own family alive, bit by bit. The human would never dream of such a thing, no matter how dire their circumstances. The necessity of hunting us was something that I could see if a flesh-eater was deprived of their prey. But the level of sadism the Orcs showed had nothing to do with necessity. It sickened me that the UN coordinated with them, but I understood that Earth had been surrounded and defenseless. Samantha heaved an exasperated sigh.
"I hope this is an easy difficulty, Tyler. You're just going to annoy him if he dies nonstop."
"Sovlin's gotta learn somehow," the male predator replied. The game deposited us outside of the space station, and the graphical rendition was admirable. Tyler and Samantha's characters moved forward at the front, while Onzo and I crept after them. Orcsaur bodies were crouched inside, spewing bullets upon our entry. Rage flowed into my wrists, and I depressed the fire button. Crimson streaks moved across my split screen, which I suppose symbolized wounds to the red-blooded Terran. A bar decreased over my character's head. Onzo and I were shooting in a daze, while the humans ducked behind cover. It was frightening how sharp their reflexes and multitasking were in combat. The Terrans did most of the work gunning down the Orcsaur. It felt satisfying when my own bullets hit one representation. But a part of me was concerned about the lifelike blood spatter. Perhaps the Earthlings did crave death and violence. This shouldn't be an activity of mass appeal. I decided to attempt a conversational tone.
"So, humans' games involve battle recreations and killing people?"
"It's a power fantasy, obviously," Tyler replied. "Everything is a competition for us. Why not fight in a way that no one gets hurt?"
"But you people want to fight, enough to seek it out for fun."
"Not just fighting. We want to win, Sovlin. There's a difference. Doesn't a part of you want to crush the Orcsaur, vanquish them?"
"The Orcsaur, yes. But you've said that these enemies are normally other humans."
"Old habits die hard. We fought wars for thousands of years. It's how we are, man."
"So it feels good, Tyler, to kill your own kind?"
The blonde human was silent, pursing his lips with disquiet. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed Samantha shaking her head at Tyler. That implied that the answer was affirmative, and I could see why she wouldn't want that broadcasted. Our game characters moved ahead, while I wondered how humans controlled such instincts. The Terrans have empathy. I suppose that's the only thing keeping them from the Orcsaur lows. Onzo yipped excitedly.
"Charging at an enemy feels good. Driving them off, kicking them in the teeth, showing your strength. That's what Tyler means."
"As I've told you before, charging at hostiles with no strategy gets you killed," the human officer sighed. "In both real life and the game."
"Hold up, Uplift," I barked. "You played a game killing other Yodel?" The marsupial flicked his ears. "Sure. We defended territorial claims for years. Harsh winters come, and there's not enough gains stashed for everyone. You take or you'd get taken from."
"That's, twisted. You're an herbivore, fighting amongst your own people."
"Competition is normal, and you feckers told us it's not. Nature is indifferent to any of our morals. The Gojits probably did the same thing before the tentacle freaks remade you.
Onzo's right. We ate meat, so Gojits are fecked up monsters too. I have no right to judge his people or humanity. Gunfire sound effects snapped me away from my rumination. More enemies camped in the next area, and the Orcs began pinning us down. My heart rate skyrocketed, as if it was a genuine combat. I crouched by the barrel just in time and retained a few slivers of health. This enemy AI was merciless, an accurate approximation of the real Greys. The Yodel wasn't so quick to find cover. Onzo held down the sprint blocker and seemed keen on melee the enemies. His health bar was depleted within a second, and his human character crumpled to the ground. The primitive jabbed at several buttons, prompting his avatar to rise. Onzo grew incensed by his death and ignored Tyler calling his name. The uplift curled his lip, rage smoldering in his eyes. He released an incoherent howl and flung the controller in a blind fury. Cracking sound reverberated through the air as the device crashed into a wall. Tyler paused the game. What the feck, Onzo? That's the third controller you've thrown.
It's a stupid game, the Yodel screeched. These levels are impossible.
I think we're not playing together anymore.
What? No, I'm sorry, it's just so...
You said you'd try harder, buddy. You can't just break things because you're mad.
Unless it's Sovlin's face,
Samantha chimed in helpfully. I shouldn't have done that, but I'm not going to apologize. Marcel is a good dude, and he didn't deserve a shock collar around his neck. What's one punch compared to that?
My spines bristled. I agree with him, Sam. More people should treat me like I'm a monster. I am. Please, let it go.
Tyler gave me a rough pat on the shoulder. I flinched instinctively. The blonde human switched off his console and took the controller from my grip. It was disappointing not to have another crack at the Oxor. The game should have allowed us the best trample them with ease. It wasn't fun to strategize. More importantly, I wasn't sure what Tyler was playing at. The big guy resented me for a well-established reason. Even Onzo should have sided against me, but the exchanged duo were acting cordial. This gaming session was crafted as an outlet for my anger, though the fact that the Predators constantly used it for that purpose was a jarring admission. I began to think of Terrans as normal people who weren't a threat to innocence. Perhaps the truth wasn't so simple. Despite their rich sentimentality, it was odd that you hear a human speaking of their aggression in candid terms. Billions of predators on one world craving a fight at all times and trying to hold themselves together. I didn't know how they functioned. That goes a long way to explaining the Federation's observations. I can see why they'd find other ways to get that out of their system now. Well, let me clean up the controller shots first, Tyler grumbled. But Onzo and I'll head to the mess hall in a few minutes. You're both welcome to join us.
I chewed my claws. You should enjoy your meal. I don't want to sour it for you.
Sovlin, I forgave you. It's all water under the bridge now. You haven't reached out for therapy, so I decided you needed a pal in the interim.
You, want to befriend me? Why would you do that?
Because I think you deserve a second chance. No more knuckle sandwiches from me. Promise. You've suffered enough.
Samantha bared her teeth. Sovlin's down on himself more than ever. Tell him being an omnivore doesn't make him unworthy of happiness.
Well, duh. I didn't think I deserved pain and misery, and I'm an omnivore. The humans missed the point, as usual. Their tenuous grasp on their instincts was something they managed, so they wouldn't commit heinous deeds. There was no telling what savage Gojits were capable of. Eating corpses was monstrous enough. My predatory side had shown with Marcel's torture, which even Rissel likened to the Oxor.
You're right. I'm glad you guys have my back, I fibbed.
That's what humans are for. Besides, there might not be a lot of happy days left. Tyler ushered me to the door wearing a sad smile. So enjoy the downtime while it lasts.
Hold up. What does that mean?
The brass detected anomalous movement in the Oxal fleet. We're going to shadow their vector, tail a few light years behind them, in case they try anything.
What are you expecting them to try?
We don't know. But our leader had a falling out with them, and they know the UN isn't full strength. It's possible they'll attack our garrisons and fall in Silis. That's a prelude to war. The thought of the Terrans squaring off with the Oxor brought me considerable relief. After Solani's interview, the primates had every reason to stick to the monster's side. It was miraculous that they kept diplomatic avenues open for prey that defected. I mean, according to Tyler, humans weren't content with peace in the best of conditions.
Perhaps the same degeneracy runs through the Gojit's contaminated genes. Like Onzo said, we might have been similar primitives.
Species like us needed the humans' help with just about every issue.
If Earth could get back to exacting aggression on ugly child eaters, that would inspire my optimism about the galactic future. It could also bring our predators back to their morals their society once cherished. Any indication that the Orcs were an enemy was one that I would seize. Eagerness thrummed in my chest.
So humans will beat the Greys. You should have as soon as Earth was clear, just like you did with the Cradle.
It's not that simple. The Orcs have been conceding their full capabilities. Our intelligence is blind, Tyler explained. They have numbers, technology, and bases across the galaxy. Our prospect in a serious conflict don't look good.
Samantha snorted. And we're already fighting the vegan cultists, better known as the Federation. Us versus the universe, battle royale.
Hey, it's not that dire. We'll all have allies. 33 open allies, counting the Tafki and the Gojids.
We're your friends, Yonzo yipped. Together, we're unlocking the secrets of physics and kicking ass.
Hell yeah. I'm glad someone's ready for trouble. I want to be sure that you're fit for duty too, Sovlin.
I flicked my claws threateningly. I'm fit to fight the Orcs. I'm fit to do a whole lot more than that. Anytime, any place.
Tyler shot me a concerned look, while Samantha boasted a signature smirk. The door clicked shut behind us, leaving me to wander towards the mess hall. The Predator's ship felt cold and empty, like an uncanny stillness at the eye of a cyclone. This could be the last moment of sanity for a lengthy duration. With greater challenges looming, it was nice to patch up relations with my human superior. Infighting wasn't a luxury that our underdog coalition could afford. End of chapter. Chapter 87. Memory transcription subject Glim Vendel rescue. Date standardized human time December 1st, 2136. The half-day train journey kick-started my confinement with the human. The more time passed, the less I was convinced that we were in Cledgel Falls to see Aunt Thema. We stopped off at a hotel for rest until the Vendel government brought us a car and a driver. It was clear Noah and our authorities at its beck and call. I was impressed with how well the Gaian could control its instincts and with how thorough its propaganda was. Reading about secret predators within the Federation was jaw-dropping. That rattled my worldview to the core. It was lunacy for the Kolshians to think flesh-eaters could be tamed. Any credibility the Terrans had gained was in their fault. The human behavior did prove curious, especially rescue footage of the Gojids. That was negated by the fact that they invaded the Cradle. Earth was the aggressor in the conflict. A lackluster excuse about Prime Minister Perry staging an assault was their cover for their warmongering. It was an opportunity to conquer a lesser race and begin an empire. But as a former exterminator, I couldn't say I didn't feel a sliver of doubt. Gaians broke a lot of the rules that I'd known since birth. Whether they were lying or not, I hadn't worked up the courage to ask Noah any questions yet. However, there were a lot of answers I wanted to hear. When the beast was forced to cook up spontaneous retorts. Maybe I'm in imminent danger of being devoured, unless we're going to a slaughterhouse. Giving Hazy space, she hasn't been eating or drinking, and I think Sarah visiting would be a trigger. Tava was speaking to Noah through a video call. The human pursed his lips. We should give Hazy as much time as she needs. If she's not even voicing her concerns, she's not ready. Glim is trouble, but at least his mind is still there. Just be careful, Noah. This isn't the capital. It's a rural area, where Vendel aren't as open-minded. They don't regularly interact with humans. You're not exactly incognito either. Are you worried about me? A monstrous predator like me can scare off a few fanatics. Please, try not to scare anyone. The footage of you chasing Glim is making the rounds, and let's say, it's a bad look. Human ambassador hunts Vendel cattle in train station. It wasn't like that. Glim could have hurt someone. I had to stop him. I know, Noah. I like to be involved in things myself, but maybe we shouldn't have gotten wrapped up in all of this. We're too high profile to be ordinary helpers. The Gaian scowled. It was your idea to sponsor a Vendel in the first place. You said that it was good PR to do our part. And you said that you wanted to. Does it really matter whose fault it is? Governor Tava hissed. No. I just don't want your media team to toss me under the bus. Stars, I hate all of your idioms. Kill two birds with one stone, cut to the chase, stabbed in the back. Are there any that aren't about being maimed or killed? One or two. You're infuriating. Well, settle this later. Just be safe, okay? Noah bared its teeth to itself as the Vendel leader abandoned the call. I studied the Gaian for a long moment and considered the adoration in Tava's eyes. That emotion looked like love, but I didn't understand how such strong feelings could arise towards a monster. Perhaps I should regard the beast with gendered pronouns. like he was a person. Earth's presence was less nefarious than Riss's dominion, from what I could tell. The empathy tests were convincing, since it was difficult to fool scientists on a neurochemical level. My head Noah lied to us, though. His actions hadn't been innocuous, conning and misleading us. The Gaian ambassador was ignoring my presence for now. I was certain he was avoiding direct eye contact. His focus drifted to a sign in the distance, which read, Calgal Retirement Home. His hand reached for the visor as he pressed it across his paralyzing pupils. I wondered what that accomplished when every Vendel here knew of his predatory identity.
Why do you wear your visor out here?
I gasped out. The human palmed his chin. Because these are elderly Vendel. I don't want to give anyone a heart attack. Any Vendel over 65 weren't allowed in the exchange program to avoid cardiac episodes.
Thema is how old? I don't know how many years.
She's 74, Clem. You were gone for 11 years.
No, that's not possible.
I'm sorry. I hate to spring this on you, but your aunt's memory is fading. She's in the late stages of dementia. My gaze shifted to the rural landscape, which stretched the horizon opposite the assisted living facility. A family reunion where Thema forgot me hadn't been in my imaginings. I was saddened that I hadn't been there to help and to visit her. Had her mind deteriorated because she was alone? Noah hesitated before moving a hand slowly. His fingers hovered over my wrist for several seconds, giving me a chance to pull away. The Gaian empathetically squeezed my forearm, like a Vendel would with their tail. His touch was delicate and frail. It was clear he was leaving the option for me to withdraw, since I knew from this train station that he was much stronger. There were several things I read into the weight in my mind. I couldn't succumb to believing the narrative. The humans were allies with the child-eating Orcs, even if they'd used that alignment to liberate Vendel captives. Their current objective was unraveling the Federation, and they were bestial hunters too. Apparently, Terran aggression had been documented by observers prior to first contact. I can't remember learning about them in school, other than vaguely as an extinct predator race, I mused. The internet claims that they've had over 10,000 battles in their history.
Hundreds of wars in just a century after the World War. The first one, I whined. How could you ever keep peace?
Noah was quiet for several seconds. We have to grow the feck up. Humans want peace, yet we've only ever known competition. It doesn't come naturally, but we're starting to act like a united planet.
Then Lil always had peace.
I doubt that. The Kolshian gentling took hold, and Farcial sanitized your past. I think that you used to be feisty herbivores until they convinced you of your weakness.
And if we're not strong?
We'll teach you. We'll protect you, with the fierceness you've never seen before. Noah's lips curved up, and I disassociated myself from the rush of fear. Perhaps the constant snarling betrayed his deceit, since the gesture came off as subconscious. The human rushed to cover his mouth, like he knew he'd done something wrong. If threat displays were intuitive, that explained the full-face masks at the hospital. I recalled how the Orcs would snarl just looking at us, licking their lips with appetite. Sapient predators used their teeth to assert dominance on conversation too. From what I could tell, the guards would flash fangs when contesting a particular catch or boasting of their hunts. The Gaians possessed the same urges. The Vendel driver parked the car outside the nursing home, and Noah opened the door. I felt paralyzed, befuddled by the paradoxical humans. It wasn't clear what to think of them. Their motives were ambiguous, and their mannerisms flipped between hostility and sympathy on a dime. Smiling or snarling, as you say, it's a submissive gesture in primates. I understand it is not so for other animals. Noah sighed. I coaxed myself out of the car.
Nonsense. How can teeth be barring?
Be friendly. It's about their positions. Teeth apart, jaw tension, and lips curled back. That's actual hostility. But teeth together and lips relaxed shows that we're not about to attack.
So you're saying that you don't want to bite?
Predators need to communicate that constantly. The Gaian's ambassador nodded. Exactly. Vendel don't understand the subtle differences. The few that try to replicate it usually just look constipated, man. I chuckled in spite of myself.
You have these answers well rehearsed.
I'm used to explaining everything we do. If I'd explained us better in my speech, 1 billion people wouldn't have died. Since then, I sifted through our evolution pretty thoroughly. Noah's voice turned scratchy, and his ensuing cough sounded a bit congested. Did the Gaian consider himself responsible for the extermination attempt? He'd stated Earth's case pretty well. For 5 minutes, broken up by hecklers, guns had been trained on him the whole time too. A non-predator would have frozen in fear.
The fact that it gave anyone pause over exterminating more like horrors is miraculous. Nobody in his position could have done better.
The human pawed at his nose before opening the door to the lobby. He gagged at once and muttered something about disinfectant smell. The middle-aged Vendel sat at the reception desk, staring at our appearance. Her eyes went wide with fear, and her ears pinned back. She snapped out of it enough to tap notice on her tail. A sign was tapped to the desk reading, "No humans permitted," in several scripts. The Gaian crossed his arms and leaned back with an intimidating frown. I observed the tightness of his jaw and the slant of his eyebrows. This was genuine hostility. It was worryingly easy to decipher the predator's mouth contortions once told what to look for. Noah sighed. "See, Glim? Still think we run the show here?"
"I don't know. You put up with a lot." "What? You can't be here," the Vendel receptionist stammered. "You need to leave. This human anyway."
The Gaian lifted his visor. "I think you'll make an exception for this Terran ambassador. I have powerful friends."
"There's security footage. Are you going to attack us to get through? You're trespassing."
"Glim wants to visit his Aunt Thema. Make that happen, and we'll leave."
"No, you're not welcome here, Noah."
The veins in the Gaian's neck bulged, and his fingers clenched tighter. His lips curled back as his pink gums, while his eyes dilated. So that's what a primate's aggressive snarl looked like. I skidded back, remembering Noah's warning about intent to bite. I didn't want to be within snacking distance. My inner exterminator agreed that humans shouldn't be prowling our streets, and wished for their non-existence. But my sentimental side remembered Noah tucking me in and playing games with Hasey and I. If the predator was emulating empathy, he deserved an award. There was more to this conqueror than my Orcs or tormentors. The Vendel receptionist wasn't backing down from her statement, and was gaining more confidence by the second. She bared her own teeth, reaching for a phone. Perhaps this employee intended to dial exterminators. I was increasingly worried about the Gaian biting this individual.
"Don't talk to Noah like that."
A Cerulean nurse trotted into the room and glared at the receptionist.
"Please forgive Carl Lever. She doesn't think highly of your kind. Those flesh beasts drain our resources, and our taxes go to their meat factories. They set up their encampments anywhere and litter our big cities. Some of them don't even work." The Vendel snapped back. "Earth got bombed to oblivion. Those humans lost family members and everything they own. Wouldn't you be grieving too?" The quadruped flicked her ears, and Carl Lever slunk off with a look of loathing. The Cerulean nurse shook her head before approaching Noah with cautious steps. The Gaian refitted his visor and clasped his hands behind his back. He dipped his head, perhaps to show appreciation. "Please listen, Ambassador Noah. I can't allow you to interact with our patients," the nurse said. Noah hissed in exasperation. "What? I thought you were on my side." "I am. Many of our residents have memory problems and wouldn't know what a human is. A scare of that advanced age could be deadly. You don't want to kill someone, do you?" "Of course not. But Glim's been an Orcs or captive for a decade. He needs to see his Aunt Thema." "Why don't I take Glim to her room, and you wait here? Then you leave after, without any unwanted incidents." The predator paced for a few seconds, startling the Cerulean. Even with the visor on, I could sense these unnatural eyes on me. Noah was considering whether I'd run off at the first opportunity, which was a high possibility. He must be feigning deliberation to seem reasonable. Why would he let me out of his sight? The human went to great lengths to track me, I escape, and hunted me in public venue. He wouldn't release his catch. "Okay, thanks for helping us, nurse." The Gaian sat in a chair which was comically small for him. "I trust you, Glim. The question is if you trust me." I withheld my disbelieving hiss and tried to make sense of my sudden release. Of course, I didn't trust a predator, after years as a cattle captive. Besides, his introduction started with deceit, which eliminated any chance of mutual trust. Concealing all information about his kind didn't inspire positive thoughts. Noah had done an admirable job of swaying me when I scorned any nuance originally. But our first encounter proved that he was a trickster. I followed the Cerulean down the hallway and relaxed as the Gaian didn't follow us. This was a pristine opportunity to escape captivity. I could evade detection better with a less integrated town. The Cerulean stopped outside at one door and gestured for me to enter. My ears perked up with hope as I crept into the room. Zima wheezed on her side, and her facial fur was starkly snow-white. The glassiness in her eyes reminded me of the cattle Vendel. Drool was running down her chin.
An old sitcom played on the TV, which she blankly watched.
Thema,
I whispered. My aunt screeched,
help! There's a strange man in my room. It's me, Glim. I came to visit you. Yeah, not Glim. Glim was captured by the Orcs. Yes, that was true for 11 years. The humans traded for me. See the neck brand? Human? What kind of species name is that? The aliens, Thema, the predators. They returned me, your nephew. Lies! I want you gone. You are not my Glim. Stop playing. You don't recognize my voice?
Aunt Thema glowered at me before wailing for assistance. She began unplugging the wires from her arms in a fit and knocked her drinking water from the nightstand. I gaped in horror as the one person who loved me wanted me gone. Tears swelled in my eyes as I rushed out of the room. The Cerulean medic yelled at me to calm down, but my feet were moving on their own. I was blind to my direction and my surroundings. The facility was a blur. There was nothing left here on Vendel Prime, not even my family. The world had changed too much in the process. All I wanted was for Thema to hold me and whisper that it was all right. My paws wrapped around something warm and clung on for dear life. Sobs rattled my body, so I pressed my face into the synthetic fabric. My hugging support tensed beneath my arms, and fleshy appendages tapped my back. I let go with horror as I realized where I'd run to. My instincts went back to the predator for comfort. Noah moustached my neck. Shh. It's okay. You're okay.
You don't know what it's like,
I screamed. Actually, I do. My dad had Alzheimer's. I'd visit him every weekend, and he didn't remember who I was. He'd tell me about his little boy, Noah, who wanted to be an astronaut, and I would just smile.
But I needed Thema. Take me back to the facility. Take me back anywhere but here.
I know it's hard, but it's not her fault. Are you sure you want to leave?
Please, get me out of here. I can't lose anyone else. That's not Thema anymore.
You don't mean that. Sometimes she remembers, and she's there, Glim. Tava's people got her to record those messages for you. She was glad you're home. The Guyan picked me up, a stoic expression on his face. My profession had always taught me that predators should be eradicated, but this was the nicest hunter that I'd ever encountered. For some reason, my subconscious felt bonded to Noah. He was a steady presence when everything else was crumbling. I couldn't ignore the evidence from our travels either. The way the Vendel receptionist spoke to my caretaker was irreverent and hostile. Judging from Tava's phone call, it sounded like open criticism was allowed on the internet too. Those attitudes wouldn't be allowed to circulate if humans conquered our home. Furthermore, the oblivious Guyans at lunch had been discussing morals and sympathy. They had no way of knowing anyone was listening. With my exposure to the Orcs, I knew how different those pitying attitudes were. The Greys considered keeping us as prey to be our rightful state, and they flaunted it. Glim, can you talk to Hasty? Noah slid back into the car and removed his visor. You can help us explain it to other refugees, better than we could for you. Tears dripped down my cheeks.
I don't know. Maybe?
Okay. And do you still want me to drop contact with you when we get back? The Guyan stiffened, sucking in a sharp breath. It was as if the ambassador was bracing himself for rejection. That implied that it would cause him pain if I answered in the negative. Though his body language betrayed that he cared what I thought of him. The torrent of fear since first contact seemed to have taken its toll.
I don't think that'll be necessary,
I croaked. The human curved his lips. Good. I haven't taught you half of our body language. My gaze darted out the window, and a shudder crept down my spine. I, of all Vendel, shouldn't be trusting of a lying predator. But I was giving Noah a second chance. Human charisma had swayed my feelings a bit too much. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. The Sol system underwent a serious overhaul since my last visit. Earth's defenses had been insufficient to ward off enemy vessels, and humanity wished to ensure that such a defeat never happened again. I marveled at the sheer manpower that this must have dedicated to reconstruction. According to my sensor data, the humans placed habitats as far out as the Oort cloud. It was impossible to spot in the roughshod stations on viewport. Their super black paint absorbed almost all light, and their emissions were the only giveaway, unless the mind might mistake the gravitational disturbances for an astronomical phenomenon. I would assume that the UN McDowell cloaked stations but they couldn't have developed a technology so quickly. Terrans devised those blueprints on their own. Humans detected my ship among the icy fragments and nailed me with enough FTL disruptors to try and fry an army. Nimble fighters raced out to join me, taking up flank positions. Visual contact confirmed the Terran scouts that the incoming vessel was of Orcs make, but that didn't ease their suspicions. Perhaps they assumed the next Dominion visit wouldn't be on friendly terms. The Terran craft had me target-locked and circled my ship with contemplative intent. Surely, their generals realized that despite our solitary nature, our ships wouldn't venture off alone to attack. My mission was diplomatic in nature. I was debating how thoroughly to betray my people. There was also the issue of the 3 Xyrillians who wouldn't come out when I left drinking water. They must be dehydrated and delirious by now. I hailed the cloaked habitat, hoping humanity wouldn't make any rash decisions. It was unclear if they'd appreciate the tip-off, that their hideout wasn't undetectable. An honest appraisal seemed helpful by my standards, but it could also wound Terran pride. That concept meant more to the Dominion than Elias Mayer. However, Ming Zezao was not as even-keel. You are trespassing in the Sol system, but you know that already. A female human with a dust-colored bowl cut appeared on screen. I recognized her as General Jones, the drone program's lead. To what do we owe our pleasure? I bared my teeth. Humans do not wish to continue open relations. Have you forgotten what we did for you so soon? We didn't expect the Orcs back here, keeping tabs on us. I know a warship when I see one, and I certainly don't like it gunning for Earth. Why do you feel entitled to roam our home system? Because I'm Chief Hunter Asif. You know, the single reason your species is alive today. The one who gave an army and sent food to your cities, pulled your dying from the rubble, and traded you the Vendel. I see. My nation thanked you and housed you. That doesn't mean that you're going to lord your aid over humanity forever. You must use proper diplomatic channels like everyone else. I've gone through your channels and received a dismissive statement from Zhao. That's unacceptable. I've earned some gratitude, if not respect. What are you going to do? Sue us? Malice glimmered in General Jones' eyes, and a defiant smirk tugged at her lips. Fury swelled my chest, threatening to spill into a roar. I was able to contain it as a growl, but I couldn't believe what ingrates the humans were. The United Nations hadn't been as flippant with me in the past, even after May's death. Why the sudden hostility? I came to help humanity, but now I don't know whether they deserve it. Perhaps there was some truth to Shazar's claims that the Terrans needed a kick in the teeth. If she took their bold-faced antagonism down a notch, that would be beneficial to my goals. Earth's governments warranted a reminder of their precarious position. I was less certain that I could rely on their leaders than ever. Still, humans were the only predators who wanted to end the sapient farming. Their lab-grown meat had the power to feed us and to weaken Betterman's grip on Orcs society. Terrans must see reason again when I reminded them that we were on the same side. Maya understood how I defended humanity and kept Giznil off their back. Concern still hounded me over the 3 Xyrillians hiding in my ship. I'd risked my cover on impulse, and I couldn't have them die after ferrying them here. It was worth brushing off the insult, so that my defective voice was settled down. However, I'd like to hear General Jones issue an apology down the line. Her contemptful look was grating at my best. I am your only ally in the Dominion. The intelligence I can offer you is worth your time, I hissed. The primate cleared her throat. You have something you want to share? Then spit it out. I'll only speak to Zhao. I rule this entire sector, your sector. I directly interact with our government and keep them off your backs. I deserve to look my equal in the eye, yes? Well, tough luck. The Secretary General is unavailable. Then so am I. You haven't even forwarded your request to him. If your leader can't spare a minute on a call, I can't be bothered to share my thoughts. I said he's unavailable. I will apprise Zhao of any intel you divulge to us. I want a personal chat, human. Are you fecking dense? Jones slanted her eyebrows. How dare you? I roared. If it was important, if I was Tava, Zhao would make time. Hell, Tava herself is more diplomatic than you people. The UN fighters still coasted along me, and I barely refrained from target-locking them. I was mistaken to think of humanity as a friend. They were always considered us second class to the prey. The option to storm off and communicate with Vendel Prime instead grew more appealing by the minute. If the Terrans hadn't disrupted my FTL capabilities, I would have left in a huff. There was no logical reason the humans would confront an Orcs ally and spit in his face. Perhaps their vengeance had driven them mad. It was clear that they were obsessed with Sol's military defense. Another possibility was that this American general was superseding the chain of command. She could be seeking to claim my intel for her nation alone. Was that it? Was Jones shutting Zhao out of the loop as a power play? Coups weren't unheard of, back when unrest plagued risks. Rulers could change by the week. The drone mastermind might resent the way that she was snubbed for Secretary General, in favor of a general with a rival state. Undermining Zhao's regime would fashion the Americans as an appealing alternative. The ostensible status was the humans quieted all clannish tendencies under the threat of extinction. The United Nations supposedly helped them work together against aliens, but I wasn't sure Earth's tribes had laid old grudges to rest. General Jones tapped a few buttons before sitting in silence for a moment. "Be careful what you wish for, Issav. The Secretary General will speak with you." I was a bit relieved that the American-led forces hadn't done anything rash. Humans were bold enough to try and capture me and convince me to talk through other means. From what I read in my holopad, their interrogation methods could surpass even Orcs creativity. If I'd shared those tidbits with Giznell, he'd respect their cruelty. A human male appeared on screen, dressed in a formal attire. His skin was warm and tan, while his hair was styled in a black crew cut. Forehead wrinkles indicated that he was middle-aged, likely with several decades of service. Anger oozed from his taut grimace, even as his shoulders were forward, asserting dominance. "Mr. Secretary General, it's an honor." I forced a placid expression and dipped my head. "I intend for us to meet much sooner. A shame, yes?" Zhao's expression didn't change. "Well, you have my full attention now. I suppose that was what you wanted." "It is." "That American general was stalling me from contacting you. I fear she may be watching out for her national interests at your world's expense. General Jones and I have an understanding. National interests mean nothing, with humans' interests under constant threat. That threat is extinction, and it pays no mind to borders. We cannot afford squabbles. But Jones will not pass along my call, because I told her not to. I was already listening the entire time, you know." My eyes narrowed with outrage, and I lashed my tail. The Secretary General would blow me off when I came to Sol to protect his forces. For pack predators with ubiquitous empathy, they had a lousy way of showing it. Who was I kidding to think humans would have defended Arxor? Dominion rebellion meant nothing to their self-interests. I knew Terrans still cared about the Vendel like their own pack. The new Secretary General also lauded the other races that aided Earth, yet sported contempt for the Arxor. Furthermore, they launched a new exchange programs with the Jotun and the Xyrillians, while welcoming defecting herbivores to their alliance. The ever-patient humans found the resolve to train the quaking prey. To my amazement, those efforts were getting results. Obligate carnivores just aren't convenient to the new empire, is that it? Or maybe they cannot forgive our crimes. I gritted my teeth. What have I ever done to you? I've helped you and asked nothing in return. I could have conquered Earth, but I treated you as equals. That's the only reason I haven't ordered Jones to capture you, Issav, thou said. With what we know today, you're no friends of humanity. Listen carefully and tell your boss, we are not supporting agendas to go against our interests. What are you talking about? Our interests are the same. You both know that's not true. You were adamant about Vol.3 being lost, and humanity followed your every command. We are not your puppets. What? You've gone mad, Zhao. The Dominion knows you are weak, and they won't tolerate your interference. I'm trying to keep weak predators alive into the future. Weak! We are not weak. We are young and growing exponentially. I hissed in exasperation. Then give yourselves time to grow. Vol.3 do not help your human first agenda. Am I right? It's about the principle of encouraging our enemies to surrender. Besides, if we forked over the Tullfish and the Harken worlds without a fight, it would cement the human weakness in your mindset. I will not set that precedent. The Arxol shall respect us. Secretary General Zhao cast an unwavering glare at the screen. As much as I wanted to unload on him, my departure from Sol required humanity lifting the FTL disruptors. Securing a ride out might require groveling. Politeness was mandatory for my request to leave. But at this point, I had no intent of passing along Shazar's plans to Earth. It felt like betrayal that the UN would dismiss my high-risk friendship with humanity. How could Terrans say our interests weren't aligned unless they were unwilling to help us? I thought we both sought a better future and a change in the Orcs government. My defective voice wanted the hominids to like me and accept me as one of their peers. A delirious scream echoed behind me, and my head whipped around. One of the Xyrillians had climbed atop a table, and in the camera's backdrop, it was the one who'd been crying in the cage, though she looked worse for wear. Her lips were dry from dehydration, and her eyes were half closed with fatigue. I could see desperation glitter in her pupils.
"Human, help us, please,"
she croaked in a ragged voice. The Secretary-General leaned forward in his chair, and his eyes widened with alarm. His jaw clenched shortly after, as he recognized the Xyrillian's paltry conditions. While I appreciated that Zal loathed our cattle practices, the quadrupeds' deterioration wasn't my fault. I'd risked my hide to rescue them, and I had provided for them. Was I supposed to flush them out with gunpoint to drink water? So that's why there are 4 live signatures on your ship. The Terran's voice was low and charged with fury. I noticed his hands typing on the holopad, likely communicating with Jones's forces. You're using our friends as bargaining chips. You'd commit acts of terrorism in the Sol system. I shook my head. It's not like that. I brought them here so that you could send them home. Yeah, right. Conveniently forgot to mention their presence, huh? Is that your food for this week, filthy crock? That's it. I'll fecking rip you from limb to limb, you puny branch swinger. I'll carve out your itsy-bitsy canines, and I'll bet them in my armor as a prize. You won't be doing anything. I was planning on catch and release with you, but you're better taken out of the equation. The United Nations will be bringing you into custody, Isif. I tried to attempt evasive maneuvers, but the UN blew out my propulsions with a single hit. My weapon systems was malfunctioning, and I found a glitch rather coincidental. The Terran fighters flanked me, using mechanisms to latch onto my hull seamlessly. Sparks flew behind me as the humans began breaching into the cavern. The Xyrillians bounded up to the noise, yipping for aid. The world took on a red hue, and anger overflowed into my consciousness. Feeling the need to attack something, I swung my claws at a dashboard. Electricity arced through the air as I tore chunks of metal out of the pedestal. Adrenaline led me to blindly throw the debris, and it nearly landed atop the Xyrillians. Realizing I almost harmed them, snapped me back to lucidity, though it was still steaming. Why is Zal doing this? I was a valuable asset to him from a logistical standpoint. The Secretary-General leaned in to another holopad. This is a high-value prisoner. Bring him in alive. I want to know what he knows. You're making a mistake, I roared. Why are you doing this? For one, you've learned too much about Earth's revamps. The element of surprise is important. If worse comes to worse, an enemy chief hunter can't ruin that for us. Enemy? Mayor, knew that I'm not your enemy. We want the same fecking thing, Zal. Mayor was naive. He couldn't see an enemy if they were holding him at gunpoint. I curled my lips with disdain. You don't believe that I'm an ally just because I'm an Arxel? No, I don't believe that you're an ally because we've obtained Arxel reports, including Shazar's partial transcript of your visit. I leaned back on my haunches. Understanding dawned on me as I realized that the United Nations had tapped into our communications network. Mayer understood how I played things up for effect, but that knowledge hadn't been passed on to his successor. Perhaps my acting was a bit too superb. If it fooled the very people I was protecting. My offense over Terran aggression was gone, once there was some basis for their behavior. This was all a misunderstanding. It should be easy for me to clear things up. Of course, Earth wouldn't welcome someone who claimed to be using them as a war. It didn't help that I insulted Zhao in my speech, though such rhetoric was tailored for a different audience. What is it you think I said? I hissed. I'm using the humans to make the Dominion their supreme unchallenged power. Oh, what about this one? The UN are clueless to our aims because Zhao is blind and on the warpath. You can't take that at face value. Read between the lines. You're intelligent. I was trying to talk Shazad down. She wants to nuke your prizes with your forces still there. We know that, and we know your rationale against an attack was not yet save our strength. A metallic section of the wall toppled inward, and the Terran soldier stalked inside. The primates almost tripped over the Ceruleans, who ran towards the entry point. The humans rounded on me in formation, wearing goggles over their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, I sunk to my knees and raised my paws in surrender. "Why would you tell me you know all of this? You're tipping your hand," I growled. The Secretary General sported a malevolent grin. "Because you're never going to tell your people any of it." A dart embedded itself in my neck, and I plucked it out on instinct. My head felt a bit woozy before I lost my balance. The humans crept closer, readying more sedatives in case the dosage was inadequate. My eyes fluttered, and my vision shrank to a pinhole. There was no hope of talking my way out of this situation, and it wasn't the Dominion who did me in like I imagined. My undoing was assisting alien predators who never planned for me to leave the Sol system again. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Memory transcription subject, Slanek Vendel Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. The dark thoughts didn't catch up to me until we circled back to our main base, within the Tillfish metropolis. During combat, the survival instincts humans drilled into me prevailed. Emotion was something to be shut down, because it would interfere with our mission, but not with Marcel now. I began to worry that the Terrans had awakened within me. There must be a reason I hadn't written my parents, since our deployment to the cradle. Had every opportunity to send a message home to Vendel Prime, yet I neglected this task of telling my folks I was okay. What kind of son would leave them in the dark while bouncing between war zones with predators? They just buried their other child. My brother had perished in combat with the Orcs not long ago. I powered through during the battle, but images of the Tillfish falling lifeless haunted my mind. The scariest part was that I hardly felt anything over pulling the trigger. Marcel said, to paraphrase, that the only sociopath wouldn't feel the conflicted over their first kill. Why didn't I feel proud when the dust settled? What if my family thought I'd become a predator when they saw how much I'd changed? Taking a life should have rattled me more, yet I feel only hatred for those who would threaten the humans, just a pit of rage. Marcel penned a letter home every day, since FTL comms couldn't reach Earth. The redhead human was manning the UN supply tent as we waited out our shift. Our locale was open for public grievances, as promised. Unfortunately, for the second day in a row, nobody wandered into a predator encampment. The humans needed to find a different way to connect with the Siddis populace. Marcel smacked a paper he had written. "How does this sound? The UN specifically sought out people with a love of insects and arachnids. How? Entomologists are shortlisted for the diplomatic corps. Guess they couldn't find enough bug lovers because I'm stuck here." "I think that you're running out of things to tell her. You've already talked about your discomfort," I remarked. "No, this one is about how they're selecting people, Slanek. We didn't have to be here. Humans and Tillfish share that feeling of stay the feck away from me. A mutual agreement that the end could have avoided this crap." "I think such an agreement would have been wrong too. We felt the same way about the humans. Was the exchange program not a mistake?" "No, of course not. We're nightmares to the Tillfish, and they're nightmares to us. It just meant that we didn't have to kill each other over it. Avoidance was possible." "But when we cleared the rogue settlement, that wasn't avoidable. We didn't have to kill them, Mark. Didn't you like cleaning up the neighborhood patrols?" The Terran stared at me for a long moment. "I don't like killing anyone. I told you at the protest. It's a last resort." "Life is precious, right? You humans just shut the kill switch on and off as you please." "What the feck are you on about?" "It's easy for you to commingle violence and empathy. Your emotions never run amok, but they're never absent either. Maybe Vendel instincts exist for a reason because, we shouldn't flip that switch." Marcel placed the letter down, and his mouth fell into an O shape. The human inspected me with piercing eyes, scanning my mannerisms with ease. This was my closest friend in the universe. It was like he could peer into my soul. Doubts racked my mind, along with the shame and fear. What if the training from Sarah's instinct program had gone too far? Was I turning into someone I didn't want to become? "Slanek, are you okay?" the Terran asked. I slumped my shoulders. "Violence should sicken me. I'm a Vendel, a timid one at that. I blew someone's head off, but I can't make myself feel guilty." "Easy, buddy.
There's no right way to process your experience. You were focused on surviving, and now you're confused. Because you feel like you had to, because, you think that our mission is justified.
I regret that I had to kill him, but I don't wish that they were still alive.
The alien leaned back on his haunches, running a hand through his auburn hair. I could see Marcel's scarred face contort as he contemplated what I said. My human must be horrified by these words, though his kind were excellent at masking negative reactions. Scathing judgment must be running through his brain at the second. I wasn't the innocent Venlil he befriended. I remember how proud Marcel had been at my first combat simulator, and how fervently my human encouraged me. He'd warned me not to change myself, certainly not for his sake. Now I saw the changes he was referring to. The program taught me to manage my fears, but I'd lost my identity along the way. A soldier without empathy was no more trustworthy than a coward.
I'm still a liability to Marcel, just in a different way. He deserves a better Vendel as his buddy.
The vegetarian chuckled and shook his head. Hey, I set a building on fire because I hate the exterminators. It's okay to hate those sadistic fecks.
You're a more aggressive species.
Times are changing, Slanek. Upbringing plays a large part in...
Mandibles clacking outside the supply tent,
and a young tillfish scuttled through the flap. Marstal instinctively tugged his legs back at the child's approach and forgot our conversation. It was a bit amusing how the human forgot to breathe. How could the soldier endure a shootout with dozens of insectoids, but a close-up kid mortified him. The tillfish child moved a leg along Marcel's arm with curiosity. I think the sleeve cuffs baffled our visitor. The red-haired human gulped and made a visible attempt to relax. His pale hand fished into the drawer, and for a moment I feared that he was grabbing a gun. Perhaps I should have stepped in instead of having a chuckle at his instincts. Marcel secured a small stick beneath his fingers, which had a circular object resting atop of it. He undid the wrapper over the sphere and held it out for the tillfish. The child giggled, accepting the gift. His compound eye studied the specimen, not understanding its purpose. That's a lollipop, son. You suck on the red circle. It's sugar. The human spoke in a gentle voice, though it was fraught with discomfort. You don't eat the stick. That's not food.
Thank you, the tillfish squealed. I'm Vernt. Wanna be friends?
Sure, I'm Marcel. You're a brave little guy, aren't you? You know, my daughter Nudia loves sweets too.
I flicked my ear in amusement. Wait a sec. Mark, you brought candy to just give the tillfish children, the ones that creep you out.
Oh, of course I did. You really don't know me at all, do you?
And you brought Vendel plushies for the cradle for Nulia.
That, wasn't for Nudia. Is that a judgment I hear, Slanek?
Vern pawed at Marcel's leg, asking to be picked up. The human shivered but helped the child onto his lap. His hand drifted atop the insectoid's exoskeleton. His cheeks were ashen with visible disgust. Terrans acted like tillfish carried some lethal disease. The fear wasn't founded on being eaten alive, despite the comparisons. It wasn't the same brand of our instincts towards them. General Bulra staggered into the tent, antennae flailing with fear. Her mandibles clicked at the sight of a Vern cuddling with the predator. I gauged from her stricken demeanor that this was her son. Her 6 legs blurred with motion, and she snatched a youngling away from Marcel. The kid squeaked in protest, clinging to the lollipop. The insectoid held the son close for a long time, and Marcel watched with a casual stare. As a sole tillfish general to vote against Earth's raid, Bora must have had her reasons to spare the hunters, but it was clear from our brief interactions that she feared what the Terrans would do to Silas. Certainly Bora can see how sweet Marcel is being, I mused, and how hard he works against his own instincts. Bora straightened her antenna. I told you to never touch the humans. I also told you to wait outside the tent until I got permission. Humor is nice, very nice humor. We're friends, Werner clicked. Humans do not like this. I explained this to you twice. Sergeant Marcel, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, really. Please, don't tell the little guy that. I don't mind, the vegetarian said.
I visited the humans across the mercantile region. I can see plainly that you do mind us.
What do you mean? Have we done something wrong, General?
You are predators here, but, you are afraid of us too. There's always someone who gets startled, and even a few that scream like prey. I don't want you to hurt Vernt out of fear.
Marcel buried his eyes. I was never going to hurt him. I'm sorry if I overstepped, giving him that treat.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to understand humans. Everything I learn adds more questions. What about us alarms you so much?
On our world, insects indicate rotting food and contamination. We see tillfish as harbingers of disease. My brain screams to get away from you as fast as possible, but I know that you are not a threat, and I'm sorry that I feel that way towards you.
General Burler was silent for a long moment before releasing Vent from a grasp. The tillfish child bounced back to the human and nuzzled his warm leg. I expected the Terran shudder this time. Marcel's biological responses made sense from an evolutionary perspective, especially through the lens of an ancient predation. Meat stores must attract disease-carrying insects frequently. This wasn't exactly the insight I'd hoped to extract from the Terran. Because of the incursion, Marcel hadn't fully addressed my personal concerns. I did feel better having that truth off my chest, but I hadn't spilled my familial distancing. Part of me wondered what the human was saying about upbringing. Had I branched off so far from my roots that I was unrecognizable to other Venlil?
I'm sorry that I'm afraid of you too,
Bulra sighed. That's why I voted against hitting Earth. There wasn't an argument for it that wasn't speculative, based in fear.
Marcel pursed his lips. Fear comes from imagination, not reality. I sure hope that I am not as terrible as you imagined.
No. If you're wondering why I'm here, it's because I wanted to talk to you. It's obvious how much your Vendel adores you, and I know who you two are. I'm sure that you've heard that before.
Unfortunately, everyone who tuned into Noah's speech, trillions of aliens saw me at the worst moment of my life.
Sorry. That was insensitive of me. I shouldn't have brought that up.
The red-haired human took the empty lollipop stick away from Vern and dropped it into the trash bin.
I was curious to try one of those sweets myself, though it might sound childish to ask. Marcel misinterpreted my stare and beckoned with a finger. I mewed as I approached and pressed my ear against his nice nails. The Terran soldier smiled.
It's all right, Bulra. If you're here to talk about something serious, I must ask why you brought your son.
Vern likes the humans on TV. Think you're fun and squishy. I let him tag along since it might make him stop asking about you. I don't want him reported for predator disease, even if I, see the signs too. I tilted my head. That's a serious prognosis. You should get him screened soon. No normal child isn't scared of predators, at least a little.
Slanek, Marcel hissed. Predator disease is your all catch-all term for anything outside herd normals. You want kids to be electroshocked for being curious about humans?
No. I just think it's the community interest to be vigilant. Berla is his mother, and she admittedly sees the signs.
We're going to have a long talk about this in private. General, there's nothing wrong with Vert. Don't let any bigots tell you otherwise.
Humie likes me, the Tiltfish child cheered.
Yeah, I sure do, kiddo.
Sorrow tugged at Marcel's expression, spilling into the occasional pointed look at me. I saw a glimmer of the protectiveness in his gaze. While Vern played with his bootlaces, the human was more judgmental over suggesting a medical screening than my admission that of my first kill. It was like my best friend thought that I wanted to hurt a child. It is sad that some people are a danger to society. We can help a few of them if we catch them early. The vegetarian swallowed.
Anyhow, to business. What can I do for you, Burla?
I heard reports the UN divisions picking up and leaving in a hurry. Many Tilfish see it as a victory, driving off human invaders. But I know there's something more going on, she explained.
I haven't a clue what you're talking about. Nobody here's left.
It seems the units in the big cities are the last to leave. It's like the UN wants their departure to go unnoticed. If I'm right, I expect them to pull you guys out within the hour.
Is that so? I told you we hoped ground occupation wouldn't last long. Maybe the UN is stepping back now.
My ears perked up with hope. General Burla had no reason to lie about Terran actions. Did that mean the predators were moving us somewhere else? It was clear that the locals didn't want us on Silas, so a handoff approach must be best. The humans didn't want to be here longer than was necessary anyways.
All UN personnel, please proceed immediately to your evacuation zone.
A monotone human voice poured through the PA system. With impeccable timing.
Do not use public transport or contact the natives. Avoid combat engagements if possible. Orbital threat level is severe.
Burla's antenna flailed. But what? Orbital threat level? Are you striking us into submission?
Of course not, Marcel growled. That message is referring to an external threat. It can only be the Greys to merit such a hasty response.
The Oxal? No, we surrendered to you to... Stop that genocide, and you're just leaving us to die. What about the tillfish down here?
I hear what you're saying. If evacuating civilians isn't a primary directive, then our escape must hinge on not being slowed down at all. The UN could be experiencing an attack within the hour.
Broadcast a message for civilians to go to bunkers. At least, please.
I'm sure we will. Come with me, Burla. We're getting out of here. Fear returned to my bloodstream as I noted the eerie similarities to the cradle. To say those memories rattled me was an understatement. But if Marcel and I escaped that chaos, there was no reason that we couldn't do it again. At least this time, the bombs hadn't started falling yet. Back then, we hadn't known the Orcs arrived until Gojid settlements were being leveled. With no time to waste, we cleared out of the tent quickly. The Tillfish General followed Marcel, who was toting Vert in his arms. I hurried after him, and the human only glanced back a single time. The vegetarian must be livider than my predator disease comments than I thought. My witty let a small disagreement cause a rift between us.
I'm sorry, Mark,
I offered timidly. Marcel sighed. You're only sorry because I'm pissed. I'll accept your apology when you know why you're sorry. Distant flashes twinkled on Silas's largest moon, which I assumed housed planetary defenses. It was uncanny to see a full-fledged battle reduced to white and orange dots amidst the blackness. Ships must be crashing overhead as the UN fleet fought to restrain the enemy. It put into perspective the staggering distance between us and the higher orbit engagement. Explosions continued to flood the sky with increasing frequency. I wonder if any stargazing civilians had noticed the indicators. The nighttime was a microcosm of death. A ticking clock was hiding in plain sight, marking our dwindling time to get off this world. I hoped the humans fared better in Silas's initial defense than the catastrophe of the cradle. Chapter 90. Memory transcript subject, Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 3rd, 2136. Once the Arxel arrives at Silas, the humans' usage of FTL disruptors was strategic. The blocking effects were limited to upper orbit, and that allowed our fleets to travel further out. While the enemy was knocked to real space, we were still zipping through subspace. The Terran warships were patient and dutiful in following the Greys, all the way from Koa. Stalking the reptilians across the vast distances showcased the UN's predatory routes. Our shadow fleet emerged from FTL travel, just shy of an active disruptor zones. A gap of light years had been bridged in minutes, and our signatures were muddled by the Arxel's own wakes. Their fleet size was around 10,000 strong, and ours paled by comparison. But the humans had a few tricks on standby, and we hoped to make a child-eaters suffer. From the sensor station, Onzo and I passed through the Grey's transmissions. A female reptile was taunting the humans by mocking their defensive line. This was a wondrous confirmation that the Arxel were officially enemies of Earth. Silas had been expected to attack, judging by their organized formation. However, the evac shuttles leaving the surface suggested their notice was limited. Sovlin, you're up. Tyler snapped his fingers together, which made me wince. I was unfamiliar with the painful-looking gesture. We're going for a pincer movement. Your task is to make sure that none of them escape. As a secondary job, watch for target locks and inbound fire. I snapped upright. Yes, sir. Onzo, Captain Monahan has impressed with your thinking. I want you to brainstorm aggressive options. Keep them ready and up to date. That'll be on top of managing the viewport.
You got it,
the Yodel re-upped. Harris and Romero scanned for any noteworthy signals from the surface. We need to have a full grasp of the situation as it progresses. Carlos frowned with disdain. Understood, sir. Great. Sounds fun, Samantha said dryly. With our tasks dished out, the sensor station was focused on the battlefield. The Terrans delegated duties with impeccable organization. There were dozens of moving parts on the bridge. Back in my days as captain, I'd never had such efficient crew. Humans could always do more than us with less manpower. Their snap decisions were better than the Federation's months of planning. I remember that Tyler said about humans craving victory and domination. Maybe that reprehensible drive is what gives them the edge. But this wasn't the Kolshian fleet that we dismantled with ease, nor was it a small raiding band that hit the cradle. This was every Arxel ship in 100 light-year radius, meant as a show of force. It was impressed enough to put my spines at full bristle. Seeing the monsters swarming Silas, I decided they'd been holding back against the Federation.
A vendetta against any particular world would ensure its death. Why wouldn't the Dominion vanquish us all if they had the decisive edge? Perhaps such a move would force us to unify further, or to flee. Chasing their food source off would crush hunting opportunities and render swaths of space preyless. The balance was hitting the Federation enough to keep us scared. They didn't want us to believe that we could win, but they didn't encourage the idea that all was lost either.
The sensor overlap didn't confuse them long enough. We're quite visible, Hanzo said. Look at the viewport. Their rear flank is pivoting.
Captain Monahan glowered at the screen. Sensors, how bad are the numbers?
The UN garrison on Silas has about 1,500 ships, minus civies and transports, I replied. Then there's 1,000 of us from the Shadow Unit. Understood. We're making our move. Fire our weapons right behind the shield breakers. We only get one chance at a first strike. That was our hope, that the Greys didn't know about our shield developments. One hits were still unlikely, since Orcs ships had significant armor beneath ionic barriers. This trick wouldn't rattle them for as long as the Kolshians. However, even a demon could derive some confusion from shield outages. We'd have to see how many bullets their plating could absorb. Testing our enemy's defenses fell into the humans' gunship. The UN commenced its electromagnetic ambush with a literal bang, by hurling missiles into the Orcs' midst. Each detonation tossed out shrapnel, though most explosives were stopped en route. Crucially, the volleys blasted away the shields of nearby Greys. This proved the magnet bombs effective against all current ships, not just the Federation Armada. Let's give them something to chew on, Monahan growled. The Terran crew members dipped into our new cache of bullets without hesitation. A relentless spray of our munitions rippled across the Orcs' rear flank. Kinetic punched holes in their steel plating, with other UN ships chipping in. Armor-piercing shells chewed through 80 centimeters of steel alloys, like it was nothing. It seemed that the Terrans had figured out the Orcs' specifications and tailored their weapons accordingly. Humans traded in firing speed for sheer power. From the results, their choice seemed justified. I was appalled that the Earthborn predators devised bullets which could puncture that deeply. Why had they crafted so many killing abominations for interspecies wars? The Greys' evasive maneuvers were nigh instantaneous, as though rehearsed. Rather than bumbling into each other like the Federation, the Orcs communicated to avoid collisions. They returned sharply across our flight path, and were aided by a small turn radius. The enemy's mobility presented an added layer of difficulty for human targeting systems. Sensors confirmed hits on about 400 hostiles. That's solid, but not as much as I'd hoped. It was then that the planetary defenses revealed themselves on Silas's moon, light decorating the lunar body. Near its volcanic centers, fearsome lasers pounded the Greys, concentrating strikes that melted the hardest ships. The Tillfish's orbital constructions had been hastily reassembled after most infrastructure was lost to the post-Earth raids. With each crackle of the moon, the Orcs weaved in different patterns. Their bombers initiated twists through the air and changed orientation on a dime. A small posse swooped down towards the lunar body, dodging attempted strikes with wild flying. I could see the glimmer in the humans' eyes, acknowledging a skilled foe. Even if they wouldn't vocalize it, the Terrans respected the Greys' quick adaptation. There's about 3,000 fighters whipping around to face us. A few hundred are going for the moon, and the rest, I muttered. Focus on the defenders and the planet, Hanzo finished. Tyler cleared his throat. How many enemy casualties visually? It doesn't look too convincing. A bit shy of 1,000 per the sensors. I chewed on my claws and stared at the oncoming formation. I see a worrying pattern here, fighting every battle outnumbered. Samantha flashed her teeth. He wasn't quizzing your pattern recognition skills. Taking on the entire galaxy has its drawbacks, obviously. Right, I know you said not to let the feckers escape, but unless you reasonably think that you can win, it's us who need to pull back, I offered. Tyler raised an eyebrow. Without even meeting them head-on? 5 attempted target locks on us already. Do you think that we can survive that? The Greys are gunning for the Terran-made ships, not the Federation retrofits. The blonde human narrowed his icy eyes and jogged over to the captain. Monahan was on the comms with the rest of our fleet, plotting the overarching strategy. The Orcs ships sailed closer, and I could make out their signature twin railguns. That 1-2 punch could hammer the target on both sides, ensuring serious damage. It also made evasion a steep task, at the cost of splitting power output.
On the opposite side of the battlefield, I could see the Orcs firing a hefty barrage at the UN defenders. Several Greys feinted towards the planet, hoping that the humans would be reckless to prevent orbital strikes. However, our goal was to mitigate the damage rather than to stop it altogether. The Terrans had no intent of throwing a key battle for the Tillfish inhabitants. It was a small sacrifice to hold the Orcs' aggression in the scope of the galaxy. Humans were illogical when it came to their survival, and they hadn't forgotten the Tillfish part in the Crocattle coalition. That was why I expected Captain Monahan to second my assessment, putting back before we could sustain heavy damage.
Reverse thrust at full power. We're going to clear our FTL disruptor zone, Monahan barked. Drones will run interference on the Arxol's targeting system.
I could see the automated craft gunning forward and snaking through the enemy ranks to confuse their systems. That move hindered the Greys from lining us up whenever the drones obstructed their shot. The Arxol must be guffawing at our cowardice as we receded through the night sky. Smaller Terran ships were pushing a considerable fraction of light speed, leading the retreat. The other human wing, defending Silas, spit out a few shots before surrendering their posts. They dove into the planet's atmosphere for cover and conceded orbital range to the Arxol. The UN was sacrificing the very target they sought to protect altogether. This concession split in the face of military doctrine. Then again, the defenders' disadvantage was linked to being tied down. The Terrans' only objective was to best the Greys in combat, and I suppose that meant regrouping elsewhere. Arxol bombers mopped up the planetary defenders on Silas's moon, with no friendlies assigned to its defense. The lunar bases succumbed after chucking a few bombs. It was a last-ditch attempt to take some hostiles with them. Seemingly, humanity was losing a battle for the first time since Earth.
We're out of range of the FTL disruptors,
I yelled to Tyler in a breathy voice.
Might be able to stall enough to jump out.
We're not jumping anywhere. Captain Monahan snapped her chin towards my, shouting, with dilated eyes the size of moons. Our goal is to cover the rear contingent as they warp out. Officer Cordona skipped back to his post. Yep, change your plans, Gojid. You see any ships target locking the ships in warp prep, you let me know.
Yes, sir. May I ask why we're not all warping out?
I questioned. Skipper says that those ships are going to warp back here in staggered intervals. Something about FTL keeping the enemy paranoid. The rest of us, our goal is to maintain a stalemate and keep the Greys' attention. A third of our shadow fleet, which was already lacking in numbers, had retreated well behind our main formation. I could see UN breakaways spooting up their drivers on sensors and plotting warp paths in stationary limbo. The process generated a gravitational disturbance that was tough to miss. Guarding ships that were out of the fray seemed like a foolish task.
Perhaps my prior assessment that humans were most advanced military in the galaxy, perhaps it was, premature.
The Arxol had swatted away the drones, though a few automatons were still harassing them. Unlike the Kolshians, the Greys excelled at manual targeting. The fell predators' reflexes took over and defied all predictability from Terran algorithms. There was no rhyme or reason, just their impulse at the current moment. Spontaneity couldn't be simulated or projected, not even by human contraptions. Despite our daunting odds, it was up to our manned craft to hold them back. Terran warships tested the waters with a few plasma beams, though my particular craft held our fire. 2 behemoth carriers opened their bellies and swarmed a number of UN fighters. Without enemy shielding, perhaps their nimble dogfighting stood a chance.
Onso flicked his ears at Tyler. Do the fighters have plasma weaponry?
A few do. The ones molded for the patrol boats have small plasma rounds, the human answered. Overall, we prefer kinetics. Why?
We should blind the bastards up close. Throw it right in their face, viewport.
That could be a good supplementary play. I'll pass that along, buddy. The Arxol had extreme light sensitivity due to their forward-facing pupils. For some reason, humans were not as susceptible to these tactics. Noah's greeting party made them aware of the idea, though. Shining a bunch of plasma flares right at the Greys might work in space setting too. The initial foray didn't appear to be going well. Momentum had swung in the enemy's favor. The Terran smaller craft weren't faring well against the heavyweights. The minion bombers powered up coaxial railguns and took out fighters by the dozen. Even without shielding, the tiny kinetic-based ships weren't getting the job done. Onzo's tip must have been relayed to the charging fighters, because a few human ships went for a pass. They must be the boats with plasma munitions. Their turrets unloaded as much shorter ranges and with less power than a railgun. However, their firing speed allowed them to spew energy bolts one after the other. The Greys relied on optical reflexes, but in this instance that was an exploitable weakness, riding plasma streaks across their field of vision, and left their ships heedless of the incoming munitions. The Orcs were forced to backpedal, dampening their breakneck pace. That was fortuitous for us, since our stalled ships still needed time to achieve warp. Monahan signaled to weapons and navigation. "Move forward. I want us in missile range yesterday. Fire the railgun while we're advancing." The lights dimmed on the bridge as our railgun projected molten munitions towards the Orcs. The carnivores were disoriented and unable to enact evasive maneuvers. Our warship's beam sundered one enemy with its scorching power and left it a lifeless husk. Fittingly, its crew was doomed to a slow suffocation. Others in our fleet surged forward, using aggression to keep the enemy at bay. Fighter allies capitalized on blinding too, dispensing their kinetic haul. This was our primary stand, buying precious seconds for the Terran's elusive plan. It would whittle the enemy down to a more manageable ratio. That was a bonus. It was possible that we'd lose our own hides, should we falter. It was that very sentiment that the primates greeted with impassivity. The aliens on the bridge found our eyes drawn to a certain human. There was something new in the Predator's gaze. It looked like acceptance, because they knew high casualties were probable. How could they be so calm?
There's more in their warbrain than the dominating urge. The call of the predator instincts, self-sacrifice for a comrade, comes naturally to humans.
The Orcs attempted to shirk our advance, but we adjusted our vectors to match them. Our opponents had shaken off the blinding tactic and refocused on UN ships that were warping out. My orders plainly stated that their destruction could not happen. I highlighted several vessels on my sensors, ones who were trying to establish target locks on the warp group. Tyler took the cue without any explanation. "Here's our targets. Bury them." Each UN warship picked their mark, and we began swapping missiles with the Greys. One enemy projectile was arcing a bit too close for comfort, but we intercepted it first. Our own success rate was also paltry, the Dominion bombers picking off numerous warheads. At least, it distracted them from the vulnerable warpers for a moment. I glanced at my sensor readouts, feeling my stomach flip from nerves. We couldn't protect sitting targets much longer. The Orcs' numbers were far more than we could hope to restrain. Hostile bombers, fresh from demolishing Silice's moon, were joining up as reinforcements. Our last trick had been executed, and now this was a straight-up brawl. In hindsight, the Terrans could have withheld the sect of the Shadow Fleet from the beginning, but the main ambush was supposed to be deadlier, and we expected to scatter the enemy. I figured the reason our ship lingered was because the brass realized every craft couldn't escape. Someone had to guard the jump point. Captain Monahan stamped her foot emphatically.
"Do not let the Orcs get anything off that rear flank. They are aiming at us too. There's a target lock on our ship," I called out. "Damn it. If we try to evade, they get an opening. Shoot them first."
A weapons tech coughed. "There's no time to calibrate."
"I bought it. Give me a Hail Mary."
The Terrans identified the ship target locking us and swiveled the railgun in its direction. With the vastness of space, it normally took several seconds to align the sights and set the coordinates. The technician squinted through one binocular eye, as though that would enhance her predator instincts. She jerked the railgun on target and scrolled across the viewport quickly. I knew the task was impossible, given that humans didn't possess omnipotence. Picking something that looked about right wasn't enough. It had to be perfect. Dozens of factors went into a successful kill. Bungling a single one, such as our ship's vector, their distance, and their future location, would cause a hopeless miss. Not even an apex predator could eyeball that in a second.
"Carlos, Sam, I am glad that I got to know you," I croaked.
Samantha sighed. "There's no other racist war criminal I'd rather spend my last moments with." Carlos chuckled to himself. Likewise. We saved each other's asses a few times, huh?"
"Yeah, mostly me saving you,"
I snorted. The plasma railgun had released its Hail Mary, but I couldn't bring myself to watch. Why spend my last seconds dwelling on our failure? Perhaps I understood the acceptance of the Predator's eyes earlier. Everyone aboard this vessel knew that we would wind up dead, and we endured that risk. Monahan could have dodged our target lock,
yet the captain put the mission first. I didn't understand why Terrans had their eyes glued to the viewport. That impossible hope persisted in them to the last, unwilling to acknowledge reality. But there was no sense in crushing their childish optimism in their last moments. The loss of my friend, of Marcel's packmate, and even primitive Onza weighed on my heart. The last emotion I felt was grief. Claps, whoops, and cheers sounded across the bridge, which startled me half to death. Onza focused the viewport on the shattered vessel, which must have taken a hit to the drive column. I glanced at my sensors and saw the Togrock was gone. That was not possible, even for a predator. The odds were astronomical. There was no way any living being could land such a shot. "We're alive! We're fucking made it!" Tyler hollered. I exhaled a shaky breath. Humanity had sustained a few losses, but our warship wasn't among them. Miraculously, our stall tactics had delayed the enemy for enough time. Dots from the rear contingent vanished off screen, one after the other. The UN ships warped out in a hurry, and I had no clue where they'd gone. The humans succeeded in getting a few players out of the system. Now we were stuck here, and we had to find a way to survive. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 3rd, 2136. The bombs began falling within minutes. From our vantage point, the explosions were mere smoky blips on the horizon. Orange pops illuminated the night like wildfire. But I knew that they were destructive strikes against Silice's supercontinent. How had the Orcs gotten within orbital range so quickly? Why had the human defenders been unable to slow them down at all? Terror filled my fur, as I guessed the UN was no longer challenging the front flank at all. The streaks in the sky were further out now, judging by their diminished luminance. There was no indication on our radio chatter that we sustained catastrophic losses. I believed in my predators too strongly to accept that their defensive line was wiped out upon arrival. That left me to believe the Terrans chose a strategic retreat. "I think the blue helmets above us abandoned us." Marcel's hazel eyes were bulging as he held Vernt against his chest. "Burla, do you know the quickest way to the spaceport?" The Tillfish general scuttled forward anxiously.
"What? And you're not defending the planet at all, so you're just leaving us to die?"
"General, honestly, I don't think Silice is our concern. The UN wants the best fighting chances. It seems they're taking up a position elsewhere."
There's billions of civilians. Kids."
"There were kids on Earth, too," Marcel snapped, before drawing a shaky breath. "I'm sorry. I know the Tillfish populace had nothing to do with it, but I get us not wanting to lose more human lives." Honestly, my friend's anger made perfect sense. The emotional distress was visible in his eyes. It was unreasonable to expect the human to fight tooth and nail for an enemy, even if they'd done so on the cradle. The difference was that the Gojid Union was stopped before they could deal any damage to the Earth. Even I harbored a grudge against the Tillfish for the heartache their raid caused. General Burla hadn't seen the human cities buried in rubble, and predators burned half alive. She hadn't watched massive soldier drops to their knees, sobbing brokenly. After a vengefulness that surfaced in the following week, I would have pegged the Terrans to glass this planet themselves. It was merciful the cooler heads found reasons to accept their surrender at all.
"Please, Marcel, I know, and all of humanity have suffered, but how can you let children die?"
Burla pleaded. The human covered Vern's antenna carefully. "Funny, I remember wondering aloud how the Federation could slaughter us, saying those exact words to Slanek, just like you are implying about us. It was my call, Burla. I would save as many lives as I could."
"Then save some of us, however many you can."
"I am. I'm saving you and Vernt." Marcel placed a Tillfish child atop his helmet, adding another adornment to his cranium. Vernt had been quiet ever since the bombs started falling. I doubted he understood the gravity of the situation. But at least the kid recognized our demeanor's shift. The young insectoid's eyes lit up briefly from his new perch.
"So high, you as tall as a mountain,"
Vernt giggled. My best friend quickened his steps. "We're about to be much higher, because Burla is taking us to the spaceport, right? And we're going to evacuate." The Tillfish general cleared a throat.
"Yes, sir. Follow me."
Burla scuttled through the nearby alley, and my human followed. I hustled after him, though my legs weren't as durable as theirs. Marcel glanced back at me briefly, and I gave him the most adorable head tilt I could muster.
His response was an exasperated sigh, before barking to pick up the pace. If my groveling couldn't melt his frigid act, our relationship was in dire straits. The human had never shut me out since the beginning of our exchange program. Now, out of the blue, we weren't on speaking terms. It was unfair to push me away, especially when our lives were in imminent peril. Hell, it was almost manipulative. All I could do was advise Berta to take Vern to a medical professional, like any reasonable person. To make her hopeless situation worse, a bone-chilling bark reverberated behind me. I knew without looking behind me the guttural cry belonged to Dino. The slobbery dog had a habit of waiting outside my tent and seeking me out during its downtime. The humans allowed it to roam the base wherever it pleased, without a care for who it bothered. Yeah, of course. Its handler couldn't have collected it for the evacuation. It had to be breathing down my haunches during the raid. Burla screamed, "Predator, run!" "No, it's okay. Dino, sit," Marcel bellowed. The filthy mutt whined and lowered its rump to the ground. Its sable tail thrashed the pavement, while its brown eyes studied me. The pink tongue lolling out of its mouth was covered with saliva flecks. It was a relief the dog obeyed, with how it had been barreling down on our position. The demon couldn't sprint faster than human while sharing their tiredness. Dogs are persistent predators too, aren't they? I realized. That's why the humans favor them and once used them for hunting. Slanek, the dog's with you. The human's low voice made it clear that there was no room for argument, unless you wanted to be difficult. I drew a shuddering breath. I'm not the one being difficult. Dino seems nicer than you right now. The last statement wasn't heartfelt, but I wouldn't give Marcel the satisfaction of seeing my discomfort. The dog bounded up along my side, and I tried not to focus on this monstrous presence. Burla seemed wary of the beast, though Vernt was testing out the word dog with giddiness. The longer I observed the Tilfish chart, the more I thought something wasn't right with his wiring. Marcel had his service weapon drawn and eyed Tilfish civilians we passed warily. The human was aware of our present vulnerability to rebel attack. The city's populace resented us more after we gassed and defended them at their initial protest. My friend was the one who ordered the curfew, so they might have a particular disdain for him. Burla steered us past factories and storage units, keeping our own eyes peeled. The Tilfish general was avoiding crowded areas where possible. I hoped that wasn't at the expense of time. Arcs or landing parties crested above us and skirted the occasional anti-air fire. Humans weren't putting much pressure on them, with their focus on evacuation. Arcs or units are arriving in major cities. If your location hasn't been bombed yet, that means hostiles inbound, a gravelly voice said over the radio. All evacuation shuttles need to be off the ground in 10 minutes. Marcel's eyes darted around. Crap. Are we going to make it? With time to spare, Burla answered. Cut through the incubator facility here, and it'll just take a few minutes. Saves a lot of time not to go around. Good. I'm sure glad you're here. The Tilfish general didn't return the compliment. She ducked into a circular building, which took up an entire block with its daunting size. Vernt leaning over Marcel's forehead and started playing with his helmet straps. The Terran scolded the passenger, ordering the little one to remain still. The kid fell limp with a sad look. Tilfish geneticists protested intrusion, though they quickly retreated when Marcel's gun pivoted. I knew the space was sacred to an egg-laying species. It was where they raised their offspring to hatching day. Teams of medical professionals were dedicated to maintaining ideal conditions and saving any younglings that hatched early. The Harkin and the Crocattle were protective of such institutions too. It was rare any egg-laying species trusted a mammalian species to wander their fragile safe houses. All it took was one clueless sapient messing with an egg to burst its bubble. I can only imagine how these Tilfish feel about the Predator soldier taking a shortcut through here, not to mention Dino mucking up the place. We strode past the observation room, partitioned off down the hallway. Marcel studied the X-rays monitoring each egg's health. His facial features softened. He took a second to peer at the orange pods through the incubator glass. Labels were affixed to every specimen, identifying the parents. The human slowly digested that those globs were someone's kids. Burla cleared her throat. There's no time to snack. Let's go. You think I want to eat them? Marcel hissed. I was just curious. Never seen anything like this. Sorry. Your expression turned very weird. I was imagining Vernt as an egg. I'm wondering how many you, lay at once. 20 or 30. Your eyes went very wide. Is that, normal? I'm just surprised. That is a lot.
Where's Vert's siblings?
Thrown away, the child reared. I'm the chosen one.
Disbelief flashed in Marcel's hazel eyes after absorbing Vern's decree. The Tillfish general flicked her antennae, and the human took the hint to move along. We turned into a lengthy walkway, chasing off more staffers. My lungs ached from keeping up with the Terran. Diurno's nightmarish presence wasn't helping me breathe either. Burla sighed. Maybe I shouldn't have told Vern the honest answer.
You throw away your eggs, Marcel asked, in a voice that crept an octave higher. I don't know how to respond to that.
It's not like that. Please, let me explain. These days, most Tillfish decide how many children they want to have. 20 is a lot, like you said. And all at once. It's a tall order.
Yeah, I see why parents wouldn't sign up for that. So you decided you wanted one kid, Burla.
Burnt is the lucky one, like you said. You see, we used to hold an average of about 5 eggs kept. Ever since first contact, more people wanted 1 or 2, like the other races.
Ha! It must have looked like other species had it easy compared to you.
Indeed. With technology nowadays, we can pick which eggs are most viable early on. Doctors run tests to avoid defects, and they can find positive traits too. Vernt was predisposed to intelligence, so I chose him.
Burla led us past the spacious laboratory and explained its features quickly. Microscopes and testing machines lined the room, along with bins of Tillfish eggs. This gave Marcel a visual of how large a litter was. Honestly, each jar looked like one of those gumball machines on Earth. I doubted humans could handle that many offspring. I couldn't imagine juggling 20 newborns at once. The Vendel devoted ample time to rearing a single child. It wouldn't surprise me if the Tillfish had to abandon their weakest young in the past. How else would the herd survive without sacrifices? There was a lot of mouths to feed prior to the post-scarcity era. It made it somewhat understandable why they became omnivores.
Exit out the rear door up ahead and across the street. We're almost made it to the spaceport.
Burla clicked. Vern bounced on the Terran's helmet.
Awesome! To space with humor!
The tour had been welcome distraction from the Orcs raid transpiring outdoors. Inside the stone building, I couldn't see the explosions peppering the skyline. But it was time to endure the final chaos and face our grisly reality once more. Marcel slung forward with caution, leading the way to the exit. The paranoid predator still hadn't lowered his gun. Dino's ears perked up and the beast projected a fearsome bark. The sudden noise, thunderous and throaty, nearly made me tip from fright. The dog's hackle fur rose, and it began outright growling. I knew it all along. The vile predator was going to attack at random. I could feel my insides twisting and my legs turning into paste. What is it, boy? Marcel paused at the door and turned his head towards the canine. You hear something?
It's ravenous. It's gone feral,
I screamed. My breast friend bit his lip with displeasure, holding back some snide remark. Dino cemented its insanity further, bolting out a series of harsh barks. Marcel inched several steps back and held up a hand for us to wait. Because of the dog's hunger fit, my human was wasting precious time.
I'm so sick of this non-sapient thing. It's dangerous, and I'm tired of the Terrans treating it like a pack member.
A dangerous thought crept into my mind, and I unclipped my sidearm. This was the perfect chance to put Dino down. It wouldn't win me any favor with Marcel, but I was already out of his good graces. I coaxed my weapon up and lined the sight on the animal. Its outburst gave me a suitable reason to be rid of it at last. Marcel was oblivious to my extermination plot. His gaze was following Dino's stare. Shadowy shapes moved up to the door, and I jerked my gun away from the dog. Its growling was drowned out by the sound of shattering glass. Gunfire tore through the door's opaque frame and launched into the room. The human sprinted back towards our position, holding up Burn. Orcs or hostiles, Marcel roared, terrifying Burla with his pitch. Is there another exit? The Grey shouldered through the broken frame and took aim at anything that moved. This was the logical first step on the raid. With an easy stash of eggs here, thousands of them, unlike the ones helping in New York, these demons were the ones to wreak havoc. The fact that Marcel felt the need to attack hostiles after Orcs, it was an insult to the Vendel's suffering. I forced my claw onto the trigger. My bullet sailed in the direction of the Greys, but didn't connect with the monsters. Marcel's hand was on my shoulder in an instant, the human pushing me to the ground, and slid behind a chair. It warmed my petrified heart to know that he'd still protect me in a battle. Dino charged at the monstrosities and sank his fangs into the oxal thigh. The dog brought down the Grey with ease, like it was wrangling a prey creature. One Dominion soldier attempted to rescue its colleague. However,
The hasty shot missed the dog and went through the downed Orc's stomach instead. The ugly much charge had bought us time to regroup. If it hadn't detected the Orcs or raiders, we would have been gunned down the second we stepped outside. Those vicious growls might have been a warning for us, just like Marcel assumed. I felt a tinge of regret for almost shooting it, though I shoved the emotion down. "Merla!" Marcel waved a hand in front of the general's face. "Is there another exit?"
The female tillfish swallowed. There's an emergency exit to our left.
"Good! We move on 3. The human whistled to the dog before popping shots off at the Orcs to cover its retreat. The animal came running at Marcel's summons and returned itself to my side. Dino was threshed out of the combat, sniffling my paw a bit too eagerly with its predatory snout. I ignored the beast, but I tried to suppress my innate resentment. The greys dusted themselves off from the dog attack and peppered our cover with bullets. The foam upholstery wasn't built to survive an assault. It was riddled with holes in seconds. This wasn't an actual shelter that could ward off the Orcs or savages. Marcel gave the signal to move, and I indulged my instinct to run with gratitude. The human dispensed a few hasty shots, giving us time to move. He lingered behind, all the while drawing the Orcs' attention. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw one monster buckle to the floor. My legs bolted for the side corridor, while my tail found itself drooping again. Burla and I pressed up against the wall, with Dino skipping at our heels. It brought immeasurable relief to be huddled at a more secure location. However, the sensation was fleeting when I remembered the human. My eyes searched for him and found his lanky form still crouched behind the chair. Marcel had taken out another grey, but their raiding party could afford a few losses. The human was surrounded and would be mowed down in the instant he stood up. His hands cupped burnt against his chest, gentle affection in his gaze. An unimaginable sense of loss gripped my heart when I realized the primate was pinned down.
The thought of anything hurting Marcel makes me weak to the knees. He's someone I love being around, and who I trust above all else. My human deserves to make it out of here, I muttered to myself.
My shaking paws became still as the motivation spurred a return to my training. I poked my head out from behind the wall and shouted for the Orcs' attention. Marcel widened his eyes, gesturing at his throat. There was no chance I'd let such a wonderful soul sacrifice himself for my sake. I did my best imitation of an injured squeal, fully earning the grey's attention. The human stuff burnt into his helmet and bolted towards my position, barely aiming. I lobbed several shots at the Orcs. My newfound bravery fizzled out as dozens of gelatinous pupils trained on me. The enemy guns swiveled away from their fellow predator and landed on the weak Vendel. Pain launched through my shoulder, like the muscles were torn from my arm. I fell backwards as white-hot agony overwhelmed my senses. The Orcs nailed me with a bullet. Did that mean I was dying? My panic intensified when a sharp teeth pressed against my scruff. Dino dragged me behind the wall and planted a slobbery lick on my mouth. I screeched in disgust.
Away! Gross!
Marcel slid to the floor. Slanek, no. Are you okay? Answer me.
Leaf, please go. You just have to get your shuttle.
The vegetarian tapped a wristband, which offered a readout of Terran numbers. It was illegible to my eyes, but I sensed that the information wasn't a positive sight. A sad smile crossed his scarred face, and he breathed a half-hearted sigh. He deferred my firearm to Burla before kneeling beside me. The countdown is at 0. Our evacuation ships have already left. Marcel hoisted me to my feet and draped my good arm around his neck. We're stuck here. Utter defeat crushed my spirit, realizing that we were stranded on a forsaken world. So this was how the unlucky soldiers felt on the cradle, fighting a hopeless fight. There was no escape from Sidus, and no humans coming back for us. With Orcs swarming every settlement, our deaths were all but guaranteed. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Memory transcription. Subject Captain Sovlin, United Nations Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time December 3rd, 2136. The Shadow Fleet disengaged from any direct confrontation with the Orcs. After protecting the warpers, aggression was not suitable to our survival. Padding the distance between us and the enemy was our first priority. Lighter Terran ships acted as a buffer and drew the Greys' attention with hit-and-run tactics. A gradual retreat occurred without substantive strikes from the arboreal predators. From the fleet-wide chatter, it sounded like the UN planned to sink their heels in for days. I didn't understand how prolonged this conflict's duration helped our cause. How long could any sapient maintain combat readiness for? Perhaps the humans were willing to drop dead of exhaustion if the Greys bit the bullet too.
There is also the question of our warp fleet, and if they're coming back. Humans don't desert out of cowardice, do they?
I trusted that the Terrans had a plan at work, and that military flightiness was uncommon on Earth. There had never been a chance of holding Silas, which was presently encircled by Orcs ships. This was about proving that humanity wouldn't go down with a whimper. The Greys would have to claw for every nanoparsec. Tyler clapped his Yodel pal on the shoulder. Get us a quick visual on the asteroid. Shift back in Grey's direction afterward. A space rock was making a pass close to Silas, in astronomical terms, concurrent with the battle. The United Nations selected it as our cover to hunker down. This oblong body was conducive to defensive positioning, and it prevented the Orcs from targeting us at a distance. The Greys were still following us in the great beyond, unwilling to let us escape. We needed a chance to outfox them. To ensure our fortress held, we also deployed short-range FTL disruptors. The last thing humanity needed was for the enemy to warp in on our haunches and mow us down without warning. Curiously, the Orcs hadn't enacted a similar barriers to stop our vessels from trying the same thing. Dominion ships might not possess anti-FTL capabilities, since no foe had the gumption to drop atop them before. Orcs craft had fanned out around the asteroid, attempted to swallow it whole. I got a brief glimpse of the crater-pocked surface as Onzo focused the viewport. Captain Monahan positioned us with a sight line around the asteroid, while keeping the ship frame nestled in its shadow. The Terran fleet unleashed a slew of kinetics alongside us. There was no rest for the wary during this fray. I cleared my throat. It appears that several Greys have got their shields back up and running. We could use another round of shield breakers, sir. Already on it. Thankfully, our gunship stocked more than we expected to use, Tyler replied. Okay, but why the feck are the Greys trading us away from the target? Carlos's head snapped up from his transmission feed as skepticism flashed in his eyes. Isn't their objective to take Silas? I think their objective is to teach us a lesson. Humans are a target because of Silas, but it's hardly about the territory anymore.
I flexed my claws. That is a good thing. The Orcs should force us to make the first strike. Instead, they waltz right into our gunfire.
My eyes darted back to the sensor screens. Per the captain's directive, I highlighted the specific ships taking the widest vectors to flank us. Those contacts would have optimal shot angles and needed to be dispatched swiftly. Repelling the Orcs encroachment was going to be an arduous affair. Electromagnetic missiles were ejected by UN gunships, slotting into enemy ranks. Unfortunately, we knew now that these wouldn't cook their shielding mechanisms forever. Our weapon stations took the down defenses as cue. Humans could crank out the kinetics in a hurry. I hoped that I'd selected the correct targets to give us an edge. Perfectly timed bullets drowned one Orcs bomber, which was strafing aggressively to the near flank. Predator technicians swiveled our main turret to a new target without hesitation. The focus in the human's eyes still chilled me, since it revealed how singular their fixation on death could be. I wondered if such a dark ability was dormant within the Gojit genome, waiting to be awakened. Soblin, you've gone very quiet. Don't zone out on me again, Tyler snapped.
Samantha crossed arms. Oh, I bet he's having one of those woe is me moments.
I'm going to claw out your tongue. I shot her a grouchy glare before refocusing my data. Nothing to report, sir, but my eyes are peeled. The Terran fleet had room to maneuver behind the asteroid's berth. Whenever the Greys got too close for comfort, their reverse thrusters kicked into gear, steering us away from overzealous attackers. There was a fine line between defending ourselves and getting overrun. This wasn't a mission of lofty ideals, like most I'd undertaken with the Predators. This was about survival and sticking around.
The Orcs can afford a couple dozen losses if it means pinning our fleet down. Looks like they managed to land a few hits against us already.
The Dominion was applying pressure from all angles. A new wave of enemies crested over the asteroid's peak, utilizing the third dimension. Plasma fire buffeted it down on us, and the UN hastily matched the Greys' heading. My screen warned me of several target locks, which left our vessel in a precarious position. We were climbing right into a firing line, where Orcs wanted us.
Change course now. We need evasive maneuvers, I bellowed.
Monahan bared her teeth.
Drop our speed as quickly as possible, then gun it the way we came.
Navigations brought us to a stall, ratcheting down from the steep climb. Power was diverted to slowing us down, and a bit of resistance slipped through the inertial dampeners. Our nose dipped back in the direction we came, and I got a good look at the Terran's allies. Several friendlies were retreating from the asteroid altogether, ditching any confrontation. Onso spun the viewport towards the space below, allowing us to plot a safe course. An Orcs vessel blasted plasma towards us, right as we kicked the ship into overdrive. Navigation sent us into a barrel roll, and it was unclear if erratic movements would be enough. The energy beam sizzled past our former location, whiskers away from singeing our tail. That was a bit too close for comfort. Even the human crew realized the severity of this fight. Orcs were closing in on us from 3 directions, and their numbers overwhelmed our limited force. The asteroid wasn't long enough for us to spread out and mitigate fire. Not even fellow predators could avoid getting cornered by the conquest fleet. Monahan frowned. The UN just ordered a retreat. We're moving further away from Celis as quickly as possible. Time to find somewhere else to squat. What? Anza hissed. We're falling back again. We might as well flee the system. Knock it off. Tyler nudged the Yodel with an elbow, chastising his impudence. If the captain tells you to fire the ship into a red dwarf, you fucking do it. Yes, it's dishonorable. If a Yodel herd was this outgunned, we'd concede the territory. I shot him a smoldering stare. And pray, what happens when you concede the territory? What do the Orcs know of honor? Nobody in this galaxy is honorable, including your benevolent Federation. I thought humans had pride. We didn't defend Celis, and we're not defending ourselves now. Some of us trust the Predator's plan. Uplift. We're taking as many Greys with us as possible. Suck it up. Tyler curled his fist. Enough! Mind your stations and focus, before we all get pulverized. The Terran fleet had split up in several vectors and forced the enemy to divide their pursuit as well. It was strange to see the humans limping off like prey, licking their wounds. Our ship count was bleeding off dozens as the Orcs got free potshots at our tails. Nearby UN vessels were picked off in the viewport, leaving debris in our vicinity. The falling comrades encouraged our warship to pick up the pace. It was the stragglers that were most vulnerable. With caution thrown to the wind, we sped off well beyond the recommended velocity. Despite how our reserves were running thin, the humans dashed out a generous serving of missiles, forcing the Orcs to intercept explosives, distracting them from slaughtering us, though any damage sustained was surface level. I didn't care if I lived or died, but there were others on the ship who retained meaning in their lives. Perhaps I'd been too harsh on Onzo, who had a point about fleeing the system. This beatdown was a disappointing result for the Terrans, and I failed to see any grand scheme coming together. It could be human pride refusing to admit defeat. I would sacrifice myself to kill a few Greys, but what about Sam and Carlos? It might be time to cut our losses instead of seeing innocent humans suffer. Plasma beams sizzled around us by the 100. It didn't appear that humanity was putting up much of a fight. We were running for our lives. Should we escape the current chase, inviting another round was tantamount to suicide. Command's idea of stretching this out for days was a bizarre fantasy. Hell, we'd be lucky to take a tenth of the Orcs fleet. A powerful jolt shook the ship as a beam connected with our rear quarters. My teeth rattled against my jawbone, and I felt my brain lurch against my skull. Many human crew on their feet stumbled or hit the deck. Checking my data feed, I saw that enough energy was seeped through the shields. There was a tear in our hull plating. Thankfully, key systems were unharmed, but the affected compartment would need to be sealed off. Tyler narrowed his eyes. Sovlin, report. Hull integrity is intact, sir. Damage is non-critical, but I suggest lowering our pace pronto. Our power needs to be invested into shields, I pleaded. No can do. The quicker we get out of Dodge, the better. With all due respect, we were lucky to survive that hit. The Orcs will want to finish this off now. Your concern is noted. What's the status of the human fleet overall? We've lost about 200 ships in this push. Combine that with the losses we took out of the gate, and the warpers, we're barely fielding 400 ships, not to mention our forces are split up now. Any good news? Come on, man. I hope the enemy has a bloodied nose, too. And the Orcs ship count, the ones fighting us anyway, is still hovering about 2,000. Candidly, warping our ships out was stupid. It made the odds even worse. So it just fecked, Anza growled. We sent away fighting resources and we're fecked. Carlos forced a tepid smile. It's not over. Humans have come back from worse. I diverted my attention from the bleak odds and studied the predators one final time. To think that my first encounter with them, I had thought them brutal deceivers that enslaved the Vendel. My words to Zahn that the humans must be irredeemable couldn't have been further from the truth. The prey aliens working alongside violent hunters was the good news Tyler asked for. How could I explain the bonding and empathy were the positives, with Orcs munitions blitzing out around us? All I thought was how glad I was that humanity were in the picture. One battle loss wouldn't define our future. This was just a setback in the Predator's scheme. My eyes drifted to the viewport and watched the Greys speeding after us. Out of my periphery, I saw inbound subspace trails flash on my sensor screen. Terran ships blinked into existence a split second later and nipped at the Orcs' right flank. They'd emerged from subspace without warning. The short jump left little time for detection. Munitions battered the enemy's exposed side, hitting them from a perpendicular angle. The crazed humans had emerged from FTL, already firing. "Ambush the ambushers," I muttered appreciatively. "But there's not very many of them. Only 12 circled back." Looking closer at my screen, I reminded myself that the UN fleet had split up. The Orcs were forced to separate their numbers to follow each group, and that increased susceptibility to ambushes. More Terran vessels assisted other posses, simultaneous to our own rescue. That still didn't account for the 300 ships that abandoned us. I counted less than a third of that tally in this jump. The Orcs ships swiveled around to face the surprise attackers and focused on mowing them down with prejudice. The distraction allowed us to make a getaway, but Captain Monahan was ordering navigations to reverse course. The humans saw that this is an opportunity to strike back, and our Shadow Fleet began advancing on any larger enemy. Captain Monahan clasped her hands behind her back. "Find me some soft targets, the distracted ones, the clueless ones, the damaged one, whatever works." I flicked my claws in acknowledgement and leaned towards the viewport with focus. The Dominion had regained their bearing, with our small ambush no longer posing a threat. The filthy beasts decided that our manpower was inadequate, and I was inclined to agree with their assessment. However, just as the enemy turned to mop up the assailants, the humans pounced again. A new wave emerged without any heads-up, this time surfacing on the rear flank. The primates weren't holding anything back, unloading every munition type at their disposal. Opening another angle of attack caused disruption on two sides, and the Orcs' organization suffered a rare lapse. Each Terran ambusher was scoring multiple casualties, while instilling widespread confusion. The Shadow Fleet found a new life as we charged in to help our allies. I highlighted a heavily damaged enemy for weapons to sweep up, growling with satisfaction. The numbers were still slanted against us, but the atmosphere on the bridge had shifted drastically. Our tiny band was making the enemy fall over themselves to shoot at us. Furthermore, the psychological advantage of paranoia couldn't be understated. It was like walking through a predator-infested forest as a Gojid, and expecting a fanged beast to pop out of every bush. The Orcs had no clue whether there would be a third or a fourth attack. Warpers could come from any direction, including above or below. The galaxy's apex predators were left chasing ghosts.
"All of the Greys are on their heels, sir. I'd say that we hit whoever's easiest to line up," I chuckled.
Tyler dipped his head, before informing weapons to fire freely. I confirmed with my sensor readout that the 100 warpers still hadn't returned. There had to be one more ambush coming. My prediction was that it would come from above, since Terrans hadn't utilized the third dimension yet. Any unoccupied Orcs were keeping wary guns trained at the sky, rather than at our battered fleet. It seemed that the monsters shared my speculation. But humans weren't prone to predictability, as evidenced by the ship's actual appearance. Their warpoint was either predator derangement or instinctual brilliancy. My jaw almost hit the floor. Sleek silver bodies were birthed from the void, and their play wasn't to swoop in on any sensible heading. Their psychotic primates warped out right in the middle of the Orcs fleet.
"Those vessels are surrounded by enemies with no possible escape. They have no time to orient themselves either. It's a miracle if they don't crash."
The last Terran warpers spread themselves amid the Orcs ranks and took no time to collect themselves, ruthless in victory pursuit. These primates emptied their missile bays upon re-entry. The Greys were adept at intercepting projectiles, but this was an unexpected barrage at point-blank range. From where only friendly ships had been, humans were ramming missiles down their throats. The Orcs had stopped coordinating with their comrades and hurled a blind fire at the infiltrators instead. That tactic did connect with some Terran interlopers, but friendly fire was a more common outcome. The weapons station prepared our own explosives with renewed vigor. We knew the Greys were preoccupied, so this was our best chance at dodging their defenses. Captain Monahan snarled at the viewpoint. "Give it everything we've got. We need to finish them." The Grey ship's count had been sliced in half since the ambush commenced. The Shadow Fleet was dishing out considerable damage. With alternating plasma and kinetics, the warpers padded our numbers and sailed with recklessness that was unmistakably human. No other species could wreak such havoc with so few assets. It was akin to a bloody frenzy, with humans chucking armor-piercing shells to increase their kills. The Orcs had no shields to resist the onslaught, and their numbers were evening out with ours. These Greys were in desperate retreat. It had taken a heavy toll to stave off our ambush. Granted, there were more enemies camped at Sinners, but this fight was becoming level. Our plasma railgun got off a few volleys and complemented our diverse explosives. The ambush had been swift and decisive. The Orcs were torn apart from their heart. A few hundred enemies hobbled off in shell shock and sought protection from Silas raiders. The impossible speed at which this turnaround transpired had my head spinning. What sane race would trap themselves with their enemy? The results were undeniable, but no prey military could replicate human efficacy. It was astounding how Terrans conjured up novel tactics with ease, showing off unparalleled cunning. I couldn't reconcile the caring species I knew with the deviousness they honed in battle. Lonzo gawked at the viewport.
"I misspoke. Humans are standing up for themselves quite well."
"That's who we are. We're the ones who run out of bullets and fix bayonets," Carlos mumbled. "We don't go down without a fight." I chewed on my claws. "You would never surrender?" "I didn't say that. I said not without resisting, and not to a merciless enemy. Certainly not to them."
"The Greys don't put their prisoners in luxury spas," Samantha quipped. "Predator or not, I wouldn't want to be their plaything."
The Terran fleet mulled around our current location. Pursuit of the Orcs wasn't an objective. Considerable enemies were amassed by Silas, with an initial tally of 6,000 strong. The UN defensive line was a mere quarter of that, so it was unclear how the Earthlings could terminate the siege. It wouldn't be possible to pull warp tricks within FTL Disruptor's boundary either. The engagement proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the UN was not weak. The Orcs would respect the Primates' forces in the future, but the Terrans had to decide whether it was worth it to liberate Silas. Our position was ripe with disadvantages, and we might not have much energy left in the tank. Humans truly didn't go down without a fight. Perhaps it was time to fix bayonets. We'd need a lot more cunning and spite in a hurry. End of chapter. Chapter 93. Memory transcription subject. Chief Hunter Isif, Orcs Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 4th, 2136. Once the Terrans realized I was awake, intelligence officers interrogated me from outside my cell. I spilled more than I should have, perhaps, given how little Zhao cared for saving the Orcs. Cooperation with the humans was the only way to prove that I was on their side. It was foolish to assume that their government could discern my intentions after chaos ravaged their power structure. But I couldn't stop thinking of Elias Mayer and his devotion to a better future. There had to be other humans out there who understood me. I just needed to discover a way to reach them. One of mankind's most interesting aspects was their branching opinions. Someone had to understand that the reasoning dictating that I was an enemy was flawed. My actions should speak my intentions. If the Xyrillians explained their story, it would at least prove that I was not planning on eating them. My acute hearing dialed in on footsteps down the hall, and I put on a collected exterior. It was a shame anger had gotten the better of me. I shouldn't have threatened the Secretary General, no matter how heated our dialogue was. That certainly didn't prove that I was a peaceful guy. The Terran's interrogators had taken those as threats seriously and kept outside of the cell. After all, they couldn't muzzle me if they wanted me to talk, right? The humans knew that I could kill them with a single bite. I wished that I could prove that I was a predator of their caliber, not an animal like they believed. This newcomer approaching my cell would peer through the window, like all the rest. I was a museum exhibit as much as a prisoner.
Hello? I raised my voice, hoping this human could hear me. I am not your enemy. How do I prove that? My cell doors clanged open, and an American general wearing camouflage strode in. The dust-colored hair suggested that it was General Jones. She seemed unconcerned by my presence. There were no restraints to keep me from lunging at her or overpowering her. Interest sparked in my brain as she turned her back to me. The lack of fear was a stark difference from my earlier visitors. The primate moved up a chair beneath the camera and hopped atop of its sport. Jones switched the recording device off, her flimsy fingers finding the buttons with ease. Why did she not want this interaction on tape? Her demeanor didn't suggest that she intended to torture me. That would be inadvisable if my unfettered state. Confidence shone in Jones's eyes as she seated herself across from me. I kept my maw closed tightly and listened for her eventual declaration. The human leaned forward, lowering her voice to a hushed whisper. "Isif, I tried to get you to leave. I didn't want to bring you in like this," Jones said. My nostrils flared. "What? You knew this would happen?" "You and Zal both acted like I predicted. You have a lot in common, but I digress. I don't have much time, so I'm going to make this quick." "Good. I'm listening." "I wanted to establish contact with you for a while, but you must not talk to Earth so directly in future. You're going to get yourself killed, honestly. It's a good thing that we can have a proper conversation in here." I studied the human's narrowed eyes. This was quite different from hostility on the call, when she rebuked me at every turn. Jones spoke as though she was already aware that I was an asset. It made no sense why she allowed my capture, if that were true. Nonetheless, this message returned to a glimmer of hope. "Killed? No, human. I'm good at what I do. I've managed to not wind up dead for decades," I growled. Jones flashed her teeth. "Oh, Isif, we both know that you're not subtle. You have a conversation with Shazar, and then immediately go to Earth. How would you explain that if an Oxor followed your trail?" "I would say I threatened you at length to turn over Silas." "For all you know, Shazar bugged your ship. You're her rival, and she might suspect your motives already. She tells Giznil you're lying, and bam, you're dead." "I see your point." "Shit. I'm glad you didn't say anything self-incriminating on our hail. I was trying to stop you from spilling the beans. For your sake, Isif. I will suggest ways to contact us on the down low, going forward." The Terran general extended a hand and dropped a tooth extension on the table. Jones pointed to her weak canines, then at my snout. I considered that she was asking for a moment before popping a crown into my chipped tooth. The Dominions considered it a weakness to fix fangs, since those marks were hunting souvenirs. However, I could worry about that aspect at another time. Jones leaned back in her seat. "There's a hard drive inside that crown, dead drop locations and codes, as well as a full lesson on spycraft." "So then, you know I'm an asset. Was all this really necessary?" I huffed. "I'm afraid so. The amount of folks on Earth who know you're a human sympathizer, I can count them on two hands, and they're all part of the Five Eyes. It's better that way." "I do not know what you are referring to, but if I understand, the Secretary General doesn't know about me. You don't trust Zal?" "It's not so simple. Zal would want to keep records of your role, accessible to a lot more eyes, and he would demand that we keep tabs on you. He might risk your welfare for short-term gain, or even blackmail you into going further than you're willing, whereas I see your value." I narrowed my eyes to slits. "I am not some Vendel that can be pushed around. I'd like to see him try blackmail me. Besides, would it be such a bad thing to have my allegiance documented?" "The less people who know your true loyalties, the better. We don't know how many breaches occurred while Oxor roamed Earth, or whether the Dominion can access our databases. I'm protecting you from our insufficiency, because I know that we can't safeguard you yet. And this is why Maya did not speak of me." "Well, I can't exactly ask him that, Isif, but Maya was always a big-picture guy, and I'd wager he clued at least one person in, someone he trusted." I lashed my tail against the floor, taking a moment to process her words. If Secretary General Zal was oblivious to my actual agenda, that meant that he was serious about locking me up forever. That also meant his aggravating behavior wasn't a performance. He believed that I was a Xyrillian eater fiend that plotted against Earth. How did General Jones plan to secure my release? Of the billions of humans in existence, fewer than 10 were briefed on my identity. I wasn't sure how to feel about the cybersecurity concerns or the assumptions on how Zal might extort me. She also implied that I wasn't supposed to convince the United Nations of my fealty at all. I feel I'm owed an apology in all of this. I've gone out of my way to help humans, and as an Orcsor, I despise insults.
Listen, I'm sure Zal's words don't sit right with you. It's not really his fault, Jones continued. A US cyber division cracked Orcsor communications this week. That transcript, my people wiped anything that would give you away to the larger intelligence community.
A growl rumbled in my throat. Nice going. So I guess it's totally okay that he had me tranquilized like a monster.
Zhao is paranoid about further attacks on Earth. His home nation represented 20% of the total death tally. His famous speech's tagline was, "Not one more," referring to civilian casualties, and I can't say I disagree. He's willing to protect our home at all costs, and that includes against Orcsor plots.
Whatever, human. You said we have a little time, so I'll save my scathing remarks for another date. I presume the transcript is how you found out I'm on your side.
Yes, sir, please. You continually underestimate us. We've been monitoring you since you set foot in New York. Every conversation, behavior, and holopad search was surveilled.
I see.
We've got your back, buddy. It's up to you what you want to do next. If you're doing this for a better tomorrow, great. If you just want glory and our adoration, don't bother. Nobody will know your name or what you've done, not as a spy.
I'm not here for pride. I just want the centuries of death to be stopped. But how long must I slink around for?
That is also up to you. If you pull rank and use food as a motivator, I imagine your fleet would follow you in rebellion. General Jones met my gaze with a knowing smirk. You could offer refuge to those targeted to buy betterment, too.
Don't play coy. Could I count on human support? I prodded.
Only superficially. We don't want war with the entire Dominion if it's avoidable. We'd prefer to keep the fight against the single warlord.
Right.
The choice to start an open rebellion is irreversible, so I'm giving you options. You don't have to stick your neck out. I contemplated her words in silence, knowing full well the risks of insurrection. As cowardly as espionage sounded, my own verdict was that Orcsor revolutionaries weren't ready. Preparation for an uprising would increase our odds, and humanity might become amenable to our cause. I couldn't fault Earth's non-interference when I'd mused myself that the two-front war would be a steep task.
The humans are new to the galaxy, and they're assaulting the Federation already. It's better to bide our time, a little at least.
I slammed my paw on the table.
Well, we'll do it your way. Now get me out of here, Jones. You gotta bust me out, right?
The American general had the gall to laugh.
No, God, no. I'm not going to openly oppose Zhao. Someone else is going to order your release. Don't worry. She's already landed. Who? Erin Kampfer from Alien Affairs, Sarah Rosero, Odyssey officer.
I might have suggested that Governor Tarver come to facilitate the Zerillian Rescue's return. She'll want to see the Orcsor we captured.
Tarver? Backing Tarver? That's your plan?
Yes. I thought you two were on good terms.
Tarver is Vendel, for feck's sakes, I roared. I do like her, but the second a human says it was all a ruse, just Orcsor deceit for long-term suffering, she'll be happy to believe it.
General Jones smiled. For someone who's supposedly open-minded, you think quite lowly of the Vendel. Try having a little faith.
Faith? Are you fecking insane? Tarver will never believe me. I wouldn't even hold it against her.
Ah, and they're coming. Guess that means our time is up. Good luck.
I curled my lip at the human before turning my head dismissively. Jones scrambled to put the camera back on and hurried out of the room. I hoped the primate had another plan, but Tarver maneuver blew up in her face. It was disheartening to think the progress I'd made with the Vendel leader would be undone for the sake of my cover. Claws clicked across the floor, tailed by the shuffles of dress shoes. Renewed anger surged through my veins as I detected Zhao's gravelly cadence. But I couldn't hold a grudge against the Secretary General if he had an incomplete set of facts. This wasn't any time to get emotional. I inhaled deeply and relaxed my facial muscles to look calm. Given that I did respect Governor Tarver, it was worth an honest effort at convincing her. At least I should say I tried to win her over, and I kept a level head throughout our encounter. Perhaps one day I'd point to the fact to repair our relations. Hurtful accusations were bound to fly from the Vendel leader. I steeled myself for the insults that were looming. Only a defective Orcsor would feel anything at betrayal, since we weren't supposed to care what others thought of us. It was foolish to me to have any emotions towards a prey animal, knowing that she saw me as a tool. Tava played at diplomacy because she wanted her planet to be left alone.
Believe the Orcs would have a bravado to fly to Earth.
The Vendal's squeaky voice hit my ears, carrying far due to its pitch.
Those Ceruleans are lucky that you were able to rescue them.
Zal's footsteps came closer. The sky is very high up, and the ladder too. We got him before he could turn on humans. He was boasting about using us, right in the cell there. I rose to my paws, watching as the Vendal moved up to the window pane. Fear was visible in her side-facing eyes, despite the barrier between us. Her pupils managed to lock onto me, and shock trickled through her expression. That erased any doubt that Tava could recognize me, rather than assuming all Orcs all looked the same.
Chief Hunter Isif?
To my amazement, Vendal whirled around in assertive posture.
Why the feck would you arrest Isif?
I told you. He's manipulating us into fighting the Orcs' battles, then planning to subjugate us all once it's done, Zhao answered. It's what he says behind closed doors. We couldn't let him spy on Earth. Tava swiveled back to the glass.
Isif, is any of this true? You really speak like that. Two other Greys, and you had those sickly Ceruleans on your ship.
This is hopeless. There is no way she'll believe me. Yes, do both, I sighed. But I was trying to stop Shazar from attacking the humans, without being killed for treason. I rescued those Ceruleans from her farm at great personal risk. Not that you care, I added silently. It took a colossal effort to force a stoic expression. The Vendal backed away from the window, and I resigned myself to her fleeing in disgust. Governor Tava was open-minded for speaking with me at all. Few in the Republic would support her hearing my side of the story. I appreciated that gesture as a sign of respect. The door clicked open without warning, and an alarmed security general rushed over Tava. The Vendal had unlocked my cell from the other side. To my amazement, she seemed to be letting me out. My maw dropped with shock. Why would a prey ruler trust the word of an Orcsor? The governor flicked her ears. Let Isif go right now. Whatever favors I am owed by humanity, I'm calling them in. What are you doing? Zhao tugged the Vendal back and hastily shut the door. He can't possibly believe that story. What he said to Shazar was theatrics so that he wouldn't get executed. Isif wants to end the war and to cattle farming. Mayer told me that much, and yes, I trust him with my life. Elias Mayer didn't forsake me. Jones was right and a prophet. Maybe she guessed who he told from the start. Secretary General Zhao gaped at Tava. Have you considered that Elias was confused or deceived himself? Not at all. Mayer's dying wish was for me to make peace with the Orcsor, she responded, and he bled out in my arms. That was what he asked. He was a good man. I'm sorry for your loss, but you cannot trust the Greys. You know that. We ran empathy tests on every Orcsor we captured and the cradle, and not one passed. Isif is different. You have no evidence to support that. The science says that Orcsor are a sociopathic race. You know how many human volunteers failed the empathy test? 0. Individual results can vary. Do you have your people with predator disease? But it would be different if every soldier was a sociopath. I don't think that this is a test as a high-ranking Dominion officer can pass. But Isif will pass. Zhao, what does it hurt to humor me? Give him the test, and if he passes, you'll let him go with me. There was a long silence as the human stared down the prey leader. The Secretary General offered a reluctant nod at last and called for guards to transport me to a lab. Despite Zhao's stubbornness, he seemed unwilling to alienate the Vendal. I was shocked that Tava had fought for me, and I couldn't fathom how to express my gratitude. Politeness wasn't a field that I had practiced in. I decided to comply with the human escort, embracing the conditions of my release. It is ironic that my defectiveness would bolster my standing with the United Nations. Perhaps General Jones would peek at the results too, to ensure that I hadn't pulled a long con on her. The empathy test was the least of my concerns. Instead, I was worried how the Terrans fared against Shazar. The pack predators had wormed their way back into my thoughts again. I wanted to ensure the continual survival, now more than ever. Knowing that Maya's final request was about the Orcsor's future renewed my trust in his kind. Humanity was interested in reforming our society, and I could guide them to an age of prosperity. End of story. Chapter 94. Memory transcription subject, Chief Hunter Isif, Orcsor Dominion Sector Fleet. Date, standardized human time, December 4th, 2136. The empathy tests were an assortment of prey species facing torment. For the first time since childhood, I'd leaned into my defective voice. It was painful to allow myself to feel fully, without casing those primal sensations in a shell of logic. Witnessing unnecessary suffering elicited a shameful amount of pity, just as it had back when Shazar's farm. Now, far more than ever, I knew herbivores were not just spineless animals. The look on the Secretary General Zal's face as the scientists explained my results was vindicating. The human leader did honor his agreement with Tava, permitting me to board her ship. I was surprised the Vendel leader wanted me confined with her for hours. From what I could tell, she carried no firearms. Shouldn't a prey individual expect me to snap on a whim, and thus not want me seated across from her? I rested in a brooding state, mostly keeping to the co-pilot seat in the cockpit. Governor Tava sensed my sour mood and allowed us to travel in silence. It made for an awkward ride, with the rescued Zeridians in the cabin behind us. The Vendel possessed more patience than myself, coaxing the quadrupeds to indulge in the basic self-care. Her constant reassurance and crooning tone grated on my nerves whenever she ventured back to their locale. Thank the prophets they were almost to Vendel Prime. My pupil snapped towards Tava as she returned to the cockpit once more. How the heck did the humans survive all these exchange programs? The governor shot me a disapproving look. Have some sympathy. Those three were literally just captured and brought to a farm where your lovely comrades threatened to eat them. I do have sympathy. I didn't want them to be eaten, did I? Never mind, Isif. You can have this ship when we get to my homeworld. If my people saw me riding with you, I appreciate your assistance, Governor Tava. I too considered Elias Mayer a friend and an ally. Even with his intervention, the fact that you would listen to an Orcsor is not lost on me. The Vendel was silent for a long moment, and her ears pinned back with a meek emotion. Her limbs weren't quivering, so I wasn't inclined to label it fear, though it was tough to read prey cues. My best guess was that it was grief. Sadness swirled in her irises before she looked at me with something bordering contempt. Tava cleared her throat. I know you have presided over horrible things, Isif. Genocides, raids, and systematic slaughtering. Your motivations to avoid your own execution doesn't change that. You are right. I see why my statements about not assigning responsibility can be perceived as callous. Please, do not take my detachment as a sign that I do not regret my culpability. Didn't you order the raid on the cradle? The Gojids are an endangered species because of you. Someone else would have done it if not me, yes. But it was me, and at the time I believed coexistence was not possible. My beliefs have since changed. Governor Tava was silent, scowling at the viewport. The Gojid cradle was intended to be like any other raid. With their border defenses down, it made a frontal assault tantalizing. I hadn't known why the defenses were offline until later, when reports from the planet's surface circled back to me. Another predator race taking on the Federation. It was too good to be true. We'd been alone for so long that I was certain that it would be disproved, I mused. Then humanity took the cradle back from us. The sheer guts, the audacity. The Terrans bested us fair and square, allegedly using Vendel ships in their arsenal. It baffled me that they worked hand in hand with prey, but they led me to my deduction of humanity's social nature. Intrigued by these specific aliens, I aimed to learn more about them. A new predator opened up avenues with our presence. It meant someone else wasn't indoctrinated by the Federation's spiel. Looking back at the Gojid's cradle through Tava's lens, I realized how differently humans viewed our first meeting. Planetary raids instilled a very little guilt after all these years. It was something I deigned not to dwell on. What would Nulia think if she learned Siffy was behind the bad monster's arrival? How many children like her had I doomed to cattle farms? One of the last things Elias Mayer did was convince the Mazics to aid the Gojid refugees. From what I'd heard, the Zerillians and the Poltons took in a handful as well. The spiky herbivores had limited numbers now, and Earth was in no place to be offering asylum. The United Nations had lifted their protection of Gojid colonies, which led many survivors to flee. The Gojids were a sad case, Tava. I did give those orders. I'm not dodging responsibility. I understand that my past actions have been hurtful, I offered.
You don't know hurtful. You took my daughter.
The Vendel leader's voice quavered, and she shoved me with a shocking aggression.
You took my daughter. It was you. You ordered the Greys, the gas Vendel schools. What, to crush our morale?
I'm sorry. I had no idea that you were personally affected by our raids, and you do not deserve that. Whatever I ordered, this instance or not, the Orcs or who did it reported to me. They were under my command. I took no actions against routine attacks. Certainly, nothing to draw suspicion.
It was just routine, huh? I fucking know you feel empathy, and you could have done things differently. Why did you have to be so cruel?
I will not disrespect you by making excuses for myself. If there was any way I could undo the past, I would, Tava. But I cannot. Your hatred and inability to forgive me. It is understandable.
The Vendel governor swiped at the tears in her eyes, and I felt a strange urge to place my tail on her shoulder. My logical brain reminded me that I was the last person that she wanted comfort from. Most species love their children, referencing their loss as the greatest pain imaginable. That was why the Dominion learned to target the youth. Perhaps, if my nurturing instincts had been cultivated better, I could understand. Tava cleared her throat. I am willing to work with you, but I will never forgive you. I cannot forget what you've done.
Your animosity is justified. My only atonement is to pave a better future, so that this will not happen again, I hissed. That is my sincere hope. I'll do everything in my power to protect Vendel kind.
You must have had a difficult life, Isif, to never be allowed to express your emotions, whilst to fit in with the despicable people. You deserved a friend. I just cannot be that friend, even if Elias Mayer would have wanted me to be.
Silly leaf licker. No prey will befriend me. The Xyrillian mishap proved that, yes?
In real life, sure. It would be best if they didn't know who you are. You can talk anonymously on the internet, though. General Jones gave me this holopad over here. You said you wanted it back.
Seriously, Tava, you think that your holopad is meant to join some Federation chat room? I have nothing in common with you people.
That is just my advice. I think it would be good for you to understand us hunting challenged races better, to express your empathic side, and not be alone. I offered a dramatic huff and turned away from Tava to reinforce my disdain. My paws did snatch the holopad, though I was suspicious that General Jones may have tampered with it. The Terran officer had returned my standard-issue device as well. I inspected it closely. Whatever purpose I used these electronics for, I should be certain that I was okay with humans viewing them. Governor Tava was attempting to be empathic, and her suggestion was lunacy. What good would it be to be attached to a prey alien, when I might have to kill and butcher their kind later? What had relaxing my guard around Nulia accomplished? All discourse with the herbivores resulted in was guilt. Hours later, alone in the ship with my thoughts, I set course for my spy station. Governor Tava bade me farewell after supplying me with meat rations from the local factories. Knowing the Vendel's anti-carnival values, the generosity of that offering couldn't be understated. I wondered if that was the start of building a bridge of trust. We would never be friends, but partnership wasn't out of the question. It was all a moot point if I didn't return to commanding my sector. Orcs were solitary creatures who cared little for others' welfare. However, if I didn't check in soon, the Dominion would start asking questions for practical reasons. I needed to drum up an explanation for why I'd lost my own vessel and returned in a Vendel transport. Perhaps the human's tooth drive could help you. Why haven't you given it more than a cursory glance? Instead of crafting my story, I was learning how to navigate through the Federation internet, passing close to our FTL backdoor with Malu, the Dosse homeworld. I'd been able to establish a connection. As small rodents, the Dosse weren't at the top of the meal list. They were the least valuable species in my sector. Their territory bordered Gojit space, but on the opposite side of the Xyrillians. "Stupid Tava," I growled, putting the stupid ideas into my defective brain. How did she know that I wanted that? The Dosse had a social media site called SwiftPair, which would randomly assign anonymous users to chat. The rodents had a few abilities beyond jabbering to each other, so, of course, they devised such a platform. Then again,
Humans had a propensity to run their mouths about nonsense, too. That was just how desperate social creatures were for belonging. My treacherous claw hovered over the pair button, and I cursed myself. Perhaps I should just let Carver's recommendation backfire so that I could move on. Honestly, what harm could a single chat do? I could always intimidate the little critter away if they became a nuisance. I clicked the button, and the algorithm found a chat partner in half a second. The public profile classified the tosser as a mid-20s female, located on a space station. "Hi," I typed hesitantly. "How's it going? Please tell me if you're not just on here to flirt," came the instant reply. "I swear, it's like this became a dating app overnight." "What? I don't know why I'm here, but it's certainly not for that." "Good, 'cause I'll block you if you're lying. So, I'm Felra, and I'm a spaceship inspector, catching every slapstick, half-assed repair job the Human Alliance throws at us." "You work with the humans?" "Not directly. We just let their allies marshal some forces on the old Fed spots. The UN is talking about an exchange program, but with the smaller species in the galaxy, problematic." There was a pause before the Dosser typed another message. "What's your name?" Nerves cramped up my throat. Not only did I have little clue how to sustain a conversation with a herbivore, but my real name was infamous. Word must have gotten around about the Sector Chief's hunter after my broadcast on Earth. It wasn't like I could tell the Felra that I was an Orcs, or it would stop her little heart, assuming she believed me. "Siffy," I decided. "That's adorable. You must get that a lot, but props to your parents." "I do not wish to discuss my parents." "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. What do you do for a living, Siffy?" "I bomb planets, execute people for empathy, and farm sapiens," I quipped aloud. "This and that, was the actual reply I sent her. "Nothing that you'd be interested in," Barbara typed back hastily. "You don't talk that much, do you? You're prickly as a gochid." "I'm not, used to talking. This was a mistake. I deserve to be alone." This was a waste of time. I reprimanded myself for indulging these urges. There was no telling how the humans were faring at Silas, and I needed to check back with the Dominion fleet soon, rather than making preparations. I was chatting with a creature that resembled an Earth mouse. Had the loneliness really been that crippling for all these years? Her banner popped up on the app indicating that Farah sent a friend request. I had no clue what was going through the Dosser's tiny brain, but she must have been meaning to block me. As I prepared to fire up my Oxa communicator, I made out the rodent's next message. It read, "No one deserves to be alone." Snorting in amusement, I accepted the request before dipping offline. General Jones should have kept this Terran holopad so that I wouldn't get sidetracked on prey-like pastimes. The human officer knew that I was defective and didn't take precautions to suppress these tendencies. Wasn't that what she meant about getting myself killed? There was no guarantee Farah would respond to future messages, but I wasn't going to squander more time. With my direct course for the spy habitat, the Orcs of Dominion required notification on my vehicle change. I entered my credentials before pinging my headquarters. A day-long absence made it likely that I'd be in contact with the brass rather than my underlings. It was time to put on the facade of our government and resume my role as Isif the Fanatic. Prophet Descendant Giznil accepted my video call. "Is there a reason that you've been avoiding your check-in, Isif? For a less faithful hunter, I would have you executed. Your savageness, I take it that you know that I visited Earth. Shazar is a fool, and your wise decree was for us to settle the dispute," I explained. "The humans may have seen the wisdom of standing down, yet, alas, I was too late to accomplish that. You disappeared for a full day. I doubt both your conviction and your loyalty, Isif. You are not willing to kill the humans, are you? That's absurd. I am gathering intelligence on Earth in case we need to fight the leaf-licking apes. I don't care about the humans. I want betterment imposed on the galaxy at any cost, hallowed prophet. They can learn to drink from the river of cruelty. You knew this yourself." It was unclear whether Giznil believed my argument, but he had opted not to kill me on sight. The prophet descendant could be convinced of diplomacy's usefulness. As long as he was strengthening our cause, I was safe. The alarming part was his overt accusation that I was a human conspirator. Betterment had been partial to me for years, and this development meant that I couldn't hide behind favoritism. The Orcs leader narrowed his eyes. "That is not your ship that you are streaming from either, is it?" "Yes, I made off with the prey technology." "The humans found tactical advantages commandeering Vendel ships," I growled. "I will dissect the design because those grass brains aren't worthy of killing us. If war is inevitable, the Dominion will be ready. We pay Vendel technology the respect of studying it now. I want glory, savage one. Our victory must be resounding and prove our superiority." "You are straying from the path, Isiv, but you were right about the humans being formidable foes." "Is that so? Nobody agreed with me before. I've missed something from Silas and Vol, yes?" Gisnell scrutinized me for another second before swiping at his holopad. The compilation continued distress signals from across Shazar's sector, which was sent through our FTL networks. Farm habitats forwarded footage of humans raiding our facilities, and undefended stations being reduced to rubble. The Terrans severed our communication structure shortly after these transmissions. The UN could have cut the proverbial wire earlier. They want the Orcs government and Shazar. See this. Laughter rumbled in my chest as I realized the UN's true strategy. The humans used the occupied worlds as bait, and Chief Hunter Shazar played into their hands. That foolish Arxel was so eager to teach the weaklings a lesson that she hadn't guarded her most valuable possessions. Every strategic asset and supply depot across hundreds of light years were erased. "This amuses you?" I bared my teeth. "Yeah, Shazar's incompetence brings me nothing but joy. Does she know yet?" "Word is reaching her around the same time as us. She will be made aware soon, but I have to deal with her mess now." Don't bail her out. This was her great master plan, after all. I know how to handle humans, and I need your trust going forward." "You can hardly fuck up worse. I'll humor your weird ideology, Isiv, but I'm watching you." The prophet descendant terminated the call and left me to chew on his words. My first conversation as an official human spy, and I already had Gisnell sniffing around my business. This was going to require me to operate more carefully. The freedom I'd enjoyed in the past had waned. General Jones was right to warn me about the eyes and ears everywhere. My gaze drifted to the Terran holopad, which sat in the cockpit. Browsing alien internet was perilous too, unless I could find a suitable cover. With my actions under a microscope, talking to a DOSA inspector was a fool's errand. Balra shouldn't occupy my thoughts, since I'd only been able to sneak a sporadic messages at best. How long could I hide my Oxer identity from her? What if I had more in common with the prey than my kind? I shook my head. The future of the galaxy was at stake. This was no time for emotional baggage. It took a weight off my shoulders to know that the humans punched back from Silas. A straight-up fight had been inadvisable, but Shazar's arrogance was her undoing. I'd pay a pretty penny to see the look on her face when she discovered her empire had collapsed. My goal was to ensure that humanity's war remained with a single warlord. However, keeping Betterment off their backs might prove to be a challenge. End of chapter. Chapter 95. Memory transcription subject, Slanek, Vendel Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, December 4th, 2136. The memories trickled through my brain as a deep chill rattled my body. I was disoriented and immobile, uncertain of my surroundings. The current time and location were indeterminable. Haziness obscured my conscious thoughts. My mind reached out for context in an attempt to ground myself. We'd been caged in with a Tillfish nursery. I was shot during the fray. Marcel had propped me up, ignoring the strain on his own body. Orange blood flowed onto his chest belt. The precipitation beads coated his skin. Dino tagged along, whimpering as my eyes began to turn glassy. Burnt was back in Belra's arms, asking why the Vendel was leaking. We were a ragtag band, stranded on Silas. I remembered now. The Greys had been hot on our heels, and we hobbled towards an emergency exit. My vision was fixed on the floor tiles, which were mired with my dirty blood. General Belra urged Vern to cover his ears, and she dispensed a firearm at the Orcs. I think the carnivores refrained from gunning us down because they wanted to capture us alive. There was more. We had to get to the emergency exit, didn't we? Why is it all slipping out of reach? Shoot me! I coughed at Marcel. Save yourself, please, brother. The predator refused to let go, bending his arm tighter around my torso. Tiredness threatened to consume me as the vegetarian popped errant shots over his shoulder. Images flitted through my brain from various moments of time that forced a snarl with his classic empathy rendition. That the same expression that had consoled me when Sovereign held him at gunpoint. Not too long ago, I'd been feeding the half-dead Terran by hand. Amid the chaos, I recalled hoping that Marcel knew how much I cared for his welfare. There was terrible screams, both near and far, which sent my heart pounding. Despite all the nightmares we had endured, I wouldn't change a thing about our partnership. Even if Marcel was losing patience with me, I hoped he still felt our bond. Think, Slinek, the screams, there was something there. Those had been Tilfish screams, as the incubator workers came running in droves. Our hasty escape hadn't given him time to don blinders. I'd seen it all. The civilians distracted our Orcs pursuers, stampeding past them at full speed. As much as the Greys wanted a Vendel delicacy, this easy meal toppled into their laps. Our ragtag band stumbled out into fresh air, and I was wholly leaning on Marcel for support. There were more Orcs in the street. I think there was a memory in its entirety. I glued the pieces back together. We needed to find somewhere to take cover, Bulra clicked her mandibles in the backdrop. Slenek, you have to keep your eyes open. I drew a gasping breath, and my pupil snapped to my arm. Judging by the dark hue on the profuse leakage, the bullet hit a vein. There was a wet sensation in my hind legs at first. I worried it was blood from my wound. However, the realization that the brick tunnel that we were in was rotting mess ensued. A few inches of murky liquid amassed across the floor. Perhaps this was a sewer system underground. My adult brain shook off the stupor, and I searched for Marcel's comforting presence. I scanned every shadow for a lurking human. This wasn't the first time the predator had been around my blood, so I knew that he could handle the alluring scent. On Sovereign's ship, I'd been immobile with a head wound and locked in an enclosed cell without food. Even then, the human had cared about my welfare. There was no reason a vegetarian who loved rescuing animals should need to get away from blood. Humans weren't drawn to it like the Orcs saw. I'd never seen them react positively to a whiff of it. That ruled out the explanation of why my friend was missing. What if Marcel had gotten hurt? I couldn't remember how he made it down here at all.
Why are we not going to space with humans?
Bent wailed. Bulra patted him soothingly. Shh, darling. Go back to bed. Dino is missing as well. What if the dog ate Marcel, or, I guess more likely, the Greys got them both?
Where is Mark?
I pressed one paw against the wall and tried to sit upright.
How did we get here?
The Tilfish general blinked with concern.
You don't remember? The human carried you into the access hatch and checked that it was clear. He put you down, told me to patch you up, but I don't have anything for first aid.
Yeah, okay. Where is he now?
Said something about hearing Orcs are in the tunnels, and took the feral quadruped.
Dino, Mama.
Vernt chirped.
Dino the dog.
Yes, that thing. Anyways, Marcel went looking for enemies, mentioned clearing the tunnels and keeping us safe. And,
you let him go?
The human said to stay with you. He was blinking a lot. I'm not sure if your blood bothered him. I would never.
Mark is upset that I'm hurt,
if anything.
Are you sure, Slenek?
Of course I'm sure. He was fine around the Gojid stampede. The humans were, he saved a trampled child. There was a long pause as skepticism swam in the Tilfish general's eyes. I knew the insectoid wouldn't ditch Marcel when the primate was our best asset against the Orcs. But I suppose few individuals beside myself would tempt a predator's bloodlust. It took personal exposure to humanity's nurturing side to accept that their empathy dominated. Marcel said himself that he doesn't like killing. Humans can balance empathy and violence. It's what I told him at the supply tent. A gunshot exchange sounded out down the tunnel, and fear clenched by my heart. The adrenaline boosted me back to alertness, but I couldn't stand up. Footsteps smacked the floor alongside the sound of munitions chipping bricks. A human yell reverberated through the structure, followed by Dino's throaty barks. Tears swelled in my eyes, realizing Marcel would die soon.
I reached out to Bora and pulled myself up with the last of my strength. Hunched over at the waist, I staggered in the direction of my friend's cry. The Tillfish General tried to grab my shoulder, flinching away as blood coated her leg. With a frustrated grunt, I hobbled down the tunnel. It wasn't long before I was leaning against the wall for support. "Back off!" That was Marcel's thunderous voice. It was possible to discern the words in his roar, which was more formidable than any I'd heard before. "This is my turf. You're not coming in here, arseholes." My legs buckled and I crumpled back onto the floor. Why hadn't I reclaimed my firearm? The coldness was becoming palpable, making me wish for a human pelt to cocoon myself in. At least Marcel was still fighting, but I was in no state to rescue him. My pupils fluttered in his direction as I sucked in some wheezing breaths. The human was hugging the wall corner and I could see the teeth flash from here. His hands popped off a few shots while enemy rounds buffeted his refuge. Brick debris sprinkled overhead as Marcel clutched his gun tighter. Dinah was growling at his side, though the mutt appeared to be waiting for something. "Surrender yourself, human. We have room for an honorable prisoner," her bone-chilling voice killed out. A maniacal laugh emanated from Marcel. "What is it with aliens drawing my name in the kidnapping and torture lottery? I'll pass." I crawled along the floor, moving a few inches at a time, since I was wounded anyways. My best usage was to serve as a distraction. The Orcs might wish to collect me as cattle, and that would give Marcel a clear shot he needed. The chances of us surviving Silas were slim overall, but the terror would fare better without my dead weight. Scuttling noises echoed behind me, and Bora came racing down the hallway. The Tillfish General righted my seized firearm, angling it towards the Orcs. Despite her distrust, she was still willing to come to a human's aid. In my opinion, she would have gone with him to begin with. Better late than never, I suppose. 3 Orcs ducked around the corner just as Bora halved the distance. The insectoid had a trusty shot, clocking 1 gray in the brain. Marcel released Dinah upon the hostiles and dispressed his trigger. Enemy bullets answered, taking out the brick right above his head. I could feel his adrenaline vicariously. His binocular eyes were crazed. I have to help somehow. The Slenik acting weak distraction seemed to work the last time. Should I try that again? "Yummy, Venlil, over here!" I cried out, with faltering voice. The Orcs had already scented my blood, I assumed. The trail must have drawn them down here, unless they followed us from the surface. It was possible that they waited for us to lower our guard, while I'd technically been conscious in our travels. It was tough to retrieve the memories. There was a chance that I wouldn't remember any of this now. The 2 surviving Greys weren't as distracted as the Egg Raiders had been, but I saw their pupils twitch. The lack of impulse control was in stark contrast to humans. I suppose I was lucky that Isif and his bunch didn't wolf me down in New York. A little blood or a wounded animal's cry worked their kind into a frenzy, even amidst combat. Marcel cursed, realizing I had abandoned my refuge. The human popped up from his crouch, and the Greys rushed to shoot him. 1 bullet was dangerously close to his earlobe, while additional shots lurked in the chamber. The lead Orc's sights aligned with his temples. I felt my blood pressure plummet. Was that from my wounds, or just grief? "No!" I screamed. There was nothing I could do to stop the bullet from piercing his brain. The Terran had become reckless out of concern for me, and he was paying the ultimate price. Marcel managed to take down 1 Grey in a final act of defiance. The next thing I heard was a deafening boom, and the monster shot my best friend. The predator's head snapped back with an unnatural speed, and he crashed onto his back. I screamed as the human lie splayed on the floor, dragging myself on all fours. My toes bled from the frantic pace. My frayed vocal cords screeched his name, while warm tears ran down my face. The grief I felt was a chasm in my chest, an all-consuming sadness. Merla dispatched the final Orcs and scuttled over to Marcel's side. I managed to reach the predator's body, which was still warm to my touch. It was tough to see through blurry vision, but his hair didn't look like a deeper red than usual. The blood was imperceptible to my eyes. Perhaps I didn't want to see it. My brain must be imagining the rise and fall of his chest. That, or he was slipping away right now. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "You were the best friend I ever had. I failed you. I always failed you, and Marcel, don't leave me." Why did my human have to die? Why? My emotions devolved into an incoherent whirlwind, and I released a visceral wail. I slammed my good arm into his gut, furious at the universe. A high-pitched yelp came from beneath me, and Marcel's corpse shifted. My vision refocused on him, watching as he moved an arm to his head. The human's eyelids fluttered, and a grimace crossed his face. My breast friend pinched his nose. Oh, God, that wrung my bowel. The grief that was fueling me dissipated. I clung to his warm chest with sobs of grief, and Dino came over to lick his face. Marcel pushed the dog away, an instinctive snarl on his lips. He unclipped his helmet, inspecting it with amazement. I gasped at the nick in the cloth lining. The bullet had grazed my human on the dome. The red-haired soldier hoisted himself up, clutching me to his chest. I felt his wonderful fingers fiddling with my ears and mewed my adoration. Alarm coursed through my veins as Marcel stumbled. His skull absorbed much of the impact. The Terran might well be concussed, but he was blissfully alive, and that was music to my ears.
I love you, Mark, the same as I did in the flesh and blood, brother. I care about you so much, I whispered in a faint voice. I know I disappointed you, but, you never disappoint me.
His hazel eyes moistened. What did I tell you? I got the best, Vendel. I am only disappointed in how you view the world. It took Marcel an agonizing minute to retrace his steps and arrive at our impromptu base. The predator sank against a wall and leaned his head back. He allowed me to burrow into his stomach, snarling through his exhaustion. Vernt was giddy at the human's return, though his mother kept him at a distance. Marcel peeked at my arm, and his mental fog vanished. He snapped at Burla, livid that she hadn't tended to my wounds. The Tillfish general cowered at his ferocity, but I could tell that he was just rattled. My human knew how close he came to dying. It didn't help his mindset to reckon with my critical condition. The human cleared his throat. This might hurt, okay? Everything is going to be all right, Slanek. I'm not going anywhere.
Please forgive me. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you.
I wrapped my tail around Marcel's wrist and tensed up as he stitched my wound.
I don't want to leave any bad blood between us.
You hurt my feelings, that's all. Vern should be institutionalized for liking me. I'm that terrible to my best friend.
It's not like, I like you, but things about you should trigger fear at first.
Why? You know the Federation lied to you. They lied about us, omnivores like the Tillfish, and basic biology. I'm telling you it was all lies. Predator disease and feral predators are their ideas too. Stop regurgitating them.
There are people with predator disease. They hurt people.
But predator disease isn't just assigned to violent sociopaths. It's used on anyone who's wired differently. Do you realize by Federation definition you have predator disease?
No, that's crazy, Mark.
I know. I fucking know. Mental health is a complicated thing, with the thousands of conditions with unique attributes. Not all of them are violent. Not all of them are to be erased. Marcel finished patching me up and retrieved a radio from his supplies. I mulled over his words, though my brain power was running on empty. If predator disease was another vessel for Federation lies, that meant that we were locking away harmless people. No wonder my human was upset with my suggestion for Vernt. It was the same as how Dr. Zahn wanted to treat me for defending Marcel.
So there are different types of predator disease, with different causes and manifestations, and we use fear to ostracize every patient. I'm sorry, I croaked.
Marcel squeezed my paw. I'm sorry too. I should have talked to you about these things sooner. It's my responsibility to educate you, but I've just tried to shield you.
I know I'm not easy to talk to, but I know it hurts when I freak out or misinterpret you. You know, I wanted to kill Dina earlier, and I almost did.
None of that matters now. You've been my rock, Slanek. You brought me back from the edge, and you made me believe that there was good in the galaxy.
That's all I could have ever wanted. Hey, if anything happens to me, tell my parents what will...
Tell them yourself. We're getting out of here. I'm going to call for help and try and make contact with the UN. Sounds good, huh? I didn't have the heart to tell him the United Nations was long gone, just as they hadn't come back for the soldiers in the cradle. Nobody was swooping down into the sewers to rescue us. General Burla seemed unconvinced as well. The evacuation announcement stated the deadline in no uncertain terms. At least I could share my last hours with Marcel rather than dying alone. My human switched on his radio. UN Fleet, do you copy? This is Captain Marcel Fraser. We have a Venlil VIP in need of a medvac. Transmitting our coordinates, over.
There was no response on Marcel's finished message. The static didn't seem to deter his efforts, since he repeated the transmission several times. I nuzzled against his wrist and felt my eyelids becoming heavy. The predator's warmth helped with my dropping temperature.
Don't worry, I'll keep calling them, Marcel growled. When they beat back the Orcs, they'll come.
I closed my eyes. Yeah, humans will win.
Yeah, we sure will. Sleep well, Slinek.
Dido sidled up to me as I dozed off, and my instincts rekindled. He placed his coarse snout on my leg, and my mind circled back to Federation lies. The dog hadn't shown any signs of being evil. He seemed loyal to the humans through thick and thin. Maybe Marcel was right about giving him a chance too. Predators couldn't be inherently monstrous when the Terrans existed. This was a simple choice about whether the Federation defined the Venlil. I pressed a paw atop the dog's back, trusting my human to protect me. Marcel wouldn't put me in danger, and he said Dino was a friend. The safest place in this Orcs raid was sandwiched between two watchful predators. Knowing this slumber might be my last, I drifted off at peace with my fate. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Memory transcription subject Captain Sovereign, United Nations Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, December 5th, 2136. To recount the harrowing hours after the initial clash would be a strenuous ordeal in itself. The Terran's intention was to turn this into a lengthy battle, one which could go on for days. It was gut-wrenching to see the Orcs vessels huddled around Silas's azure shape. I knew this was a facsimile of what the Predators saw on Earth. There had never been a chance of holding or retaking the planet, not against a superior enemy. The UN kept our forces active, while rotating personnel to keep fresh eyes on duty. Carlos and Onzo were given leave for a short nap, though they were set to return within a few hours. Samantha was going through cups of brown liquid like it was a magic elixir, and Tyler had summoned a mug of his own. As a former officer, I understood his hesitancy to abandon his station. I'm feeling a bit worn out myself. This is the longest battle I've ever witnessed. They're supposed to end in the span of a few hours.
Any updates, Sovereign?
Tyler stifled a yawn and shook his head to avert the sleepiness.
Break down the Orcs' current movements.
I blinked my heavy eyelids. Sir, the Greys haven't deviated from their orbital positions. They're on high alert since our fleet is utilizing these hit-and-run tactics, as you call them.
And the FTL disruptors are holding?
Yes, sir. UN ships are emitting that signal loud and clear, since we're outside of reach of Silas transmitters. Don't want the bastards warping in right on top of us like we did to them.
Good! And Sovereign, you look like shit. Get some rest. I'll have the tech cover for you.
I disembarked from my seat, knowing that I wasn't much of a tactical specialist with my current brain fog. The humans weren't going to win this war by exhausting their crew. It wasn't clear how long we could stay in a state of combat readiness. Even a predator would tire of stress-driven situations over an extended duration. My paw shuffled into the mess hall, and I collapsed on the cool floor. Gojid certainly weren't built for constant adrenaline. It was a matter of time before the humans' efficiency diminished as well, and our resistance crumbled. Predators tired of a chase after a while, which was why prey gained their flight impulse. When Carlos and Sam discussed their legends of Selene, they left out their historical battles. I could fill in the blanks well enough from the Federation's knowledge. Tyler had discussed Earth's world wars, though in limited detail. The first conflict was a particular display of primitive barbarism. Mid-trench warfare was either exaggerated or had resulted in sloppy performance from their soldiers. The fact that it took so long to sue for peace was stubbornness. It was the refusal to surrender that Carlos mentioned. A human's body and mind would break before their will. I snoozed on the mess hall floor. My dreams were broken, bits of harsh memories sewn together. Tyler's confirmation that humans fought wars for thousands of years looped through my head. My brain fused that encounter with Zarn's initial briefing. The Takan doctor had been empathic, stating that the Terrans tormented each other through constant battle. Humans are conquerors who derive pleasure from dominating others. That is what their explorers have always done on their homeworld. They are aggressive, brutal, and territorial, Zorn's voice declared. Tyler, hurling me into the cabinets, resurfaced.
It's just how we are, man. The imagery became increasingly surreal and chaotic as my subconscious grasped at examples of their empathy. The humans had allowed a Gojid's hospital ship to pass at the border skirmish. Those pilots' radio chatter had conveyed a desire to talk, not fight. Throughout that clash, their forces ignored the vulnerable colony and hammered our military outposts instead. Those weren't the actions of an out-of-control brutes. A calloused hand shook my shoulder, and I groaned as I stirred. The explorers on Vendel Prime hadn't done what Zahn implied. First contact should have been Tava's world and conquered. When even Tyler acknowledged that invigorating drive, how could I understand mankind's dichotomous nature, when the past and present were contradictions? If I solved that riddle, I might give me an honest perspective of the Gojid's monstrous sight, too. "Sovereign, you can't just sleep out here." Carlos was hovering over me and taking care to avoid my bristling spines. "We let you get a few hours of shut-eye, but someone's going to step on you." I rubbed my eyes. "Carlos, are humans as species conquerors?" "I don't think so. We're warriors, and some people confuse the two, mixing clannish tendencies in competition, then believe that your enemy is intrinsically different from you. Yes, we felt the way towards our own, but look what the herbivores did to us because of that same belief." "You're saying old humans didn't see their enemies as people?" "Yes. That's the belief that makes monsters of us all. Nobody has empathy for someone that is too unalike." The pieces clicked in my brain alongside a rush of horror. The Federation was guilty of the same savagery as humans. They pillaged and condemned Earth because predators weren't people. Brutal capabilities didn't just lurk inside primitive uplifts and flesh-eating species. Most concerningly, zero empathy wasn't a requisite to complete atrocities beyond a comprehension. But it's not just a trait of the Gojids. Thank the Predator. "You're very wise, Carlos," I murmured. "I wonder where you learnt it from." The olive-skinned soldier sighed. "Let's just say I didn't grow up in a stable home. There's a reason I didn't check in on my family post-Earth. I decided that I never wanted to be like my old man, and that I was going to figure things out for myself." "And you joined the Peacekeepers to get away?" "Yes. I got assigned to humanitarian missions at first, and it felt good to make a difference. I learned a lot about people, humans. I learned how to stand in the other guy's shoes." "Thank you for trying to understand me from the beginning. I never deserved it." "I'm not sure that you're a bad person. You had that belief I talked about, and it made you a monster. That's as human as it gets, Sovlin." "I'm not sure that's a compliment." "Oh, it's not. Anyway, Tyler, Officer Cardano wants us back on the bridge. Let's get to work, huh?" Carlos ushered me back into the bridge, a rejuvenated light in my eyes. The situation on Silas appeared unchanged from a cursory glance at the viewport. Smaller Terran craft harassed the Arcs fringes, while the main UN fleet prevented escape or reinforcements. The Greys weren't challenging our position. It seemed that the demons wanted us to make the first move, while the humans were in no rush to act. Captain Monahan had joined the brown liquid party with the steaming cup in her hand. The commander was still supervising the bridge, and her puffy eyes suggested that she hadn't taken any reprieve. Our warship was playing a supporting role, poking at any Oxel that neared Terran ranks. Combat readiness was maintained on the bridge. If there was an opportune moment, we'd capitalize on it. I strode up to a wary Tyler. "Sir, you wanted us back? Crap. I'm ready to tear the Greys a new one." A rested Onzo sauntered into our group. "We're in agreement there. When are we charging in?" "We're making plans," the blonde-haired human growled. "Listen to what we intercepted while you were out. The Orcs have got a nice call through their, shall I say, poorly hidden FTL comms." I peered at the sensor officer's screen and saw video clips from across the region. It was news to me that the Orcs possessed FTL communications. Building such a network seemed beyond their intelligence. How had the Federation never detected this infrastructure, if it existed? Nonetheless, it was tough to argue with footage that couldn't have reached us yet. The first clip Tyler selected was from a probe encircling a military station, and massive hangars were visible from above, alongside a few patrollers circling lazily. Alarms sounded on the base moments before sleek bombers blinked into existence. I could see the UN insignia emblazoned on their hulls alongside other retrofits. The upgrades were apparent from what humanity's allies first loaned them. "So this is why there weren't more numbers in the Shadow Fleet. The resources were diverted elsewhere, not just to the war with the Federation." The Terran bombers swooped down on the Dominion installation, just as they had assaulted Gojid bases. Enemy resistance was wiped out upon contact, unable to hold a candle to this raid. Munitions rained down on the Marshal Station and obliterated its defensive outfits first. Explosions punished the living quarters next. Any filthy greys still aboard were buried. The humans ensured that nothing remained of the base and that no Orcs or escaped off-world. It floored me that the greys had allocated so few ships to defense. Then again, the aggressive monsters couldn't think of anything but killing. Their singular focus was inflicting torment upon the Tillfish homeworld. It had been a long time since the Orcs met a worthy foe. Samantha swallowed a gulp of her bean drink. It's the same scene in every base that we're aware of. Even if these feckwits take Silas, they'll have no place for the ships to return. Oh, and we sniped the cord from the comms too. I flicked my claws. Nice work. You took the bastards for everything they were worth. We took something else of theirs too, Tyler chuckled. You'll like this, Gojid. The human picked out a new video from the data feed. A Terran transport was docking with a streamlined station, which seemed like a tailored ship traffic rather than a war. More UN craft latched onto other compartments, rather than causing a traffic jam in the main hangar. The primates were well practiced at forced entries. They made an opening or picked a lock where necessary. Tyler jumped to an internal security feed, which showed armored humans bursting through an emergency lock. Fattened Orcs or guards greeted them with gunfire, but the Terrans overran their garrison. The boarding party mowed down their opposition and barked to each other about rescuing captives. Several primates returned past the camera, carrying prey aliens that were in poor condition. We had plans to liberate the cattle farms since day one. Now that we know how the Greys operate, we're fecking hitting every farm too, Samantha hissed. Carlos bared his teeth. Our estimates are millions of cattle per sector. How are we going to get them all off-world? They're in our custody, that's all that matters. Tyler suppressed a yawn and blinked with drowsiness. We'll move as many as we can. That's one hell of a humanitarian victory, Carlos. Forget the logistics, I said. Onso curled his lip. Why aren't the Greys going back for their assets? Because that ship has sailed, buddy, Tyler answered. They threw the whole sector for one rock. Might as well take Silas. They have nothing to lose. Satisfaction swelled my chest, and the yodel brightened with content as well. The Orcs just lost all major assets and infrastructure across 100 light-year radius. This could be a pivotal turning point in the war. While the humans had sacrificed Silas, they had undermined the Greys' menace everywhere else. This was a cause for celebration, no matter what unfolded in the system. I'd love to see the Predators losing their dim-witted minds, I chuckled. Samantha folded her arms. Would you show him what they directed at us? Tyler brought up a single outbound transmission, and the visage of a female Grey materialized. It was the same one taunting the humans at the start of the battle. Now, its maw was agape with fury. Its eyes were furious slits. It jabbed its claws at the camera, like it wished to stab the listener through the screen. You irrelevant grass bunches really fecked up now. How dare you destroy Dominion assets? I'm going to burn this fecking planet to the ground. The raving Orcs roared. Since you killed my food, I am going to make the cattle farm solely of humans to replace it. That will put you back in your fecking place. You will regret this. I blinked in confusion. The Greys perceived the humans as equals, and that should be doubly true after our battlefield prowess here. From what I overheard, it would go against the Orcs' twisted philosophy to eat another predator. Was the chief hunter really going to go against its government stance, out of spite? I don't think the humans would make good cattle. They're too headstrong and devious. Tyler cleared his throat. That leads us to our plan. Evacuations on Silas were subpar, given their rushed timetable. We will, in no circumstances, stand for humans being captured for that purpose. So what are we doing? Shooting down cattle ships? I offered. If it comes to that and we can't board them, yes, sir. But getting soldiers off Silas became a priority. The UN fleet is going to engage the Orcs head-on, distract them. Meanwhile, shuttles will sneak through the gaps and rescue as many humans as possible. Great, so just tell me how we're going to get their attention. That's the thing. I'll be heading down to the surface. I know it's atypical for an officer to volunteer himself, but a personal matter has come up that I must attend to. Nonzo hissed his annoyance. You didn't invite me. Where was the sign-up sheet? You can come if you want, buddy. It's very dangerous. Dangerous for them. I'm coming with you. End of discussion. That was an interesting way of speaking to a superior officer, but the yodel seemed to get special consideration. I couldn't understand why Tyler would rush off and shirk his station duties. It was an unusual decision, to say the least. What could be personal enough to have swayed his judgment? Well, I didn't want to challenge the big guy. I felt responsibility to talk some sense into him. Forgive my insolence, but I care about your welfare. You are an officer, sir, like you said. I chewed at my claws, anxious at the risk Tyler was undertaking. With respect, you are more useful up here. The captain wouldn't want you wasting your talents on field work. Captain Monahan has been appraised of the situation, and she signed off on my departure. The census officer rumbled. With this development, I would be too distracted to fulfill my duties. You guys will be fine without me. What development? Personal or not, I can't understand without a clue why you're doing this. Samantha grimaced. We should just tell Sovlin, sir. He'll find out on his own. Tyler narrowed his eyes. Suit yourself. The floor is all yours, Sammy. It's Sam. Anyway, snap to it, Sovlin. I was scanning transmissions from the surface, like Ty ordered, and I keyed into this one. Samantha's pale fingers scrawled across her viewing history as she picked out the highlighted transmission. I eyed the humans warily, wondering why they had reservations about sharing this information. What could happen on Sidders that had any personal impact on myself? The Tillfish genocide was tragic, but I had no connections to the surface. A broken audio clip filtered through the speakers. This is Captain Marcel Frazier. Hot blood rushed to my ears, and a ringing sound drowned out the rest of the transmission. I keeled over against the station, shaking my head in denial. That predator's voice was one I could recognize anywhere. Knowing that Marcel, the human I'd tormented, was trapped on Silas, changed everything. Of course, Tyler wanted to rush off and rescue his packmate. What would Marcel think of my presence on the ship? What if Slinek is with him? I threw that poor Venlil around like a rag doll. Guilt ebbed through my veins with renewed strength. How was it fair that I was cozy on the ship while Marcel and Slinek would be captured to a cattle farm? If there was a way for me to trade places, I would do it in a heartbeat. It wouldn't scratch the debt I owed my two victims. I deserved suffering from the beginning anyways. The Terrans were too merciful. Tyler twisted his fingers into my scruff. Sovlin, shit. This is why I didn't want to tell him. I can't. Tears soaked my cheek fur, and mucus congested in my nasal passages. Good luck, sir. I understand. Hey, I'm gonna get Marcel and Slinek out of there. You just need to pull someone off nav station to fly my shuttle. I know those folks are a lot harder to replace than us people reading screens. Not sure that we can spare a pilot, but I have to get to Silas. I'll go. I can fly. No way. How the feck would I explain that to Marcel and Slinek? I've flown down during an orbital raid before, back when I picked up Selene. Carlos and Sam can attest to my skills. It's best option for the ship, sir. I don't think that'll react well to your presence. You know what I mean. Slinek and Marcel are both pilots. If either wishes to serve me to the Greys, I'll crawl into their cages willingly. I just need to get you down there. Let me do this for them. For Marcel. Tyler crossed his arms, deliberating his options. I understood that my victims wouldn't be pleased to see me, but taking a pilot from navigation could get the humans killed. It had to be an expendable crew member like myself. Besides, from my perspective, failure was not an option. Marcel and Slinek would be saved if I had to sacrifice myself in the process. Fine, the census officer decided. Let's get a shuttle and get moving. End of chapter. I would quickly like to thank our Tier 5 patrons, Trackzoon WRE, Quantum Wednesday, Ambrose Cattell, Lord Ashrakal, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, and Arcadian. Thank you very much.